generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every day. Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wiretap. Dead backs. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to.
Gal singt Computer Nummer 3.
Für beide dabei. Der Computer, was genau, für jeden Mann die richtige Frau. Und das Glück fällt im Augenblick als einer Kartei. Denn einer von vielen Millionen, der wartet auf mich irgendwo.
Groß 1,82 Kragen, 39 Schuh, Größe 46 Stock.
Computer Nummer 3.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile every guy while I smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Kima. She's the type of person that will still rock La Tigre. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin, now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work, and why not get your car pulled off from under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk, and who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rap into my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. I've got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, jiggler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the upstream green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks, detected full advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks as like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety be brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole, the chorus within construction, nanonet filaments. hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden giving a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With insights such disease, praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. Comparison of those diligent millipedes, legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. And the best vision from the unlikely incisions to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. Hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel
is dim and is an exact bibliophile twin of an alchemist's workshop. Think this is one of the places where books are chosen by the dust they attract rather than their covers. The more dust they collect, the more exciting they get. The store is rich with the fragrance of an old bath dissolved into dust and decayed paper. Ask for Gurukor as his name is on the card. The owner is not there, so I lay out the postcard and the notes written on the front and back for his assistant. He does not speak English well enough to understand me fully. He points to the top text on the card and says no Turkey. I say, Arabic. He shakes his head. I point to the handwriting on the card on the notes section, and say Turkish, and he says not Turkish. Farsi. He shrugs again, and so I look around the small store and find the most curious old leather book sitting on the top of the pile of books in the corner with a strange curly symbol on the spine. Walk back up Istiklal Caddisi and stop in a cafe for a glass of wine. Ask the waiter if he can translate the writing on the postcard, and he looks at the image of the church and says Kalisa *, then motions up the street. Weird, because the postcard says Danzig, so it can't be the church up the street. He looks at the text on the back and says the top text may be Old Turkish, but can't translate it for me. I pull up a section named the Z Crowd. I search online for Nurgle and Telebrain. A place which seems to be significant, and one find a picture of Nurgle with a two-faced head, a hyena, and an eroded face of a lion, a scorpion stinging at his penis. I switch to page 261 as the page has been marked by a pink magic marker. This was the last thing West told me before leaving Mosul with his sons to locate that Iranian oil smuggler and doctor who claims to have the diaries of Ibn Mahimun, the Persian occult saboteur, guerrilla expert and conspiracist who assisted the Fatamun to overthrow the Caliphate regime in Egypt. First Lieutenant BAOSA, USV-1 Battalion, 41st Infantry Regiment. Everyone in this manuscript seems to disappear without a trace. I noticed this after reading a note on one of the page margins. Your contribution to the insanity reminded me of the ancient Greek and Latin scripts for plays in which the names of characters are attached to the text with their roles and the moment they should leave the stage by different means. In medieval theater, they called it exeunt or they go out. Characters were characterized by their exit level. Pulp horror takes this stage flight to its full-fledged extremes. All that comes in must go out by any means possible. *. 15. // What is so bizarre about these writings, quite ironically, since I continue to read them, is that there is so much seething dread and outsized monstrosity prowling through the pages, yet there is no sex part, not even one penetration. Yet I continue to read. / On my back again in my DFA 1979 t-shirt, catch the smell of the night's wine in my glass on the table between the beds. My head hurts between my eyes. Should get some Advil or I won't sleep, but too frustrated to get up. Relax my mouth, relax my feet and toes. Finally begin to feel some pleasure taking away the pain in my head, like the pleasure of losing your limbs one by one. The only thing that makes me feel secure is having repeated visions of being XXX. There is no body in my vision. There is something but I don't know what it is. I'm not sure if I vaguely think it is 7, the writer of the notes, RN, or something else. It is not like making out with spirits but rather something which has stripped itself of body to be a better subject of penetration, to be obscenely deeper. Get up to go to the bathroom. Take 2 more Advils. Will I have enough to make it through the trip? Left hand downward tight between my legs and holding the tapestry bedspread. I don't know why. At some point I give up as the drumming in my head takes over. Sleep the only way to stop it. Thinking maybe LL do some more online searching on RN, but for the moment it takes too much energy to get the laptop and log on. I feel traded with this game. It. Clues or evidences are the most relentless plot holes, they can even linger after a story fades away. It. SSS try to change my room as 302 is really getting to me. There is someone in the window across the way who keeps looking over at me. It. I go out for lunch. Time out. The guide says Rami restaurant is one of the district's classier options. Up to the top floor, I sit in a room with a wooden 16 floor which produces creaking sounds as I walk, making me believe that they are choosing not to repair the place to make it more authentic. The effect really works. Wonder whether age an antique seller or a retired expert ran a restaurant, the setting would be like this. I start to read RN's text from page 41, Paleopatrology, from Gog-Magog axis to Petropunkism, not getting very far because the praying at the Blue Mosque is coming on over the loudspeaker and drowning my thoughts. The food bears the genuineness of a culinary relic. I head down the stairs to leave. The stairs have a unique space of their own, a Piranesi-esque structure spiraling down. I notice a James Spader photo there on the wall. James Spader, my favorite cult actor. Wonder to myself, do celebrities carry around glossy photographs of themselves to autograph everywhere they go? / Walls are perfect objects to play things on, scenes which join together the sense of the young and the sense of confinement. As I am writing now in room 302, and picking up letters, the chair is swiveling and leaving marks on the wall. It looks like a constellation of inscriptions written on the whale with infinite barbs and talons. It is the shape of writing. I wonder what this manuscript's shape of writing is. / Business card for Vega Computers in Maltepe. Note on back says laptop repair £100. Osden will not erase the manuscript or notes. Take a cab very far, maybe 2 hours in traffic, to the shop to try and find the laptop and additional information. Get there, finally find the place and present the card. The store owner disappears, leaving another guy with me. I'm waiting and waiting for what seems like forever. The shop is located in a bazaar with various stands. As I wait, the tattoo art *ist shop, Anatolia Tattoo, is at the end of the bazaar, comes over and starts talking to me. He asks if I have any tattoos, and I tell him no. Why don't I get one? He says. I think, well, after coming all the way to Maltepe, I should make the trip worthwhile. I've been wanting a tattoo anyway. The owner finally returns with a black laptop that looks oldish. I ask him if I can turn it on to check it out. He wants me to pay first, but once say I want to test it. Boot it. The thing runs loud and loads slow. When the desktop comes up, one see there are the usual icons, clustered on a black and white grainy image of what looks like a human cutting himself open with a straight razor. As I switch to the start program, I see other programs too, MathType, Lindo, MathCat, Maple, Buzzigen. Go into Documents, but when I try open one, I find they are all PGP encrypted. Every single one of them. I go on the search browser and check the history and bookmarks, find 2 links bookmarked in Netscape browser and quickly write them down. http://tinyurl.com/54wvo6 http://students.cs.byu.edu//shariajw/woodbury/given-names.dict. Check the CD slot and find a CD. When the guy is not looking, I slip it into my bag. Then tell the owner I'll come back to pick the laptop up after I get the money. Think about it as I walk around and decide the laptop is really useless. / Back in the room with Eve's beer as the store did not have Corona. If I can't pass through these plot holes, then it is the best to leave my own holes. / Pink Magnolias, NYPL, NYBG. Cherry blossoms in DC more pink, a fleshed out nipple, a bleeding heart, little girls pink velvet ribbons, pink spaces, pink lights, my entryway, an upstairs foyer bright pink lace, a pink cashmere sweater set, Christos pink, pink blush, or the lack of need for blush cotton candy pink poodles or pink cats pink cover of latches the most perfect shade of pink lipstick pink CD holders pink pearl necklace pink pearl earrings pink camisole pink highlighter pink Christmas lights and pink flowers asterisk. Peonies, tulips, Christmas cactus in bloom in my room, pinkish lilac, pink hydrangea, PTNK rose of Sharon's, rare pink poppies, carpet roses, spinning in pink flow ERS, begonia, spider flowers, cosmos, sweet peas, toad flax, moonwort, petunias, floxy, butterfly flower, sun moss, wax pink, lilies, caprifolaceae, pink wisteria, malvaceae, oyster plant in pink, foxglove, caryophyllaceae, heather, Viaceae, magnolias, Chinese crab apple flash by my eyes. Pink torrent. / On another page margin, RT reads, Xenopoetics has something to do with composing out of distorted materials. One page is missing, 1 or 2 lines are pseudonymously or anonymously quoted, one scene leaks from the future to the past, an object evades chronological sequences, a number turns into a cipher, everything looms as an accentuated clue around which all subjects aimlessly orbit, leading into an eclipse riddle whose duty is not to enlighten but to make blind, a poros to the light. Fields of xenopoetics grow sporadically, until their final takeover of the work, around the regions. 15 *. Overwhelming with a range of distortions from inauthenticity and corrupt authorship to structural holes, configurative bugs, and subterranean structures of hidden writing, xenopoetics does not necessarily insinuate adventurous modes of expression or prose. Reading about Misa authorship and inauthenticity, I am compelled to write on the left margin of a page of the manuscript, am I not the most generous parent who feeds her children with her own meat? Trying to match my handwriting. Walking back to the hotel I pass an outside restaurant, lots of activity and laughter. Looks very nice, with wooden framed furniture and climb cushions. Makeshift comfortable couches, Turkish rugs on the ground. Women playing tactinard and groups of young people smoking.
Yeah, this is some old new shit that you ain't never heard before.
New shit.
This is some old new shit that you ain't never heard before.
New shit.
Yeah, this is some old new shit that you ain't never heard before. Yeah, this is some old new shit that you ain't never heard before.
Metaphysics, them new cats, they on the physics. The kinetic waveform got a retarded walking backwards. They full potential against the mental, the printo, the conventional, the kingdom, prima Sonia, Tate Shondo Seti. I'm ready for that very confetti, them niggas are petty. They can't worry soft, they crunching up like the prune, the strawberry. Jello, they jelly, they live in our belly. Ladies with thongs, moving booties in the hotel-y.
Some new shit that you ain't never heard before.
New shit.
This is some new shit that you ain't never heard before.
New shit.
This is some new shit that you ain't never heard before.
New
This is
shit.
some new shit. It's that new shit.
Shampoo, you bitch, I'm turning around like clam do, legend like Grand Poo, I'm Grand Do, reclining chair in the van too, double otter, boat on the water, he's out, I'm a rider,
from Nevada, Africa, bam, jam, planet rock on like Bada, D-Dada, leap over Carter, I'm full V8 Granada, I stay hotter, like an Angelada, you gotta watch my pockets and get smacked with a nada, you wet Ciata, when the motorcycle club come up, I'm a rider, mail out a damn, a gram, from Scotland to Amsterdam, cut off your hamster's hand, you don't wanna bring a child to rap against a man, gifted, lifty, shifted, mixy, ladies at the bar getting tipsy, my husky name was Shisky, y'all drunk, red lips on whiskey.
Some new shit that you ain't never heard before. Some new shit that you ain't never heard before. Some new shit that you ain't never heard before. It's some new shit.
I pull you out of the sheepskin, deep skin. You peep when you page your beat. When I freaked in, you see with a deep blend. I call you Tom Cougar. You ain't strong, you 100-pound weakling. Eating Franks to build your chest up on the weekend. I was now, and I'm still what you speaking. While you tweaking your crack pots to keep cooking. Soap, you ready, ate a leaking. Fuck what it was. New shit.
Oh, you know what this means. No supper for subs. Subtitle. Boy. Little heart attack going at it. D-Nap on the beat. Go forth and what? Go forth and thrash. 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 If you outbreak like a rap beat, just go forth and thrash. 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 Before you want this straight from Thurston in the lane. Quick, like the sport coupe with the spoiler. Scuffed up, racing, don't move. Twin engine, no drag weight. Maybe just a jet lag, free rad state, accelerate, pass, blast, data, mace. That's what I'm talking about. And every composition that I've written to this date, maybe you'll receive it if I speak it at a frequent rate. Frequency 0368. We can see that you can't wait. We can, but hey, the plan is don't lay. Just give them what they pray for, and maybe one day they may appreciate it. You shouldn't want to cut back just like a noise gate. Either all or nothing, do it up or do away with it. Only if you're stagnant would you find a way to stay with it. Put parallel to the Pacific, and it's nothing specific. You wanna get with it, I've got it, go get it. That just means that I can rip it to shreds for an exhibit. A habit, you can kick it if it makes you feel horrific. But those that live it, act, live it when those that don't go visit. Go forth and thrash, go forth and thrash. Go forth and thrash, go forth and thrash. Go forth and thrash, go forth and thrash. Cut out your middle man, stab them with your right hand. Go forth and thrash, go forth and thrash. Go forth and thrash, go forth and thrash. Go forth and thrash, go forth and thrash. That's all she wrote, and she left no space for a quote. Further into my world of rap, I have to retreat after I complete beats, write rhymes, and go to work to make ends meet. You may just faint from the heat. Python I tend to getting rid of you. I jump up out, pull the ripcord or the parachute. Then past dividing lines, my suit has aeronautic design. So it's always a good sign. Deployed in your neighborhood, I'm just the void for what's good. Here to destroy like I should. Every envoy of a convoy gets an invoice from Conroy sent to the next of kin. All of your dough well spent. Where do I begin? Wherever I invade foreign terrain with any of my friends, you really don't need to have a brain to know we all drop trains to smash the show. This is all for LA, you know. Up north to DNA. Restructure your RNA. Now you're shown where you stay. It's all a better way. Way too cold, way out, way to go. Go away, go away. Go forth and thrash. 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 You may get erased if I put a chase. Go forth and thrash. 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 12,000 lashes in the back of any whack and see. Yeah. Your young friend super sub to title. 25 years old. Smoke is smoke. Got this red for DNA right here. Thurston Moore coined the phrase in 91, the year that punk broke. Go forth and thrash, my people. Project Blowed. Act savage. Do the most. Yeah. It's a fraternity, not a club, bitch.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I got some interesting thoughts for you guys. Welcome to the talk here. Blessings to Avian and Reddington and Max. Greetings. Great to see you guys.
Cheers. Good to see you. Happy Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a cool picture, Reddington. That's a very good one. Huh? It's a nice one.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. But it's funny. I just sent him a picture that kind of looks like that. Right, with the hellhounds. Right. So it's funny. But yeah.
I think we live on a giant dead dragon, which is kind of weird to a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah, there could be something to that. Somebody else said dead giant. Right. So interesting. But yeah, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Run to the other side of the room and grab my coffee here.
Illustrious coffee.
I know a lot of people that have dragon obsession. They are pretty cool creatures.
Yeah, me and Buddha would be some of those people. For sure. I'm sure Reddington has a huge obsession with dragons too. I know I used to see a dragon every night in my dreams.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. But I was supposed to kill it. And apparently I was the only one who got the call. Everyone else ran away. So so I had to go in alone. And that's really just frightening, all right? But I was not afraid.
The thing is, like, a lot of stories will have, you know, the dragons will have a pesky problem with dragon slayers, and they end up getting killed by dragon slayers somehow, some way. At least, you know, in the human fantasy, they do.
Yeah, dragon mythology is really interesting and weird. I get teased a lot because I find there's a guy called Mudfossil University, and he shows dragons around, and somehow I happened to start finding dragon genitalia, which was kind of weird, all over the planet. For some reason, it's one of the most recognizable features.
Satramon.
Yeah, somebody said the point of the dragon is that he's guarding all this shit that he can't do anything with, right? Like, he's got treasures, he's got bitches, usually, right? And the fact is that he can't do anything with these pleasures, right? He just sort of hoards them, right? And it's the fear of getting to these desires is defeating the dragon, which represents your own, you know, like sort of fucked up desires and fears that you have, right? So you have to conquer. It's like conquering yourself.
Yeah.
To get to those things that, you know, are your desires, so you can really enjoy them, right? Without the, you know, problems that comes with yourself. Oh, you're gonna start your presentation, Buddha? Okay, for sure. Yeah. Okay, let's go over to that then.
Oh, okay. So you want me to start off with my presentation? All right. So
sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but just for 1 second, let me actually address the chat real quick. I should do that before we do
Sure. Yeah.
So, and then maybe more people will come in if I do that too, maybe. And so yeah, thank you to Little Wing. Blessings. I greatly appreciate your time. I'm eating a chocolate bar. I'm sorry. Horrible time to start doing this, but yeah. Baby Ruth. So it's like chewy or whatever.
I haven't had one of those in ages.
I think I just swallowed a whole peanut, so that's not good. Yeah.
Don't be choking.
Yeah. Okay, let's start. Sorry, guys. I'm a little bit backed up today. Spooky Saturday, right? So we'll have Spooky Saturday. That means that we'll have spooky tunes, right? Pretty spooky subject material. I try to make it uplifting on Wednesday, but even on Wednesday and Tuesday it gets pretty dreary in here, right? It's just the kind of subject material we're working with, unfortunately, right? Bring in the Spooky Saturday because it's a cyberpunk theme, anyways, and that's sort of horror centered, genre, right? But yeah, okay, so we got this friend here, Dr. E. Blessings. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you watching the show. Voi's #1 fan, right? And also to Voi, blessings for also enjoying our content. Jack Talcott is an actor. Man, this comment hits especially hard today because would you believe it? Paul and Jack, they started their LARP fight again that they've been doing for 3 years. So they started fighting.
This like season 30 by now or something?
Again today they started fighting on the show. So that comment, Jack Talcott is an actor, hits super hard today.
That's big time because it was actually recommended to me in my feed, and I'm not sub to any of them.
That's interesting.
Yeah, weird. Yeah, so that was weird to see them go on the same loop. I mean, we were taking votes. How long is it going to take before they start fighting this time? 2 months, 3 months? I bet 3 months. And here we are 3 months later, literally, right? So, I mean, it's crazy, right? I can't believe it, right? I should start writing for the LARP drama because I'm literally predicting how it will unfold, right?
Or are you already writing it?
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm behind the scenes, right? I'm one of the producers, folks. Here, that's why they only give me 15 viewers.
So
right?
You're the world's magician.
Yeah, exactly. Happy Saturday. Blessings to all the people that are here, especially you, Madam Lizard Tree. Thank you so much for watching. Will Tim help find more drama actors? Will they show up with socks to troll? Queen Queefany, right? Will anyone be intoxicated? Austin Murphy. Will PML be safe? Oh, sorry, be late. Of course I'll be safe, but yeah, late I was indeed. 1990, 15 years old, best friend's dad, Terry, insisted they would certainly be watching us through the brand new cable television box. Whoa, dude. Son of a sea biscuit. Son of a beach nut. I mean, that's pretty crazy. Business right there. Dr. D, Lizard, Ragamuffin, blessings. I appreciate you, Uncle Teddy's. That's right. Ragamuffin, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for talking with us today in the Discord. Reddington's here. Blessings. Avian's here. Blessings. He's about to give a presentation, and then I'll riff off of that presentation to do my presentation. I have some things with Skolomowski that I'm going to present, and we're going to continue on the topic. I have to recalibrate the topic every once in a while, right? So if it gets a little while, I have to bring it back to base and start talking about the technology angle, because that's why we're here, right? So if things get too crowded, we get a little bit too straight and the things, I'll do a few shows just about that. And obviously the autonomy of technique shows that I've done on Tuesday are part of that scenario, right? To where we recalibrate the show material, we get back to the base, of why we're here. Axis, I appreciate you. Thank you for watching, sir. And Browns boys here, shouting out Axis, the homie. I appreciate you, Browns boy. Mimsy, what's up, homie? Yeah, Jammy Jams. We'll have more of that in a minute here. Yeah, Axis, what's up, man? Max, blessing, sir. I greatly appreciate your time. Zephyr, thank you, madam, for being here. Hostile Hyperborean, what's up, brother? Thank you so much for watching. DeFreak, hey, how you doing today, my friend? Great to see you here. We got DeFreak in the house. We got Denise in the house. Her comment is pinned. Spooky Saturdays. That's right. That's what we're doing out here. I appreciate you guys. Thank you to the 20 people that are watching. Crystal Shaman's out here for the people. More than 13 people here. Now there is, according to the stats. Dom, blessings, brother. It's great to see you here. We got NPC the game out here. Thank you so much for watching. We got Joe Cool. Blessings, sir. Thank you for being here with us. Okay. All right, guys. Let's get to Avian's presentation that he's worked hard on. Blessings. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. So my presentation is protecting the 4 Bs and temporary versus true conservationism. So I draw a distinction between temporary and true conservation. So what are the 4 Bs? They are birds, bees, bats, and butterflies. They represent critical groups of pollinators, seed dispersers, pest controllers, and ecological indicators that help sustain healthy ecosystems and food systems. Yet all 4 are facing a significant decline from habitat loss, pesticides, climate change, disease, industrial land loss, and ecological overshoot driven by scale beyond carrying capacity. Protecting them is not only about preserving biodiversity, but about maintaining the living systems that support agriculture, resilience, and human well-being. So why pollinators matter? Wish I could expand this. Okay. Pollinators support reproduction in many flowering plants, contribute to roughly 1/3 of global food production, sustain wild plant communities, and help maintain functioning ecosystem. Beyond agriculture, pollinators support food webs, biodiversity, and ecological stability. Their decline is both an environmental warning and a practical threat to food security and ecosystem resilience. So I'm going to start off with birds. So North America has lost nearly 3 billion birds since 1970, representing one of the largest documented vertebrate declines ever recorded. Grassland birds have declined 53%, while many migratory and aerial insectivorous birds continue steep downward trends. Recent analyses indicate 75% of North American bird species are declining, including many once common species. Primary drivers include habitat loss, agricultural intensification, pesticides, insect decline, window collisions, invasive predators, and climate change. I would also say 5G. But yeah, I should have said that. Bird declines threaten ecosystem services, including pollination, seed dispersal, and pest control, signaling broader ecological instability. Temporary conservation works, when applied, wetland protection, pesticide restrictions, native habitat restoration, and migratory corridor protection have reversed declines in some groups. So that's more of a temporary. I'm talking about the true conservation after a few slides. So bird decline is not only biodiversity decline, it is a warning about ecosystem breakdown. Okay, so now bees. Many wild bee populations are declining, with major losses driven by habitat destruction, pesticide disease, and climate stress. And it's called bee colony collapse. 28% of North American bumblebee species are in an IUCN threatened category, signaling serious extinction risk. Some species have collapsed dramatically. The western bumblebee has declined about 93% in parts of its range over recent decades. New research shows bee populations are declining across major regions of western and southern North America, with climate change implicated. Native bee declines threaten crop pollination, wild plant reproduction, and food system resilience, making this both an ecological and agricultural crisis. So temporary conservation solutions include native habitat restoration, reduced pesticide use, protection of floral resources, and support for wild bees rather than focusing only on managed honeybees. So the decline of wild bees is a warning that pollination systems underpinning biodiversity and agriculture are under stress. So that's bees. Now bats. Okay. Bat populations in North America have suffered severe declines driven by disease, habitat loss, and wind turbine mortality. So wind turbines are bad for them. White nose syndrome has killed millions of bats since 2006 and caused over 90% decline in some species, including little brown, northern long-eared, and tricolored bats. You know, most bats are insectivorous, and they eat fruits too. Not many bats drink blood, and so that's more of a superstition. You know, there's only like 2 species that drink the blood of slow-moving mammals. A major assessment found that 53% of North American bat species face moderate to very high extinction risk in coming decades. Wind turbines kill over 1 million bats annually in North America, adding major pressures on migratory species. Declining bat populations threaten ecosystem services, including pollination, seed dispersal, and natural insect control, with economic and ecological consequences. So their temporary conservation solutions include protecting roosts and caves, restoring nectar corridors, limiting turbine mortality, and expanding disease mitigation for white nose syndrome. So bat decline is not only a wildlife crisis, it is the erosion of critical nighttime ecosystem functioning. So yeah, and now butterflies. Okay, so butterfly abundance in the contiguous U.S. has declined 22% since 2000, one of the clearest large-scale signals of insect decline. 1/3 of studied U.S. butterfly species are in significant decline, with some species falling by more than 90%. Monarch butterflies have declined approximately 80% and over 95% in the West since the 1980s, with Western populations facing over 99% extinction risk by 2080 without intervention. Primary drivers include habitat loss, pesticide exposures, climate change, and loss of host plants such as milkweed. Butterfly declines threaten pollination, food webs, and ecosystem resilience, making them a broader warning indicator of ecological instability. So temporary conservation solutions include restoring native host plants, reducing pesticide use, protecting migratory habitat, and expanding large-scale habitat restoration. So butterfly decline is one of the clearest biological warning signals of ecosystem stress underway. So this is when I get into something interesting. So this book, Overshoot by William R. Carton, I have only started it. I need to finish it just a little bit, but you know, he defines overshoot as basically growth beyond permanent carrying capacity sustained temporarily by using resources faster than they can be renewed. So it's like basically when you're using resources faster than they can be renewed, which degrades the very capacity on which the future support depends. That's what overshoot means. You know, and the book by William R. Carton talks about. So the main issue, or what I call primary cause to all of this, is industrial growth. So, and that leads to overshoot. And then overshoot leads to biodiversity decline. And then technical fixes lead to greater complexity, and greater complexity leads to deeper overshoot. So yeah, so I actually mapped this to the Jacques Ellul's technique, his positive feedback loop, because this is actually kind of simple. I kind of mapped it. So you have industrial growth, which is like preoccupation with technique or searching for most efficient ways. And then that leads to overshoot, and that leads to biodiversity decline. And so then they try to find technical fixes, which then leads to greater complexity in the industrial system, which involves a necessary linking together. And then there's a self-augmenting loop where the greater complexity leads to a deeper overshoot. And so they have more industrial growth to deal with the problems that the very system itself created. You see, and so overshoot is causally reducible to industrial growth. So temporary conservation treats symptoms. True conservation addresses causes. Pollinator gardens help, but do not stop habitat fragmentation. Pesticide reform helps, but does not undo industrial monocultures. Species protections help, but do not reduce systemic overshoot. Conservation without reducing industrial scale often preserves decline more slowly, rather than reversing its drivers. So the primary cause to this mess is the industrial growth. Okay, so compartmentalization obscures the primary cause. You know, industrial complexity fragments understanding through over-specialization, causing people to manage isolated symptoms while losing sight of systemic causes. This is why Most conservationists who work within the system, they're unable to point to the primary cause, which is industrial growth, because of over-socialization, which is linked to over-specialization also. So conservation, regulation, agriculture, and technology are often treated as separate domains, even when they are expressions of the same industrial dynamic. This compartmentalization can obscure that the primary issue is not merely poor management, but growing industrial complexity itself. True conservation requires recovering a systems view capable of seeing overshoot complexity and ecological decline as linked. So it's all linked to the industrial growth. You cannot really it's just temporary fixes. It's not true. And I'm almost done. So true conservation, addressing the primary cause. True conservation does not begin with managing the secondary effects of ecological breakdown through more regulation, monitoring, or technical intervention. It begins by recognizing that growing industrial complexity is itself a primary driver of the crisis. As industrial systems expand, they generate novel disruptions. For example, habitat fragmentation, chemical burdens, energy-intensive agriculture, scale-driven overextraction, ecological overshoot in which material and energy demands exceed regenerative limits. So that's basically what overshoot is, when the material and energy demands exceed regenerative limits. Because, ecosystems are constantly recycling and regenerating themselves. But when you have overshoot, you exceed those limits. And cascading ecological simplification. Then propose further technical fixes and often create new complications. So that ties into the loop I was talking about. You see, it's about so in this view, the industrial system, it increasingly produces the very problems it claims to solve, while deeper causes remain intact. So protecting birds, bees, bats, and butterflies, the 4 Bs, therefore requires not merely better management of industrial society, but reducing the scale and throughput of the systems driving ecological destabilization in the first place. And throughput is just the total flow of energy and materials extracted from nature, transformed through an economy and returned as waste. So it's like just the amount. It's just a fancy word, throughput. But yeah, that's the point, though. Is that this is the presentation? Yeah. So the main primary cause is rarely addressed by there's a true versus temporary conservation, and so yeah, there you go. That's my presentation. Any questions or anything anyone want to discuss? Or whatever.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to say. So if anybody has anything to say before I start my presentation, because I got a bunch of stuff. I greatly appreciate you guys. Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation, Buddha. Excellent presentation.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
There
way cool.
are, the industrialization doesn't have to be as discordious with nature as it is. Like one of the big problems we have is corporatism and problem of planned obsolescence. We could make products that would last, most products we could make last hundreds of years if we used
right
manufacturing, standards. Like fridges, stoves, all of the things that use, a lot of the materials we use, and you'd only be making them a few times. So one factory, in one small area, over time could produce enough to replace everything that has been broken or needs replacement, instead of having like wide varied. I do like choice, but you can kind of see how if somebody made something that was like the mousetrap of fridges, you just make the mousetrap of fridges forever, But in our world,
Yeah.
corporatism, and we have to have all these different weird choices and connected shit. And it just gets all messed up.
Yeah, the problem is that between sort of corporatism and socialism, there's a false dialectic that's been created, right? And the actual tension is being created by the world technological system. Right now, go ahead and describe some of what that is. Right, it's because capitalism, it constantly needs new products to invest in. Right, so they almost need this idea that you're talking about of planned obsolescence. Right, they have to constantly invest in new products, right, to keep the game going, as it were. Right, so as it were, you know, the game of corporatism is simply to appreciate the game of sort of technological advancement. Right, so capitalism is firmly embedded within the technological system. Actually, the technological system has sort of signaled capitalism's disappearance in a lot of ways, because there's large-scale technologies that simply cannot be run by companies, right? They like, for example, military technologies or communications technologies, right? Or or nuclear power or other stuff like that. So it creates a fundamental reliance on state power, right? So the technological system seems to engender both, right? So the problem is that while signaling the disappearance of capitalism, right, it drives capitalism. So this is the thing, that technology sort of drives economics the same way it drives politics and culture. So this sort of becomes the heart of the issue. Now, in terms of what Buddha's talking about for the ideas of the collapse, right, it's almost like the technological systems are opposed to wild nature, right? So being in total antithesis to wild nature, creating a man-made system that uses human parts to sort of propel itself, right? It's sort of, you know, not only are human beings the object of technique, they are more and more absorbed into the sort of technosphere, in which their decisions that they have on the natural environment, you know, sort of, they don't feel it as much. Now, there's all sorts of natural cycles, right, that are being disturbed. Like, for example, right, like a bear will go into the forest, right, and eat, salmon, right, and then go shit in the forest, and some of the phosphorus from him eating the fish will be returned to the soil of the forest. And this actually returns a huge amount of growth for the forest. So historically, right, bears eating salmon and then shitting, it was a way to replenish the soil of the forest, right? But then, like, so this is like one thing. Now there's another thing where the wolf would eat the deers, right? And the deers would eat the brush on the mountain, right? Now, when the
Change
deers...
the whole landscape, even.
Yeah, exactly,
the
right?
Cascade
So,
of effects that wolves have on an area.
yeah, so wolves, right, or over hunting of wolves could spread a overpopulation of deers that then eat up all the shrubs, which causes huge forest fires, because there's no shrubs to absorb this fire, right? Because the forest creates these fires, right? But if the deers eat up all the small plants and the shrubs, right, then there's no brush, right, for these fires to maintain themselves, right? So it's caused these huge fires, right? So historically, there's all these patterns, right, of cycles that get replenished, and obviously there's insects that eat smaller insects like aphids, and you know, like there's like
moose eat up the twigs and stuff, so you don't have that kind of
feeling. You got like ladybugs and spiders and stuff that eat the smaller insects in the area, right? So so they protect a lot of the plant life by doing this, right? They don't have invasions of these smaller species for the bees and all this stuff, right? So these things are actually hijacking the bees. There's little mites that are hijacking the bees.
Oh yeah, I see those.
Yeah, and some of the things, with these bees is that these bees don't have all of their genes turned on, because some of their genetic expression is turned on by, interacting with things like mycelium, right? So they need old growth forests that have this mycelium. Then the bees will use the mycelium to turn on their genetic expression that helps them release, chemicals like p-coumaric acid and other chemicals, right? Like all this stuff is, basically, studied by people like Paul Stamets, right? He said, like, basically insects are parasitized by fungus. There's lots of species of insects in the world that are actually parasitized by fungus, right? So the loss of the old growth forests will cause the loss of these insect species as well, right? Which are necessary to maintain these environments, right? So there's all sorts of ways in which nature is linked that we don't, you know, readily perceive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
100%.
So yeah, in that way, okay, so I have another thing here from Aldo Leopold, one of the fathers of conservationism, right? From Sand County Almanac, right? So I'll read some of this here, right? This is about him talking about the land ethic. Okay, and how it's a better ethic. What we need is a better ethical idea. Like, first of all, we need precautionary ethics in terms of assessing what type of technologies, right, and chemicals, right, we use and apply, right, on a society-wide scale. This is being hidden from the population, right? Even what ones are affecting them, right? They're being used as live test subjects.
Yeah.
You know, and also we're destroying wild nature where we don't even know what we're losing, right? Because there's all sorts of plants in there that contain chemicals that we have never studied before, right? Some of them have healing agents.
Late, yep.
Yeah, until it's too late, right?
Right.
So we haven't discovered all of the species that exist in these rainforests, right? But we're wiping them out. Right? I mean, imagine the huge loss, right? When we're dumb enough to create huge space stations in the sky, but we can't have enough sense to study the life on this planet that's sustaining itself, right? And of course, life serves life, and we want to preserve dead things in space instead of study the life that's here. And we'll
let me
wipe it
also
out.
add something quickly. I once read, there are special mountains the Taoists and the Zen Buddhists would take refuge in. And these mountains, prior to China industrializing, they were more biodiverse. And those monks had a lot of deep knowledge and foraging skills. Like, they knew what plants they could eat, what plants could help with illness, and many other things. And
Absolutely. That's one thing that those communist dogs really obliterated. They obliterated all the knowledge of Chinese medicine. Can you can you believe it? Ancient knowledge that they
Alexandria all over again.
Yeah, plants and medicine and qigong, they just destroyed it all. Centuries of knowledge because they thought it was superstition. Bunch of fucking morons. All right.
Exactly. And I don't want to talk about it, but a lot of them were Jays that were backing, like Israel Epstein. I'm not sure you heard of it.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, so let's get into this.
I think there are way more sustainable ways to have industrialization, but we don't do it. We just don't.
Yeah, I think permaculture is different, but the problem is, like, the petroleum-based economy, it requires like a large-scale network to sustain it, and you need constant
plastics are terrible too because they degrade. We used to make things out of steel and tin and metals, and they would last, and now we don't. And concrete and stone.
Yeah, they don't want people to have stuff that lasts because they want people to keep buying new shit. That's literally what it is, right? So we don't have to ask why we're literally forced to buy shitty stuff that literally poisons us. That's chemicals in it that poisons all of us, right? It's because they want us to get into the hospital. They want to give us diseases, right? And they want us to buy more shit. So as you're poisoning yourself buying this degraded material, right? Make sure you take your medications and, make sure you go to work so that you can buy more shitty crap. Right? So this is the fact.
And make sure you shut the fuck up.
Right, exactly. Don't question the technological system. Don't question progress. Trust the plan. Right? This is the thing, right? So, if there's a problem, if you point out the problem, with technological society, problems with you. Go get some pills. Go get some some medications, right? You're the one with the problem, right? You're not seeing things correctly,
That's
right? You're
right.
not you don't have a brighter attitude, right? So yeah, obviously the problem's with you, right? So anyways, so let's check this out. Aldo Leopold, think like a mountain. Yeah, let's think like a mountain. It says a deep chesty ball echoes from rimrock to rimrock, rolls down the mountain and fades into the far blackness of the night. It is an outburst of wild, defiant sorrow and contempt for all adversities of the world. Every living thing, and perhaps many a dead one as well, pays heed to that call. To the deer, it is a reminder of the way of all flesh. To the pine, a forecast of midnight scuffles and of blood upon the snow. To the coyote, a promise of gleanings to come. To the cowman, a threat of red ink at the bank. To the hunter, a challenge of fang against bullet. Yet behind these obvious and immediate hopes and fears, there lies a deeper meaning, known only to the mountain itself. Only the mountain has lived long enough to listen objectively to the howl of a wolf. Those unable to decipher the hidden meaning know nevertheless that it is there, for it is felt in all wolf country, and distinguishes that country from all other land. It tingles in the spine of all who hear wolves by night and who scan their tracks by day, even without sight or sound of wolf. It is implicit in 100 small events: the midnight whinny of a pack horse, the rattle of rolling rocks, the bound of a fleeing deer, the way shadows lie under the spruces. Holy smokes, there's a lot of feedback coming from Max. I just noticed that. But yeah. Yeah, I just noticed I tuned it out for some reason, but yeah.
That's why I muted up, but thank you.
I couldn't hear it until you muted. I was like, whoa, I was hearing that. That was weird. It's like a buzzing. It's very subtle, but yeah. So I apologize for that, guys. But yeah, so where was I?
Wolf country.
Yeah, whinny of a pack horse, the rattling of rolling rocks, the bound of fleeing deer, the way shadows lie under the spruces. Only an ineducable tyro can fail to sense the presence or absence of wolves, or the fact that mountains have a secret opinion about them. My own conviction on this score dates from the day I saw a wolf die, he says. We were eating lunch on a high rim rock at the foot of which a turbulent river elbowed its way. We saw what we thought was a doe fording the torrent, her beast awash in white water. When she climbed the bank toward us, shook out her tail, we realized our error. It was a wolf. A half dozen others, evidently grown pups, sprang from the willows, and all joined in welcoming melee of wagging tails and playful maulings. What was literally a pile of wolves writhed and tumbled in the center of an open flat at the foot of our rim rock. In those days, we had never heard of passing up a chance to kill a wolf. In a second, we were pumping lead into the pack, but with more excitement than accuracy. How to aim a steep downhill shot is always confusing. When our rifles were empty, the old wolf was down, and a pup was dragging a leg into impassable slide rocks. We reached the old wolf in time to watch a fierce green fire dying in her eyes. I realized then, and have known ever since, that there was something new to me in those eyes, something known only to her and to the mountain. I was young then and full of a trigger itch. I thought that because fewer wolves meant more deer.
that no wolves would mean hunter's paradise. But after seeing the green fire die, I sensed that neither the wolf nor the mountain agreed with such a view. Since then, I have lived to see the state after state extirpate its wolves. I have watched the face of many a newly wolfless mountain. It's happening here in Michigan too. Overhunting. And seen the south-facing slopes wrinkle with maze of new deer trails. I've seen every edible bush of seedling browsed, first to anemic destitute and then to death. I've seen every edible tree defoliated to the height of a saddle horn. Such a mountain looks as if someone had given God a new pruning shears and forbidden him all other exercise. In the end, the starved bones of the hope for deer herd, dead of its own too much, bleach with the bones of the dead sage, or molder under the high-line junipers. I now suspect that just as a deer herd lives in mortal fear of its wolves, so does a mountain live in mortal fear of its deer. And perhaps with better cause. For a while, a buck pulled down by wolves can be replaced in 2 or 3 years. A range pulled down by too many deer may fail of replacement in many decades. So also with cows. The cowman who cleans his range of wolves does not realize that he is taking over the wolf's job of trimming the herd. To fit the range, he has not learned to think like a mountain. Hence we have dust bowls, the rivers washing the future into the sea. We all strive for safety, prosperity, comfort, long life, and dullness. The deer strives with supple legs, the cowman with trap and poison, the statesman with pen, and most of us with machines, votes, and dollars. But it all comes down to the same thing: peace in our time. A measure of success in this is all well enough, but perhaps is a requisite to objective thinking. But too much safety seems to yield only danger in the long run. Perhaps this is behind Thoreau's dictum: in the wilderness is the salvation of the world. Perhaps this is the hidden meaning of the howl of the wolf, long known among mountains, but seldom perceived among men. In the wilderness is the salvation of the world. Okay, I'm going to read one more paragraph, and then we'll go to some music, and then we'll go to some writings by Skolomowski on analyzing the philosophy of technology and how to look into that subject. Some introductory remarks on how to look into that subject. So he says the land ethic, right? He says we should add the land to our ethical considerations. The land and the ecological understanding, right? We should add that to our ethical landscape, and what we consume, what we make, how we correspond with nature should be part of the way we design our civilization. Shouldn't be solely based on technological progress, but a precautionary ethic in evaluating what technologies and what means are work well with our understanding of the land.
Yeah, more wetlands is what we need.
Yeah. In other words, we got to think like a mountain.
Yeah, you got to roll off that rain and fucking save it on the land.
Right.
Yeah, and that'll grow up ecosystems and birds and bugs and everything.
Yeah.
Reintroduce the beaver.
Yeah. And okay, so here it is. It says, when godlike Odysseus returned from the wars in Troy, he hanged all on one rope a dozen slave girls of his household, whom he suspected of misbehavior during his absence. This hanging involved no question of propriety. The girls were property. The disposal of property was then, as now, a matter of expediency, not of right and wrong. Concepts of right and wrong were not lacking from Odysseus's Greece. Witness the fidelity of his wife through the long years, before at last his black proud galleys clove the wine dark seas for home. The ethical structure of that day covered wives, but not yet extended to human chattels. During the 3,000 years which have since elapsed, ethical criteria have been extended to many fields of conduct, with corresponding shrinkages in those by judged by expediency only. The extension of ethics is so far studied only by philosophers, is actually a process in ecological evolution. Its sequences may be described in ecological as well as in philosophical terms. An ethic ecologically is a limitation. This is very important. I'm going to stop reading after this, right? An ethic ecologically is a limitation on freedom of action in the struggle for existence. An ethic philosophically is a differentiation of social from antisocial conduct. Okay, so I'm going to read that again. An ethic ecologically is a limitation on freedom of action in the struggle for existence. An ethic philosophically is a differentiation of social from antisocial conduct. So, I mean, ethics philosophically pretty much examines two things if you ever go to...
Can you repeat those last 20 words?
Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah. Yeah, I'll repeat it again. And this is a huge part of his huge definition here of what ethics really means. But yeah, what he's really trying to say is that ethics are obviously, as defined in philosophy, right, is what is the best way to live and the right course of action, right? So it literally asks two main questions.
I want to see how he phrases it.
Oh, yeah. So here, I'll read again. An ethic ecologically is a limitation on freedom of action and struggle for existence. An ethic philosophically, yeah, he's combining these two, right, is a differentiation of social from antisocial conduct. So we need an ecological definition of ethics and a philosophical definition of ethics in the social and ecological domains, right? Basically, and ecologically, it has to mean a limit on action, whereas in terms of philosophy, it determines social behavior. And to reiterate, right, ethics determines what is the best way to live and what is the right course of action. Right, usually, right? So if you take Philosophy 101 and they explain the branches of philosophy, right, they'll tell you the branches of philosophy include epistemology, logic, metaphysics, and ethics. Right, and they'll define ethics in such a way, right? So then he goes on to say, he says, these are two definitions of one thing. The thing has its origin in the tendency of interdependent individuals or groups to evolve modes of cooperation. The ecologist calls these symbioses. Now, this is a really interesting thing that he says. He says, politics and economics are advanced symbioses. Politics and economics are advanced symbioses in which the original free-for-all competition has been replaced in part by cooperative mechanisms with the ethical content. Okay, so
this is interesting how he's defining the idea of ethics as a relinquishing of human freedom, in fact, right? As opposed to the maximization of human freedom in political or social terms, right? Which is due to our evolution or expansion of putting other things within the domain of ethics, right? But again, he's pointing out that politics, economics, they're advanced symbioses.
Yeah, that doesn't sit right in my brain.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Would you say that leads more to a deontology or a virtue ethics or whatever else? Wait, based on what he's saying, I'm just curious. What do you think?
I think he's talking about more of virtue ethics, or the way he's going to go on to talk about is more like virtue ethics, right?
Is he kind of postulating that we can't, integrate technology, ethics, and nature?
No, he's saying that they should be integrated.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's saying the opposite of that, yeah, for sure. And he's saying they already are in a sense. It's just their expressions in which we're doing it, right? So for example, the land, politics, and human society are already linked, right?
Well, yeah. I don't know that we're doing it right, but
yeah, we're transforming nature, like how how Buddha already explained, right? So
right now, I wouldn't call it a symbiosis.
Well, I mean, for example, right? Human society is built off of nature, right? For example, it's built off of people having babies, right?
Yeah, I would consider a symbiosis a positive thing, but
yeah,
I guess it can be a negative thing. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. It's like human society is a complex thing, right? That grows out of the combination of human efforts, right? So human society behaves in a way that the individuals in that society may not be able to predict, right? So technological civilization is a worldwide phenomenon that parasitizes on human society. So it's like a system that exists that's parasitizing systems, right, and assimilating systems, right? You mean so it's like a meta system, if you will, right? So in that sense, it's like so it's parasitizing humans in the same way that humans are parasitizing nature, and humans working with technology means that they're superseding nature to be parasitized by the machine, right? Which is as I said, it kind of has human parts, right? So it's like
I would kind of like to think of it more as building upon,
Yeah, it's like technology creates an environment for the human that replaces nature.
Yeah.
Right? That makes him reliant more on man-made systems than on nature itself. And then but the human organization is still natural, because it's still based on natural ways of procreation, right? So so human is a natural thing that's been parasitized by human society is something that, as I said, individuals cannot predict the outcome of, right? So so a human being within a society is already not free, right, I would say. But then going beyond that, right, the society is being integrated by a world system, right? So
but the freedom to explore technology, that's because of the systems that we've built, and I guess we kind of in a way parasitize, but build upon systems, right? So systems build upon systems to the point where you can do these technological wonders,
Yeah, well, it's interesting. We will be looking at Skolimowski's views about studying the philosophy of technology now, so we'll get some key pointers in what are the main points, right, when looking at the idea of philosophy of technology, which a lot of the thinkers that we've looked at, not Ellul specifically or Uncle Teddy, but obviously Skrbina and Skolimowski and those guys, and a lot of the ideas in the more existential questions, right, about how technology is evolving, how humans have evolved within the technological system, and whether it has creative control within human society, or if it's humans that can sort of guide it, and so on and so forth. All of these existential questions are dealt
Actually,
with
I have
in philosophy of technology, right? Yeah, go ahead.
a good question that relates to that. Your body is, like I talked about before, is a symbiotic collective of cells. The cells are all communicating, and they're all in symbiosis. And also you have in your gut, you have a microbiome, and they're also in symbiosis with the enteric nervous system. And the point I'm making is that if you were to put a foreign agent in your body, it rejects it. But what the modern technicians are trying to do is they want to put foreign crap in your body, like the technological stuff. So that way, the new technology they put in your body, which Rand Corporation, they have videos of, integrates with the body. It achieves new symbiosis. If that happened, which never happened in low-tech civilization, are they still human? If, let's say, you put shit in your body and it achieves new forms of symbiosis with those cells, with those new foreign agents or the new technology you put in your body, are they still technically human? Yes or no?
We're all unique. So I would say yes.
That's a difficult question.
Right? We're all genetically unique. None of us are exactly the same. Everything you eat changes your genetics. Everything you breathe.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think everybody knows roughly the answer. The answer is that there is a kernel behind the thoughts, not the thing that is thinking, but the thing that is watching you think. And that awareness, that deep awareness, once it's gone, you are not you, right? Right. So if it gets to that core, right, which it's hard to tell if it can, right? I mean, it's hard to tell if we've broken through that, right? At any degree, right? It's hard to tell if the person we're talking to now is there or not, right? So there's all sorts of questions.
Well, are you an NPC? Are you an NPC? Or...
Right.
That's a good answer, but I would say ultimately, yeah, it's a very good answer. Yeah, it makes you think though, because the quote you read was talking about symbiosis, and so I was just wondering about. It does seem that, yeah, I forgot what I want to say, but yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, it's a creepy word that he uses for sure, and I thought it was a really futuristic term that he used, which is weird because he's a conservationist. So he's like, but it is nature, right? So this is the thing: is like I've been looking at something called ecosystemic horror, which is like this, like how like nature can be sort of Lovecraftian, combining beauty and terror and whatnot. And I really like that concept, right? But yeah, and I think it could be a good juxtaposition to cyberpunk, right? So yeah, so
I gotta go. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you, Max Fish, and I hope you have a good
great
night.
talking to you.
Nice talking to you.
Yeah, excellent conversation.
Easy.
Peace. All right.
Sorry if that question was not a very good one. I was just trying to think about that.
I think it was good. Yeah, so so let's move to song here. And we'll be back in about 4 minutes. And I've mixed this Fast Life by Kool G Rap and Nas. I mixed it before, but I mixed it again with the ARPANET. Because I like how it sounds. ARPANET and Kool G Rap. I don't know. I'm the first to think of this combo, but yeah, it goes well. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. And I think this video is from Need for Speed or something. But yeah, I'm jacking these video game videos. We don't get struck for the video game videos. So yeah, so we'll be back with some Skolomowski. looking at philosophy of technology. We'll be looking at the main points in how we introduce the topic, and I'm excited to talk about it with you guys. Obviously, we went through a long rendition of complaints and grievances here, right? You know, me and Buddha were on it, right? Trying to challenge people. Of course, nobody came and challenged us. We've had significant debates, right? I debated an Italian guy, an Irish guy, right? Mr. Anderson, right? A number of people we went back and forth on the issue, right? But
yeah, Leopold.
Oh, yeah,
Queens have three.
Sorry.
Oh.
That's my fault.
Yeah, there
I was
you
gonna
go.
say Leopold is definitely high bar, and is it okay if near the end I share a video game clip too? Sorry about it. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I didn't.
Wait, Leopold what?
Leopold is high bar. Leopold is very good.
Which Leopold? Are you talking about Core?
No, you read a quote from Leopold.
Oh,
Right?
Aldo Leopold. Oh yeah, Aldo Leopold. Yeah, San County Almanac. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sick.
yeah. He's high bar. Yeah,
Kill
high
it.
bar. Yeah, can I share a video game clip, like near the end? I just want to share it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just share it now. Yeah.
No, not now. You just played. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry about that. I was just saying a comment. Sorry.
Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah, so we'll be back in 5 minutes, and then I'll present the ideas of Skolomowski. Blessings.
Champagne wishes and caviar dreams. A team that's getting cream with shells and fish scales from triple beams. I gleam, living the life for rally, packing 50 calories, rocking lizard valleys while we do a drug deal in a dark alley. Up in casinos, just me and my Dino Primo, pushing Beamos, then Paulie and Reno with 2 Latinos. Nas, he runs the whole staff. We count math for steam baths. We've seen half of Millie Jackson out there on the Queens half. 3 major players getting papers by the layers, and those that betray us on the block get rocked like Amadeus. Fakers get used to shooting targets. Soon as the darkest front on the drug market, bodies get rolled up in the carpet. Those are cheaters try to beat us. We got hookers with heaters that'll straight poppin', but more chosen your top than Adidas. The leaders looking straight charmy, and our Giorgio Armani's. You wanna harm me, and all you got to come get through a whole army. The CeeLo rollers, money folders, sipping bowler, holding that payola, slinging the coke without the cola. Me and Black don't fake jacks, but we might sling one. It ain't no shame in our game. We do our thing, son.
Living a fast life with fast cars. Everywhere we go, people know who we are. A team from out of Queens with the American dream. So we're plotting up a scheme to get the 7-figure cream. Living a fast life with fast cars. Everywhere we go, people know who we are. A team from out of Queens with the American dream. So we're plotting up a scheme to get the 7-figure cream.
Yo, I got guns from Italy, smoke trees considerably. Mid-state and green, it seems is where all my niggas be. The ghetto misery, shootouts in liquor stores. A perpendicular angle of the clout war. Police searching up my Lexo, but who's petrol? My tech blow straight off the roof to test yo. Respect over, don't respect me. It got me handcuffed to rough life. I just be up nights, breathing with scuffed nights. Pour my beers for my peoples under the stairs. These years I got their names in my swears. Popping crystal like it's my first child. Licking shots, holiday style. Rockin' steel sweaters while it be down. 24 carats, counting cabbage like the Arabs. The marriage of me and the mic is just like magic. Elegant performance, bubble X full assurance. Guzzling Guinness, shooting, catching cases concurrent. It's Nas, 700 wise, King Solomon size. We on the rise, me and G, ghetto wise guys. The Luciano, Frankie Yayo, Bugsy Siegel. Green papers with eagles from a trade that's illegal.
Ayo, our lifestyle's exquisite. Yayo like a blizzard.
Esquire attire standing on ground with one pivot.
2 players rocking silk, blazers and diamonds like glaciers.
Lands with name brand seats reclining like the spacious.
Bodies on ice,
living tripe, rolling fixed up dice.
Gambling grants,
handling stamps, moves and shites. My bank rolls, got the cops coming in plain clothes.
Trying to arraign a game cause of a fame, that's how the game goes. True. Right out the slammer with the fame of glamour. Cooking up grams with armor hammer, supplying scramblers in Alabama.
Rub out faces and leave no traces. My aces got mad body cases,
preserve spaces at the horse races, serving us Don Vivo Clico, dimes with Magnifico, putting it cut in Saporico. Heat for foes, shopping sprees with my fleet for clothes and Caribbean sweets, deep ripping beats with flows.
Hey yo, we went from standing on blocks, went out socks, selling rocks, to picking up stock at broke docks with Glocks. It got poppy seed fields with $1 million deals, packing on the blue steel. We keep some real inside the battlefield.
Yeah, so here's a toast to the funds and things, gun smokes and rings, graveyards that's buried with kings. Living a fast life with fast cars. Everywhere we go, people know who we are. A team from out of Queens with the American dream. So we're plotting up a scheme to get the 7-figure cream. Living a fast life with fast cars. Everywhere we go, people know who we are. A team from out of Queens with the American dream. So we're plotting up a scheme to get the 7-figure cream.
All right, let me see what's going on here. Blessings to the people. And yeah, we're about to get up on this Skolimowski. One of my favorite authors actually broke down really well on Gabe's show. He went around asking people who's their favorite philosopher. And I said Skolimowski, mainly because he's a guy who taught Dr. Skrbina. Right, so it's pivotal role.
The Participatory Mind, I read like the first chapter. I need to finish it, but yeah, he's pretty good.
It, huh? Yeah, I don't
He
even
reminds me of Dogen. There's so much parallels between him and Dogen.
Oh yeah, he's great. Yeah. Yeah, he's great. Participatory Mind is very deep work, and he was one of the first people to have that idea. Yeah, people on Twitter, thank you so much. To Nuero, thank you for watching. To the people out there, and yeah, join us on the discussion if you care about the topic, philosophy of technology, right? Or if you're worried about, the technological scope, you think that we should direct the machine, or you believe that man is completely in control, right? And that this is a great thing, you're celebrating technological progress, or you're just wondering where it's all headed. We're asking questions like, is technology neutral? Or is nature intelligent? Is nature good or bad? Is technology good or bad? Right? These are the kind of questions that we're asking, right? And how does humanity figure into those proposals, right? If you think nature is good and technology is bad, or you think technology bad, nature good, or if you think nature good, technology good, think nature bad, technology bad, right? You're going to come up with a different idea about man, where man stands in all of that, right? So our ethical dimensions are colored by what we think about all these things. So we're imploring other people to ask the question, simply, the most relevant question that we think that we can ask, right? Is between man, nature, and technology, which one is primary? Which one is a primary cause? There's a primary power. We know most people, their lives rely on the world technological system. They shut off trade, they shut off the internet, they shut off sending the medical supplies, they shut off the schools. This thing would stop running. It's one giant, big machine. So we're asking you about the most relevant question that nobody else is asking, pretty much. Everybody else is afraid to ask. They're afraid to take a critical response. They're afraid to question things. We've seen it all there. All the manufactured content, manufactured trash. They pay for channels to make clips of them. They literally pay for views. Wake up, people. Clavicular. He paid for the views. Literally. This is how these people get famous. Wake up. Andrew Wilson paid for the views. You people all you guys are all orbiting that crowd because you have nothing better to do. You think you're going to be the next famous person. You're literally a slave. These people paid. It's 100% manufactured and contrived.
They also pay to slander you.
Oh, yeah. They're paid to slander smaller content creators and gatekeep the content. So you motherfucking dummies get what you pay for out here because you support lies. You support manufactured content. You refuse to support the real ones. And you are responsible for what you watch and consume. Stop making excuses. You're the problem. You're a useful idiot. Bow down, slave. Anyways, let's go to the fucking heart of the matter. Philosophy of technology. Inquiry into the philosophy of technology due to the infancy of the subject. Oh, yeah. It's brand new. But it's the hugest thing, right? Because we could look at society in a philosophical way. We could look at humanity in a philosophical way. We could look at nature in a philosophical way. Why not technology? The thing that's actually the objective factor of power in today's world. Who died and put the fucking body without a soul on the throne? Okay, a slave has given birth to its master. Right? Liberalism gave birth to its executioner. And you people still won't wake up. This is a problem we're facing here. It's having honest discussions with people. Can you believe that? It's like Diogenes walking around, right, with a lamp in the middle of the day. I'm looking for an honest person. Can't find one. Anyways. Inquiry into the philosophy of technology due to the infancy of the subject must start with some reflections on what technology itself is. So now you'll be privy to why I've given tens of hundreds of explanations. And people still want to say technology is the use of the tool. Stupidity reigns supreme. That is instrumentalism. Right? It is a low level quality of what technology accomplishes. Right? It is an effect of technology. Right? But most people cannot even define what technology is. So there is the start of why we need to look at it in this complex way, right? Is because it's like asking what creativity is. Or what invention is. And that's why I think this idea of, techniques or techniques to point to Mumford and then ellul, respectively, and somebody has just joined the backstage, and we're not allowing anybody to come up who will not cam up backstage. We're not doing that. So if we don't know you, I mean, here, hold on. I know Neurojack put the link on Twitter, so this might be what this is. But actually, I don't know if he should have done that, because now we'll get a bunch of people that will not cam up. We don't know who they are. And they're here to disturb the program. Let's get this guy in here. H to the brr. What it do? Speak now or forever hold your peace. You are live on the machine lies. H to the buh. Speak your peace, sir. Goodbye. Fare thee well. And have a nice trip. Well, we tried, folks. We attempted to bring the gentleman on the show. He refused to come up. He refused to speak. So I cannot do anything for you, folks. Blessings. Who they is. Exactly. Who they is. Gentlemen, you must have a functional camera and a functional microphone in order to proceed to the show. So if we don't know you, that is a requirement, and I may put that on the banner. So, anyways, we may add that to the banner. Anyways, yeah, thank you to the unnamed. So yeah, so we have to define what technology is. Now we've went with sort of many different definitions, but obviously we've condensed the idea into this idea of techne logos, right? So, and obviously the application of knowledge to a skill or a craft. That would also be a satisfactory definition, right?
What about the totality of rational means aimed at absolute efficiency?
Oh, yeah. That is a great definition as well. Kind of tying into ellul's definition, the ensemble of means to a particular end. Right? And then, of course, going off of what I've said, is that the complexification of means, massification of means. Okay, concealment of means to a particular end. So in that sort of complexification, obviously, as I've said, complexity breeds assimilation, and simplicity is creativity. So yes.
Nameless simplicity.
Oh yes. Signless awareness. Nameless simplicity.
Way, woo, way. Doing, not doing. Oh, yeah. We get cooking with the real sense in how technology really affects our psychology, right? To quote Shang Tzu, right? Those who use machines have machine hearts. Anyways, must start with some reflection on what technology is, right? Right, there is that present tendency to identify technology with the demiurge. So we faced this last time, right? Of course, that impedes our ability to sort of affect it, right? Right, with the demiurge of our times, or perhaps, excuse me, perhaps even with a Moloch, the Beelzebub. What do you guys think?
Well, I would say Mara from Buddhism really defines the technique and the preoccupation with it, which is
Oh yeah, the daughters. Yeah. Yeah, go on. Edward.
Yeah, Mara obscures one's true nature depending on the school of Buddhism, and it just adds more and more obscuring one's true nature with more and more endless productivity, endless obsession with efficiency. So in a way, the useless tree is closer to the nameless simplicity, to refer to Shang Tzu, than adding more and more gadgets.
Oh yeah. The gadgets. Inspector Gadget. He's combined with techniques. He is technique. It's crazy.
Yeah, I remember Inspector Gadget.
He is the ensemble of means. Holy cows. So what's Penny? Or was that the girl Penny? I know he had like a girl sidekick.
Yeah, he had a girl sidekick who was blood, but I do not remember her name.
Yeah, I think maybe Penny. I could be wrong, but yeah. Anyways, Moloch, right? So that's where we were. Moloch, right? People think that technology is the demiurge or a Moloch who will bring doom to mankind, right? That is mankind as dreamt by the I'm sorry. That is mankind as dreamt of by the philosophers, right? Not by organization men. In this setting, technology assumes a role similar to that, which was ascribed to history in the 19th century. The role of the final cause, which shapes the destiny of mankind, more specifically, which aims at the total subjugation of man to the machine. Right, so maybe there's a telos in the technological scope. Now, we have heard that from many a transhumanist. Right, we've even heard that on the show, the local transhumanists, right, and atheists. Right, they've said that we cannot actually, in fact, control technological evolution, that it'll surpass mankind. Right, B, right, A, we can't control technological evolution. B, it may eliminate mankind. And C, they are neither on the side of man or technology in that case, because evolution is a natural process, they've said. Interesting. Intriguing, right? So definitely sad trombone on that one. But or is it sad trumpet, right, of Israfel, right? On that one.
Israel.
The apocalypto. Right. So yeah.
So yeah, so in this setting, technology assumes a role similar to that which is ascribed to history, the role of the final cause that shapes the destiny of mankind, which aims at total subjugation of man to the machine. In other words, at turning the human being into a technological component. Okay, so there's the idea. So there's the obviously unsettling possibility of the combination of man and machine. Right, which, as we've said earlier, right, some people see great hope in that assimilation, right? That man assimilated to the machine or assimilating the machine to his own purposes will achieve superhuman status, right, in some way, right, or the next stage of evolution, right? Of course, there's a thing that the machine may evolve past the human and then wipe us out, right? Or keep us as monkeys in a zoo, right? And in a proverbial zoo, right? So okay, so there's some of the ethical and philosophical questions about the existential nature of the combination of man and machine and so on and so forth, right? Obviously, we're all privy to these concepts through the variety of movies that are made by the small hats, right? So anyways, it cannot be denied that reflections on technology in this fashion are philosophical reflections, and that consequently they belong to some system of the philosophy of technology. At this point, however, a vital distinction should be made between the philosophy of technology and a technological philosophy. How about that? Right, so not everything pertaining to technology, right, not everything technological, right, is pertaining to the philosophy of technology. Right, and there are certain philosophies that are technological, right, meaning that they support and nourish and sustain and extrapolate on the technological, right? Like for for example, maybe extensions of cybernetics, right?
Do you think the occult philosophy of Jacob Boehm, because he influenced Hegel, that's kind of technological too? Would you say that? Oh, sorry for interruption.
Oh yeah. Well, I think anything that is maybe you know, more or less, you know, systematized, right? So so yeah, Bohm is obviously highly systematized, right? Organized into planets, and then you know those planets have like their own expressions of, you know, it's kind of like the tarot cards and whatnot. But so yeah, so that's interesting what he's saying. Okay, the technological philosophy, obviously there's extrapolations of cybernetics and other things. You know, there's ethical ideas like you know, some of the discussions on technological determinism, I came into like they had some sort of ethics course when people were studying like information technology, and they would start explaining to people about technological determinism, like, do we control society or is technology controlling society? Right, they would ask this question.
I know why, because they have an algorithmic understanding where you can simulate and predict and shape society and such. So they're all about the algorithms and gathering data.
Right. So yeah, so it's interesting. Okay, so they said the former, right, philosophy of technology belongs to the realm of epistemological inquiry and attempts to situate technology within the scope of human knowledge. The latter belongs to the realm of sociology, broadly conceived, or social philosophy, right? And is concerned primarily with the future of human society. Those who prophesy that our civilization will be devoured by the Moloch of technology are expanding a certain vision of the world, are viewing the world through technological lenses, are attempting to establish a new kind of monism, a technological monism, in which the technological order is shown to be the prime mover and the ultimate justification of other orders, moral, aesthetic, cognitive, social, and political. The articulation of this technological philosophy is perhaps most important from a social point of view as a way of alerting us to the dangers of technological tyranny. However, for the time being, this technological monism, or whatever name is given to this socio-historical prophecy, is but a prophecy, right? Basically a huge warning, right? as important as go ahead.
Sorry. I don't want to interrupt too much, but that ties into my last presentation about against positivism, because the monism that Skolomowski is referring to, in a way, it's like everyone views things in terms of technical efficiency, in terms of how to exploit things or plunder resources. There's not a richness of participation anymore. Like it ties into Umwelt too, the Umwelt, or the perceptual world of the industrialized man versus the man who was more in tune to nature or more embedded in it.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so yeah, and please feel free to interrupt as much as you like. There's only a couple pages here. Oh wait, I started off with the wrong thing. Son of a sea biscuit. I'm on the wrong damn reading. Okay. Let's go back. Okay, so he says, as important as it may be from a human point of view, it cannot serve as a substitute for philosophy of technology proper, that is, for a philosophy that aims as an investigation of nature and structure of technology. Okay, how about that? Right, so philosophy of technology, right? A philosophy that aims at investigation of the nature and structure of technology, conceived as a branch of human learning. Right, remember, it's epistemology, right? And analyzed for its cognitive content. Okay, so now that we have this definition of the philosophy of technology from Skolomowski's work, let's actually go back to the one that I was going to read, but I didn't, because I don't want to get too caught up here. Right, this one is called Technology. Oh, wait. Oh, this is actually really longer than I thought. Okay, so let me actually start off. Okay, technology assessment as a critique of a civilization. My concern with technology assessment is born out of my larger concern with philosophy of technology. What is philosophy of technology? He says. Okay, so he says it is a systematic reflection on the nature of contemporary technology, its role and function in society and civilization at large. It may be said without exaggeration that technology is a major force shaping the destiny of present Western civilization, thus shaping the destiny of society and therefore to a larger degree shaping the destiny of its individuals. It is quite obvious that technology is not a collection of tools. It's a major point. But a vital social and cultural force determining our future. It is not an assembly of gadgets, but a part of our worldview. Indeed, an intrinsic part of the Western mentality. Whenever we Westerners think technology, we invariably think manipulation and control. The primary locus of philosophy of technology is not simple accumulation of insights, a merely analytical and dispassionate inquiry, but an attempt to find some answers to the most urgent social, moral, and human dilemmas of our time. The dilemmas which have largely been caused by relentless unfolding of technological progress. In short, philosophy of technology is the philosophy of our times, he says. All right, I'll stop right there for a second.
Yeah, that was a very lucid writing. You know, he really gets down to it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I would say
Inspector
that
Gadget.
you know, I shared it before, but if you look at metaphors, you can trace it throughout the ages that the technicians tend to describe the body or universe based on the metaphors or analogies of the present technology at times, like clockwork universe or like internet. You know, they use
Right. Simulation.
describe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's been going on since the Industrial Revolution started in Britain around around 1700s and stuff. Yeah, it's been accelerating and stuff.
Yeah, I thought of that too. It's interesting. They're describing nature from man's creations, right? But you know, as I've said, right, you know, you know, they claim, right, nature created us. So that's the stupidity of it, right? It's like how could nature be compared to our creations if it created us, right?
I think the root of the issue is they think nature can be completely understood in conceptual terms. There has to be non-conceptual elements of nature that cannot be fully confined in like a model, in my view. Like they think they can model everything basically, and then the model becomes their reality in some sense.
Yeah, it's a great point. Okay, so yeah, the map is not the territory. And yeah, so let's get up in this another little there's some more music here, and actually my camera is failing, right? So I actually go out and come back in really quickly. So give me 1 second. And play a song for you guys. Okay, here's our tribute to the caveman. All right, I appreciate you guys, and of course we've been ranting and raving about the technological scope since Tuesday here, right? So yeah, so let's celebrate the caveman of Hyperborea, right? Right. Yeah, blessings to the people. I appreciate you guys.
Caveman.
Dead bodies everywhere, I'm a motherfucking cause I'm a motherfucking king, motherfucking Dragon
bitch by the head, dead bodies everywhere. I'm a motherfucking. I'm the cryogenically frozen, released in an explosion. The lab's on fire, melting the ice, exposing a 6'2" club, swinging knuckle, dragging, crow, magnum, Walmart, white trash, pistol packing, beer chugging, titty loving, date rape, drugging, thugging in the Dunkin' Donut parking lot, engine running in my pickup truck, pickup sluts. I ain't even picky, get the pussy from the sussy. I'm a honky, leaving hickeys on her head. A whole different demographic, anti-democratic, conservative, hate faggots. Barely like a cannibal, modern day Neanderthal. Might have killed a mammoth in my youth, but I can't recall. Caveman in need of a brain scan, baby, I like it raw, no dirty cane fan. Evolved from a troglodyte painting cave artist, stealing panties out of Kmart. I'm a motherfucking caveman, motherfucking dragging bitches by the head, dead bodies everywhere. I'm a motherfucking, cause I'm a motherfucking caveman, motherfucking dragging bitches by the head, dead bodies everywhere. I'm a motherfucking.
Yo, with civilized subspecies, the crack of the white troglodyte type. I'm a carnivorous samurai, been to the gates of heaven, but was already rejected. I'm the blue-eyed pitchfork swinging, leprosy infected. Nubian sisters, please stay away, better watch out. I'm the Caucasoid germ your daddy know what you about. Cave boy, cowboy, pistol in both holsters. I don't just rape women, I rape whole countries, I rape cultures. It's hard for me to be alive and stay righteous. I'm the guy that fucked the monkey and started the AIDS virus. I'm the Walt Disney creator of Uncle Remus. I'm the blue-eyed painting of the white Jesus. I've been a demon since I was a fetus, carving the nose off Egyptian sculptures, hiding the black features. I swing low like Jim Crow, I'm the dope dealer. I'm the rock and roll jazz rhythm blues soul stealer. I'm the law making, law breaking, the nation celebrating Satan every 4 years of the inauguration. The White House is the plantation, the white boy, the negative naysaying, the rest of lacrosse playing, bad breath stinking, teeth decaying, bathing in bacon. I'm the bar brawling, brass knuckle bottle breaking, the caveman.
Motherfucking caveman, motherfucking dragging bitches by the head, dead bodies everywhere. I'm a motherfucking, cause I'm a motherfucking caveman, motherfucking dragging bitches by the head, dead bodies everywhere. I'm a motherfucking. The pale Cuban, hairy chest, bearded bastard, drinking beer fast, tractor truck, steer rappers to pack it up. So here after the caveman stomp, shake the ground, this ape was found, ripping Rachel Ray out of that apron gown. No respect, I give the best, I deal with schemers firm, so be concerned. My heart's so cold, my ribs got freezer burn. Walked into a slaughterhouse and got hungry for a Big Mac. Found me a slab of meat and had a feast of rib racks. Baseball bat at your mug. Yeah, I should be doing arenas, but I'm more popular with clubs. Fred Flintstone's a faggot, the Geico guys are faggots. Collective flesh, self-titled is so savage, brutal. Primate, irate, I erase whatever I face. Alligator pit, using humans as live bait. Committing murder at high rates, I'm quick to slice or fuck the cops. Try to stunt, I need the motherfucking riot pump. Undeveloped forehead, harder than a Foreman grill. Football punted your head and it's in orbit still. The more I kill, the more my primitive mind wants to go behind enemy lines and place proximity mines. It's been centuries time, I don't evolve, I stay raw. Hunt for prey and never take the day off. I made a goddamn grizzly bear fur coat, pigskin, arrow pouch, foul talk, no sterile mouth, I'm a
Yeah. Shout out to the caveman. All right. I kind of wish that Max would have stayed because this basically answers some of the fundamental questions, right? In terms of the way he's
cool guy. I like
he's
his,
a great guy. Yeah, he's a great guy.
I like his perspective. Yeah,
he's thought hard about this issue as well. You know, he's got tons of material on them hacking humans, right? And so on and so forth.
Yeah, I know a lot about that too.
Biohacking, yep.
Yeah, biocomputing and biohacking, and I can show you a video if you want to share it. It's exactly about that. I'm not sure if you've ever seen it, but if you're interested, I got try to retrieve it again. It's about that.
Yeah, sure.
See, let me find it again.
Yeah, that's why we're here. Actually, we've given dozens of proof.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very big issue. Yeah, let's see.
Oh,
Let
yeah.
me see. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, yeah, I found it. I found the video. The Rand Corporation is behind this stuff a lot. Rand Corporation, and they're pretty creepy.
Yeah,
So you-
absolutely.
yeah, I shared it.
All right.
20th century, wireless technology integrated with the human body was nothing more than science fiction. But today, Wi-Fi connected devices like heart rate monitors and sleep trackers have become common parts of American life. How has bionic technology evolved so quickly from science fiction to reality? And what could this Internet of Bodies mean for our lives moving forward? RAND researchers are studying this phenomenon and what consumers and policymakers need to know as we veer into uncharted territory.
The Internet of Bodies, or IOB, is actually an ecosystem. It's a bunch of devices that are connected to the internet that contain software and that either collect personal health data about you or can alter the body's function. We think of the Internet of Bodies as this collection of all these devices as well as all the data that the devices are gathering about you. And in healthcare, it's Internet of Bodies has been around for quite a while. With the advent of the internet, it makes a lot of sense to connect your pacemaker to the internet so that your doctor can be automatically notified if something weird happens, if there's an anomaly. It's natural in a lot of ways to want to understand more about your body, how it functions, how well it's doing.
IOB devices could revolutionize healthcare. Unprecedented amounts of personal health data could inform treatment plans that are completely tailored to a patient's needs.
There are pills now that have an electronic sensor that let a healthcare provider know whether you have taken the medication. Other things like precision medicine. So precision medicine is the idea of creating pharmaceuticals or treatment like specifically for your body, for your personalized treatment. And I think IOB could really help with that because nowadays a lot of healthcare is based more on, average reactions, whereas with data from IOB devices, you might be able to really more precisely treat a certain disease.
But the Internet of Bodies won't be a cure-all. In fact, the largely unregulated market poses risks to the uniquely sensitive data these devices collect.
First of all, there's the cyber risk of an actor potentially hacking into the system, whatever it might be. There's the privacy risk of all this data that's being collected, and the regulations about that data are really murky at the moment. And so there's not into who owns the data, what happens to it, who it gets sold to, how it's being used. And there's even potentially national security and global security risks.
A few examples of these risks have already played out in real life. For instance, in 2018, highly sensitive information about U.S. military activity and base locations was inadvertently revealed by soldiers' fitness trackers. So this is a pivotal moment. What can we do to make sure we reap the potential benefits of the Internet of Bodies without risking our privacy, security, and personal autonomy?
Consumers should be wary of IOB devices because as it's becoming more and more popular, all of this intimate data is being collected, arguably more intimate data than we've ever really recorded before. There's no clarity on what is being done with that data. With an old mechanical pacemaker, there's no data that was being collected and stored, and you could look at a history of someone's heart rhythms. Because policy tends to lag behind innovative technologies like this, it's probably up to the consumers and to the healthcare patients to really be aware of the devices that they're using and what is happening to their data, and to know what the regulations are in their particular state, because it does vary so much state by state. Even if you think you're not interesting or that nothing will happen with your data, There are a lot of unknowns that I think we need to be careful about.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Yeah, Internet of Bodies is the natural evolution from Internet of Things. You know, well, not natural, but more like the mechanized or quantic evolution. But basically, you know, in the Internet of Bodies, you know, it's Internet of Things is basically, you know, I work for a company where they made sensors, okay, and the sensors were for elderly people, and they would put the sensors around the house, and the sensors would monitor the behavioral patterns of the elderly people. You can also talk to them and talk back, but it's marketed as a device for you know, to make sure they don't get hurt. Like if you drop a glass, they drop a glass, it shatters, they can hear it. You know, but of course, it's better to live with your family than do dumb shit like that. You know, I mean, that's obvious. You know, and one of their small hats, they did show interest in that business, and they wanted to buy it out. But I'm not gonna name the company or whatever because I don't want to get doxxed, and I also don't want to get any lawsuit or whatever. But the point I'm trying to make is that you know, cloud computing adds an extra dimension to the problem because cloud computing, and it's called edge analytics. You can look up edge analytics, where they do machine learning on the edge, and they are able to like predict and shape your behavior or gather the data and be able to like do that. Anyway, Internet of Bodies is different. That's when you start putting the sensors in your fucking body. You know, so that's even worse because then you become in the part of the ecosystem that is truly not a part of the natural ecosystem. It's like I don't see them as, you know, in a seamless continuity. They are in an inimical opposition to each other and such. You know, and you know, Rand Corporation is you know, they're big dogs. They're very dangerous. They're, you know, they're at the forefront of all this crap. One of them and stuff. And you know, I've worked as a data scientist, and you know, I know like Hadoop and big data. I haven't worked with big data, but I have general knowledge on that stuff. I have knowledge on the way SQL databases work or NoSQL or whatever. And you know, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be honest. You know, cloud computing is evil. It's like an evil that Teddy never really predicted. It's the monopolization of data. This is why Klaus Schwab says data is the new gold, because as they gather more data, they can improve their predictive models. They can train their models to be better at predicting your behaviors, and they try. It's just invasive. You see, if I were to use one word to describe this evil technological evolution, it would be invasive. You know, it's invasive of your autonomy, it's invasive of your freedom, it's invasive of your communal integrity, because you know that's why they try to atomize your, you know, starting with the extended family, and then to the nuclear family. They atomize the union because they're trying to make you a part of an ecosystem that they can control you, that they can better manipulate you. You see, that's what it comes down to. But you see, maybe they are not in full control either, because ultimately the problem is with the technological growth itself. You see, because they place efficiency and control above other higher values. And for me, the highest value is enlightenment or knowing your true nature, which is non-conceptual. Yeah, but for them, the highest value is knowing how to control and manipulate you. You see, and how to exploit and plunder the resources for a profane conception of immortality and stuff. Yeah, I actually have another interesting video I can show you, but I have to take 5 or 10 minutes to find it. The next video I want to show you is they can read your thoughts with a weird ass device where you go onto your skull and they can actually read your thoughts, and they can like, that was crazy. I was like, what the hell? I didn't know. If you want, I can try to find out. It's based on the bone and how the bone of your skull moves, and it has a kind of electromagnetic.
Yeah, I think we showed that before. I think
showed that.
actually it was Max who showed it. But yeah, let's show it again if you don't mind.
I have to find it though. I have to find it. I don't know where I
Yeah, I
saved
know what
that
you're
one.
talking about though. It's
Yeah,
MIT, right?
It's what?
MIT.
MIT, maybe. Yeah, probably have to look
Media
for
lab
it.
at MIT that's developed this. Yeah, I'm aware of it.
Yeah, I'll
here's the
try to
link.
find it, bro. Give me 5-10 minutes. I'll find it. But yeah, you can comment. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, call into the link if you guys like. Yeah, Flame Rant by Buddha. Honestly, man. Yeah. That's the sound effects that come with the show, but. Yeah, anyways, let's go back to the text here. While he's looking for that. The relation between technology assessment and philosophy of technology is quite clear. The former is a subclass of the latter. Genuine technology assessment is and must be a form of socio-moral, therefore philosophical reflection on the large-scale unintended consequences of technology at large. Okay, so we have to develop a precautionary ethic in figuring out what large-scale technologies and chemicals and whatnot that is developed by the scientists, right? We have to make ethical and moral decisions using precautionary ethics towards new technologies and evaluate their benefits, risks, and harms before we use them. Okay, that has to happen as soon as possible. The second thing that we should start thinking about, that me and Buddha have talked about many times, is try to figure out how to relinquish certain forms of technology because they constitute a net loss for human development. And the first part is hard enough to get people to understand. The second part is extremely radical, right? It requires extremely radical decisions, right? Confrontation on a society-wide basis of the basis of society, right? And whatnot, right? So I know Buddha has said that many times about relinquishing technology and whatnot. And of course, we've read many radical authors who've said that. And then we've also said, okay, let's dial it down because we don't want to say that too often because it's kind of Fed posty and whatnot. and whatnot. So now we've had to stop talking about Uncle Teddy too and refine our behavior because they only let Feds talk about it online. So they can control the narrative. Right. You know what I'm saying, Red?
Yep.
Totally. Yeah, me and Red been here a long time. We've seen all the tricks. Like all
Pretty
of
much.
them. Pretty much all the tricks. Like there's nothing new under the sun at this point. But yeah, okay, so wait, where was that? Oh yeah, I was down here. Large-scale unintended consequences of technology as large as such, it is inextricably bound to a larger corpus of philosophy, which I call philosophy of technology, right? So there's two things on the table. Right at the outset, there's ethics and epistemology, and there's another pretty interesting subject called metaphysics. Right now, that kind of covers all of philosophy, right? Logic kind of deals with all philosophical problems. It's sort of the shape of philosophical problems. Right, so logic is how you organize rational forms of argumentation and so on and so forth, right? But obviously, the epistemological element in technology, right? You could count what is technology, what is nature, right? Is technological progress part of man's evolution and development, so on and so forth? Is it caused by nature, man, or is it caused by the nature of technology itself? Right, in terms of ethics, right? I already talked about the idea of developing a precautionary ethic in terms of the benefits, risks, harms, and solutions to those existential risks and issues when dealing with the world technological system, or dealing with the ethics and use or harm of technology itself, right? Because obviously, if you shut off the internet, if you close down the hospitals, stop using pesticides, right? Shut down the international trade, you shut down the internet, the electricity, it'll affect millions of people's lives. So since millions of people's lives and their livelihood relies on technological means, we now have to contemplate the benefits and risks and harms and solutions to those existential risks on a society-wide basis. And if we're not doing that, we're simply just surrendering one of the major issues in society, right? Like somebody said, it's more important what you give money to at the supermarket than who you cast a vote to. It's a much greater political decision. Because those corporations that you pay money to at the grocery store, they buy all sorts of politicians. You should go look into it. So if you don't have an idea of the ethical, political, technological scope, you're really not living. Right? The unexamined life is not worth living. So go ahead and pretend that these are not problems. Right? But yeah.
Let me add something quickly.
Something else I was gonna say, but I forgot. Yeah.
These problems cut across ontological and
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Here, give me 1 second. Yeah, the metaphysical angle, and maybe Buddha can touch on this too, right? So I touched on the the epistemological, right, the ethical, right, and there's also the metaphysical angle, right? And there we deal with the ontology of what is nature, what is technology. Yeah, but go on, Buddha. Sorry.
Oh, actually, you just said what I was gonna add. I was gonna say these questions cut across metaphysical, ecological, physical domains. These questions are very deep. You know, at first glance, many people think it's just a material problem, but no, it's actually deeper than that.
Right. So we're dealing with many levels of philosophical analysis when we're dealing with this issue, right? Okay, so let me go on here. It says, moreover, unless and until technology assessment is seen in a broader philosophical framework, it is bound to be a curious conceptual hybrid, belonging neither to technology nor to the field of morality. So it can't be a subset of our thoughts about technology. It can't be a subset of those people who are considered the developers of technology, right? We can't allow them to determine the ethical basis of their use of technology. Right? The people who are responsible for developing it, it would be extreme moral oversight to just hand the considerations over to them, right? Let them decide the moral ramifications for the rest of us, right? So that's A, right? So consider that one, right? You simply need to start thinking about this and start holding them to certain standards, right? Because otherwise, right, experts that you never meet by face and name will be deciding for you, right? Right? Unfortunately.
Yeah, TML, I found the video I wanted to share. If you want, I can share it. This one is a 3-minute video. Sure, yeah, I'll share.
Yeah. Yeah, let's check it out. Let's check them out. I mean, Alrighty then.
Also gives you the power of telepathy, but only for the thoughts you want to share.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Yeah, this is
Alter
MIT
ego,
lab
you
stuff.
talk
Yeah.
just like you normally would, but without
Alter
taking a
ego. Yeah, it's
you know how it works.
interesting.
We all
It's the
have
same
moments
guy
when
in all the
inspiration
commercials.
strikes and you want to save an idea before it slips away. You can now capture those instantly without lifting a finger.
Should I finish
For
the video?
example,
Yeah, they got this same house Negro for all the commercials. It's crazy.
just gonna see if that synced. Oh yeah, awesome. Alter ego has tiny cameras built in and can make sense of the world around me from my perspective. Here, I have a postcard. And when I find something interesting, I can point to specific parts and ask questions about what I'm seeing.
That's Europa, who represents Europe shaking hands with America.
What are you doing learning about that? Here, let's pause it right there.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's cool. You don't want to learn about the Gita? Look at your face, bro. That's so weird that he would look up white people's gods. Isn't that strange?
I want to say something frightening. You know, I was working or interning at a EEG lab 10 or 15 years ago. If you told me something like this was possible, I would have been like highly, I would have been like, oh no, it's not possible. But the way technology is progressing now is frightening, and it's also ultimately destructive. It's ultimately eroding our autonomy more and more and such. That's what I want to do. But this is EEG technology, so this is pretty creepy stuff. Yeah.
This is like their wet dream, isn't it? To just surveil your thoughts.
Yeah, and it's probably
total mind control.
Yeah, exactly. You know, let me tell you this. You know, I have this theory. I mentioned this before. I can pull up this study and show you if you don't believe me. They have syringe injectable nano neural meshes, so they can inject you, or they done this on rats and mice.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
2016.
Actually, I showed both of these on the show, by the way. But yeah, I have that video too. Also from MIT, right?
Well, that one's. I actually read the paper to that one. The paper showed that they injected the mice and then kind of nano neural mesh unfurled across their brain. So then there's like a net across their brain, which they can inject into your bloodstream. So it passes the blood-brain barrier, and then it can unfurl across your brain and then like measure the brain activity and like gather the data and crap like that. Yeah, I read the paper to that one. Or yeah, that one I can show secondary sources or whatever. That one's pretty creepy too. I think that one went underground actually. After the research went into academia, it just abruptly I noticed that you don't see as much. You know, I think it went underground to like DARPA or other.
DARPA's probably got it. Yep.
Yeah, they got it. Yeah, it's not. You know,
What, the
progress.
injectable neural mesh?
Yeah, nano neural mesh. You want me to pull it up for you? I can show
Yeah, that's
you.
public. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think it was public, but I think it went underground after like 2016 when
'Cause they
showed
have this
Government
one
can
right-
just commandeer that shit.
Yeah, because they got this is the one that we showed here. Is this one. Right, so I think people have seen this with this Indian lady, right? Again, more house Negro slaves that they're getting to announce this to the world, right? It's crazy.
Free brain-computer symbiosis, we have developed nanoelectronics at wafer scale and lifted them off the substrate to create free-floating, subcellular-sized wireless electronic chips with record power conversion efficiency. Then we have attached these electronic chips with living biological cells
Boom, look at that thing attached to your damn cell.
to create unique cell electronics hybrids, which fuses the versatility of electronics with the biological prowess of living cells. These hybrids can be placed inside the body.
Boom. Take the jab.
Yeah, you might want
Action
to
in the arms,
pass over that part.
and they can
I mean, I've
travel
showed it before. We didn't get Strizok, so
seamlessly through the body fluids without being attacked by the immune system. These hybrids enable the first demonstration of electronics which can even cross the intact blood-brain barrier and autonomously
but it'd be like badass to like take that same animation and like write heroin over the needle and just show her just. Is that right?
Yo.
Like
Nano heroin.
Nano heroin.
recognize a target disease region in the brain and self-implant there. This electronic
Oh, they implant up in your brain, up in your dome, son.
provide precise electrical stimulation of the brain, enabling surgery-free brain-computer symbiosis for transcending humans beyond diseases and biological limitations.
They got these like crazy like antenna things that they all have on in all these videos, and it's crazy. It's like, you know, it's like in the future you'll see everybody wearing these fucking antenna things, and
How old is?
and also have like those you know things on you know, those tattoos, right, that look like metallic, right, that sense things, right, and shit. This is like
Yeah.
a year ago, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. Reddington asked for the link, and how
5
old
months
is
ago.
it? Yeah.
I showed this
Oh.
on the show before, but yeah, it's interesting. And I showed the alter ego thing. Actually, I believe Max showed it a long time ago, right? So yeah, interesting stuff. Max Vision, shout out to Max Vision. He was just up here.
And you know, all of this, believe it or not, it can like interface
Yeah, but
with.
check out the other video they have here. It's similar, but it says surgery-free brain implant for brain-computer symbiosis. Great. That's very explanatory. But yeah, what were you gonna say, Buddha? Sorry to cut you off.
I was gonna say that all of this is yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. Let me think what I was gonna say. Yeah, I mean, all of this though is oh yeah, connected to the cloud. Yeah, the cloud is called brain cloud interface. You know, and yeah, that's what they're trying to do. They're gonna make it connect to the cloud and make you a part of the Internet of Bodies, right, and stuff, because that's what's dangerous. And what makes it more dangerous, actually. Let's
Yeah,
see.
look at
Computer.
you know. Look at the flick of the wrist. Electronics that seamlessly, seamlessly. You know they had to include that. Integrate with the brain.
Very good.
You think we'll
That's
find
a-
out over time it's not so seamless integration that it poisons your skull like for many decades.
Yeah,
But yeah,
probably
more on that
fucks you
later.
up.
Yeah, more on that later. But yeah, they gotta sell it. You know, seamless. Oh yeah, don't worry, it's seamless, bro. It'll just you just get a little cut and just get a little incision. Boom. A little incision in there.
Fuck sty.
Just a little jab. Ready to go. Ready to go. Superhuman now. Welcome. Welcome to the super mind.
Super, more like super drone.
Yeah. So let me continue on with this. Where was I? Oh yeah, didn't you have a video, Buddha? Did you put that away?
The alter
We never
ego.
finished
That was,
Yeah, we never finished that one.
Oh, you want to finish the alter ego video?
Yeah, let's finish it. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that.
Well, we also have this guy, the Polish. Yo, you got a lot of noise coming, bro.
My bad. I was about to bring up alter ego. That's fucking weird.
Yeah. But you got a lot of
My bad.
feedback.
I'll
real
mute.
quick. Yeah, mute for the feedback. Yeah, blessings.
Reminder is added to your notes app.
Awesome. You can get so much done with alter ego, but I want to talk about how it changes communication. This is
That's
where it
actually
gets
bizarre because they're
alter ego
about to
works
bring
with
it
your
up.
other devices, but it also works with other people wearing an alter ego. It feels almost telepathic.
Where do you want to get lunch after this? Thai food could be good.
It doesn't matter where Arnav and I are. It could be a noisy environment or a quiet office. Having a direct conversation is possible without saying a word. The signals alter ego detects aren't affected by environmental noise. So even if you're walking past a wind tunnel or a construction zone, what you want to say will always get across. It's like having infinite noise cancellation.
If you're traveling, your silent speech can be converted into any
So let's
language.
pause it for a second.
So Scott.
Dude, this
So-
is crazy, man.
So you could see how most people might have this type of thing in their homes, right? Like not everybody might sign up for the neural mesh. At some point, it may not be a choice for some of the babies that are being born or something like that. They might be
yeah.
putting sensors in the babies or something like that. But yeah, anyways, there could also be some like
We
where
can
most people,
demystify it. It's not very.
yeah, here, hold on a second. Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, there could be a thing where most people, that don't have a neural mesh attached, they might have this type of technology at home, or abroad, or communicate like that. But yeah, let's go on with the video.
How's my Mandarin?
Can we demystify it quickly? It's not
Yeah, hold on.
magic at all. So pretty much how it works is
如果
this.
我来上海的话，希望你能带我转转。
Can I talk or no?
No, we're watching the video right now.
All right. I wonder where you found that.
मुझे आपको शंघाई दिखाने में खुशी होगी। मैं ऑल्टर ईगो की मदद से आपको हिंदी में एक यात्रा सुझाव दूंगा।
For all of human history, we've built tools to extend our abilities. But we never perfected the tool and the interface to extend the human mind. Alter ego gives us that, a way to communicate at the speed of thought. We believe this is the beginning of that future, where technology is no longer an external box we carry, but a natural extension of who we are. Thank you for being here with us today at the beginning of that future. You can visit us at
Show it to
orphan.org
MIT.
for early access.
All right. How is it working? Would you like to discuss how it's working? It's pretty simple. Think of an apple. Think of the letter A. Think of the letter B or C or D or any of it. Think of any sort of object or, any thought at all. What happens is that, through algorithms, through AI, you can use AI to use that like it's like a pattern learning database. So, for example, you think of anything in the color red, and guess what? Your brain, right, you could use like an MRI or an fMRI or, an EEG, and there's a certain thing in the mind that you can look at, and that's the color red. So that's all they're doing, really, right? It's like, okay, let's map everything. Think of anything at all. Map it. Use the fucking algorithm, and I can think of machine. My mind thinks machine, and machine goes up, and there's
Right.
a specific signature.
Yeah.
And you simply mark that down, and you continue. All right? It's like
Yeah.
reverse engineering your
Yeah.
thought.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
it's a
that
good
difficult to
explanation.
do.
Yeah, it's a good explanation. Yeah, so I'm gonna move on with this reading here. There's still a bunch of pages here. 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if I'll get through all of it because I accidentally started reading the wrong one. So but it was cool because that provided us a different look into this whole concept of epistemology. So we'll be back on with that one as well. Right. So I'll read some of this, then I'll read this plus the other one.
I'm kind of retarded here, machine. What does epistemology mean?
Yeah, it's okay. I already explained it. It's the study of what is knowledge, right? So so let's move on here.
All right,
Not too many
close
interruptions
enough.
while I'm reading through this. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, so it says here, Unless and until technology assessment is seen in a broader philosophical framework, it is bound to be a curious conceptual hybrid belonging neither to technology nor to the field of morality. Most attempts to define or describe technology assessment are ill-conceived because they do not take seriously enough the very idea of assessment. Which is to say, real assessment.
I don't want to interrupt you, but can I
No,
ask
bro,
you a
it's okay.
question, please?
Here, hold on. No, bro, no, we're not doing that today, bro. Let's just get doing this because you like to do that. But yeah, which is to say, real assessments of technology must be essential, critical, not apologetical with regard to technology. Yeah, hang tight for a second. We'll let you ask your question. But yeah, I gotta get through this. We have had enough apologias for technology. So he's saying that technology assessment has to take a critical look at technology, right? It can't be apology for the technologies that we use, right? So he's saying any form of critical analysis of the technological system has to come with a greater understanding that, we're taking a sort of a negative approach, right? And whatnot, right? So this is pretty important, right? Well, that's all right then. Have a nice day. You tell the people that told you to come here to try to disturb the planet that you failed. It is what it is, man. Not today, sir. Well, now they're going to try to find anything in the video they could strike. Oh. Which is to say, real assessments of technology must be essential, critical, not apologetical with regard to technology. This is the thing I just read, right? We have had enough apologias for technology. The idea of technology assessment was born at the time when all these apologias were perceived as fundamentally misleading us as people, as a society, as a civilization. Hence sprang up the very conception of assessing technology in social and human terms. Such an assessment must be, by definition, essentially critical. We are now ready to suggest a new comprehensive characterization of technology assessment. Technology assessment is a critique of technological civilization. Its foundation and its mythology, from a perspective which must in some fundamental way transcend this foundation and this mythology. So I'll go ahead and read that again because that is a foundational piece here, right? Well, I mean, a very, very fundamental piece. Let me actually just take a break here after this for a second. But yeah, this is a fundamental piece here. I'll end with this paragraph, and then we'll sort of... Oh, actually, no, I won't. Yeah, actually, I'll read to a longer thing, right? So yeah, actually, there's quite a bit left. But yeah, he says here, he says, technology assessment is a critique of technological civilization, its foundation, and its mythology from a perspective which must in some fundamental way transcend this this foundation and this mythology. Though ambitious and broad, this characterization is one which goes beyond self-serving and circular definitions. For if such a perspective is not accomplished, we are bound to be subservient to the entity we wish to evaluate. We are then servants to the edifice of technology rather than its critics. It suffices to look at various existing technology assessments in order to be at once persuaded that present technology assessment is unfortunately more more often than not an adjunct to technology itself, a set of technical procedures generated by technology and ultimately serving its purposes. Ironically, many a time, the same people who had developed a given technology or a given process later themselves are assessing this technology. Remember, I already talked about the extreme moral danger in allowing that to happen, right? And allowing your life to be determined by experts you never meet by face and name.
100%, and those experts are not ultimately for the welfare of humanity, community, or ecology. They're for the industries and industries. They're for the perpetuation and consolidation and strength of the industries, and you see this pattern with everything, for example, the pet foods that your veterinarians recommend, and much of the time it's due to them receiving sponsorship, what I mean, like Piranha or like Science Diet. The best brands or the best food, it tends to be more local. Actually, you can just I don't know, feed them raw meat, and like there's this study that showed, it was called Pottinger's cats. They just fed them raw meat with some rice or something, not rice but raw milk. Yeah, raw milk, like raw milk and raw meat, and that was sufficient for them to be healthy. So, but the experts would have you believe that giving them highly processed foods made in factories is what's best for your pets. I mean, this same pattern applies to everything. So like the food industry or pharmaceutical industry, and pretty much everything you can think about. It's a pattern. And generally speaking, the more local things are, the better it is than if it were more expensive and rely on massive distribution chains and crap like that. Stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. The rule of experts, the compartmentalization of knowledge, and over specialization. Right. First, you have the compartmentalization of knowledge. Right. Then you have, this concept of over specialization. Right. Then you have this rule of experts, because the system that's built by over specialization, it deals in complexity. Right, where the various parts of the system don't really realize what the other parts are doing. So it's all tied together, right? And you understand this if you understand very basic elements about how technology grows and spreads. Kind of like the Borg, assimilate, expand, right? So on and so forth. But yeah, okay, let's move forward here. As I said, we're going to move to some music here in a minute, but I want to move to a little bit more of this piece. So he says, a set of he said that we can't give the technology assessment over to the people who are developing the given technology. Right, because they're applying predominantly technical criteria for their evaluations. Right, that's the main reason, right? It will perhaps be adequately then harsh, he says, to say that quite often technology assessments are fraudulent from a social and human point of view. For while paying lip service to social aspects, the overall tenor, methodology, and conclusion are technical. A technical exercise performed by technicians. Technology assessment is not another branch of technology. Technology assessment is not an insignificant evaluation of some aspect of technology. Technology assessment is a social critique of technology at large, he says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry
ahead.
for interrupting. I was gonna
No, it's
say,
fine, yeah.
a lot of people think by understanding how the mechanisms of technology works, that means it's not that bad, but that's not true because the social implications, the social consequences, they're far wider in scope and more drastic than people think because it's like a butterfly effect in some ways, you know, because you introduce the technology, I don't know, like iPhones or like the paper mill, paper press, you know, it has large scale consequences to the social functioning, to the fabric of the society and the ecosystem. And a lot of it is stuff that the so-called experts claim they didn't know at that time. But I don't know, like they claim they didn't know DDT was bad for you until Rachel Carson exposed it. But you know, sometimes I wonder maybe some of them did know it's bad for you, and they still push it because you know the money involved. But the point is that the social implications, like Rachel Carson's book show, and many others, like Dirty Electricity, that's a very good book from early 20th century. All of those show that the social implications, the adverse health effects, all of it is much more vast. And this kind of talk is very important. I think it's more important than understanding the mechanisms of how technology works. I mean, I'm not saying understanding the mechanism is bad, but at the same time, it's not important to understand the more ethical domain, which is far more far-reaching in its implications and impact.
Yeah, dude, it was just 2 fucking paragraphs, bro. Cry me a river, dude. Like, good lord, man. You don't have that much patience? Like, dude, I literally said, let's not interrupt this shit. Like, let's go on and shit. Like, good lord, man. I'm not trying to have random shit, but like, you know, obviously Buddha and Red, they're pretty much experts, right? Like, they've kind of like read ellul, they've read the major material, they've, you know, like Red's looked at like some major shit. Like, honestly, like, you know, we've talked about major theories and shit. Like, Red and Buddha are experts on the issues, pretty much. You know, I mean, as compared to most people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, I know I've had like tons of LARP shows in the past, and I will have lots of opportunities where we open it up, people debate, talk, all this stuff. But
I also want to add something. This is I want to give proper respects to Dark Lord, but I also want to criticize Cage because Cage does not understand we're dealing with the ethical issues here. We're dealing with the problems that are introduced by these technologies that are rolled out. But Dark Lord understands these issues very well, even though he hasn't read the material we have. He understands the social impact, the ecological impact, how it's eroding the communities. You see what I mean? That's what we
absolutely
really focusing on. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
he's
what we're
like,
focusing on.
yeah, his
Yeah,
rants are
Cage,
very
Cage,
relevant.
I want to say this, Cage. Cage, you are a stupid person. You are stupid, Cage. And you need to bug off, Cage. Fuck you. Okay.
Well, I think he's intelligent, but I understand he has said some pretty nefarious things against you today. So this is actually true. You know, but you know, so
So yeah, so there's some things going on. People they may be dogpiling on the community. So this could be happening, that there's a certain amount of negative feedback that we're getting because of our recent explorations, if you will. So that is highly possible. I will now move to some other, presentations and whatnot. Right, we'll move forward with this for a little while longer. Right, and then I'll play some music here, and we'll proceed with the presentation. But yeah, blessings. But yeah, I mean, that's all I wanted to read. I mean, I didn't kick anybody, but they left on their own. So you guys can come up if you want. It's not like that. But yeah, I really wanted to get through that little bit. I'm already straining to get through the material I wanted to cover. Actually, the next hour, I didn't plan. I'd still be looking at Skolomowski and looking at the tech stuff. But after this hour, I think maybe we'll just move to Mumford because there's not much else to look at, and then maybe we'll move to ellul. So maybe this whole show will just be that, and then next time we'll move back to the discussions on Parmenides, the Shangzhou. We have a little bit left there that we'll cover next week, and some other issues. So yeah, I wanted to start easing our way into medieval philosophy. So if we could, it's a complicated issue, but yeah, that's when, unless you introduce that properly, people will really be snoozing. So yeah, very technical issues. But yeah. Anyways, let me play some music for you guys, and we will be right back. Okay, this song is called Mad World. Pretty cool. But yeah, blessings.
It's a mad world, yes. It's a mad world, yes. It's a mad world. Because what has been kept from us crucially, above all else, is who we are, the nature of life and the nature of the reality. Is who we are, the nature of life.
Back the fuck up out of my way before I crush you. I might be nice to your face, but don't trust you. The earth is the deadliest planet to live and troop on. These sheep will oblivious women that clipping coupons, and they beer drinking me, consuming overtime and men. You're the children that they bear, and I'm doing this all for them. This real medicine ain't pretend. I'm causing a massive shock. I can't go block by a block while possessed by the soul of pop, possessed by the soul of big, possessed by the soul of pun. I never run from none of them. Paid for the things I've done. I even cock back and let a few go with the name of justice. Came to come, got a scene like a rapping Caesar Augustus. Here's the battle plan, resist and assemble a massive caravan. They brainwash our children that train in a fight to tell a man. So shall a man, the woman you're loving's about the money. If you got none, guarantee honey be acting funny, cause she programmed early through Disney and Prince Charming, while a second amendment dissolving it disarming all the idiots believing the hype that are watching news. I refuse to infuse with their fusel of ashes view. This is the worst time ever in history to be living. It's a cold world in general, people is unforgiving. It's a hell of a place where a race of the most is also my disciples are gradually changing into apostles, left a legacy behind all the music and things I've ridden. Cause I seek out the occult, cause the coast only means it's hidden. Pure of heart, ain't no malice or hate. Just simple logic, give 100% to myself in musical projects, rhyming handstand. Nigga, you're nice. That's why I bang fans. Bases are loaded with soldiers. It's time to grand slam and bring them home. I hope this penetrates and sinks into your dome. Don't feel ostracized, you're my brother. Believe you're not alone, you never were. The way that you feel is the same, and I concur. Develop a taste for truths of the world. Became a connoisseur, and I prefer to be treated equally, treated civil. Fuck the biases and spewers of ignorant races. Rebel, we've inherited a merited mess, more or less repetitive, competitive, no sedative. Opinions argumentative, and the clock ticking. Greedy politicians leave us slim pickings. This the type of knowledge always having, always been kicking.
Yeah, can I vent for a second? Beast, lock me in a room with a politician, no referee. Which one? Anyone, any party from any era. Carry no conforming, I can't see it with 20 mirrors. People awaken and they hating because of us. The real war on terror is us against the officers. 1 minute they disrespecting us and over talking us. Life or death behind bars, the scars marking us. Jail walls, the warriors got lost in them all because the slaughtering governors wouldn't pardon them. It's more coming, that's why we fighting for all of them. Walking through the darkness with artificials and charlatans. Meanwhile down here they cracks the temptation of women in skirts and virulent acts. No love for the newcomers, it hurts to be from a place where the sun shines once a month in the summer. I made it in time through nights and days on the grind. Decades of difficult struggle and ways on the mind. As we reach the last pages of an age of decline, I can never lie and say all of my ways are divine. Trying to unify with the like mind and no tough image. You either conquer the world or get crushed in it. It's a long hard fight but we must win it. There can never be trust without us in it.
Who are we? Where are we? What is reality? What is life? How many people in the world actually ask that? In their entire lifetime until they're towards the end. And when you ask those questions, you realise it's all when you ask this physical world that we take so seriously, that we think is so real, is just an illusion. And really, the bottom line is the conspiracy, an illusion to manipulate our imagination of ourselves. All matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We are all one with consciousness. We are all subjectively. There's no such thing as life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. And we are the imagination of ourselves. And we are the imagination of ourselves. And we are the imagination of ourselves.
All right. To get some water here. Give me 1 second. All right. Okay, so technology assessment is a social critique of technology at large. This critique may be vital to the survival of the technological society. So that's to answer Max's question from the beginning. Right, this very question involves not only the survival of technological society, but also the survival of humanity, right? Right, and the flourishing of humanity. Right, obviously, humanity's experienced a collective depersonalization in response to technological progress. Yeah, blessings to Alchemos. I greatly appreciate you watching, and also Lorp. Thank you for being here with us. Yeah, we'll have more music soon. The music shows have basically moved to the end of the stream. I play a bunch of content there. It may be texts of ellul or texts of Uncle Teddy that I play at the end of the show. And then I conclude with some music. We'll have to cool off on the sort of music shows for like a month. So I'll only be having those at Cyber Caliphate for a while because of all of the censorship. But I appreciate you guys watching. So I'll post that in the community post. So check them out. But yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys here. We're looking at technological assessment, and we're saying how it points to a social critique of technology at large. Instead of an evaluation of either some aspects of technology or a branch of technology that's accomplished by people who develop these technologies. But as he said, many a time the same people who had developed a given technology or a given process later themselves are assessing this technology using predominantly technical criteria. This is a key aspect of the issue. Blessings to Mr. Anderson. Oh, we got some heavy hitters in the chat now. Alchemos, Mr. Anderson. Blessings. So this critique may be vital to the survival of technological society. Or should we say maybe vital for the preservation of society and its evolution towards a post-technological society? So there's lots of options. But therefore, this critique must not be left in the hands of those who are themselves responsible for creating powerful but sometimes lethal tools, he says. Right. We were just saying that, right? We must therefore be aware that technology assessment does not degenerate into a servile adjunct of technology itself. We must also be aware of another danger. A much subtler danger, he says. We are all technicians. Our attitude and our mentality are profoundly affected by ideas of technology. That goes back to Shang Tzu, right? Those who use machines have mechanical hearts. So his idea that using technology transforms you on a psychological level. But nevertheless, we are the products of technological civilization. Right? In the way we're educated, in the way we're survive. So it's obvious that what's our role in that civilization? We're basically like technicians. Right? We're sort of like co-creators within a technical system. Right? So we're all like little technicians. Right? It's like, what do you call the people on the, Borg ship, right? They're all just people that are fixing the Borg ship, right? They're like little worker bees, right? So we're building these hives, but for what? That's the question, right? That's the philosophy of technology, right? So it says, we are all technicians. Our attitudes are and our mentality, excuse me, are profoundly affected by the ideals of technology and by the assumptions on which technology and the whole civilization are based. We must be therefore aware that even when we genuinely try to assess technology from a social or moral point of view, the process, as one astute critic puts it, quote, may be totally slanted in favor of the assumptions underlying the technological civilization. That's certainly the case with the technologies, right? Nobody can argue that, right?
Yeah, because they think only what's measurable and can be optimized for endless extraction and efficiency is all that matters to the technician or the scientific method or the researcher or whatever, and that is a very not a true way of living. You know, it's profane. Yeah, it's profane.
Absolutely. Surface level thinking. Profane. So in the first issue of the periodical technology assessment, there is a comprehensive survey of the field by Genevieve J. KNEZO, Technology Assessment and Biological Review. And in my opinion, it shows a distinctive bias toward the treatment of technology assessment as an adjunct of technology, he adds. It is slanted in a subtle and often in an explicit way in favor of the assumptions underlying technological civilization, of which it is supposed to be an assessment. Oops. Knezo, whatever the fudge his name is, Knezo, Cabozo, writes, for instance, quote, the growing literature on technology assessment takes a variety of forms, some of it emotional, neo-Luddite, he writes, and polemic nature, designed to arouse and mold mass public opinion to the uncontrollable hazards of technology, such as Muller's The Children of Frankenstein, A Primer of Modern Technology and Values, or Schwartz' Overskill, The Decline of Technology in Modern Civilization, or Douglas, The Technological Threat. Damn, we need to get our hands on those books. The ones this guy doesn't like.
Yeah, for sure.
Damn, he just mentioned a treasure trove of insightful works, most likely. By the way, I'll send this text to Red and Avian after we're done. After I'm done with the show here. And of course, if anybody else wants it, the machinelive0@gmail.org. Wait, no, .com.
.com.
Yeah, whoops. I'm slipping. All right, so he just mentioned a bunch of works that he thinks are neo-Luddite works, which is a crazy. He called them emotional, neo-Luddite, and polemic nature, designed to arouse and mold mass public opinion to the uncontrollable hazards of technology. I wonder what he would think of this show, right? Says much of it, on the other hand, well, we kind of quote that on this show, right? We're very smart about that. Right. Much of it, on the other hand, usefully serves to inform the public through a responsible press of pros and cons of a public issue of national importance. It would thus appear from Knezo, Knezo, Kabozo statements that no literature on technology assessment should be a polemic nature, quote unquote, that none should arouse public opinion of the uncontrollable. She puts the term in quotes. Why? Oh, it's a she. That explains a lot. Hazards of technology, and that the literature that does so is not a responsible press. Yeah, this is sounding a bit Karen-ish. But yeah, perhaps just the reverse is true. The only critical literature is a responsible press. Nice. Yeah, I'd say he's right. Literally the opposite of what this lady said is true. It is quite clear, he says, that technology assessment has not yet found its identity. However, it is too important a field to be left in the hands of the apologists of technology. Uh-oh. Don't let them have it. I would therefore like to propose what I call Skolimowski's laws of technology assessment as a set of guidelines for a genuine process of assessing technology at large. So here's our guidelines, folks. We got to set some boundaries here. Okay. We can't cover all the ground. Right? We're only one group of people. I'm only one man, one mic, to quote Nas. Right? Right. Here are the laws. 1, no system can adequately assess itself. Amen to that. Right? How can a system assess itself? The more closed off a system is to the outside, meaning the more complete it is to its own constitution, right? The less it's going to worry about what's going on outside of it. Or the more sufficiently developed a system is, the less it can manage problems that come from outside the system. So that seems very self-explanatory, right? No system can adequately assess itself. The answer is going to have to come from outside the system. 2, the more satisfactory is the assessment, the more satisfactory is the assessment, all right. I got to go to the next page here. Sorry. The more satisfactory is the assessment from the quantitative point of view. Sorry, I got cut off at the page there. The less valuable it is from a social point of view. Okay, let's analyze that statement. The more satisfactory is the assessment from a quantitative point of view, the less valuable it is from a social point of view.
Well, because it treats people as like disposable numbers or disposable assets. They just
exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, go ahead, Buddha.
Oh yeah, I said.
Yeah, the development of this phenomenon of the mass man, right? Quantification of the human, right? So that's why, right? Because you can't predict people's actions, right? Social constraints are not the same as technical constraints, right? So that's one reason why we can't surrender technology assessment or the critique of technology over to the experts that develop these technologies. Right? The first reason was obviously pretty clear, right? No system can adequately assess itself, right? Right. We can't reduce people to numbers. Right. The more we have these abstract mathematical understanding or figures, the less we're divorced from, feelings, emotions, preferences, opinions. Right. Those things we have a very hard time calculating, right?
Yeah, this is also why I feel like the legal system, I agree. I don't think stuff like brain scans or other things should factor in when we decide someone is a criminal or not. It doesn't mean that they should be given a more lenient punishment. This is a more complicated question, but it is tied to that too. Because some people think, oh, if their brain shows like a deformity or a parasite, that means we should go easier on them. I don't think that's a valid way of approaching things. But I'm interested to hear what you have to say.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. It's, maybe the lowest form of thinking, one could argue, right?
Yeah, because I think the mind is not fully, a brain bound. What I mean? The mind has to have like an element of being non-local. So, when you make the assumption that his brain is messed up, this pathway is messed up, we can be more lenient on his punishment. That introduces very muddy grounds that do mess up the social fabric. In many ways and such. And this is like legal stuff, and it's like a mechanized legal complication.
Yeah, and obviously there's huge elements of pre-crime that are being already deployed. Right? You have cases where people are literally set up to commit a crime. Right? Because they're studied in advance. Their psychological disposition is studied in advance. And then they're used, right? Some people have said like, we were talking about how I'm like the government just keeps crazies and extremist people around so they can use them to commit like false flag attacks and whatnot, or whatever.
Well, yeah, it is a fact that feds go around grooming people with extremist ideology, and that's
right. So it could be said that this is a sort of pre-crime thing. That Ellul definitely describes this in the technological society, right? That this is going to be an expansion of police power, right? It's going to be part of the expansion of the police force, the militarization of the police. Okay, he says the law will become identical to police powers. Right, the police will be given a certain amount of autonomy within the society to conduct their business.
Yeah, it would be weird if they get trapped like, I don't know, a brain scanner and they can like decide like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that might be in 20 years. In 10 years we'll already have RoboCop or something like that. Right, so.
Well, I forgot to mention it, but Bill Gates wants to make robo bees. I'm pretty sure you guys know that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that goes with our beginning discussion. The bee collapse. Yeah, robo bees. Yeah. Yeah, it would just replace everything. Yeah, they found bees, taking the sugar from the M&M factory and making blue and green honey.
Oh man, the M&Ms are toxic. High fructose corn syrup and other crap. The dyes they use in a lot of foods and additives. Those dyes are very bad for you, and it's
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all genuine assessment must terminate in value terms. He adds, right, about the assessment, right? So they're saying that, you know, it has to be concerning this idea of value, right? And of course, that deals with the whole idea of ethics itself, right? 1 through 3, sorry, are sort of dealing with the how to put the question in ethical terms, right? Excuse me. Right, that you need to put it in value terms. You need to not put it in quantitative terms, put it in social terms. And of course, not allow the people who are sort of conditioned by technical objectives and a technical viewpoint determine the analysis, right? Or the boundaries of the analysis, right?
The boundaries are ultimately positivist, and that's the
Right,
problem.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we broke that down on Tuesday. Really, Buddha did a stellar job. And then I looked at some writings by Skrbina that really eloquently expanded on it, right? The issues. So yeah, I got to go back to Wednesday and look at really what we got into, because we got a little bit into it, but I know a lot of it was like a full panel just going insane, but the entire time, right? So yeah, so here's the last one. The real expertise in technology assessment is social and moral and not technical. So that's kind of implied from the first three, right? You got to put it in ethical terms and social terms, right? So the confines are going to be moral confines and not technical confines, right? And of course, the solution does not come from within the system itself.
One thing I noticed is in this highly mechanized society, people are conditioned to care more about how the technology works than the social or the ethical implications, which I think are much more important to analyze, the social and ethical implications. Well, not enough people do that. And I do think that, to truly go deep into it, it's good to know history, and it's good to study the genealogy of thought, which is what you do. You go deep into it and stuff. So yeah, that kind of way of seeing and approaching things is very scant. Yeah, scant. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see what else is going on. I appreciate the people that are watching. And let me move to sort of a different analysis here that we were embarking on. And I don't know if I got to everything that I was going to do on Wednesday. Actually, I never went back and looked at the Wednesday show. As is, customary, we never really look at the shows we've done or plan any of the shows we're going to do. So that is a very regular thing here.
Your show still has a great intellectual or great thoughtful depth, even though you don't plan it that much. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Buddha. I appreciate that, man. So yeah, so let's move to these last couple pages, because this is highly relevant at this juncture, and I think I forgot to read this last time. So
So this is Skrbina, right? He says, I trust it is clear that eco-philosophy, right? So we're so there's not only philosophy of technology, there's also eco-philosophy. And we're looking at ecology at the beginning of this and how the ecological issues and the whole issue of the land ethic and symbiosis of politics, technology, and humanity, right? That all of these questions relate to a deeper ethical question, right? About the role of biotechne, the role of tool techniques, right? And also the role of the machine, right? So we have this idea of philosophy of technology, but we also have this idea of eco-philosophy. Right, so as we're providing a critique of a technological system, there's also the counter ideal of the technological system, which is wild nature. So we have to figure out, in dealing with the precautionary ethic, and dealing with with types of technology, right? Then we have to look at replanting wild nature, but of course, changing our relationship to the local sphere, right? Because the solution to the global problem is in the local. And the solution to the technological problem, right, as right, Leopold's quoted Thoreau, right? Right, and the wilderness is the salvation of the world, right? So anyways, we're reading World as Sanctuary. Quite a poignant title. But it says here that this is not merely some academic enterprise. Right, and this is said by my teacher in school, right? Quite ironic, right? But has real profound implications for each of us in our day-to-day lives. In my own life, as a teacher, father, and citizen of the world, I continually work to put these insights and values in action. In a world that is a sanctuary, all things are sacred. In a world that is spiritual, all things are inspirited. And he says here, he says that on this foundation, right, we need a sort of environmental ethic and a new conception of man, right? Not just as a tool-making animal. So we're talking about reconceptualizing man, right? Not defining man's history through the narrow vision of technological progress, as somebody like Marx or somebody like Teilhard de Chardin has done. Right? This is a flawed conception of man, right? We talked about the Promethean vision of man, that man is the measure of all things, that this is a flawed vision. But it's still better than Marx's vision that the root of man is man himself. Man neither has the...
TML after you're done.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, of course, but I was just going to say that man neither has the ability to define all things nor to define himself. Right, but I believe much closer is the idea that it says in the Bible that man is made in the image of God. Right, so we're both mysterious, powerful,
We don't understand our power, right? So on and so forth, right? We're a reflection of something that is sacred that we cannot view, we cannot comprehend. So if we don't know where we came from, we don't know where we're going. So we can't define our history through the shallow vision of progress of today, right? Sorry, Buddha, what are you going to say? We're going to say something?
Yeah, sorry for interrupting, but this is related to that. This is a passage from Evola. I want you to look at it
Oh,
quickly.
yeah. Hell yeah. Let's get it popping with Evola. Oh, whoops. What the hell? Yeah, let's get it popping.
In general, modern man has looked at the shift from a civilization of being to a civilization of becoming as a real step forward. The valorization of the purely temporal aspect of reality in the name of history, hence historicism, has been one of the consequences of this shift. Once contact with the origins was lost, the indefinite, senseless, and accelerated motion of what has rightly been called an escape forward in the name of evolution and progress has become the main feature of modern civilization. Quite frankly, the germs of this superstitious mythology applied to time may be found in Judeo-Christian eschatology and messianism, as well as in the early Catholic apologetics, which valorized the novelty of the Christian revelation so much that in Ambrose's polemics against the Roman tradition, we can find an early formulation of the theory of progress. The rediscovery of man promoted by the Renaissance represented a fertile habitat for the growth of those germs up to the period of the Enlightenment and scientism. Ever since then, the impressive development of the sciences of nature and technology, as well as inventions, has acted like opium, distracting man's mind and preventing him from perceiving the underlying and essential meaning of the entire movement. The abandonment of being and the dissolution of any sensuality in man and his identification with the current of becoming, which has become stronger than it. And when the fantastic ideas of the coarsest kind of progressivism are at risk of being unmasked, the new religions of life and the élan vital, as well as Faustian activity and myth, make their appearance and become new intellectual drugs that ensure that the movement may not be interrupted and spurred on, so that it may acquire a meaning in itself, both for man and for existence in general. So Evola approaches things. Evola has anti-industrial views too, but he approaches it actually differently from someone like Skolamowski. Skolamowski is more. He sees the sacred as embedded in nature and a participatory universe. So he doesn't see it becoming negatively, at least from what I saw Skolamowski. But Evola is different. Evola feels like the becoming is obscuring the being, the true transcendence, which is a kind of like central immovability and such. But ultimately, both of them agree that industrial progress is negative. They just have different metaphysics and philosophies. But I appreciate both of them, actually. I think both are onto something, but it's hard to reconcile. But ultimately, though, I would say that, that is bad, regardless of, more like from a more biocentric angle versus a more solar centric angle and stuff like that. It's bad from multiple angles of perception and perspective.
Oh, yes. I think there's surprising parallels between their historiography. Right, allow me to explain, right? I think that they both have a similar opinion towards Christianity, very surprisingly, right? Both Skolamowski and Evola are kind of like talking about how Christian framework sort of caused, right? Now, obviously, Skolamowski is more forgiving of the Christian elements in Western culture, right? Because of his ideas about the sacred, as you put it, right? But they both included in their historiography, right? As we've shown, right? The idea of Aristotle, right? And then Aquinas, right? And then Kant, and then the positivists. Okay, so it seems like
you know, 3 out of 4, right? He's I mean, I think Evola would basically include the positivists, right? So I think Skolimowski and Evola would radically agree on their historiography, right? Of saying that, it was the the developments in Greek philosophy, right, which led to the rejection of this concept of being, right, where you put nature firmly in the state of becoming, right? And then the state of becoming becomes the fundamental reality, right? I think they both would agree that that is a breakoff point, right? Only that, Skolimowski in his metaphysics, he would say that nature is included in being, so on and so forth, right? So that would be the only distinction, but it's a small distinction for sure.
Yeah, I apologize. I need to read Skolimowski. I have eco-theology on my shelf. I have a participatory mind. I'll get to it, and I'll share my
Yeah, I
summary.
haven't read as much as I should for sure, but yeah, he's a potent thinker, and but yeah, I think the historiography pretty much matches it, especially even in the Renaissance too, right? They would say the same thing about the Renaissance cosmology, right? That is totally bereft of anything, that has anything to do with being, right? And the real aspect of reality, right? So
It makes sense. Yeah, would you say in a sense, people like Kurzweil are like the modern day Hegel or something like, because it like Yuval Harari is like a Hegel. He's like the Hegel of this age. It seems that way. Yeah, people like Yuval Harari, he's like a Hegel on crack, Hegel on steroids.
yeah, yeah. And it's like weird, like it's like there's this weird thing with like, Joachim of Fior, right? The age of the Father, age of the Son, of age of the Son and age of the Holy Spirit, and the 3 epochal phases, right? That, in terms of Comte, right? His idea that we were looking at earlier, right? Of the mythological to the to the metaphysical to the scientific or the positivist, those 3 epochs in history, right? To Evola's sort of epochal understanding of his devolution, right? Going from the philosophy of becoming to the eschatology of national restoration of the Jews, then going to the concepts of the Renaissance, right? That sort of hijacked this and talked about bringing the kingdom of heaven down to earth through this concept of the New Jerusalem and whatnot.
Yeah, it ties into Pax Silica.
Refresh my mind on what that is.
Is Pax Silica is basically this kind of like they're distributing surveillance technologies, and they're also like consolidating a lot of the communication networks and the supply chains and artificial intelligence. And it's like a lot of countries are networking and coordinating, but it seems like Israel is the center of it, and it's called Pax Silica. And Israel is like the global headquarters of all these like surveillance technologies on Earth. So, I always say this. I told this to my wife and some other people. In the original DSX, Area 51 was like where all these like main data server or blah blah is concentrated in or something. But it seems like Jerusalem is what they want to make it, and stuff for reasons like they want to make it the center of like the distribution of it and stuff. These, you can look at the Wikipedia. We can go through the Wikipedia if you want to, and stuff. Even though that's not 100% gonna tell you the truth, but we can kind of piece it together if you want to and stuff.
But just as important is that they're programming these. It seems that Israel's programming these programmable logic chips that go into lots of companies that are overseeing critical infrastructure of the United States.
Yes.
That's a large part of Pax Silica.
Yeah, the manufacture of those computer chips that go into America, and so Israel's like, manufacturing and giving it to America, and that probably ties into Palantir also. So,
because like a lot of these companies, they're founded by Americans, they're run by Americans, but then at some point they kind of merge with these Israeli like partners.
yeah, just trade and logistics pertaining to the semiconductors and other stuff, and Israel is kind of foundational to that. I should have said that from the beginning. Reddington said better than me.
Or also it could be companies that are founded by Unit 8200 graduates or people that have been in Unit 8200.
You said Unity 200?
Unit 8200.
8200. Oh, yeah, I need to look that up.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's dangerous to talk about this stuff, but it's important though. Yeah, that's crazy. There, why aren't many people coming on? It's weird. Like sometimes they like flood the place, and other times there are barely any people here. It's weird. And so,
It is what it is.
I guess.
But I have a quote from Brzezinski here, if we have time for it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sure.
It's kind of a secondary source because it's being quoted by Jim Keith in his book. On page 49, it says, in the technotronic age, the quote, nation state as a fundamental unit of man's organized life has ceased to be the principal creative force. International banks and multinational corporations are acting on and planning in terms that are far in advance of the political concepts of the nation state, end quote. Brzezinski also says of the technotronic age that, quote, at the same time, the capacity to assert social and political control over the individual will vastly increase. It will soon be possible to assert almost continuous control over every citizen and to maintain up-to-date files containing even the most personal details about health and personal behavior of every citizen, in addition to the more customary data. These files will be subject to instantaneous retrieval by the authorities. Power will gravitate into the hands of those who control information. And BB says, cyber is a real domain of power. Side quote. Power will already said that. Our existing institutions will be supplanted by pre-crisis management institutions, the task of which will be to identify in advance likely social crises and to develop programs to cope with them. This will encourage tendencies through the next several decades toward a technotronic era, a dictatorship leaving even less room for political procedures as we know them. Finally, looking ahead to the end of the century, the possibility of biochemical mind control and genetic tinkering with man, including beings which will function like men and reason like them as well, could give rise to some difficult questions, end quote.
Brzezinski, isn't he the neocon? I remember reading something from this guy named Laurent Goyonet. I'm not sure you heard about him. He claimed that the Pentagon.
I have, yeah. Yeah, he was on Adam Green. No More News.
Yeah. He claimed that the Pentagon attack was done by Brzezinski and his crew because they wanted to get more involved in Afghanistan. While the attack on the Twin Towers, America didn't know about it. It was done by Mossad and stuff.
Wait, which one? Which one was the first one?
Brzezinski, he was a neocon. He was a neocon, and he did the he and his crew of neocons did the attack on the Pentagon, or something, or was it the other building? While the Twin Towers that were attacked, they were done by the Mossad. It wasn't, and so Brzezinski, I don't think he liked.
Brzezinski armed he created the Taliban, which is interesting.
Yeah,
So
he did. That's true.
Yeah,
he was a neocon. He was a neocon.
Yeah, so that was the Trilateral Commission and whatnot. So
yeah, he was
interesting stuff.
Yeah, Jim Keith was citing Brzezinski to show how Brzezinski's in favor of this end result of total mind control and total surveillance over everybody to the control that nobody has a private thought anymore.
Yeah,
Brzezinski, he didn't like Israel though. I think he was. I'm not sure if it was fake or not, but he was saying a lot of stuff against Israel.
Yeah. It was fake because he's part of the Camp David Accords. He's like huge friends with like Kissinger and stuff.
Yeah, Kissinger. Yeah.
He was kind of like the new Kissinger for like Carter, the same way Kissinger was for Nixon. It's like there's like a little guy there that's controlling the guy. And then maybe for Trump, that's like, Kushner or somebody.
Yeah, he's
probably Ari Emanuel.
He was probably faking his opposition to Israel. Now he was faking it.
Yeah, it's funny how like in this administration, you never heard like Kushner again. Like he just like never showed up again.
Yeah.
Pretty weird, right?
Only some people seem to mention him anymore.
Yeah. And yeah, so this is the work Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era. Now it's funny because the way I found out about this is obviously from the introduction to our show, right, in which we have the reading by Ellul. Right, and Ellul talks about how the word technotronic is dog shit and it doesn't mean anything. and he's shitting on Brzezinski's paper in his work, The Technological System. Right, so it's actually pretty interesting that in the beginning of his work he offers a critique of this Between Two Ages, right? America's role in the technotronic era. And I was actually going to read this on the show later. So I have this later, so we will be reading that later. So we'll delve deeper into that later.
You see this guy here, that's the reptilian Brzezinski. That's Brzezinski.
Yeah.
Reptilian.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Back when we were kids, we watched the news. His daughter Mika used to be on the news, and she was kind of good looking, right? For sure. I don't know how she looks today, but when I was a kid, she looked okay, right? But yeah. Mika Brzezinski, she was quite a cutie when she was, like maybe like 20 years ago when we were kids watching the news. But yeah. Anyways, I always thought I'd really like a girl that looks like that when I grow up. Mika Brzezinski. But yeah, her dad is hideous, pretty much. But yeah. Yeah, so what else? Okay, so I'll play a song now for you guys. I appreciate the people that are watching NeuroJack restreaming on Twitter, because we're not really getting that many views out here. But yeah, I appreciate the people watching on Twitter, the people watching on YouTube. And of course, send this out to as many people as you can. We've had a very informative stream so far for 4 hours. Honestly, it's been action-packed critiques of, our present modern situation, but also we've been presenting some very precise definitions of both ecological ethics, right, environmental ethics, right, and also the philosophy of technology. So we've provided some key insight into some lesser known subject areas that have extreme relevance for our modern scope. So so it's definitely been going on for like 4 hours, right? I'm also in the beginning of the show, Buddha gave an excellent presentation about those ecological markers, right? So go ahead and check that out if you haven't, right? If you missed that part, watch it later and whatnot. So anyways, I'll play another song now, and then we'll venture into some Mumford, right, in which he's talking about authoritarian versus democratic techniques. And we're also reading a key work, and of course he's making some of the same points in both of these works. And this is an interesting song called The Cycle. The Cycle by Beast. 1333. I played one of his songs earlier called Mad World. So yeah, I really like this artist. He's like a new rapper. But yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Ain't nothing worse than running around not knowing what's gonna happen. Gotta hit the ground running. But that's just a motherfucking part of life. That's just the way it go. You know what I'm saying? As the days pass by and you just ambulatory. Day in and day out, moving. Week by week, trying to progress. Month by month, year by year. You don't feel that stress, motherfucker. Word. Yeah. I done been all over the place, just working, slaving in the so-called land of the free. Was money saving, but the cash was short. Pawning all my shit off as a last resort with no support. Spent 1,000 hours getting grilled and caught inside my fort. Got a couple kids and hungry wife to match, I can't detach. Haunting memories, a dirty cabbage patch and crying faces. Starving like a fuck, they fade, it's time erases. All the bases covered, then I'm home, no time for trading places. Dirty laces, by the graces of the divine, I had a mind like philosopher Willard von Omenquine. Facts empirical, laid out in front of me was hysterical. My future didn't lie in the labor field or the clerical. So nonchalant, broke it Dunkin' Donuts at the split croissants. Got 50 yards, penniless and thrifty, nifty, shifty haunts a commonplace. Wafting of the weed they smoking hot in place and fill their little lungs as the reef expand their knowledge base. I felt the pain of losing my family, yo, the blood in veins. I grabbed the reins. All of my life I just been a slave in chains. I grew my mane, pick up on energies as the beats are slain. I'm all terrain, a voice of a master like Donald LaFontaine, who got my back. Light another sack, we off the beaten path. Professional poet and novelist like I'm Sylvia Plath. I took my skills, had it in the will, was raw like all the grills and grams. Being snorted off mirrors from rolled up dollar bills, but nothing changes. Money quickly come and go through my phalanges. Evil Banji, Jezebel bathing beside the river Ganges. Lust to meet, perspirating deeply as the glance accretes. I feel complete, I conquered my demons, but still can't get to sleep. My mind is restless, they detest us, but none could come and test us. And motherfuckers is lying, cause they don't got investors. Always thirsty, I'd rather die than ever beg for mercy. I fill a Pyrex with a bigger yam, then join a curses, live the cycle. Recharge the batteries like plug-in Tychos. When I'm at peace, it's something beautiful like Turks and Caicos. Wave my flag high, your flows are common as a magpie. Your bad vibes will keep you from your higher self. I transcribes the light through my ocular. Growing up with the bad guys, my skill was spectacular. Flowing beside where dad lies with sad eyes, blazing every second. Been through mad highs, been in and out of churches. I'm searching before the fad died. My number came, roaring out the thunder in the summer rain. Was preordained, the prophet from the island of the sugar cane. And it's a shame really that we expected to do what they want us to do, and we expected to live how they want us to live, while now with no cash, no food. And we expected to go to work every single day, come home and do it again and again and again and again and again, like slaves. And nothing ever changes, ever. Deeper in debt, kids going crazy, going ape shit. No money for the rent, nope. You already know the way it's set up. Shit's
fucked up. Shit's fucked up. The change has to start inside of you before anything could ever get better. Fuck the cheddar.
Yeah, shout out to Lorp for the video. You know, let's go ahead and drop his page. At not. Oh wait, what? Bro, what's your channel called now?
I think it's called Pandemonium 777.
Oh yeah, Pandemonium. Yeah, let me look this up.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. Pandemonium, son. Excommunicated at excommunicated 000. Okay, here, let me send this to you guys. Lorp videos. Go ahead and sign up to the boy. Oh, thank you, Lizard Tree. Sorry, I didn't see that. But yeah, blessings. And yeah, okay, so let's move to Mumford. Which I don't have open as I should. See, I'm never really prepared for this show. You'll see me looking stuff up on the fly. Because, folks, we do what it do. None of this is planned. And you'll see it's way more organized than any stream you'll see, pretty much. People have contemplated that there's many people helping me on this. So that I have trolls, I have organizers, I have people that deal with subject material, I have people that give me topics, I have people that give me material, I read from an AI, I fucking reading from the screen, I'm plagiarizing shit, it's all sorts of crazy accusations. For people that
Oh,
just
clip that.
people refuse to accept who we is, what we is, what this is. Real talk.
Yeah,
People
most
went in saying that. Yeah, people try to make up all sorts of information. We're doing this, we're doing that. This coming from that we have tech guys, we have people that have metaphysics, knowledge, and we defer to them for knowledge, and so on and so forth. All sorts of made up shit.
From the
I wanna-
clowns.
Yeah,
to try
clown.
to say that basically there's all sorts of helping hands because they refuse to admit that there's that this guy could be doing this all alone with zero planning, all alone with zero planning for zero money, pretty much. You know, surprisingly small amount of cash funds that's come through this. Okay, so
Yeah, I want to say something
yeah,
quickly.
of course.
Yeah, I want to say that, you know, a lot of other people on YouTube, they're grifters, but you are not a grifter because you are inviting dialogue and you are trying to introduce people to I wouldn't say genre, but more of a dialectic or a way of saying things. And these books all tie together in that. But there are so many books that can relate to this subject that I've learned a lot from many different people of various backgrounds regarding these subjects, you know, and I think all of us have influenced each other to some extent, which is perfectly fine and stuff. Because even Dom, he actually recommended a very interesting thinker I've been looking into recently, and the thinker was I gotta remember the Michael Pessinger. He's very interesting. Michael Pessinger, he actually does think memory is not stored in the brain. So I don't think memory is stored in the brain. I talked about that before, but yeah, if you say that into a modern neuroscientist, they're gonna call you stupid, even though there are strong philosophical arguments for it. Even certain directions you can argue in favor for it. So what I'm trying to get at is that I've learned a lot from different people. Like I learned about Pax Silica from Reddington. I learned about many different thinkers from YouTube, TML, and stuff. And I think it's good to influence people in intellectual discourse and stuff in a civilized manner. So especially for important topics like the destruction wrought by industrial expansion and growth. Yeah, that's being accelerated. Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I'm just inviting people to come up here. If you have like interesting thoughts, you can come here, relate them to the subject matter. I think I'm just surprised more people are not coming up, but overall it's fine though. I'm just surprised because like just a few days ago, man, there were like freaking 9 people on panel, right? Like,
It happens all the time. Like I said, like there's been so many shows. Like I was actually telling NPC this because they were saying like, oh, our panels are always popping, and I was like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Me and Reddington have done so many shows where it's just me and Reddington, right?
Yep.
So like we sat here for literally 6 hours. Then I'm like, should I go on? And sometimes 6 hours in, everybody started calling in.
Yeah, it's goofy like that.
Right at the end, they start coming in and they're like, "Oh, y'all want to talk about everything under the sun, and this is our favorite show on earth." And I'm like, "Well, you guys sure weren't watching for the past 4 hours, but all right, I guess I'll, entertain this." Right. So yeah, it's been a wild ride. Mostly
it's like let's
nobody.
keep you up for the rest of the night and stress you out even more or something shit like that.
Exactly.
I'm gonna say something.
It's
I do
more or
like
less useless nonsense.
I do like Jacques Ellul a lot, but the thinker who influenced him, Frederick Younger, which I read, The Perfection of Technology, which he did influence. That one, when I read it, man, it really hit me hard, man. I was so depressed, and I was like, really, the technique and where we're heading hit me, and so, and that one's shorter, but the way he writes is very evocative. It conveys pretty much the same stuff as Ellul. And I was very depressed for some nights, but that's why I stay on here a lot, because I know this stuff is the biggest problem right now. Everything else is secondary to the problem of industrial expansion and unmitigated industrial growth and stuff. Yeah, it's kind of and maybe we're heading like an Evangelion like scenario. It wouldn't surprise me now. Like end of Evangelion. That the end of Evangelion. The movie, it really conveys the human instrumental project. That's what they call it. You can Google it or read about it. It's kind of where we're headed. Human instrument.
I've not seen the end of it yet, so no spoilers for me. But
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I won't.
Interesting stuff though. But yeah, I'm kind of saving the end of that. But yeah, I like that show a lot. At least the first 15 episodes I think I've watched. I think they're really cool. Blessings, Frank. One day.
Greetings, gentlemen. I heard the call to action from Avian Buddha, so I thought I'd step up and say hello to you guys. TML. Zarafel. Is that Reddington? No.
No, definitely not.
But yeah, blessings. We got a comment from House of Hyperborn. It says phagocytosis. Watch out for that. Sounds like
I almost want to say it's pronounced phagocytosis, but
yeah, sounds like one of those like pamphlets you get like at the dentist office, or like
yeah, kind of, or it just sounds fake.
Like, did you know phagocytosis is a preventable disease? Like
phagocytosis.
Yeah.
For sure.
Not
I mean,
even
we got
sure what he's saying that for in context.
medical.
It's a no, I can't say it's a spoiler kind of, but yeah.
Oh, spoiler for
Oh,
Evangelion.
okay. In reference to all
Oh
right, now
man,
it's sad trombone.
swizzle is what I'll say. Just one word, swizzle, or maybe swipple. All right, let's move.
Snapple?
Yeah. So let's move to Mumford. Mumford. Appreciate you guys. It's been a pretty silly day for sure. I know we had some pretty hard. We'll tell you guys at the end here, but yeah. I'm gonna play a video at the end, but with a heavy heart because we're no longer talking to the gentleman who we're playing a video of because good lord, man, this dude hit me with some fucking whack shit today. So we'll explain that later because it's important, and because he went around to 2 or 3 people and started telling them too what he thought about me. So I'm gonna have to address publicly here one of our friends. I appreciate.
I would not belittle, much less deny, the many admirable products this technology has brought forth. Products that a self-regulating economy would make good use of.
And I just walked across the room and stepped on an Xbox controller, and woof. The bottom of my foot does not feel good right now. But yeah, the controller is fine, but yeah, I'm in a lot of pain. For some reason, it's, I don't know, it's just the way it's shaped, I guess. But yeah.
I would only suggest, I would not belittle, much less deny, the many admirable products this technology has brought forth. Products that a self-regulating economy would make good use of. I would only suggest that it is time to reckon up the human disadvantages and costs, to say nothing of the dangers of our unqualified acceptance of the system itself. Even the immediate price is heavy, for the system is so far from being under effective human direction that it may poison us wholesale in order to provide us with food, or exterminate us to provide national security.
Okay, so it's talking about how radically poised this human, the system is to expand its human parts, right? Using them as test subjects in its food production, right? Using them as expendable in its military enterprises, right? So there's many ways in which the modern system, right? And of course, these tools are no different whether they belong to a dictator or to a democratic institution, right? We've seen that time and time again, right? So let's go to this quote here. That my friend Unseen put me on this. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Find this real quick. Yeah. Modern man denies himself every metaphysical dimension and considers himself a mere object of science, but he screams when they exterminate him as such. Oh, modern boy.
He's
All right,
lost again.
Oh man, it really is pronounced phagocytosis. Wow.
Oh man.
Sad trombone.
Sounds like,
I'd rather probably not say it because I don't want to get your channel struck.
Sounds like
No go
Is it-
homo.
Because
like
like
the old
the
name for
AI will
AIDS or
just
something. Yep.
the AI will just take it the wrong way.
But doesn't it also refer to a cigarette or cigar in among the British?
The F slur, yeah,
Yeah,
that's what it
cigarette. That's
refers
right.
to.
Yeah, we already dropped like 2 or 3 of those last time with the Italians fighting. So let's
Oh,
just not do
brother.
it this time. But,
Before we
conk
can
out for that
enjoy,
one.
yeah, right.
to provide national security, before we can enjoy its promised goods. And is it really humanly profitable to give up the possibility of living a few years at Walden Pond, so to say, for the privilege of spending a lifetime in Skinner's Walden tomb? Once our authoritarian techniques consolidates its powers with the aid of its new forms of mass control, its panoply of tranquilizers and sedatives and aphrodisiacs, could democracy in any form survive? That question is absurd. Life itself will not survive, except what is funneled through the mechanical collective. The spread of a sterilized scientific intelligence over the planet would not, as Teilhard de Chardin so innocently imagined, be the happy consummation of divine purpose. It would rather ensure the final arrest of any further human development. Again,
I like that, right? It's like, yeah, Teilhard de Chardin is pie in the sky delusion, right? That's not divine purpose, right? You kidding? Right? That's the opposite of what it is, right? It's the depersonalization, disassociation of the human in almost every capacity of social life. How could that be a divine purpose? Right? Get fucking real, boy. So, yeah.
do not mistake my meaning. This is not a prediction of what will happen, but a warning against what may happen. We are gathered here now, I take it, to see what means must be taken to escape this fate. In characterizing the authoritarian techniques that has begun to dominate us, I have not forgotten the great lesson of history. Prepare for the unexpected. Nor do I overlook the immense reserves of vitality and creativity that a more humane, democratic tradition still offers us. What I wish to do is to persuade those who are concerned with maintaining democratic institutions to see that their constructive efforts must include technology itself. There, too, we must return to the human center. We must.
Okay, so he's kind of calling for the same thing that Skolimowski and others have been calling for, right? Which is a reevaluation of the technological scope, right? Due to a reappraisal of ethical and moral considerations, right? And that's basically what Leopold said. Although Leopold, Sand County Almanac, that's the first thing we read. Then we read Skolimowski, his views on the technological assessment. And yeah, they're basically all saying that we need to reevaluate this problem and look at the question itself, right? So that's the first step.
Challenge this authoritarian system that has given to an underdimensioned ideology and technology the authority that belongs alone to the human personality. I repeat, life cannot be delegated. Curiously, the first words in support of this thesis came forth with exquisite symbolic aptness from a willing agent but very nearly a classic victim of the new authoritarian techniques. They came from the astronaut John Glenn, whose life was endangered by the malfunctioning of his automatic controls, operated arbitrarily from a remote center. After he had barely saved his life by personal intervention, he emerged from his space capsule with these ringing words: "Now let man take over." That command is easier to utter than to obey. But if we are not to be driven to even more drastic measures than Samuel Butler suggested in Erewhon, we had better map out a more positive course, namely the reconstitution of both our science and our techniques in such a fashion as to insert the rejected parts of the human personality at every stage of the process. This means gladly sacrificing mere quantity in order to restore qualitative choice, shifting the seat of authority from the mechanical collective to the human personality and the autonomous.
Okay, so there's something else we've talked about, right? Moving from purely technical concerns to social concerns. Right, and then the other thing he said, wait, I kind of forgot. Let me see.
We had better map out a more positive course, namely the reconstitution of both our science and our techniques in such a fashion as to insert the rejected parts of the human personality at every stage of the process. Barely saved his life by personal intervention. That command is easier to utter than to obey. But if we are not to be driven to even more drastic measures than Samuel Butler suggested in Erewhon, we had better map out a more positive course, namely the reconstitution of both our science and our techniques in such a fashion as to insert the rejected parts of the human personality at every stage of the process. This means gladly sacrificing mere quantity in order to restore.
Oh, yeah, that was the part, right? So this part of rejecting the quantification of the human, right? And then the second part I said, purely looking at technical concerns instead of social concerns, right? Okay, so this all has to do with, looking at the narrow goal of technological progress and either assessing man's history or his future development, right?
Qualitative choice, shifting the seat of authority from the mechanical collective to the human personality and the autonomous group, favoring variety and ecological complexity instead of stressing undue uniformity and mass standardization. Above all, reducing the insensate drive to extend the system itself instead of containing it within definite human limits and thus releasing man himself for other and higher purposes. We must ask.
Yeah, and that goes along with what Leopold was saying, right? Like that the ecological ethic is finding a limitation on human freedoms. Right? So simply put, right, we have to find constraints in which the technological capacity outgrows humans' ability to correspond with it, right? Therefore, limit our capacity to a much more containable, expression, of our technological growth, right? So in other words, our technology has to be mapped onto, humans' capacity to control the system in which they operate, right? Not be cogs within that system.
not what is good for science, good for technology, still less what is good for General Motors or Union Carbide or IBM or even the Pentagon. But what is good for man? Not machine conditioned, system regulated mass man, but man in person, moving freely over every area of life.
Right. Remember, mass man is the product of this abstract mathematical configuration, right? It is the quantification of man, right? You can't look at the individual on a case-by-case basis and apply those technical conditions to every individual. So you have to develop this concept of a mass man and then apply your analysis to this, average person, right? The person that doesn't exist, right? An abstract and basically abstract entity composed of mathematical parts, right? The mass man.
There are large areas of technology that can be redeemed by the democratic process. Once we have overcome the infantile compulsions and automatisms that now threaten to cancel out our real gains. The very leisure that the machine now gives in advanced countries can be profitably used, not for further commitment to still other kinds of machine, furnishing automatic recreation or automatic thought, but by doing significant forms of work, unprofitable or technically impossible under mass production. Work dependent upon special skill, knowledge, aesthetic sense. The do-it-yourself movement prematurely got bogged down in an attempt to sell still more machines. But its slogan pointed in the right direction, provided we still have a self to do it with. The glut of motor cars that is now destroying our cities can be coped with only if we redesign our cities to make fuller use of a more efficient human agent, the walker. Even in childbirth, the emphasis is already happily shifting from an officious, often lethal authoritarian procedure centered in the physician and in hospital routine to a more human mode, which restores initiative to the mother and to the body's natural rhythms. The rebuilding of a democratic techniques is plainly too big a subject to be handled in a final sentence or two. But I trust I have made it clear that the genuine advantages of our scientifically based techniques can be preserved only if we cut the whole system back to a point at which it will permit human alternatives, human interventions, and human destinations for entirely different purposes from those of the system itself.
Yeah, okay.
At the present juncture, if democracy did not exist,
I want to share something that ties into Mumford's Mega Machine, but maybe I'll wait until it's done, or I can share it now. Which do you prefer? It's relevant.
Yeah. Yeah, if you have it, let's pull it up.
Yeah, let's go. Okay.
Yeah, we've already heard this before.
I'm going to share it.
Simply just looking at this again because you gotta.
Let me see. Yeah, all right. Here we go. Just a few pages from this book I want to read. All right.
Yeah, this is one of the top speeches, honestly. All right, let me see this.
All right, so I'm gonna be showing you something interesting. So this is a book about fractals, and this is talking about dysfunction in modern architecture. So so basically it's saying it is entirely conceivable that low level of fractal complexity in modern inner cities is a strong contributing factor to the high incidence of depression reported in these kind of environments. These modern buildings, office blocks, tower blocks, factory blocks never actually function in the true sense of the word. They do not work in the role for which they were intended, or something. This is just a, they become objects of loathing and derision. They get abused, they get uglier, and in a downward spiral, even less useful. I don't know. The writing is not the best, but I just want to show it. Organic architecture. The unfinished cathedral by Antonio Gaudi in Barcelona is a stunning example of fractal architecture. It is organic. It is rich in detail. It is expressive. It is interacting and riveting. It's rolling and twirling curls and detailing branches cry fractal. The building looks almost alive. This organic fractal quality is, of course, thematic throughout Gaudi's work. So you can see it's a fractal. Actually, stupas in ancient India were fractal too, and even in mosques of Iran and Arab countries, they have fractal architecture. We all know the fractal architecture in them, but it's more organic rather than the mechanized cubicle structure of modern cities. But you can see from this cathedral as a fractal aspect to it. And you see it in many traditional cultures too, like I described. And so fractal traditions, the same can be said of the Paris Opera House, with its intricately detailed Baroque carvings. You see, this is a fractal also. This is I think Gothic cathedrals and churches are for the most part excellent examples of the fractal thread running through the highest architectural vision of mankind. The fine detail, the self-similar features which scale downward throughout the buildings reflect the living world and give these buildings a life and warmth not found in today's utilitarian architecture. And so architecture is the expression of the human mind as a utility. I actually do not agree with that, but also as a work of art. Classical architects paid great attention to detail on all scales and to the way their buildings flow. I'm taking, there is strength in fractals. A fractal lattice structure provides the maximum strength for any given weight of material. And trees are fractals too. The tree branches, they're like fractals. They're basically, and this is like fractals and blah blah. And yeah, I just I just wanted to read you that. Yeah, I just wanted to read you those sections. But I want to also say this though. I want to say that I just wanted to look through that part because I wanted to focus on the contrast and stuff. And I have something else. Yeah, you can bring up people now. I just want to show. Yeah, in nature, there are no straight lines. Everything's kind of curvy, kind of, and it's like a fractal that is not about efficiency. It's like a fractal that beautiful. And in the Flower Garland Sutra in the Buddhist tradition, Flower Garland Sutra has lots of fractals too. You talk about like endless fractals. And when you take shrooms or other stuff, you see fractals a lot and stuff, and you see it in ancient architecture, like a more fractal style and stuff. Whereas in the modern urban center, the mega machine is all cubicle. You see, so yeah, that's interesting. The contrast. I want to discuss the contrast here. What do you guys think about the contrast between the modern city with its cubicle buildings, its Euclidean crap, versus the more fractal-like nature of more traditional architecture?
Yeah, you got to go with the old, right? The thing is that the fractal architecture, of like they had this idea in realism, right? And I think Huizinga talks about this as well, right? In the waning of the Middle Ages, I think, right? Which is like the only book I've read by Huizinga, but it's basically all about how realism and nominalism tie into the architectural expression and the artistic expression and the philosophical expression, obviously, but how this concept really ties to much broader areas of insight, right? In the in the poetry and the architecture, especially because it's about this symbolic displays, right? And of course, they had this in theaters and plays and all this type of stuff through these huge geometric displays, right? So obviously, they had a concept of sort of Neo-Pythagoreanism and Neoplatonism, that like these are part of the heavenly spheres, and that this is part of like the heavenly domain, and so this was part of a greater reality, so to speak, right?
Yeah, it seems that the more that you can see through the cubicle structures of the urban cities, it is kind of symbolically referencing a worldview or umwelt of pure efficiency, pure productivity. There's no
Right.
sense of the sacred and stuff.
Yeah, the funniest thing is, in Star Trek, right? The Borg spaceships just flying through space, right? It's just like a box. It's just like, it's like the Moonites, right? It's like a box flying through space. It's weird.
Black cube flying through space.
Yeah, exactly. Also in 2001 Space Odyssey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I found this great quote. Oh, sorry, I found this
squarely
great quote.
geometric shapes. Oh, go ahead.
And nature deals in non-uniform shapes and rough edges. Take the human form. There is a certain symmetry about it, but it is and has always been indescribable in terms of Euclidean geometry. It is not a uniform shape. This is yes, but the thing is, the city is all uniform in the shapes of the buildings, the cubicle structures. It's all Euclidean and such. But the
Yeah,
human
it's not
body
even
is
so much
Euclidean.
that they're so symmetrical. It's just that they're ugly for the most part. Like, I was going to say that I think squarely geometric shapes aren't necessarily unattractive. Like, Chinese architecture is one thing that really attracted me, and it has a very symmetrical appeal, but there are elements that give it the spiritual type of expression to it. So it's not as bland. I would say modern architecture, it's not just trapped in brutalism, but it's also trapped in a like intentionally dehumanizing presentation somehow.
Chinese architecture has a more wispy feel to me. It's kind of like it's like seamless with the environment, and it's more like has a kind of formlessness to me. It's not Euclidean. It's more has a kind of curviness to it or something. You have to look at it more. Like it is fascinating to me. I like Chinese architecture. It's different though. Yeah, it's kind of. Yeah, it does have some fractal elements, some of them. So it's interesting. Yeah, it's more. Yeah, but the point I'm just trying to make is that the mega machine is all brutalist. Yeah, it's brutalist, and it kind of saps out your free flowing creativity. Yeah, free flowing creativity.
Yeah, absolutely, guys.
We would have
I think there's only like a little minute more left of this, and then I'll go to the text.
to invent it in order to restore and fortify and replenish the spirit of man.
Right, yeah, that's it. So yeah, I was right. There's not that much more left of light. But okay, so let me go to this. He says if the present analysis of human development in relation to techniques proves sound, there's an even more fundamental criticism to be made, for we must then go on to question the basic soundness of the current scientific and educational ideology. Right. Because yes,
Yeah,
what what will be left of human life if one autonomous function after another is taken over by the machine? And genetically altered to fit the mega machine. Sorry, Buddha.
It's fascinating to me that ancient Chinese education was so different, because it was about the four arts. It was more integrated. Like they learned the Guqian, Guqin. I actually listened to Guqin, and they would play Go and they learn calligraphy and brush painting, and they also learned like poetry. But the point was the education of the scholar gentleman in ancient China was more holistic and more integrative than the compartmentalization and over specialization of modern education system. So that's
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like, you know, even in the ABC of reading, you know, Pound talks about like the language, like how the language of the Chinese symbols is more like, you know, pointing to events rather than like sort of like a one-to-one correspondence between object to word, right?
yeah, I think there's something semiotically or special about the Chinese script. I agree, especially the ancient one and stuff. I think that yeah, same with kanji, but kanji in Japan was based on the Chinese and stuff. Yeah, but it's interesting. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, even the tea ceremonies of ancient China and Japan, they're not merely, you know, for leisure. They have some higher sacredness to them. It's meant to be like a kind of wu wei that kind of is more transportive or more of a sense of unity that is more higher and stuff. So in the tea ceremonies and stuff, that's
Yeah, when you
interesting.
participate in one of those ceremonies with someone who's really like well, like has a high level of kung fu with it, it really makes a kind of a difference in the thing.
Yeah, there's this anime about this soldier in ancient Japan. Not he's a samurai, and he doesn't even want to fight. He just deals with it. And he deals with the person who's his boss. I forgot the name of that, kind of drunk. But the thing is, though, he is obsessed with the tea ceremonies, and the anime conveyed the sense that the tea ceremonies have a sacredness that go beyond just the mere form of it. You see that's what I get at. Yeah, everything in modern industrial context is about form, but there is a kind of formlessness and form too. You know, emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. And if you were to say that, they would laugh you out in modern academia. They think everything is superficial level appearance. You see what I mean? But life itself may be having more deeper signification to it that goes beyond mere grasping. Something like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, yeah, that's beautifully said. It goes actually very relevant to the point that you know Mumford is making, that we need sort of a new perspective, right? And of course, you know, those are some of the views that are missing, right? And looking at the greater scope of things, right? Things that they can't define, or you know, they have to subsume that they don't exist because they can't define them. Right. Well, that points to not only a lack of understanding, but a, you know, a sort of lack of a capability to provide the scope that it takes to gain understanding. Right. And that's a real much bigger issue, right? You know, to quote Skolomowski, one who understands more understands one who understands less. But one who understands less does not understand one who understands more. But yeah, let's go into this. It says, we must then go on to question the basic soundness of the current scientific and educational ideology. Right, that's what we've said several times today, right? Which is now pressing to shift the locus of human activity from the organic environment, the social group, and the human personality to the mega machine. Considered as the ultimate expression of human intelligence, divorced from the limitations and qualifications of organic existence. Looks like some of the text is cut off. The metaphysics invites replacement in both ancient pyramid age from its nuclear age. Okay, I'm sorry, in both its ancient pyramid age form and its nuclear age form, it is obsolete, he says. For the prodigious advance of knowledge about man's biological origins and historical development made during the last century massively undermines a dubious, underdimensioned ideology, with its specious social assumptions and moral imperatives, upon which the imposing fabric of science and techniques since the 17th century has been based. So again, he's saying something very similar to what Leopold was saying, that there has been an advance in adding ethical consideration to new members such as how he explained in the time of Homer. Right, it was one thing for your wife, another thing for the human chattel, right? You can treat the human chattel as you please.
You think, in a sense, those who truly place a value on techniques, they don't like spontaneity in nature or in man. They don't like spontaneity. They prefer rigid conformity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. It's a solid state entity. Yes, it wants
exactly.
rigid. It wants to impose logic, rationality. It fights against the intuitive aspect of man. Absolutely. 100%. With its specious social assumptions and moral imperatives since the 17th century, from our present vantage point, we can see that the inventors and controllers of the mega machine from the pyramid age onward have in fact been haunted by delusions of omniscience and omnipotence. Right. They either say man is in the process of becoming a god or inventing his own god. Right. Immediate or prospective. Those original delusions have now become less rational now that they have at their disposal the formidable resources of exact science and a high energy technology. He says, the nuclear age, conceptions of absolute power, infallible computerized intelligence, limitless expanding productivity, all culminating in a system of total control exercised by a military, scientific, industrial elite, correspond to the Bronze Age conception of divine kingship. Such power, to succeed on its own terms, must destroy the symbiotic cooperations between all species and communities essential to man's survival and development. Both ideologies, and here's a crazy point that he makes, right? He says both ideologies belong to the same infantile magico-religious scheme as ritual human sacrifice. as Captain Ahab's pursuit of Moby Dick. Right. Actually, you know what's funny is that Bill Gates has been compared to Captain Ahab for wanting to blot out the sun, right?
Yeah, it really makes you think there's a conspiracy because blocking out the sun is over the top, and yeah, like why the fuck you want to block out the sun? I don't get it. Unless you're like, I don't know, a reptilian, or you made a occult pact with a demon or some kind of occult force or something, or you're hiding something big or something. I don't know. Like can we, like, why? Like, you see what I'm saying? I don't get it. Like, it's crazy. Maybe the way they just want to prevent solar flares from destroying their technological system. That's possible too. But of course, that harms the Earth in the process.
Yeah, it's probably the same guys that climbed up the volcano to get the phoenix egg, and then there's no more phoenix next year because they're gonna fry up a phoenix and eat it. Right? Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Retards. Yep.
Yeah, they are retarded. Oh, it feels more demonical to me. Yeah.
Yeah, so Captain Ahab. We got our Captain Ahabs in pursuit of the Moby Dick.
Yeah, and Shin Megami Tensei, Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2 is actually like Matrix, but mixed with data philosophy. And I'm gonna just spoil it, but basically you start off the game as a digital being or whatever, and then you leave it because you leave it from the data or whatever. And you find out later on that the world that was created by evil scientists who were researching on an innocent girl, and she was dreaming up the whole world. And you find out that they're doing weird occult technological experiment to blot out the sun. They're blotting out the sun because then you go to the sun and you find out Brahman is in the sun or something. And the game is more of a fictional take on data concepts, but in the game you realize mankind was trying to harness the power of the sun, to try to harness the powers of creation. And it's a very strange game. It's like Matrix mixed with Vedanta mixed with creepy ass occult technological experiments. It's better written than Matrix, though. It's interesting, though. The reason I mentioned that is because, oh, maybe something like that did happen, because they're trying to block out the sun, because, astral theology, they think the sun is more spiritual. And in the Upanishads, the sun is spiritual. The Upanishads does say the sun is spiritual. Like it's a lid that contains the souls that end the cycle of transmigration. But if they don't end the cycle of transmigration, they go to the moon, the waxing moon, and then it wanes, and then it continues the cycle of transmigration, at least in the Upanishad. And so that game plays with that idea by making it being about wanting to harness the powers of the sun. And so and you see the hubris of the technicians and wanting to do that. Bill Gates seems like that kind of person. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, it's just a pop cultural reference there. So sorry, I got kind of tired and I went on a tangent.
It's all good. Yeah, not know. What up, G? DK Conspiracy, what's going on? Blessings. Of course, we have Marilyn in here. We got this comment from Mr. Anderson. Seems like a critique of digital tech breaking down borders and nationalism. Wouldn't the holder of tech matter as well? China, for example, has put up digital borders. Oh, shit. Interesting consideration.
Ultimately, the technicians, they want to destroy any sense of belonging, and so they flood the country with immigrants. But it is not necessarily the fault of the immigrants themselves, but ultimately their goal is atomization of the, and so it begins by destroying the extended family, then the nuclear family, and so then you're left with this mess that's growing and growing and stuff. So yeah, that's what they're doing. They don't want people to form local communities. That's why they attack local farmers, and stuff like that. They do attack local farmers. Like, if you want to sell raw milk, you have to be very careful. Like, you have to say it's for pet consumption in some states. So I drink raw milk from a local farmer occasionally. So I do like it. Raw milk from Jersey cows. It's very good for you. Even lactose intolerant people can drink raw milk if it's from pastured cows, you know what I mean? Because the raw milk has beneficial bacteria, aids in the digestion of the lactose. So that.
Yeah, interesting. All right. So where was I here? Oh yeah, right at the end of this. Right. So he says the scientific and technical means are entirely rational, but the ultimate ends are mad. Living organisms, we now know, can use only limited amounts of energy as living personalities can utilize only limited quantities of knowledge and experience. Right. Too much or too little is equally fatal to organic existence. Right. That's like Taoism. Even too much sophisticated abstract knowledge insulated from feeling, from moral evaluation, from his historic experience, right, from responsible purposeful action, can produce a serious imbalance in both the personality and the community. Amen to that. I'll read that again. Even too much sophisticated abstract knowledge insulated from feeling, from moral evaluation, from historic experience, from responsible purposeful action can produce a serious imbalance in both the personality and the community. Organisms, societies, and human persons are nothing less than delicate devices for regulating energy and putting it at the service of life. Right. Instead of human purpose bringing about, the ends of technological progress, right? We should have society, technology bring about the goals of human flourishing, right? And such a society that does that, they won't make decisions to poison people for food production or to find a certain amount of them expendable for their.
Yeah, let me read this short quote from Spengler. I just found it. It says, the mechanization of the world has entered on a phase of highly dangerous overtension. All things organic are dying in the grip of organization. An artificial world is permeating and poisoning the natural. Civilization itself has become a machine that does everything in a mechanical fashion. I found this nice article. This article talks about Spengler, Ludwig Klages, and Frederick George Younger, and how they were anti-industrial, how they were highly against the industrial progress and stuff. They also talk about Ted Teddy in this article. I can send you the article. It seems like a very nice article.
Yeah. Send it over to me. It sounds interesting.
It's from the TED
Yeah.
archive. You know, that's about that site. Yes.
Yeah, and send me that Evola quote too. That was a banger. Right. Actually I wanted to touch more on that Evola quote, but yeah, I feel like I do a sufficient job touching on those major points for sure. But yeah.
Yeah, you did a very good job. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm acting a bit tired. I got a little bit tired, so
Oh no, it's fine. We will be sort of wrapping up soon, so don't feel too bad. Right. Looks like we're not having too much participation today, so I totally understand the feeling of feeling a little tired at this point because we have been here for 5 hours, so I greatly appreciate the people, and I should address some key things before we leave here. So I'll read this, I'll play a little song, and then I'll go into the last thing that we have, which is reading a bit of ellul, and then I'll prime people for the future, as they say, right? In terms of the presentations here and elsewhere. So yeah, so where are we here? Okay, here we go. To the extent that our megatechnics ignores these fundamental insights, into the nature of all living organisms, it is actually pre-scientific, even when not actively irrational, a dynamic agent of arrest and regression. When the implications of this weakness are taken in, a deliberate large-scale dismantling of the mega machine in all its institutional forms must surely take place, with the redistribution of power and authority to smaller units, more open to direct human control. Okay. If technics is to be brought back again into the service of human development, the path of advance will lead not only to further expansion of the mega machine, but to the deliberate cultivation of all those parts of organic environment and the human personality that have been suppressed in order to magnify the offices of the mega machine. The deliberate expression and fulfillment of human potentialities requires a different approach from that bent solely on the control of natural forces and the modification of human capabilities in order to facilitate and expand the system of control. We know now that play and sport and ritual and dream fantasy, no less than organized work, have exercised a formative influence upon human culture. Right, actually, it seems like if you exclude people's religious concerns and their ritualistic concerns and their artistic concerns, and and you exclude this from the purpose of human existence, there's not a whole lot there throughout human history. So yeah, so we're not solely tool making, right?
Yeah, of course.
Or symbol making, as we said, yes, so many times, right? So, and he's trying to attempting to explain. But yeah.
I also feel like, this is more controversial, but I think there is a continuum from icon to indexical and symbol, because
absolutely.
there are blurry lines. Yeah, there are blurry lines, like, believe it or not, but bowerbirds, they actually have preferences for the colored rocks they get, and they actually decorate their bowers to attract mates, but there is a sense that they are enjoying decorating their bowers. Like they decorate their house, to look more beautiful. And I can show you examples of that if you're interested. It's bizarre. It's very interesting. Like they're doing interior design in some sense.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Did you say that was rats or crows or what kind of bird?
Bowerbird.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll write the name here. It's Bowerbird. Yeah.
Yeah, I know rats do that too. Rats collect shiny
Oh.
things.
Yeah, crows like shiny things too, but what makes the bowerbird interesting is they decorate their house or their bowers with the shiny things. So like they're doing interior design.
Rats. The rats are so ravenous.
Feasting on the loosh.
Yeah, rats have been known to sacrifice themselves to save other rats. Do you believe that? And they have a sense of self-sacrifice. Some of them.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I want to say that there are many different angles one could take in showing the profane and messed up times we live in. One of them I was talking about with TML is that I think war had, in pre-industrial times, it had more glory to it. Like it was about protecting the community, protecting your people, your tradition, and also war. Like the Bhagavad Gita, has a more heroic sense to it. But now, war is all about faceless corporations and industry interest, and it has no true glory, and it's just a more efficient means to mass slaughter people. It's like more dangerous, like what Mongols did in like, I don't know, 50 or 100 years can be done in the blink of an eye now, and not many people think about that, but it's true. And so and now they're even making it more effective. They're going to automate that process with drones and other stuff. And yeah, I'm surprised this channel doesn't get more people, because this kind of stuff, when I go online, see a lot of people talk about it, but I guess many people don't reflect on it deeply. They see it as inevitable and necessary. But no, we should at least oppose it. We should look into it more deeply. We should question the foundations that led to this mess and stuff like that.
Right. Right. They're
Yeah,
not allowed to question those things.
Right. And it leads back to those ideas of the shiny things, right? I'm not sure where in the Tao Te Ching Lao Tzu says that truthful words are not necessarily beautiful, and beautiful words aren't always truthful. These days, folks.
Yeah, that's chapter
folks
81. Yeah.
Folks are just looking for those shiny things, those beautiful words, and that overt stimulation,
Yeah, that's the beginning of the last chapter.
Good words and fair speeches.
Yeah. Yeah, let me show you guys
But deception.
what Frank is referring to. This is great stuff.
Yeah, they love those beautiful.
Yeah, go ahead, Frank.
Beautiful words and fill in the space, right? No dead air, and that's one of the huge differences here. Is you do occasionally let a moment to consider and for something to sink in, and people kind of respect each other and allow for an actual conversation rather than just the Jerry Springer effect of the dramosphere.
Oh yeah.
The panel virus.
Yeah, here it is. Truthful words are not beautiful. Beautiful words are not truthful. Good men do not argue. Those who argue are not good. Those who know are not learned. Those I'm sorry, the learned do not know. The sage never tries to store things up. Excuse me. The more he does for others, the more he has. The more he gives to others, the greater his abundance. The Tao of the sage is work without effort.
Yeah,
It's
it's good
wild
magic.
stuff. Oh yeah, we read a bunch of translations of that earlier. So yeah. So let's move to a song, I guess, and then we'll move to our friend Jacques Ellul, who's talking about legal techniques and how they expand police power, and how police power is conflated with the law in terms of these legal techniques. And of course you need specialists like lawyers in order to study these legal techniques. And the law no longer becomes a domain of justice and morality. These become old concepts. And yeah, it kind of reflects how there's a total waning of the personal, the individual, things like capitalism, democracy, liberalism, the private enterprise, right? And of course, the social and moral scope, right? So the disappearance of all these levels signals the disappearance of a greater element.
Yeah. I don't know if yeah. I know I'm kind of late because I should have said this 5 hours ago. But Reddington's avatar is a wolf. It's not a dragon. It's not a dragon. Yeah.
Oh, I guess it could be either, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, interesting.
It's a wolf.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a wolf. Yeah, now that I close in on it, yeah.
You want to share something cool with a dragon? I saw recently a dragon fight, or you're not in the mood. I could show a fight with a dragon. It has beautiful visuals. Or you're not interested. It's fine if
Yeah,
you're not
sure.
interested. Oh, I can't. Okay, yeah, I'll just show a bit of it and fast forward a bit. It's interesting. I like the
Yeah.
visuals.
Yeah, we're taking like a music break anyways now, so go ahead and show that, and then we'll play some music, and then we'll read some ellul, and I don't think anybody's coming up here. We'll sort of close out the stream after that and play some other recordings. So I appreciate you guys.
What do you think?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, we got some more video game footage here with the music video that I made. And yeah, then we're gonna read ellul and we'll be right back after a little break. So I appreciate you guys. So give me 1 second, we'll be right back. I appreciate you guys. Blessings. And I'm gonna like sort of step away for a minute. Here, hold on. Yeah, I really like this song. I've been listening to this song for a while, called Red Rum. Oh wait, we got these guys in the back. What's going on?
Hey brother. How
Hey,
you
I'm
doing?
gonna play some music and then I'm gonna read and we'll, get up in some things here. But yeah,
Yeah.
blessings.
Can I play some music?
No.
No.
The AI slop. Yeah. No way.
No, I don't play AI slop. I'll play some
No.
real music.
No, still, I got the music made up already. But yeah, blessings to you guys. We'll be right back in like 5 minutes, and I appreciate you guys. Hang
Alright,
tight.
see you in a bit, team.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Darkness, red rum like the flavor of blood. Darkness, yeah, red rum like the flavor of motherfucking blood. What up, beastrumentals? Darkness, let's fucking go. Yeah, red rum like the flavor of blood. My whole life I felt sunk in an ocean of drums. Blood pouring out my lungs from the bullet holes. I was clipped by my own duns. Vengeance was mine. Paranoia was eating my mind. Angels laughed at me, basked me in light. While I suffered, shit was trife. No, shit was pure strife. Third eye blind, couldn't see the shadows past my cries. Suffering in pure torment, the heavens scorned me with their lips. Tartarus opened, a dark hand took me in, taught me the ways of black magic, showed me angels in heaven gambling, playing chess, pawns shaped like a Benz, pawns shaped like broads, all tens, deception amongst God's children. I had enough of it, shook hands with the angel of death, trained amongst the demons, wasted no breath, sipped red rum and went to war. These are war stories from the devil's son. Darkness, yeah.
He seemed to have demons of his own that he struggled to contain.
Yeah, war stories from the devil's son. These are horror stories that I can't get from just anyone. I've really seen death look into dead eyes. I've really seen wigs split. Street mercenary, every punch is a hit. Sinister rhymes for sinister minds. Y'all too focused on the light. I'm focused on my third eye. Got a scope that leaves your third eye wide. I saw my soul die. Hell soldiers cured me from my own demise. Rose up, conquered, and executed the spies. The general of legions the angels went to war with. The rebellion only lasted seconds. My preparations made me 10 times more dangerous, 10 times more ferocious. The seven-headed dragon held the pit of hell. Angels from heaven fell, wings snipped, sipped on red rum, watched their pawns slip, no longer in control. The watchers watched their kingdom split. This is how we pillaged heaven for its drip. Darkness, yeah. Darkness, red rum, yeah.
Yeah, that was lit.
Yeah. From the dark streets of Alberta, Canada. The dark god has emerged. But yeah, let me put Frank here and then we'll continue this reading here. And of course, he mentioned two factors. He says the technical creation of law is one, by means first of judicial element is separated from the law. The judicial element, which becomes principally organization, is no longer charged with pursuing justice or creating law in any way whatsoever. It is charged with applying the laws. So this is a step. Two, the disassociated judicial element gains more efficiency to the degree that it is made completely technical. It becomes possible to divorce judicial meaning from a, quote, dangerous empiricism by confining the infinite diversity of judicial situations to a limited number of conceptual frameworks. And finally, he adds that the law and the police become identical. The formula then becomes better injustice than disorder. The notions of order and security are at least as easily reduced to technique as is possible the notion of justice. And he furthermore contends that then it becomes simple to discard it entirely. Even so, men of law have certain scruples and are unable to eliminate justice from the law completely without twinges of conscience. But it's not possible to retain it.
because the difficulties it involves, the uncertainty of operations, unpredictability it entails. In a word, judicial technique implies that bureaucracy cannot be burdened any longer with a thing like justice. All right, so now that I've read different parts of his critique, I'll go to the main text. And now that I've situated you guys in the text here, right? I'll go to the main text here. He says, at most, a possible inconsistency in laws in which the need for order constrains the state might trouble the conscience of jurists, but since there is no longer any foundation of law and justice, legal inconsistency cannot have any very far-reaching effects or endanger, the judicial techniques. The schematism I've described is found over and over again behind the complexity of modern legal phenomenon. Under such conditions, the traditional equilibrium between the technical and human elements is quickly lost. In affirming that there is no law without efficiency, we in fact announce the implicit sacrifice of justice, he says. The implicit sacrifice of justice and the human being to efficiency. With the lack of equilibrium, the door is wide open to further technical invasion. We are witnessing the result, the takeover of law by technique among nations which have a less firmly rooted legal sense than the French. Of course, that's where he lives. Here, hold on. Let me drop the link again.
Yep. TML, does my camera keep bugging out? It looks like it keeps flipping sideways.
It's flipping.
On me.
Yeah, it's flipping up. Yeah, you're
Oh,
flipping.
what the fuck's up with that, man? That's just weird. It keeps doing that.
It's all good, though. It's no worries. But yeah, you have flipped a number of times, and you were sideways just now. But yeah.
I'll flip back to Gorilla Man with his banana.
Yeah, it's like the Limp Bizkit video. Yeah. I think you're getting like jumping off the wall there, you know?
Yeah, it's weird. Weird.
But yeah.
Machine fucking with me.
Yeah. It's all good. So yeah, until now, I've been speaking of judicial technique still as a recognizable part of the world of law. The jurists, although turned technician, adhere to a general line which prevented technique from reaching a quote-unquote pure state. But once the pure technical mentality, technique in itself, has penetrated the legal world, legal technique, which no longer has its root in law, but in physical sciences, or perhaps even in biology, brings about certain decisive upheavals in social life. The technician rejects both the school of natural law and the historical school, so that according to F. Junger, the law becomes merely a complex of technical norms. Okay, so the part I found most intriguing in that statement is this idea of the physical sciences replacing the notions of natural law or the historical school, right? So it's more important what's replacing it, right? Is an overemphasis on not only psychoanalysis and psychotechnics, right, and psychological evaluations, right, as you could probably tell, right, in the form of the biological and physical sciences, right? They're protruding into the legal domain. And of course, this is going to become an important element in something else he mentions in technique in the state, which is this notion of pre-crime. Right? Not only is it the growth of police power, but there's also going to be a greater element of pre-crime in society. So he says that the technician rejects both the school of natural law and the historical school, so that according to F. Junger, this is the guy that Buddha mentioned earlier, the law becomes merely a complex of technical norms. The demands of conscience, as well as those of society, to use the traditional language, become subordinated to normative technique. It is no longer considered necessary to secure popular adherence to the law or to be limited to legal means in order to secure the application of the law. The enormous simplicity of technique has deprived the whole ensemble of judicial mechanisms of meaning. Mechanisms which had as their end to guarantee the law and to cause it to be obeyed without excessive use of force. The whole apparatus of devices such as penalties, distraints, and the like no longer makes sense. Here, give me 1 second.
Yeah, pre-crime is going to become an increasingly large focus of the surveillance state. It's one of the things they've actually already started implementing over here about 5 or 6 years ago. Um, One big area that I felt it was in my private text messaging among people on like my friend circle and shit. I was sending messages or different things to different people, and they started warning me. Like before they would let the message send, they would say the message you're about to send is subversive or doesn't fall in line with the educated system or whatever. They had like an entire spiel, and they're like, "Are you sure that you want to send it?" And if I went ahead and sent it anyway, like it said something like "You've been warned," or your ignorance of the warning has been logged, something like that. It was very, very, very passive aggressive in its
Yeah.
application. It's
Yeah,
weird,
and
right?
if you read propaganda, the techniques, for social control in a totalitarian system are going to be indistinguishable from the ones in the democratic system. Except for the people that use them in a democratic system are just going to employ the on themselves. Right? So literally, like, this is what the social media is in the democratic countries. They're already using that to police social behavior. Right? So even if they don't have something where you can't send a message, it's basically already happening on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, all of these other means. So if you want to communicate with people, right? Of course, some of these apps are banned in China, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The Great Firewall of China. Yeah, so it's a little more overt here, but I think it's kind of what's coming down the line for everyone.
Yeah. So okay.
Yeah,
So let me.
the the you were using a Chinese service with the text, and they gave the warnings and such,
Yeah, yeah.
or I
WeChat.
see. WeChat, yeah, WeChat, interesting. I think maybe America or the rest of the world, they want to adopt China's social credit system or something like that, and for the smart cities, that would be bad. They seem to be moving in that direction.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
Elon Musk openly stated it. He said that he wanted to make his X platform a basic carbon copy of WeChat because WeChat is so successful in controlling people.
Yeah. And then what he's describing is some sort of social credit situation which they've already deployed. Right.
Well, America, I don't think has it yet, but they are moving in that direction. America, or maybe they have it, but they're just not telling us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. They could also, right, just keep two sets of books. Right. That's always possible. So anyways, we are today in the process of transcending the traditional position, he says. This is Ellul Technological Society, 296. Right, Hans Kelsen represents the culmination of this development, and it was expressed in certain of the legal forms of Nazism. The Nazis recognized that a science of human behavior would make it possible to dispense with any legal rules. Right. If the people to be administered were persuaded, quote unquote, if they're made to understand by sufficiently powerful means that the observation of the rule was in their own interest, the rule would become more and more useless. If a sufficiently functional, realistic, and coherent pattern is established for the the organized human milieu, and the technique of organization can furnish such a plan in short order, the great part of the administrative apparatus is rendered superfluous. In this way, society is directed toward a progressive emptying of legal forms and a consequent gain in the human techniques, which render a gendarmerie useless. I can't believe I didn't pay close attention to that word for the first time I read, or the second or third time I read this. Gendarmerie. Gendarmerie is a military force responsible for law enforcement among the civilian population.
How do you spell it?
Gendarmerie. Gendarmerie. So yeah, interesting. It must be maybe a French word. Oh wait, I'm not showing it. Sorry. This
Yeah, it
is
sounds French. Sounds French in spelling, for sure.
A military force responsible for law. Anyways. A further consequence of the techniques, so he's saying that you don't need like military men watching the population. If you just have them, think that rules that they're following are for their own benefit, then you don't need the rules. They'll just follow it on their own. A further consequence of the technicization of the law is that distinction between political technique and judicial technique disappears for all practical purposes. Okay, so not only is police action indistinguishable from the law itself, right, but political techniques and judicial techniques become indistinguishable.
Well, the way it works is like local militias become more important than a state-run or a federal-controlled military apparatus. See, that's the problem. We've got to the point where we've let the military-industrial complex basically control the world, and now it's decided that it wants to go into technocracy.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. So
so how do we combat that level of everything they've already got to? Right, see, we now have to try and combat where they are already at. And keep in mind, they're probably like 30 to 50 years ahead of what they tell us they're at.
yeah, absolutely.
That's the fucked up thing. Yeah, see, that's the fucked up thing. It's like, what do we do?
One of the big problems with localized militias, though, is that it often degenerates into feudalism, right? And your mention of them being really far ahead, like, yeah, wow, to think about it at a grander scope, like imagine the amount of tagging and data collection and categorization that is already there on us, right?
Yep. Like 100%, yeah. What I'm saying is, what are you doing now? It's like we already know that they're doing this. What are you doing now to try and stop it?
Yeah, it's a great question. Yeah, let's talk about that in a little while. I'm almost done reading a little bit of this, and then we'll basically open it up for discussions. I'll drop the link again. I don't see the link in the chat. I believe I did drop the link recently. So if anybody else wants to come up, now would be a great time to come up and have a free form discussion with us. If not, I will basically move towards shutting the show down because we've not had that much participation since the beginning of the show. So let's check this out.
Dude, you know I'll keep going as long as other people do. So you probably don't even need to worry about getting more than the people that are already here.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll figure out what the deal is, but you know, like there's quite a bit of stuff that we could get into. So let me move into this text though for a little bit. So it says the subject and object of the law are no longer social, but rather technical exigencies. The technician approves of proceeding in this way. The very matter of the law becomes his object. He has good reason to desire such a situation. He is no longer burdened with absurd methods of procedure. His judgments become completely rational since he understands the social necessities and the economic situation and can take them into account in his calculations. But it should not be thought that the technician merely translates these necessities into law. Above all, he elaborates them, and they are essentially subordinate to him and his technique. This explains the enormous proliferation of laws. The technician.
Can you repeat?
Hey, can you just mute up for a second, DK? Because it's,
No, can you repeat the very first sentence again?
I don't even remember which one that is, dude. Just give me a second. Just mute up for a second. You're making a lot of noise. Here, hold on, bro. Here, you're making a lot of noise, DK. Here, give me 1 second. Let me read this for a second. We'll get you back on. Right. He has good I don't even remember where I was. Oh yeah, this explains the enormous proliferation of laws. The technician analyzes and predicts, and I'm reading this all again. So if you wanted to hear it again, here it is. He cannot endure the indeterminate or tolerate the initiatives which upsets order. These two traits explain the multiplicity of laws in the past. The multiplicity was attributed to inefficiency. The repeated promulgation of a law or the indefinite multiplication of laws accentuated the fact that laws were going unobserved. Legal multiplicity today is something else again. Whatever a technician believes is true must be made into a law, but his interferences only concern details. His analytic spirit lends him to perceive, understand, and affirm strictly localized truths, and thus strictly delimited. They then become the objects of law. There must be a law for each fact, whence the indefinite proliferation of legal apparatus. Okay, now here's a key point. He says the modern proliferation of laws can also be explained by the legal technician's complete antipathy to the notion of doctrinal law.
Yeah, you know what that sounds like? I'm going to ask DK when he comes back up. I have a question. Can you keep that sentence? I want to ask DK a question when he comes up, because you know what it reminds me of, the proliferation of the laws and the elaboration of the laws reminds me of pill pool. You know about pill pool, right? Like pill pool is like the legalistic foundation of, in some ways, of what we're experiencing. Maybe I just want to see what DK has to say about that.
Yeah.
That'd be funny to hear.
Yeah. Yeah, laws can be explained by the legal technician's complete antipathy to the notion of a of a doctrinal law to a jurisprudence of concepts, quote unquote. A legal system which merely establishes principles and lays down general lines of procedure and entrusts to the judge the creation of a living law under the maxim, the magistrate is the real voice of civil law. Such a state of affairs is intolerable to the technician, who dreads above all else the arbitrary, the personal, the fortuitous. See, this is what I was trying to explain when I started this quest, right? And this is the last thing I'll read. The technician is the great enemy of chance. He finds the personal element insupportable. For that reason, he finds it advisable to enclose the judge or administrator in a tighter and tighter technical network, more and more hedged about with legal prescriptions in such a way that the citizen will understand exactly where he is heading and just what the consequences are to be expected. Law then must provide for every contingency so that man cannot disturb its operation. The traditional development of law is involved in a kind of competition between judges and crooks. But with the progress of technique, this is no longer the case. Society, through the application of extra legal means, is beginning to guarantee public obedience to the law. Its real problem now is to restrain the activities of those who would apply the law only to distort it, from the judge down to the lowest prison guard.
Yeah, DK, I have a question for you. Can you describe the similarities between people and crooked lawyers and how they're always, elaborating and pontificating on legal shit?
I don't know enough about people, but I can go on about lawyers and how their only objective
Absolutely
is to lie as much as they possibly can so that their client doesn't get in trouble. Other than my lawyers seemed happy to hang me out to dry. You see, I've been to prison. See, that's the difference. I've actually been through the whole process while you're talking it from an outside perspective.
Right.
I can talk about it from both sides. I can talk about it from actually studying it, then being in it, and then studying it more. What, did you think I stopped studying shit after I went to prison? Or did you just think I didn't know what the hell I was talking about? Like, sometimes I get really, really sick of people trying to run me down, talk me down, when they're the ones who don't actually know shit. So which thing in particular do you want to question me about right now?
TK, I don't think anybody's trying to run you down, and a lot of us have been to jail. Hey, a lot of us have been to jail or prison.
Which thing did you want to question me about right now?
That's for you, Buddha. Avian. He's asking you, I think.
Yeah, I thought you knew about people. I wanted to hear what you have to say about people.
About what?
People. P-I-L-P-U-L. It's the China trick.
P-I-L-P-U-L.
Yeah. P-I-L-P-U-L. It's when the J.
To be honest, I don't actually know that one. If you actually know something before me, thank you. I'll get people to start looking into it. I do not actually know of that company.
It's when the small hats argue with themselves, or they muddy the waters with language, and they can manipulate you for a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Dude, you don't know. See, I think you just tried to make something up to get yourself out of the shit.
No, people is real.
No, you scared me. You're sounding like an infiltrator who thought their way of buying themselves out of shit was just throwing out some random term and then we'll never hear from you again. No. I don't
DK,
actually
DK.
believe a lot of what you've said.
DK, I don't think it was. DK, I don't think it was a pissing contest. I think he was just
No,
trying
I
to.
don't actually believe a lot of what he said. Dude, what? You think this is the first time I've been here?
No. Nobody thinks that.
Right.
DK, read what I highlighted. DK, read it.
No, you read it.
I'll read it. I'll
Okay.
read it. I'll read
Read
it. Can I
it
read
and
it?
sound like a Jew.
Can I read it?
No, let the
No.
Jew read it.
Let me. I am the Jew, motherfucker. What's up? You got a problem with my Jewish
anyone
ass?
from Saudi Arabia floating around?
I am a Jew, bitch. What's up? What's that got to do with anything? You gonna hate me because I'm black next?
Yes.
God damn. All right, I'll read it to you, TML, if you will.
Everyone thinks I'm not racist and fucking anti-Semitic and shit. I fucking am.
Okay, that's fine. I don't care.
Yeah. So go fuck yourself. Don't think I'm gonna say no.
I don't think Avian's a Jew, is he? Avian, are you secretly a
Avian
J-Dog?
is, I believe Avian is.
No.
No, Avian's got like some other religion. I'm not sure what his is, but he believes he was a bird.
A great explanation of his
Hey,
religion.
what? You think I don't pay attention to you motherfuckers?
I don't think
Yeah, you got
Avian
it all
thinks he's a
figured out.
Jew.
See, I know what all you motherfuckers are
Facts.
that I know. Like shit. Frank is the only person I don't know well. I know the rest of you motherfuckers. Holy shit.
We've crossed paths before, DK. We had a fist fight. We were both drunk one night up here at TML's, and we got into a fist fight. Then it turned into a love fest, so it was okay.
It's alright. I hope we kissed and made up. Although I'm not
sorry.
gay, no homo.
No, go homo. It was all hetero.
Hey, this motherfucker didn't swim to New Zealand to kiss me. I'm pretty sure of it. You gotta remember, I'm in a different country. He can't even drive to give me a kiss. He's gotta fucking fly.
I can swim. I'm closer than you think, brother. So what was that pool pill? Do you want to read that pill?
Oh, good shit. I didn't realize you were an Aussie. Good shit, brother. Whereabouts are you?
No, I'm in China.
Ah, fuck.
But
Next
it's not that
minute,
far.
you're in fucking South Korea.
No, that's someone else.
Oh, North Korea. I don't know.
I hope not.
Fuck you. Oh, you just keep. See, if you just keep talking shit, no one can believe you. Makes everything else you have to say unbelievable. You're unbelievable. What was that band's name? I think it was EMT or some shit. Oh. You're unbelievable. It was
Right,
an English
I
song.
got some Christmas lights set up. I don't think that adds to it though. That's just
No.
gilding the lily.
Oh, wait. Someone's chucked. Wait, is that your camera?
Who?
Who's on camera? Dude, we can't hear you.
No, that's not me,
No,
man. That's
your
somebody
mic
else.
isn't working. Camera's on, but mic isn't working. Fucking sort the camera shit so both is working, brother.
You sure about that?
I'll put my camera on shortly. I'm just finishing doing something that I'm not allowed to do on camera. You know? Masturbating. Because you look so pretty.
Oh man, you're pulling the Axis
I
rap
was
blood.
kidding. Dude, I was kidding. I'm smoking fucking
Yeah,
weed.
don't do that. Don't do that, please.
No, I was kidding. I'm smoking weed. I'm not allowed to put that on camera. It's still illegal in my country. I was just being a dickhead, and he like fucking went, what about?
All the good-looking women sing along. I can't hear y'all.
Yeah, TML, real quick, if I may. It brought to mind earlier when we were talking about, like, can you guys hear me okay? Is my mic working?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
when we were talking about like in shiny things, the third chapter of the Tao Te Ching talks about that the wise do not value goods which are hard to obtain, and in so doing so, they give no opportunity for theft and jealousy. And wise ones also do not look at things of stimulation, and by doing so, neither can they stir up desire or make oneself restless. So, in governing life, it advises that simple things bring the best results, and that by emptying the mind, you can strengthen your internal essence. And by weakening your ambition for external things, you can strengthen your body. And then by maintaining life in normalcy, sorry, one has no particular desire or interest. No proclivities.
Yeah. Yeah, the
And
wise rule
can be hard to.
Yeah, the wise rule by strengthening of strengthening bones and emptying desires.
All right. Hello. What?
Uh-oh.
The trouble in big trouble in Little China.
Yeah, we're getting a real
Oh
look
no,
into,
sorry, my bad.
into DK's
I
personal
know
life.
I've got like flatmate knocking on the door. Sorry, mute myself.
A flatmate. A flatmate.
How
A
many times?
flatmate, you say?
How many times a day? How many times a day does that happen, DK?
Goddamn flatmate now. Ah.
Shut the
Goddamn
fuck up in
flatmate
there,
now.
DK.
Goddamn flatmate now. I'm just fucking with you, DK.
Yeah, it's good fun. Good fun. I think DK knows that. Oh,
yeah.
it's so funny.
He's chilling. I think he went to go talk to his flatmate.
Flatmate. Flatmate be what you shut the fuck up in there, old man. It's the 5th time I've been over here. You know what I'm saying? Like my son, I start getting excited on the live streams. My son, I'll hear his door slam. He's like, Dad, why don't you shut the fuck up? I'm in here trying to study.
Yeah. Yeah, they get like that. Teenagers, you know.
For sure.
It's crazy.
Yeah, so Buddha, real quick question. Buddha, why did you mention the thing you mentioned earlier, the pool pill? I wasn't familiar with that either.
He was trying to trigger DK, I think.
Yeah.
But he didn't get the joke. He went crazy.
I got triggered
I'm
instead.
just go fucking nuts again now. What the fuck do you want? Like, by the way, do you want me to actually do the rap that I wrote? I'm
Yeah,
not
for
shitting
sure.
you.
Yeah, it'd
I'm
be
not
my honor.
shitting you. Dude, do you actually want me to do it? Like, TML,
Yeah. Yeah.
I will do the actual rap that I fucking wrote.
Oh wait, no, that's wrong.
Do you want me? Do you?
Yeah.
It only lasts about 2 minutes, but I
Yeah.
actually wrote this myself, and I'm going to sing it myself right now. Do you want me to do it?
For shiggity.
Damn it. Okay. I don't know if I should put my camera on or screen share. I don't.
Definitely better with the camera on, dude.
Yeah. Do you need a beat?
No, dude. I've got absolute. Dude, because you don't know the song, so you can't provide a fucking beat. No, whatever you think is not going to fucking work. I'm not shitting you.
You seem so confident of that.
I am.
Man.
Hey, do you know how confident I am?
Turn on your camera, man. Get your head in the game.
Get
wait,
busy with
I
it.
do have to do the screen share thing.
Yeah, get busy getting busy.
I have
Lay
to
down some of
screen
those
share it
bars.
on ScreenYards.
ScreenYards. Is that a new app?
StreamYard.
Oh.
I have to share screen on StreamYard. And
StreamYard.
I found it's
I'm
like
heading over there.
the easiest way without fucking around with shit is always click on entire screen. In case anyone, like, you can fuck around with shit later and try and make it better and do what you want, but every time if it says entire screen, click on that shit.
Right.
DK, you send me a private link to ScreenYards later. I want to get in there with you.
I'm
The
not on
production tips.
StreamYard.
Yeah, DK's got production tips. You know what I'm saying?
Dude,
For sure.
I don't know. I stream and I run a website that you can stream on.
Oh yeah, he's got his own server.
TML, I'd actually fucking love you.
Shit,
Come and
dude.
stream on my
We
fucking
gotta do
website,
it,
brother.
Yeah, we actually gotta do it. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I actually truly mean it. And do you know how easy it is?
Yeah, it'd be an honor.
On my website. Right.
Yeah, you get put on a list in Australia or New Zealand.
That's right.
Dude,
We'll never get a
didn't
visa.
make it. No,
Right.
I didn't make it. My fucking designer's in America. The fuck are you on about?
Oh shit, we'll get popped here even better.
We've got a multinational corporation.
Yeah, DK, you're making it worse. Just get ready to rock, baby.
Not corporation. Multinational company already.
Put your
So we
kamikaze
get to
bandana
fuck
on.
around like no matter who comes at us. We
Get
can
out your
fight it
samurai
from
sword.
different directions. Look,
Get ready to spit bars. Come
we've
on.
been planning this for like fucking a year and a half.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Am I interrupting? Is
years almost.
this the rap?
I do you not actually believe me?
It's like
No, I'm
Little
wondering
John
if
and the
you-
East Side Boys.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were laying down your bars. I didn't mean you
Dude,
stepping on
I
your
was
rap.
about to.
Okay.
What?
Where did I say they were? Yeah.
There is no try. There is do or do not do.
I didn't say try. I said I was about to.
About to. Oh, lay it down,
It's easy
baby.
to rhyme, just stay in time, keep the line moving, because people need to be fed the shit that they need to be led, or else they be instead, or else they die instead, for fear of stepping out of the fold. It annoys me that I keep saying get DK conspiracy at the start of every one of them. Okay, this does actually fuck me up. So keep that in mind. The ones where it says DK conspiracy, it fucks me up.
Just keep going, man.
Like, I
Keep
can't know
laying it.
because the words don't just flow. I have to register that that's the wrong word and then keep going. Okay? I'm gonna start again just because, like, yeah, now you fucking know, you fucking piece of shit, motherfucking wannabe piece of shit, fucking hoe. What the fuck do you think? What? Just because I drink, you think I don't know how to put a couple of words together? What? You think I'm not fucking clever? How stupid do you think I fucking am? I don't know how you even give a damn about me and try and spend so much time to give me shit when I don't know why you even think I'm fucking worth it. Someone must be paying you to come at me because I'm fucking nobody. So that was just off the top of my head right then. That was without even doing this fucking song. All right.
Like the old Busta Rhymes.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, I know. That was just off the top of my head. This one I actually wrote.
I could have beatboxed to that.
I need to go edit it and take out the word DK-spiracy. Actually, let me do that right now.
Yeah, when you edit it too, you could give me a what is that called? A track. You could give me a track.
Hey, motherfucker, I just
Yes.
No, because poetry is fucking easy. Rhyming for me is nothing that is being anything that was anything.
I'm trying to collaborate with you, DK.
It was always fucking something that flows. There is no fucking problem. I'm fucking white. You're a fucking nigga. Go fuck you, yo.
Is my black showing through, TML?
Yeah, it is.
I thought I had my white boy mask on today.
Oh shit! Sorry, I forgot I was on TML's YouTube. There was
I was wearing my Jew mask.
I apologize for the N-word, YouTube. Sorry, I apologize for the N-word. I apologize.
You didn't really say it too clearly, so let's not bring
I know, but I didn't.
Let's just remove you from the panel because you keep on talking about it now that you've already hardly said it. So maybe you're trying to be provocative. Dude, go fuck yourself, bro.
Or you just claim it was Chinese anyway. There's a Chinese word that's very similar.
You can play lots of
You speaking Chinese on my channel, baby. What's up?
Nobody cares, DK. Nobody gives a fuck.
Just roll with the punches.
Okay. I mean, no, sorry. You actually told me. You said that's one of the only words you never wanted me to say.
DK, are you gonna read?
Oh my god, dude! It's not me. It's goddamn YouTube, bro. Like,
back down the rabbit hole.
No, you actually said it.
Yeah, but it's actually YouTube that. Yeah, but it's the YouTube rule, man.
Right.
It's the YouTube rule.
Once he falls in, he has a hard time.
So once you keep on saying it on the channel, that's actually affecting my channel because it's a YouTube.
I know, that's what I said.
So when you continue to break the rule, it's actually that you don't care about my channel, right? It's not that you don't care about, it's not that you don't care in general. It's that you don't care about my specific channel, right? That's why you keep on.
I think he's having a hard time caring about himself. You know, that happens sometimes.
Right. So that's the major issue, right? So I could just remove you. I could remove you permanently from the show, right? So I don't have to. I don't have to continue to talk to you at all, right? And nor do I get anything. This is mainly just for entertainment, right? At this point, so I'm not getting. I'm not getting anything out of this. So don't kid yourself, right?
So DK, are you gonna read what you wrote? Just read it.
The entertainment section of the show.
I'm ready for what you wrote. You know, I want to hear the wisdom.
Shit. I wanted to before, but TML's made me kind of apprehensive.
Nobody made you do nothing.
I said TML has made me apprehensive.
Right, because for the 40th time, you act like you didn't hear the first time I told you to say some shit like fucking months and months and months.
I
and
know.
months ago.
I said it once, but I was ad-libbing.
And now every time I do it, and now every time I want to just play music on my channel, I get popped because of fucking morons like you. So this is the hilarious part: is that. You know, like, you guys don't give a fuck about where you are. You don't give a fuck about my channel or anything I put forward. And then you get to talk. Then you get to talk. Then you get to talk however you want and say whatever you want. So that's the fucking problem, right?
Dude.
That's not cool. Not cool.
I go out of my way for your channel. I mean,
then be chill. Be chill. We're chill.
I'm not streaming right now.
Yeah, I explained before. I did this whole thing myself.
No, mate, because my 5-day fucking stream is uploading and processing. But every other time I've been here, it's like I fucking promote you on Rumble and shit. To my detriment. Because everyone I met on Rumble is pro-white. And I'm like, dude, This is one of those. This is a
Fuck,
Muslim
fuck
school,
your racist cracker audience. Fuck your racist cracker Nazi faggot audience. Fuck all of
You're
them.
not listening.
In the ass.
I'm
Fuck
not
them in the
online.
ass. I hope they die in Minecraft. Fuck them.
Said I'm not online.
And fuck
Look.
racism at all. You know, that shit's stupid.
Dude,
I'm
I
even talking
said
about it.
I'm not online.
Ain't even
It's
worth
like,
talking about.
DK, are you gonna read your writing? Just read it. Just get it over
dude,
with.
you
Read it.
just like completely deflected everything I was about to fucking say. Like,
It's called pre-crime.
Dude,
Pre-crime.
okay, do you want me to do this fucking song then? Alright, like, fuck everything else. You want me to do this fucking song?
CML's engaging in pre-crime. Pre-crime policing.
Are you gonna read it or not? Just read what you wrote.
Right. It's easy to rhyme to stay in time, keep the line moving, keep people need to be fed the shit they need to be led, or else they die instead for fear of stepping out of the fold. Yeah, we are the ones. Yeah, I know. I should have taken DK Spiracy out of everything. I should have actually done that. Yeah, we're the ones who will rise and expose all the lies, all the things that we despise. I need to add like that. Time to rise up and reclaim what's ours. Take it from the powers that be, but most won't ever fucking see. See, when I do it, I can actually add how it should fucking be. Don't you fucking see? As I walk through the valley of as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, a Scooby-Doo cries, there's fucking nothing left. All this scheming and plans has come to naught, cause now everyone understands. These stupid kikes understand where what
Alright,
stands.
DK, have a nice day, bro. I gotta get rid of this. This is too drunk to actually fucking fuck out of here, bro. Fucking dumb fuck, bro.
It's great.
I can't have him on the show anymore. That's literally enough of DK. It's like every single time, it's like he's doing it on purpose, bro. Yeah, good. Good. Yeah, you and your audience got a good laugh out of that one, dude. Dude, it's like we're going around jesting and jeering folks for good laugh and good fun. Ha 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 ha. We're going around saying the N-word, the K-word on different platforms, and we're jeering and laughing along, and ha ha, it's a good time. Ha ha ha. Drunken fellowship. DK drunk conspiracy. Bro, get the fuck off this shit, bro. I told you multiple fucking times.
Did he talk about licking someone's bottom in the beginning? Because I thought I heard that. I was like, what the fuck? Why the hell is he so vulgar, you know? Like, it's gross. Like, man. Like, even if I get drunk, I say, oh, I'm not going to be writing scatological crap. Like, really, like, I'm just not that kind of guy, I guess. You know, it's gross, you know, like, man, like, work yourself out.
Yeah, I'm working towards getting a clean transcript on these shows. So honestly, next time, you know, we're really gonna be very mindful from now on of who we have on up, because I'm gonna be editing these shows and we're experiencing a lot of censorship, and you know, if people can't really follow sensible rules and guidelines that are pretty obvious, right, and they continuously follow along with this shit, it's crazy. But yeah, man.
Yeah, it's just disrespectful and rude. I mean, everybody's been on YouTube long enough, and for people who just showed up, they would even be more apprehensive of kind of, breaking rules and shit. So it degenerates into just lameness when folks do that. Like, it's intentional. It's got to be. I mean, I don't think DK's doing anything intentional per se.
No. That was definitely intentional. I just now talked to him 5 minutes ago. I think
he's pretty drunk. So isn't he pretty drunk most of the time?
He's restreaming this on another show, so he's doing that to get a laugh out of it. So they're all laughing over there. He's derailing my show on purpose because we're just doing this for entertainment. He doesn't care if my show gets shut down. If he just has a good laugh on his stream. You know, so he doesn't give a fuck about that. He'd actually laugh. They'd laugh. They'd say, "Oh, we shut down the Muslims channel." Right? They'd laugh. They'd laugh their ass off about it. They don't give a fuck about me. They don't give a fuck about anything I cover here. They don't give a shit about what I'm reading. They don't give a fuck about anything I stand for. They don't give a fuck about me at all. Yeah,
That's hardcore, 100%. Lane.
Yeah, it's real talk. It's real talk, though.
Yeah, I think he doesn't engage anything deeply or even attempts to. Right? So yeah, it's not good. Yeah. I hope this channel succeeds, but you're right. You gotta be more cautious because of the censorship crap. That's pretty bad. Yeah, you gotta be.
Absolutely. And not just the censorship. I mean, just out of basic respect for the teaching and what TML is doing and all of that. I know sometimes we do have a little fun, but that's something entirely different than like, you know, like overtly coming in, just trying to fucking shit in the living room. That's always lame, no matter how you read it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have a quick question. Is the F word allowed, or is that bad too? Should I reframe
F and K, any of those words, even trying to say like any of those things, yes, it's very bad. Yeah.
Oh man, I thought the F word was allowed. Damn.
You can't say the F word. You can't say the N word. You can't say the K word because it can be considered hate speech. All three of those can be considered hate speech. It's pretty obvious.
Okay, so like, any type of racial slurs, the F word.
It's pretty obvious.
I got you.
Yeah.
But the F word is used in a lot of movies, and people use it for like, you know, it just surprised me. The F word is off limits too. I gotta be careful about that. I didn't know.
Do you think the F word is hate speech?
No.
Yeah, somehow
it is
I
hate
think
speech.
It is. Yeah.
It is hate speech. Yeah, it's hate speech. So I mean, when you go outside, right? Would you go around to somebody you don't know and say that word to them?
No.
In a hateful manner?
No, I mean, when I drop something on my foot, I do say the F word, like I hurt myself. An exclamation.
No, fuck. We're not talking about fuck. We're talking about the LGBTQ one.
Yeah, man.
Oh, I'm talking about the fuck. Yeah, I'm talking about fuck.
No, we're allowed to say fuck, shit, asshole. We're allowed to say those words.
Yeah.
But you're not allowed to say. But you're not allowed to say you want to fuck someone or you hope somebody gets fucked. You know, and so on and so forth. Those are the types of things you can say, right?
Yeah, just like overtly insidious and injurious language should be avoided anyways, right? I mean, from a human being perspective.
Yeah. Oh, I did say that.
Yeah,
too.
you can't. Yeah, essentially, you can't threaten people. You can't expose people's personal information. That's you know, and so on and so forth. You shouldn't be doing stuff like that, right? That's considered extremely impolite or like stalking or whatever, right? Obviously, you should be very careful of who you're inviting into your life. You don't want to threaten people. You don't want to use connotations like sexual threats or implications or sexually abusive language against people, right? Especially women and children, right? And so on and so forth. You don't want to be, using hateful language towards groups that can imply hate towards a group, right? And so on and so forth. And you don't want to make radical statements in terms of medical or legal or statements against the government, right? Like so and so in the government should be dead or something like that. That's obviously considered very much Fed posting and so on and so forth. So there's types of things that you definitely don't want to say. And if people go along on shows or public platforms and go along and say those things, it's pretty obvious they're trying to derail because we're all grown-ups here. We all understand what can and should be said and is allowed to be said. And of course, we've been on these platforms for fairly long, unless you're like a retard or somebody who's like not really understanding or a mentally handicapped person or something among that category, right? Most people understand what they're doing, right?
Yeah. Again, I think a lot of it comes back to just commonplace decency. sometimes like, yeah, if you accidentally wander there and it's not intentional, I think it can be forgiven. But yeah, when it's just overt and it's continuous and nonstop and fucking they're just beating you over the head with it, that's kind of lame. Dig it.
I see. Yeah, I agree. I've made some mistakes too. I'll be more cautious from now. Yeah. Let me think here.
And in
Yeah.
some sense, people might claim that it's like censorship or something like that, but I would think that a certain amount of that diligence to impeccability in your speech and focusing on how you word things is important, right? Like we do want to say the right things and explore the ideas with the maximum of our intelligence turned on. I think that's a big problem, TML, with like folks that come here is that can be hard to do. You know, you guys have a dialectic and a philosophical buildup that's been going on for some time now. And to get involved with that for some folks can be a little bit overwhelming at first. But yeah, it takes time. You act.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. That's all very thoughtful, and I like your assessment, Frank. Thank you. Yeah, everything you said was reasonable and sensible. Yeah.
Thank you, Buddha.
So, dang, there's no one's coming on. You want to talk about anything, Frank, before TML ends the show? You want to talk about anything with me, or you're not in the mood?
I'm always in the mood. I like to talk, but I didn't have anything specific. I just came to listen and then find some opportunity to fellowship with you gentlemen today.
No problem with that. No problem with that. So, let me think. I'm thinking. Let me think about something to talk about. Do you like any Chinese dramas, like TV show dramas?
TV show dramas. I've watched a few. I don't not a lot to be honest with you, but I have watched a few in the past. There was one called The 5th of May that I watched for a couple of years. It was pretty good, but that was like 15 years ago. So yeah, I'm not really up on the scene with the Chinese TV dramas. They watch a
Okay.
lot of Korean drama, A drama.
Yeah.
They watch a lot of Korean stuff here. It's funny.
Have you ever seen the old CCTV Journey to the West from the late 80s? That one is a nice one.
Yeah, I met the guy who played the Monkey King. Like we trained
Yeah.
kung fu with him one day.
Oh wow, that's incredible. He's a very popular actor.
Yeah, he's pretty famous. Beijing old school dude. I've met quite a few of the celebrities here in Beijing. I mean, being kind of a foreigner that came here.
Oh, you cut out. You said being a foreigner that came here and then it cut out.
Oh, yeah, I was just the position was in that and I had some opportunities to be on. But I've had some pretty rare opportunities to meet quite a few celebrities since I've been here, which is cool.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a problem on my end, but you're cutting out. It's the
Yeah,
it's a
he's
problem
breaking
on my
up.
end.
Yeah, we're losing Frank a little bit, but yeah. So yeah, let's see what happens. Long distance communication. It is what it is.
So
Yeah, for
Frank,
what?
do you like Western or Eastern dragons more?
I like both. I don't know if I like one more or the other. I was going to say too, if it wasn't for bad internet, I wouldn't have any internet at all.
Right.
Do you think tigers, the Chinese tiger or the Chinese phoenix is more spiritual? Which one do you like more?
Dragon or Phoenix? I guess they both
Yeah.
represent different energies, right? In martial arts,
I said tiger. I said tiger.
Oh, Tiger and Phoenix.
Yeah, which one you like more?
I don't get too deep into distinguishing between things that I like or dislike, really. I guess that's kind of a bad angle to approach me from.
Oh yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, I was just talking about aesthetics and stuff like. But yeah, you're right. Those are weird questions. But I was just asking.
But I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Yeah,
I like both a lot. I think like the Tiger and you said Tiger and Phoenix, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are only two of the four mythical beasts that they usually portray. Like there's one for each direction. So the tiger is in the west, the flaming bird, like the phoenix, would be in the south, and then of course the green dragon in the east, and then the black tortoise with the snake tail, that one's in the north. But yeah, they kind of
Yeah.
represent like the four archangels in Chinese
What's
magic.
the name of it? Can you put it in the private chat? I want to look into that more. Actually, that's very fascinating to me. I want to look into that more deeply. So,
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. It's just the four mythical beasts of China,
oh yeah,
like
four
mythical
mythical beasts. Yeah, I got you.
car-
Yeah,
cardinal
and
directions.
cardinal
But
directions.
yeah,
Cardinal
I'll write it
directions.
down.
Yeah, and let me see what else I want to say. So, uh, yeah, is there any mythology, and I don't know if it's true, of like the ancient Chinese mixing with dragon people or something like that? Like I found this manga. It's written by a Chinese guy. It's actually not manga. It's a graphic novel written by a Chinese, and he writes stories about dragons that could shapeshift into people, and then
Yeah,
they
yeah.
like procreated with people. Is that like an ancient myth or something like, or is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
like,
that's one of their OG myths about after like
yeah,
the Great Deluge, after the Great Flood, the Central Kingdom was repopulated by Fuxi and actually his sister, and they were both Nagas. They were like shape-shifting dragons that were sometimes half human, half snake form, sometimes dragon form, sometimes human form. And Fuxi himself, right? You're probably familiar with him, appeared oftentimes as like a kind of a Sasquatch type creature. They have a specific word in Chinese Tao. They call them like a Yeren, or like a wild person. And they believe that by eating pine sap, just living off pine sap for like 100 days, will begin your transformation. You'll start to revert in youth, and then your hair will become really coarse and start to grow longer all over your body. And then you'll immediately like shift dimensions and become basically like a Sasquatch and live in like the heavenly realm that's coexistent with our realm. So yeah, there's a lot of mythology around that. I'm sure you've heard of some of it.
yeah, I want to research that stuff more if possible. Write in private chat or send me a Discord message about that stuff. I want to learn more about that stuff if possible, because that stuff I find it very fascinating and stuff. It's very fascinating. I haven't researched that stuff much, but I
Yeah,
should. You know?
in their mythology, in fact, like almost every transformation or metamorphosis or someone becoming a Shin was directly associated with some forms of mystic medicine, right? Rather it be like Lingzhi, like the immortal mushroom, or like I said a moment ago, ingesting pine sap for a long time, and like very high quality bee pollen or what they call royal jelly and things like these. These were all of the alchemical agents. Another one is ingesting cinnabar. Obviously, don't do it. Some of these elements are toxic, but these were all for external alchemy. They were all components of the elixir of immortality, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's interesting. You know, I don't know if you heard of this game, Black Myth Wukong. What's interesting in Black Myth Wukong is there are a lot of Tyrian tropes. Like you have like like tiger, anthropomorphized tigers, anthropomorphized
Yeah, I saw that.
dragon.
I didn't get a chance to play it. Did you play it?
Yeah, I played it. It's
Okay.
chock full of Chinese mythology and stuff.
I'll be a lot more interested. I never really got big into Journey to the West, as you had asked a moment ago if I was super interested in it. But no, but the next one they're coming out with, the Black Myth Zhongkui, that interests me because that's a Taoist story more directly related to Taoism. So I'll
Yeah,
be
that one looks
interested to see that.
interesting too. I look
Yeah,
forward to that one too. Yeah.
yeah, do you know about Zhongkui's story?
No, I don't know about it. No, I think
Oh,
you have
okay.
more depth in the more Taoist and the mythological side of things. I can
Yeah,
tell you
yeah,
have
yeah.
like
Yeah,
strong
that's kind of
expertise
my
in that.
focus.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah.
One cool thing about him, though, is there's quite a few leftover like Chinese sayings that are still in common parlance. Like one of them is "Zhongkui chi shaogui," or "Zhongkui eats the little ghost." And so he was known as a demon hunter, and he worked for different emperors to like um, basically like work exorcisms on the kingdom, so to speak, like the palace. And he would go around and eat all the ghosts that were causing people to have deviant behaviors. So yeah, I guess he's like a spiritual police officer kind of guy, you know. Pretty cool type of theme.
Have you heard of that one Strange Tales from a Chinese studio? It came from Qing Dynasty. Have you read that or heard of it? Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. Or
No, but I would be super interested in checking it out for sure.
yeah, it's by Pu Songling. Pu Songling. I haven't read that one yet, but it's on my shelf. Though I plan to read. I put it. Yeah. Let me give the Wikipedia. I was just wondering if you read it because it's so much of. Yeah, a lot of it feels like like a more animist Lovecraft or something like that. Some sort of something like that. Well, kind of, more like an animist, ethereal kind of stuff. That's more fantastical from what I see. A lot of it. So yeah, that's cool.
An idea of like an elixir of immortality or philosopher's stone within the Buddhist tradition?
Let me think. They had the Mahayana and I'm a little bit tipsy. You don't have to
That's okay.
think. So
It's kind of like the idea of becoming enlightened, right?
yeah,
In
there is
some
in the
way.
Zoroastrian tradition in Iran. There's something called cup of
Okay.
Jamshid. Cup of Jamshid. It was a cup that a king had. He looked into the cup of the wine and he could like foretell the future or something. It's called cup of Jamshid. But in the Buddhist tradition, I'm trying to think if there's something like, the bodhisattvas, they can transcend time and space and they can aid individuals in attaining enlightenment and stuff. And, I think there's a lot of symbolism, but I'm trying to think if there's in the Lotus Sutra, I think jade or some other minerals. It was lapis lazuli. You know about lapis lazuli? Lapis lazuli. Yeah, it's a kind of mineral or rock that contains a lot of symbolic significance to the.
Yeah, Aleister Crowley called that the star sapphire, I believe, and he said it was important.
The lapis lazuli.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow, I'm surprised he said that. Because that is very important in the Lotus Sutra, the lapis lazuli.
That might have been what he was quoting. I don't remember exactly. All those guys back then, a lot of them were engaged in the same activity, like translating Buddhist texts, and some of them trying to get their hands on Taoist, but there wasn't a lot of breaking into the Taoist realm at that time because access to China seemed to be limited, at least in their lifetime. There was a lot pre to 19th century, like Germans that came over and did a lot of the core translating of the original texts, and now after. But yeah, there seemed to be a window where the West was kind of like they drew down the bamboo firewall, as it were, right?
Yeah, it seems that there are different varieties or modalities in Taoism, because you were saying Zhu Wang, or I don't know if I'm pronouncing it, or whatever, is not a part of your path. Your path is more the internal alchemy and creating a rainbow body that lives for a long time. So, but my question would be, even if you create a rainbow body and it lives a long time, isn't that still impermanent?
Yeah, absolutely. And then there would be another great transformation after that, provided you're able to achieve that, right? And I think the general idea is, and I'm not 100% on this because I do believe that reincarnation was a later addition due to Buddhism, but the idea is generally that you can reappear in time and space or in this prime material plane or another Earth or whatever, and you'll just be able to make a more enlightened choice of how you're born into the world, and then you won't go through the veil of forgetfulness. So you'll bring with you all of your lifetimes of memory, right? And sometimes they believe that this is what Buddhas had done, that they had lived so many times and they got to the point, the apex of transcendence, but then they still chose to come here and save the people and bring forth a teaching, right?
That's the Bodhisattva ideal, and there is a lot of parallels with Mahayana and Taoism. Of course, they have substantial differences, but what you're talking about, Bodhisattvas or the projection body, Lankavatara Sutra talks about that, and also let me think what else I was gonna say. And also I feel like this ties into anamnesis. The ancient Greeks had this idea that where some of them had this idea where true learning is just a remembrance of things of the past or something. Like you're not like gaining progressive knowledge. It's more of a remembrance of the past or something, or a deeper
Right.
after that. Yeah, anamnesis or something. Yeah, and I would say that, yeah, the transformation body. Yeah, I would say rebirth is a little bit different from reincarnation, though, because in reincarnation there is a self that is like indestructible and it's like constantly incarnating. While in rebirth is more like you have like habit energies and the repository consciousness, and they influence the trajectory of the future of your birth by affecting your dispositions in the next life or something like that. Yeah, so yeah. But yeah, this gets into, but yeah, so about the transformation stuff you're talking about, you know, Eric, you want to retain your memories, right? Like that's definitely something you want to do, and so that, am I right?
Yeah, and preserve your personality.
I see.
And according to what I understand from what I've learned, I mean, again, some of this is going to reference back 30 years in my study, and I didn't necessarily, I wasn't reading the things or studying the things to memorize the names of the texts or the names of the people per se, but just to absorb the information so that I could use it, you know, so that I could practice it. But yeah, and that's like one of my first teachers, Master Nihua Ching, the guy of you know, Yosan University and Seven Star Communications and all of that. He told me, he said, you know, of your most recent multiple lifetimes, that my immediate last lifetime, that I was you know, like a very achieved Taoist wizard in the like imperial court here. And he said that's why he detected that I have a great what's the word, like proclivity or drawing, like being drawn back to China. And he said that's really, honestly, in this life's path, he said that would be the least of your choices, that there were many other things I should do first. He's like, just don't be drawn back immediately. And that was before I'd really expressed a strong desire in coming to China. But as soon as he told me not to, then I was like, okay, I'm going. See ya.
Yeah, it's actually a very important. He's Chan Buddhist, and China, his name was Su Yun, HSU space YUN. He actually opposed the communists when they took over because they were burning a lot of scriptures, and he was kind of like Seraphim Rose, kind of in the sense that he was really opposing modernization and other stuff. Not many people talk about him, but I have one of his books, and his name was Su Yun. A very interesting guy. He was very sincere and authentic in his beliefs, I believe. It was interesting. Su Yun, he is in the 20th century, he really opposed the Mao. Well, I know that was random to mention, but were there Taoists like that too? Taoists who opposed the Mao and the cultural revolution and try to preserve their stuff?
Yeah, quite a few. In fact, my wife's father was actually involved in it on some levels, and he never overtly stated that he was, you know, of any type of Tao, but he was a high level scientist. He was spared, though. There were quite a few that were actually spared because of their utility to the country. It's like you can't just willy-nilly, you know, off everybody because they're pissed off or whatever. But yeah, that obviously I'm not going to talk too much to that topic, but I met
Yeah,
one.
sorry. Yeah, I just
Yeah,
realized.
no worries, no problem, man. At least not on my channel, I wouldn't talk about it all, but here with TML, I feel a little more comfortable revealing some of the things, just because I know you guys are US based, right? Like both you guys are in the
Yeah,
States, and
USA based. Yeah, both of us are US based.
yeah, so you have great more freedoms in talking about some of those types of things than we do here per se.
Hopefully it
But yeah,
lasts, though, but you know, you never know. It might.
yeah, it's deteriorating quickly, man, and it's becoming bad.
Oh, another question, and this is, I'm not trying to insult you, but what do you personally see in Crowley, and do you think the Kabbalah and the Taoist stuff, they complement each other, or like, I just want to hear your personal perspective.
Yeah, it's a good question. I'll talk about Crowley first, I guess. Um, I was kind of studying magic and Eastern, like Oriental arts, like Kung Fu and Qigong and Chinese magic and stuff, at a very similar time, and there was a tragedy in my life, and I moved away from my hometown. But anyway, the point being, I met another like guy who was really, really interested in the study of magic, and he did a little bit of martial arts, but he enjoyed watching me practice. He didn't really care about practicing anymore, but he kind of liked to come over to my house and hang out. And he was big into Crowley. I never really liked Crowley. I thought he was kind of a degenerate and maybe a bit of a madman. And so I didn't take much of his work very seriously. I'm more inclined to study the people of the Golden Dawn. And so I was more interested in McGregor Mathers. In fact, I really resonated a lot with Arthur Edward Wyatt, like A. Wyatt, the guy who made the tarot deck. A lot of people say he's too overtly Christian, but he's more Rosicrucian. So it was through the study of Golden Dawn style magic that I got involved, or that I was introduced to the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah, like as just a diagram for wizardry, I never really put that much thought into it until I hit about 42 years old. That's when I kind of reinvigorated my study of just the Kabbalah of wizardry, like the diagram itself, not the associated Torah or teachings, or even like really the Sefer Yetzirah, which is like the Book of Formations. And I believe there's another text. There's like three main Jewish texts that deal with the transmission of Kabbalah, but not in the magical tradition. In the magical tradition, it's just a tool. It's a blueprint, if you will, a diagram for understanding how magic operates. Does that kind of answer your question, or?
Yeah, it does. So in regards to magic, uh, can it like affect the material world, or is it more like you're like manipulating your own perception or mind, like the projection of things? You get what I'm saying? Like, do you think
Yeah. Go
telekinesis
ahead.
and stuff like that is real? Or I want to hear your thoughts on that and stuff.
I think it's a fair question. I would say that in the early part of my practice, I achieved more with Chinese Qigong and divination, like the I Ching, and then very subtle systems of Taoist magic, like that are basically exercises, like physical, spiritual exercises. And I achieved more tangible results in the way of like supersensory perception. And for example, like astral projection within dreaming, or lucid dreaming, and then the ability to actually have telepathic exchange in a limited sense. It only occurred a few times, like stuff like knowing who's calling when the telephone rings or something like that. That's very prosaic. But one time, after me and my brother, we're very closely linked. We were born only a year and a half apart, and we practiced together a long time through our childhood, and we had a sympathetic connection. So it might not even be necessarily directly related to magic, but we both had similar dreams one night, and then we woke up and we started talking about them. And I said, "Hey, how about this?" I said, "If what we experienced is real, and I believe it is real, then let's just talk to each other with our mouths shut and our eyes closed, basically, and then independently jot down and answer questions from each other without speaking for the next." We ended up doing it for about 45 minutes or an hour, and about 95% of what we discussed telepathically. And not only that, we're able to project to each other visually with our minds, was able to transpire. And I only recently came across a text that addresses that. And yeah, I've been reading it. It's I think it's a Franz Barden entry about the esoterics of letters and words. But anyway, I mean, I think that somewhat addresses. I could go on. There are certain. Go ahead, Davian.
Oh yeah, I'll be back in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Yes. I appreciate the time you're taking to answer the question. I think you have a lot of interesting thoughts. I think you have a cool vision. I'll be back in 30 seconds still.
Okay, sure. Blessings. And I'll take the opportunity to read this piece by Franz Barden, if I may. The mystery of the word, he says, or more intelligently spoken, the mystery of knowledge of the word and the genuine use of it requires the highest form of initiation that exists. He goes on, the meat of the thing is here in the second paragraph. He said, each word consists of letters, and each letter, from the esoteric point of view, expresses an idea and thus has some kind of power, quality, etc. He says that spiritual beings, or let's see here, in a word to express the universe. Okay, he just starts to talk about a cosmic or universal language, and he says that under universal laws, this knowledge of universal language renders it possible for beings to express themselves several trains of thought by letters and thus by numbers analogous. A word that has relevant letters and numbers. Okay, I'm down. This is the wrong part. I got a little bit lost. Oh, here we are. No other discipline of Christ has been so profoundly initiated into the mystery of the Word as St. John being master of the Word. And he's the only one among the disciples who died a natural death. The others died as martyrs. Universal law requires mental, astral, and material worlds to work in conjunction. We learn to express words and consequently not only intellectually but by your intelligence and your whole personality. A word expressed this way has a creative effect, and the correct pronunciation and letters. I kind of lost the point of where it was, but yeah, you're back, Buddha. I just wanted to read until you returned.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah. So let me see if you were to recommend one book for someone who finished Shangzu and Dao De Jing, what other book would you recommend for someone who wants to?
Xingzu and the Tao Te Ching. Recently, a very obscure teaching that not very many people know about, and I think maybe TML has mentioned it in the past. It's called Embracing Simplicity by Ge Hong, and it's called the Bao Puzi. One YouTube gal that does Taoist stuff did a really wonderful presentation on it the other day, and I didn't think anybody else had ever heard of it because it's such an obscure text, but it's one that I've spent a lot of time reading. Ge Hong, it would be spelled GE and then HENG or HONG, and you can find him now as an entry on Wikipedia, which kind of blew my mind. I mean, so much of what I studied in my early youth of this material has entered into the mainstream now, so that's amazing. But yeah, Ge Hong.
Yeah.
But
Can you put that in the private chat or comment?
Yeah, certainly.
I'll look into it. Yes, I'll look into it.
Yeah, he wrote 2 books. He wrote one called Embracing Simplicity, and the other is the Shenshen Zhuang, or like the handbook of the immortals. And so the Shenshen Zhuang is actually like a practical grimoire on practicing Taoist magic, whereas the other one is just a commentary on frugal living. I'm writing it now.
Ji Hong.
Yeah, Ge Hong.
Yeah, I see it.
Did you find him? Okay, good.
Yeah, no, you can still write it. I don't know the translation. Yeah, you probably read it in the original Chinese, though, right? Or,
Yeah, that's what I've been doing the whole time I've been here. I've been endeavoring to read like the Tao Te Ching and Shangzu and all of these in their original Chinese. I find a lot of real high value in Confucius. I mean, a lot of people overlook Confucius, but like in Chinese in his OG state, like he was a bit of a witty dude. Like he said some fucking pretty quippy things for his time, which I find funny. And
what do you feel that guy Mozi, I think, is that right?
yeah, Mozi, Mengzi.
Yeah,
Both of those would be great. Yeah.
He's a
They
bit-
not necessarily what I'm deeply interested in. I'm more interested in the magical aspects, so I would like suggest wizard grimoires on wizardry for you, but that's just my proclivity or inclination.
Do you think in the past, human beings are symbolic creatures, right? We use symbolic reference. Do you think other non-humans existed and they use symbolic reference, like I don't know, like dragons or reptilians or like
Oh,
like Nagas?
absolutely. Yeah. I'm firmly convinced that when the planet was covered in megafauna and megaflora, things were very different that they are today, right? Like even just having all the large trees around, we'd have a very different environment. And I would think that like genuine magic, the kind we write about in fairy tales, was more likely possible in those conditions. Like walking on clouds and stuff. I mean, I think they were legitimately doing it.
Do you think that a lot of science is fake, or you think that it's conveyed in a more honest way? I just want to hear your view. Like, is there like conspiracies and like hiding the true human origins or something like that? Or I just want to hear
It's
your
a good
opinion on it.
it's a good question. I mean, like anything, the accuracy of the record keeping is going to be based on the historians or journalists that put it together. I would say that the idea of science is accurate and the scientific method is spot on. You know, we need to utilize that to try to test things out. But I would say that overly relying on the teachings and sayings of others and their record keeping, even though we call it science, I mean, it's basically just crunching numbers, and a lot of it boils down to statistics. I would say that for us living now to go exclusively forward based on those ideas is a little bit arrogant and asinine. To think that we figured everything out higher than any other age or generation is, I think, wrong somehow.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
yeah,
100% I agree with what you're saying. Actually, I agree. Let me see if I have any other questions. That's a good answer. I appreciate it. I would say that it's limited, and I actually gave a presentation on positivism. I think there are ways of knowing that go beyond what we can sense right now. There's a non-conceptual ways of knowing it, like an
yeah,
intuition
absolutely.
or go beyond
And at the same
sense.
time, we can't overlook it either. I mean, we can't be negligent. That's why I find your guys' what you guys are doing here so exciting, because 90% of what you guys are covering, I've never even been exposed to. I mean, other than the Taoist aspect.
Yeah. Let me see what else I could ask. Magic and so yeah, magic is cool. Cool. Let me
Yeah,
see.
I would give you a couple more responses to the magic thing, if I may.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, just a quick anecdote. I practiced a technique in Qigong called Mei Shen Shu, which is basically it translates to Mei Mountain. You probably know Mei Mountain is in Sichuan, but Shen Shu means Shen just means immortal, and then Shu means technique. So the Mei Shen Shu, or any kind of Shu, like you could say Lao Tzu Shu, or you did this different type of thing. It just means the technique of that region or individual who brought it about. But anyway, the Ome Shinshu required 9 years of dedicated practice with basically without even missing a day for you to approach the first gate, like in this system anyway, like within the first couple of years. So they give you like these gate markers, and it's said that certain things may or may not happen. There are like 18 signs that you're doing it correctly, right? And there'll be a response from heaven. One is like seeing the face of the Buddha in the clouds, maybe not necessarily the Buddha, but the Guanyin, but basically like this type of thing. And there's some other ones, right? Like that certain responses like earthquakes and whirlwinds. But one that with my practice specifically, was intent on summoning lightning. And towards the end of my practice, I started to become extremely agitated that I had no success, that it hadn't happened yet, right? And one night I was like, fuck it, I'm breaking my pattern from now on. I'm not going to practice tonight. I'm just going to drink instead. And so I started drinking, and a lot of different things happened that night. In fact, at one point, like I think it was a cat, but it looked like a flying monkey attacked me and jumped on my back and tried to like claw at me, which was really weird. But anyway, as soon as I became agitated and angry, the weather shift and violent storm clouds came out of the south. And I sat like all night pointing at this one particular tree, envisioning the flash of the lightning coming down and striking it. It never fucking happened, right? And so I went up into the fucking up into my apartment or whatever, and I passed out. I fell asleep. I was kind of angry and like upset. I think I even cried at some point. But it rained really hard, and when I woke up in the morning, there was evidence of a lightning strike at the exact place I had been pointing all night. There was a burn down the side of the tree. It had split the tree, and it ended up killing the tree, right? But it happened as soon as I left. So that kind of pissed me off. Now, again, that's just an anecdote, right? We could look at it a lot of different ways. You could say, hey, it's just coincidence, and that's fine and dandy, right? You could also say, go ahead, Buddha. You had maybe something you wanted to chime in.
Yeah, like a synchronicity. Yeah.
Right. You could say it was synchronicity. You could say it was random statistics. You could say that maybe I foresaw it happening, and that's why I was attracted to that particular point. Right. You could say it. You could say that maybe the AI at the end of the universe came back, struck the tree just to fucking fuck with me, right? You could say that it was entirely a hallucination. You can use a multi-model approach and say whatever you want to say it is, right? Or what was the causation, as it were. But the truth is, it happened. And so it doesn't really matter to me how it's defined. I just know that it worked. Ultimately, it didn't work the way I wanted it to immediately, but it did somehow coincide. And that was only the first time. I've actually been successful doing that 3 different times. And so, yeah, that's kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've had similar experience, with strange coincidences and such. That feel like there's more going on. And they think
Yeah,
what else?
somehow.
Yeah,
And
it's probably.
I think they're number one, they're few and far between. It does require a lot of like individual work and effort on your side. And at the same time, they're really not that valuable to modern living. And in some way, I think that too much response from the cosmos like that would make an individual become extremely arrogant and delusional. And so that's why I think that the scientific method is very essential here, that you track what you're doing and then the results, and then try to not necessarily falsely attribute causation and say, well, it could be all these other things as well. We need to take those into account.
Yeah, yeah. I guess you take a more balanced approach. I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a good movie. It's called The Hunt. It's Scandinavian. It's about this guy who is falsely accused of pedophilia, and then people drive his life, make his life terrible. They even kill his dog. And if they took a more cautious and meticulous approach instead of just jumping to conclusions and falsely accusing him. Mads Mikkelsen, he's a very good actor. He's Scandinavian. He's actually very popular. He stars in that film, but it's a good film. It shows people you shouldn't jump to conclusions or without evidence and stuff, and accusing people for stuff they haven't done and stuff. You gotta be cautious and stuff. Yeah. Have you heard of that film? It's a popular film. It's an art house.
I'm not familiar. No, like my pop culture reference
Oh,
is very, very shallow at this point, just because again, I've been here so long and I really haven't endeavored to keep up with the West that much. I would say like my first 15 to 20 years here, I was exclusively focused on just a very narrow range of documents in Chinese and in the native language, and then like visiting temples here and like, just basically raising my family and stuff. So yeah,
yeah,
I kept up.
that makes sense.
I haven't.
I don't blame you. China has a very rich culture, even though the CCP did a lot of damage to it. The culture is still
Oh
very
yeah.
good.
Oh yeah.
It's very,
Like yeah,
very.
there's a famous saying among Chinese people. They said that they tried to like basically slaughter that aspect of the Chinese mind, and they said you could take the accoutrements of Tao out of the country, but you cannot take the Tao out of the people.
Oh, wow, that's actually a very cool saying. That's a very profound saying. And stuff. Yeah, how you can. Yeah, I see. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Twilight blessings.
yeah,
Shalom.
treasure trove of knowledge of magical techniques.
Oh yeah, Frank knows what's up. We're on a very similar wavelength.
Absolutely, blessings, Twilight. What's going on, man?
Good
Welcome.
to see you, brother.
Good to see you as well.
Good to see all of you, actually. I just want to say one thing only. Earlier was nothing personal whatsoever. All I was saying is look at the data. All I was saying is the reason why it was brought up is because of the conversation we had. It was made to look like she was out of her mind. And I was like, maybe she did like jump to conclusions. Maybe she did like, was overblown. Maybe she was stressed about something and she misread something, and it was just like, she wasn't thinking critically. So I looked into it. And I'm like, all right, well, let me see. Like, I think probably the truth is somewhere in the middle. But the more I looked into it, the more I realized, no, this is real. Okay? And the fact of the matter is, regardless of the articles, the videos say something else. Okay? And it doesn't matter if they're Italian, British, Black, Jewish, Indonesian. It is what it is. Okay? It was over a quarter of a century that this was happening. There were thousands of victims. Okay? There were hundreds of people arrested. This is documented. These are police records. These are convictions. Okay? So I wasn't trying to target anyone. I was just saying, look, this is real. And another reason why is because there was a recent bust like 2 weeks ago, an expose, when they were saying, hey, like nobody could speak about this, and now they are. That was the only reason. That's it. It was no offense to anybody. I wasn't accusing you, Muhammad, of anything. I was just saying, look, man, open your eyes. This is real. That's it, bro. That's
it'd be cool if that's all that you said, but you did accuse me of a lot. And then you went behind my back.
Dude,
Here, just hold on a second. You already talked. So let me respond for a second, right?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, you basically went, not only accused me of shit, but then also lied about me to like 2 or 3 people behind my back, going around, and that's why I had to kick you, right? Because basically it's nothing personal. It's just that you were in the mood to not only make shit up, but then extend that to the other people on the Discord.
What did I make up?
What?
What did I make up?
You openly accused me of defending PDF.
Because those were pedophiles, bro.
Yeah, but I wasn't defending their actions. Yeah, but let me stop you right there. I never in the conversation defended their actions. So why are you jumping to that and accusing people?
What you did, dude, because when you were talking to Moontan, you're like, well, I'm not going to start a Me Too movement. It's British. It's the British's fault because they don't handle it. And Moontan's like, well, so you're saying it's their fault? It's the victim's fault, not the people that are doing it? And then you start talking about, oh, well, white people do it all the time. Well, what does it have to do with anything, bro? Like,
so
yes.
Where in all of that do I defend pedophilia?
Dude, because you're literally mocking victims by saying, oh, well, let's start a Me Too movement. Like, instead of saying, oh, that's terrible, that's a terrible thing.
No, you're inferring a lot. You're inferring a lot.
I'm not inferring
a lot of
anything,
shit.
dude.
Yeah, and then you're lying to other people. Yeah.
I'm not
That's the
inferring
problem
anything.
with it, is that you think that all you said was just, you're just pointing out some crimes, and then people are not noticing the severity of the crimes. But that's not.
Yeah, go to your ground. He's full of shit, man. You know, Twilight, you need to understand. Okay, not everyone's gonna fucking agree with you.
You can't really lie like that, bro. Like it's
I'm not lying. It's
bad on you, man. No. You did lie. You did lie about me. You did lie about me. Then you went behind my back and lied to 2 other people. So this is a huge problem.
Who did I go to your back?
This is a huge issue. This is a huge issue that I'm facing right now.
Who did I go behind your back? Who?
Well, you went to Nuero, Jack, and you went to Brown's Boy.
No, they
at least that I know of. You probably went to other people too.
No, they
that's
called
only 2
me,
people
bro.
I know of.
No, they called me, bro. Do you want me to show you? They called me, bro. Do you want me to show you?
Yeah, I want to say something.
I don't care about that.
I want to
care about that.
Yeah, I want to say something.
I don't care who called who. That doesn't matter for the situation. You still talk to them about the situation.
They called me and asked what was going on, and if you talk to them, you would know what I said.
Right, and Browns, even though he called you, he didn't know anything about the situation before you started talking to him about it.
Yeah, well, I want to say something too. TML never mocked the fucking victims. What are you talking about? You
said what the fuck are you talking about, bro? That's fucking that's 100% garbage, bro. Go read the conversation again. You're fucking totally misrepresenting my fucking views. Get a fucking clue, bro. Yeah, dude, you totally made that shit up, bro.
No, I didn't.
I never talked. I talked about her racial angle. She said blacks and Pakistanis are more likely to rape people. You're a fucking retard if you don't think you don't.
She was talking about Somalians and Moroccans, bro. I have the messages. I can read them to you.
Oh,
I'm not making anything up.
Bro, get a fucking clue, bro. I remember the conversation I had, and I remember what you said about the conversation I had. You were lying about me. You were lying about me, bro.
I'm not lying anything, dude.
Yeah, you were.
Verbatim.
And then when I confronted you about it, you blocked me after calling me a coward.
No, you called me a coward first. Then you blocked
And
me, and I said, "Who's a coward?"
I blocked you. No, I kicked you out of the
You
Discord for
obviously didn't
lying.
want to hear the rest of what I had to say or what I had to post because I had more information, like the police statistics.
I don't give a fuck about the information. I don't care about
No,
that
I
shit at
know
all.
you don't because you don't want people to see it.
No, no,
It's
no. See, you're
censorship.
misrepresenting me
yeah.
again. No, see, you're misrepresenting me again. Now you're saying that I don't want people to see the information.
Well,
You're
I mean,
actually.
why else would you block me, bro? Why?
So why are you accusing me of defending PDF? What proof do you have of that?
Because when you're closing your eyes to something so obvious, I don't know what to say about that. I'm not saying that you're
I'm not
defending
closing
it
my
like
eyes
you're
to
trying to
anything. I'm not
protect
closing my eyes to
people.
anything. I'm not closing my eyes to anything.
Yeah, hey, let me say something. No
Dude,
one.
you're refusing
You're
to
accusing
look at
left and
something
right.
that's
You're just making up
obvious.
shit left and right.
I'm not, dude. Everything I'm
You're
saying is
covering up.
documented.
You're covering up one lie with three more lies, bro.
Dude,
Yeah,
everything I'm saying is absolutely factual.
No, it's not. Let me
It
say
is.
something. Okay, can I say something? Both of you be quiet. Okay,
What do you mean? No, it's not.
Twilight, shut the
It's
fuck
a
up. Let me
statistic.
respond. Here,
No,
Twilight,
you're
let me
fucking lying, bro. You're fucking lying about my
How is it
opinion
a
about
lie
the
when it's
statistics.
documented?
He has
You
lying.
said I'm
How?
minimizing the
Twilight.
situation, that I'm mocking people. You're fucking
No,
making it
you're
up, dude.
minimizing the situation.
He is making up. Let me say something.
You're
Twilight.
not mocking the situation in the sense that
Twilight,
you're like
shut the fuck
laughing
up,
at the
man.
victims like that.
He's
But
not.
you're saying like it, like, oh
Wrong with
well,
it,
you know,
Twilight.
basically, I'm not starting a Me Too movement because Mutan was talking about how she personally
Yeah, go ahead and let
experienced.
Avian go ahead and talk. Avian, go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
let me talk. Okay. First off, Twilight,
Dude,
you
I
have to
have all the
realize.
messages, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Twilight,
I have
shut
all the
up.
messages too. You're lying.
Yeah, Brown Boy just said he called me, dude. Talk to Brown
You're
Boy.
lying about what it says.
Okay, talk to Brown Boy and ask him what I said
Yeah, but
about
just
you
right
and
now,
about
you
the
lied 2 or
situation,
3
dude.
times about what I said in
And
those
you'll
messages.
know that I said nothing disparaging about you,
You
dude.
said I'm mocking people. You said I'm
Dude, I
defending
have the
shit.
messages, TML. I
Okay.
have the fucking messages. I could go on my fucking channel and read them.
Go ahead, read them.
Twilight, let me respond.
I know, because
Okay.
that's your entire thing, dude. You're trying
No,
to
because
frame
I
me
can
for.
show that everything
You're
I'm
trying to
saying
frame
is
me.
true.
You're trying to frame me for disinformation.
No, I'm not trying to frame you for everything. It's all
Yeah,
your
you
words.
are. Yeah, you are. You're totally fucked up
It's
in the
all
head,
your
dude.
words, dude.
No, you're a total liar, dude.
I'm a
You're total
liar, yet I can back up everything
He's
I'm
not
saying.
trustworthy. He's doing
Oh,
something.
okay.
He's doing psychological
Yeah,
manipulation.
you're
Dude,
doing
the
a lot of
psychological manipulation is called truth. I'm sorry, you can't
No,
bear it.
shut the fuck up,
No, it's
Twilight.
not
You're
called truth.
Fuck,
It's
idiot,
not
go
called
fuck
truth.
yourself, dude.
It's not called truth.
Seriously.
People mocking and doing all this
I
shit
ain't
that has
fucking
nothing to
talking
do
to
with
you.
them defending pedophilia.
Shut the
You're a
fuck
fucking
up,
crazy
Avian.
retard. You're a fucking retard. Yeah.
You
No,
are.
okay,
Yeah,
dude.
you are.
Yeah, and you
All
accuse
right.
people of shit and then you lie about it. Then you go behind my back
Okay.
and lie to 2
I
other
didn't
people.
accuse
You're
you
a
of
fucking,
anything.
bro.
I
You're a
said you're
fucking.
closing
You're
your eyes to
outrageously
something
unhinged.
obvious.
Dude, let me say something, okay?
You're
No.
outrageously unhinged, bro. You
If
need
they
to.
were
You need
any
to
other
quit.
fucking culture, you'd be all over it and it would be fine.
Yeah, can I say something?
What
But
are
you're
you
just
talking
too
about?
fucking sensitive to see the reality of it. That's all.
No, the
You know what he's
reality of
accusing
it
me
is
of?
not clear.
Okay,
It could be
okay. So let me tell you
organized
something.
by the state. It
So
could
let me
be
tell you
the
something.
fucking
He's accusing me of
Epstein.
defending Pakistani
You don't know.
rapists. Bro,
You see?
where do you have proof of that? What are you talking about?
Yeah, Twilight, you always talk
What the
about
fuck are you talking
conspiracies.
about, bro? Bro, are you
I'll do a stream on
insane?
it. Maybe it'll
Are
be
you
clearer.
fucking insane, bro? Are you fucking insane?
I guess.
If I may, as an outside observer,
Are you
gentlemen,
out of your
gentlemen,
fucking mind, dude?
as an outside observer, that seems very out of character for TML, and I would not believe that
That is what he's
unless I
accusing
saw
me
it
of, dude. He's
firsthand. Yeah,
literally
that's
fucking out of range. You're out of range.
that's
Dude, you're not
crazy.
only
Yeah.
cuckoo cuckoo, but you're out of range insane, bro.
I say something?
You're literally simped yourself into a corner. Like, you're literally like, dude, you're simping from like 4 months ago, dude. You're literally a retard at this point. You've lost
you
plot.
are.
You've lost the
Twilight
plot.
is
You're
dead.
distancing yourself from like people you've made good friends with, lying about them, making
I'm
up shit.
not lying.
whole
Everything
act.
I'm saying, I can back up.
You
No,
can't back up
no,
anything.
You can't back.
Yes,
let
I
me
You can't
can.
back up any fucking thing, bro.
Yes, I can.
From the messages?
Yes, I can.
All right. If you're gonna double and triple down on this, dude, I got nothing to say to
will.
you. Okay, go
'Cause
ahead.
It's fucking true.
Okay, I'll talk
No,
to you later.
Twilight, you don't get it. Let me say something, okay? Don't interrupt me, okay? Listen, you see, we talk about conspiracies all the
I
time.
don't have time
right?
for this dude lying about me, bro.
Yeah,
I could
let me
literally,
respond.
you could go live your life, bro. Go
Yeah,
have a good
let me
life.
respond though. Twilight, we always talk about conspiracies, right? Okay, you know, the Pakistanis there, they could be supported by state actors or Epstein's or whatever. How do we know?
Right,
Let
and
me
so
tell
the
you this too.
convictions are
Yeah, but I'm
are
not
a
done
conspiracy
talking.
too.
Or like, shut the fuck up and let me finish talking. You always fucking interrupt. Okay,
You're
but what you told
nonsense.
TML, you said that you're defending pedophiles, right? That is very wrong. He never fucking defended pedophiles, not once. You know, I looked
You're
at the
out of
fucking
range,
conversation.
dude. You're out of range.
You're out of range. You know, just say sorry for saying he was defending pedophiles. It's
Insane
absurd.
accusations.
I don't think
You
he
just-
ever would. It doesn't sound like TML at all.
Yeah, TML was not fucking defending pedophiles, you fucking idiot. You know, just say sorry and get it over with, god damn it. Yeah, I'm fucking tired of you, Twilight. Every single fucking
Hey,
time.
shut your fucking mouth,
on
dude.
here,
I'll knock you out of your
scream
fucking
and
chair,
you-
dude.
Yeah, I don't give a
Shut your
shit about
fucking
you, but
mouth,
I was
dude.
Yeah, you know what? I'm done with you threatening people as well, dude. Go fuck yourself. You said you were gonna destroy me in the messages. Go fucking destroy me then, dude. You're a little bitch ass motherfucker that threatens people on the internet. Fuck
knew you
yourself,
were a
dude.
piece of shit from a long time ago. He's a
Yeah, go fuck yourself, dude. Threatening
Yeah,
people
go fuck
again.
yourself, man. You're
How about just
stupid.
go suck my dick, dude?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was
fucking-
weird.
I was fucking angry as hell and stuff.
And
I'm
fellas,
tired.
I didn't know the inside baseball on that one. That's why I just kept my mouth shut for the most part. But again, bearing witness from who I know who TML is, and that's not TML. That's nowhere near anything I've ever heard you say. And even like if something happened and you were demon possessed, I don't think you would be what he just said. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't get why he
Well,
didn't
I'm
just
glad.
apologize
No,
for saying that.
you know,
No,
I'm glad he came up to say it on the stage because now I don't have to explain it. Now I don't have to explain it. This guy literally said on my stage that he saw me defending PDF stuff online because I had an argument with the literally a Nazi chick online. All right, like insane, dude. Like, get the fuck out of here. They literally sent that message then to emotionally try to you know, pretty much as Avian is saying, emotionally manipulate me into accepting the position that I'm applying double standards to the situation. When I'm talking about how they're applying double standards to the situation, saying that one race is responsible for all the crimes. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You're
Yeah, it's just
literally
sad that-
a racist
it's sad that-
cocksucker. Yeah.
Why didn't
Yeah,
he
it's
could
sad
have
that-
just apologized? You know, I mean, he could have just come on here and say, I
Yeah,
apologize.
yeah.
Yeah, for saying you defend pedophiles, which you never did.
Right,
you know what I mean?
or maybe, you know, at least explain. Maybe he misunderstood you, misconstrued something. But yeah, it definitely sounded like he lost the plot for sure.
He's a
man.
liar,
Wow.
dude. He's a complete liar and a con. Like literally, like you know, he wants to review me. I'll go back and review all his appearances on my show where he lies out of his fucking two front teeth. You know, get the fuck
Yeah,
out of
not
here,
cool.
bro.
Not
You know,
cool.
changes his
Not cool at
position. He changes his position all the time, right? Like, let's just be upfront about who this guy is. All right, I'm not fucking with this dude anymore, and neither should any of you. I'm telling you guys.
Okay.
Straight up.
Okay. I just knew him from here. I met him here he was here on your channel. And,
I mean,
that's
it's not.
it.
I mean, I'm not telling anybody what to do, but I'm just giving
No,
you
sure,
suggestions. Like, if he's willing to make up shit about me, he might make up some shit about you someday. I don't know.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
mean, like, good luck.
Absolutely.
You know, good luck with it.
Yeah, I was
You
just
know,
reading
actually, I'm
through.
gonna be honest with you. I assumed better
Yeah.
of his character. I thought he would come
I
on
did
here.
too. I did too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought you would come on here and say, Tayama, I'm sorry for accusing you of defending pedophiles, okay, which you never fucking did, okay?
Well, I
he
was
said
just
you
reading
did.
through. I was just reading through Dante's Inferno, and he says that the deepest level of the nine hells is betrayal. And so, yeah, that's a tough one, man.
Yeah, he doesn't believe in hell. This is the problem. See, this is the problem we're facing.
Yeah, that shit wasn't cute. I apologize for that, TML. I mean, not that I'm guilty of it, but
He doesn't give a shit about nature. Like I told you guys, he doesn't
just the
care
fact
about
that it
nature.
happened.
Yeah, I started this stream giving a presentation on nature. Okay, why didn't he come there then and talk about nature? Why does he come back and keep making up bullshit about TML defending PDFs, which he never did? I don't fucking get it. Like, he doesn't care about nature. Like, why is everything about the PDFs? Like, I get it, the PDFs are bad, okay, but don't you have other things to focus on, like protecting nature or like the dangers from industrialization? It's always, for him, it's always like some weird ass conspiracy bullshit. Like, he believes in like fucking not like he like jumbles everything. Esoteric Hitlerism, you know, he jumbles that together with like, I don't know, like Sophia worship. He jumbles that together with like monogeism or something, and then he's like, I don't know, he's like all over the fucking place. I don't know, maybe he's just, I don't know. I was kind of pissed off when I saw what you did to TML. Let me say this. I know I'm going on too long, but he was gaslighting TML, emotionally manipulating him. Okay, and that really pissed me off to see. You know, like let me say that. You know, if I disagree with someone, okay, you know, and I say something, I insult them, I apologize for insulting them. I just say I agree to disagree. We don't have to like share everything, all our views in common. But it's wrong to accuse someone for something they didn't do. You know what I mean? That is very bad in Iranian culture and Pakistani culture. We share that in common, TML. That happened to me today too. When Cage accused me of fucking sending him viruses over email. Cage, you are, I recommend people avoid Cage too. Cage is just like Twilight. These two must be working together. They must be fucking trying to fuck with us because then I was so pissed off. I have never sent any virus to anyone over email. You know, it's just fucking weird. It's both of us. It happened to both of us.
Yeah, we're gonna need to talk to Brown's boy and tell him to recast those two characters. Sorry, I was making light of it.
No, I think you're
Oh
cool.
yeah, it was definitely funny, but I think me and Buddha are a little bit exhausted for sure. You're right. But yeah, definitely a funny joke there. You know what's funny about Frank is that he can actually he's actually performed stand-up comedy, and you know when some of these other panel actors they try to go and perform stand-up comedy, they fail miserably, and they have tapes of themselves doing it. Like I'm talking about the Thorpes and others. Right, they fail miserably at this enterprise, right? Whereas Frank Monday, it's a cinch for him, because he's naturally entertaining. So, yeah.
Yeah, I had about 200 clips on Funny or Die at one point until they fucking shut
Yeah.
down Comedy Club China.
Yeah, that's
the
cool.
virus killed everything social here in China. Yeah, anyway.
I appreciate you, Frank Monday, because you actually let people respond and you don't shout over them. Unlike Twilight, Twilight loves shouting over people, and I appreciate your contributions and your insight. I really think you're more easier to talk to.
Thank you for that, Buddha. And I honestly, I had a little bit of difficulty keeping up with you guys when I first came around, and some of that caused me some like personal anxiety. And that's I just instead of like lashing out, and I tried to go and just learn more. I mean, I know it can be tough, but yeah, having the dialectic and doing the thing is about that. You have to allow opportunity for other people's voice, and then at the same time it's not about self-importance. It's not about us arguing our ideologies. For me, it's about us learning together, and I think that's super important here.
Yeah, I mean, someone cannot know everything. People have different areas of focus. I think it's good to have people of different expertise, different backgrounds, contributing their knowledge, and we all learn from each other and such in a respectful manner, of course. Courtesy is always important. And so, of course, I'm not perfect. I've had my issues, but I do my best to self-criticize and grow and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's the thing too, Avian Buddha. When you do fucking turn the key, as it were, and you achieve instantaneous Buddhahood, we're not going to be able to see you anymore because you just disappear from sight.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, so I think in some way you're forestalling it, right? You're right there at the threshold, but you're like, fuck, I'm still hanging out with my homies.
Yeah, I think ultimately all sentient beings have Buddha nature. For some, it's more obscured by the clouds of delusions. For others, there are less clouds of delusions, but Buddha nature, all sentient beings have it. That's one thing I am becoming more and more strongly assured of. You know, I was having some tensions before, but with some other philosophy, but ultimately I came back to Mahayana. I feel more secure and confident in my assessment in Mahayana and stuff personally.
Whether it's synchronistic or not, but it's kind of a funny thing. I was telling the anecdote about storms and lightning and stuff, and as soon as you guys started firing up, literally the sky darkened here, and it's about to rain, and the winds picked up as well. So it looks like some stormy weather's headed my way.
Yeah, something like that happened for me too, actually, because I was starting to hear some rain when you came on too and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty. Hopefully that's the end of it, you know. But knowing how, hopefully it doesn't make it petty and keep making it go on and on. You know, just best to cut off contact and stuff. You know.
Yeah, has anything like this happened with Twilight before with UTML, or like, I mean, not him specifically, but I know some actors in this space do this shit routinely.
I recorded a conversation recently that I had with them. The topic was not that serious, right? It was about the whether AH was a good guy. And I'll let you fill in the blanks there, right? So so he was saying that AH, right, old Adolf, right, was a great guy, right? And I was saying there's probably a lot of clear evidence in history that he was used for a particular end, right? And somebody could have used him for a particular end, right? So there's evidence to support that. There's evidence to support not that, right? So I was saying it's more of a, like one of the important questions, right? And I said there's a lot of interesting conspiracy writers, right, that have said that basically he's controlled opposition, right, and so on and so forth, right? So so this guy gets really mad at me, starts threatening me. Right? Are you threatening me? Right? Like it's like it's like cornholio, so I'm like on some shit. Right? So
I need more TP for my bunghole, right?
yeah, so I was like, good lord, right? I was like, all right, bro, like, but yeah, he was first trying to say like let's like oh yeah, first he was saying show me, right? You have 24 hours to show me or prove what you're talking about. Right? And I was like, no, I'm just having a discussion with you. I'm not going to show up in 24 hours and battle you. I'm not having a wizard battle with you in 24 hours. You know what I'm saying, right? It's really weird.
He was thinking it was Hogwarts.
And then he's like, no, you show up in 24 hours, right? And I was like, what? Right? I didn't really get that. And then I was like, why don't you just chill the fuck out, bro? So he starts muting me, right? And then I fucking left the show because I'm like, you're out of range, bro. And I got pretty heated with him on stage, but I said, you're fucking muting me. And, I don't fucking appreciate that. This is crazy shit. And then we kind of made up in the DMs. And I kind of said, dude, I kind of respect you. And this is, kind of lame. And I said, I'll come back on if you want to talk. And he said, that's fine. And then we had a couple of conversations with a couple other people. But it seemed like either you got his feelings hurt too quickly or, he got into a shouting match with them. And, then, we had the same things threatening with people. All right. Got with a few people that you see regularly in the panelverse, right? Like, for example, Joe Cool, Denizen. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think all of us get along. I try not to backbite anyone. If sometimes I talk a little shit. People have probably heard me talking shit, but not very often. I think it's kind of low hanging fruit to do that. And if I have a beef with someone, I would always be willing to like clear the air and discuss it mano y mano, and even in the public domain or whatever. Yeah,
I
it's a
mean,
tough. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, I think it's best to just, I've made mistakes and I've apologized to some people, I mean, and the thing is, though, I can tell, when things are truly turning for the worse, I'm like 100% sure, TML is in the right. Like, even if I weren't TML's friend, I would be saying that because, it's like straight in your face. I'm not biased here, is what I'm trying to say. Twilight really did something wrong to TML. Like you don't accuse someone of something they didn't do. That's a very wrong thing to do. And you have to
Yeah, and
apologize when you do that.
those were criminal accusations. That wasn't like
Yeah.
just calling somebody a name. That's like fucking making shit on YouTube that just ain't cool at all unless you're 100% justified.
Like
With all the fucking receipts.
like technically he's not accusing me of committing any acts, but he is committing me.
Okay.
He is saying I'm defending those acts, which is like that's just unacceptable, dude. Like how
Yeah.
could you accuse me of defending something like that? Like there's no
That's
way I would ever support.
that's Snafu's daily gambit.
Oh yeah, you're supporting PDF. That's literally the thing. And right, like it's not that you're doing it, it's that you're supporting people who do it.
Mm. Yeah, that's the first thing Snafu said to me the first time he came on my show, the only time I think. He said, "You're guilty of supporting R and all this other stuff, optics." And I was like, "How? How? What do you mean?" And he's like, "Well, you hang out with Jack." And I was like, "Oh, fuck. Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's weird." And
Yeah, he has.
I don't think. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, he has a causal reasoning issue. See, he's into so many conspiracies. Okay, a lot of them. Okay, but there could be a conspiracy with these Pakistanis there too. Like there could be some state actors that are financing them or they're
Well, it's
working.
clear
together.
that it is because look, there's a huge population in Dubai. There's a huge population in America. There's a huge population in all these other countries. So how come it's only happening in one country? That's what I was exactly trying to point out. That it's happening in a country that has a systemic problem. Like for example, Jimmy Savile and all these people, right? By the way, I was also pointing out that those people are not, Pakistani. Right. So it's pretty obvious that the systemic problem exists there regardless of that population, like with people like Jimmy Savile and the Catholic Church and the historic shit, dude. I'm just pointing out like this is a historic shit that they've been doing. Right?
Yeah,
Like, so I
and
don't
another
understand
thing
why.
too, like I've literally seen that type of optics, like what are government orchestrated optics play out here in the Central Kingdom. Like there was an entire group of marginalized people already, and there were members among them that were led by I'm not going to get into specifics necessarily, but like I could see it happening in front of me, and then it all played out exactly like I knew it was going to go down. I mean, some of these are orchestrated by the intelligentsia.
Also, I don't think he understands that, the main issue here. Actually, I agree. If your interpretation more TML, I think there is some kind of conspiracy because I didn't notice those weird coincidences. But the thing is, he doesn't necessarily have to agree with you. But the thing is, when he starts saying you support them or you're defending them, that's the problem. And he should have apologized for that. And I think it has to do with causal reasoning skills that he does not understand. That's the main issue. Because, I can disagree with someone. Okay, but I should not accuse them for something they didn't do or being like defending some sickness or something. That's the main problem. But he loves to scream over people and he doesn't like to, sit back and like contemplate over his actions because you see he has aphantasia. Maybe that plays into that too because people
Yeah,
with
and I could say the same. I could say, why don't you call out the crimes of, he's defended Crowley and, he's defended all these people, right? Like, for example, right? Like he said, all these people are great guys that actually say PDF stuff all the time, right? Like there's tons of Crowley's writings that have that stuff in it. Am I right, Frank? I mean, there's some stuff in there
Yeah,
that is questionable.
absolutely. That's why I thought he was such a fucking degenerate. Like I had the one friend who liked him a lot, and I always thought, he doesn't really add any value to the thing in my mind. But I allowed my friend his love and lionization of the man, but I in no way ever lionized him. But he's one of the references that a lot of people will immediately recognize. Like they might not recognize McGregor Mathers or A. White or someone like that. So yeah, you're right. And I would never defend Crowley. I probably would have kicked his ass if I met him.
Also, someone can like Crowley and not be a PDF. Liking Crowley doesn't mean you're a PDF. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
but I'm saying it's a little bit coincidental when you're also defending like 09A stuff and making way for all this other stuff, where it's like these organizations are like collectively, like they're all sort of linked to all this stuff, and even like people who talk about Lilith and stuff, like some of those people are Sabbateans, right? So to just say that this is collectively a good thing, right? I don't know.
And I'm more
Maybe-
inclined to I'm if I may, I'm more inclined to agree with you there, TML, that Avian Buddha is right to the extent that you can't kill the messenger, right? But at some point, you have to be discerning enough to definitely include the messenger in his message. And we can't entirely isolate the two. So if it plays out that this was a bad man, even though he wrote some great things, then there's bound to be some subversion and corruption, even if he brought forward really pure stuff. With Crowley, most of what he brought forward before his own writings and stuff was stuff he stole from the Golden Dawn. But his later writings obviously saw a lot of his insanity and like degeneration, as I was saying.
Also, I want to say something, and maybe this is better probably, but isn't it possible that Twilight intended this from the start, that he wanted to cultivate emotional closeness, and then he like tries to mess with you psychologically with this kind of stuff? Because when I talk to him and I look at the patterns of his behavior, it seems almost like it was pre-planned to some extent.
Who is that? Did you say Carla?
No, I said Twilight.
Oh, Twilight. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Twilight may have intended to cultivate emotional closeness, and then he gets closer, and then he planned to do something like this from the start. It's possible, because 09A and other stuff, they are very what's the right word? They're very calculating and stuff.
Yeah, well, I won't pick up my phone and respond to text messages unless I really know you and unless I know that you're going to be contacting me and whatnot. And also I don't really respect that type of behavior, right? There's people all over the internet, right, that have made up a bunch of shit about me, and I've basically like with basically no exceptions, I've allowed them to remain on any of the platforms that I, kind of visit. And even with those people that support and platform, right? People like Snafu or people like those other people that have chosen to just make up tons of information or choose to do show after show about me, right? Like there's a bunch of people that, they're like haters, bona fide, right? Where they've chosen like, and some of them are gone now, but they've chosen to like, when they were here, it's like all they could think of was me, for sure. So there's a lot of that going on. So we had like our assigned hater groups, obviously, right? And yeah, so we've tolerated some of that.
Well, it's just best to be calm and centered and such. Yeah, it's kind of distressing, but it's not good to dwell on it. Ultimately,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but people who have platformed, those groups, like for example, right, like any of the groups in this area that platform any of those groups, we just don't even go to their channels, right? So that's the thing. It's like anybody that we've exposed on Made by Machine Bob, we're not going to their channels. We're not trying to like fuck with those people or clout chase with them or contribute to their content anymore. That's just a fair square deal. Like it's fine if they come over here and comment on our material or we talk to them or we'll treat them like normal people. We're not mad at them or anything, but yeah, we're largely not trying to support the type of content that they create. So that's why we've made it well known that that's that we won't be platforming that type of shit. We won't be participating in that type of shit, whether it's on Jack Talcott or OTW or any other place. I'm sorry about it, right? We can't contribute to it.
There's been a couple of episodes since I last caught up. I think I was on episode 8 or 9. What episode is Machine Bob on now?
It's on a new season, so I've divided it into seasons. So the next season will be like 10 episodes too. So it's about 9 episodes a season, right? So and then a season finale.
So the second season's 1 episode in or 2 episodes in? I'll have to catch up.
It's only 1 episode in.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's a real banger. Let me show you guys this. Made by Machine Bob here on Cyber Caliphate. Because it was a really important stream. First of all, this is a channel, Cyber Caliphate, at Cyber Caliphate 0101. So let me drop that in the chat here because we are about to get off of here. It's been a long day, mainly because I've been honestly bummed out because of Twilight, and then I talked to people about that for like 3 hours. You know, a huge distraction from that. Right, and then I went back to reading and studying ellul. Right, and then we started the show, and then we did basically 6 hours on the philosophy of technology. I don't want to toot my own horn, but yeah, that's exactly what happened. And then I opened it up for people. Huge mistake. Right, DK came to disturb the show. Okay, and I sent him a message in which I said, okay, these are the words that break TOS. Don't say these words. And he agreed not to say them. This was on November the 4th, 2025. So he's known since then not to break any of those rules or terms. And he never complied for this entire time. I'm talking about like, it's been like 6 months. He never complied with my request, even though he agreed to it. So he tries to fuck me over, fuck this channel over. I'm really tired of him being disrespectful here, right? So honestly, since he agreed to it and he's a fucking lying cocksucker, right, I'm tired of him continually disrespecting this platform and then pretending like just because he's on Rumble and gets to say whatever he wants, he's not being monitored by the Jews. You're delusional, sir. You're a fucking moron. They literally own the platform. Anyways, here's the main
Absolutely, yeah.
machine drop.
Yeah, I could see it there. Season 2, episode 1. I'll have to check that out for sure, man. I got to keep up with all the shenanigans.
Oh yeah, killer intro.
Listening to me right now, because less than 3% of you people read books. Because less than 15% of you read newspapers. Because the only truth you know is what you get over this tube. Right now, there is a whole, an entire generation that...
And then I tried to shout out Axis Red Blood, and then it wouldn't light up. Ain't that about a bitch? This shit just won't fucking light up blue, like. So I tried, homie, but you know, they ain't trying to promote you, I guess. But yeah,
Yeah, me and Raplet had a bit of a tiff the other day. I hope it's water under the bridge, though.
Damn. But yeah, we got this.
It was short lived. It was like a minute long.
Yeah. New season, and yeah, basically we went over lots of stuff.
Americans...
Here's some previews, right? We went over word war debate, Wiegman versus Wilson lawsuit, the Enlightened Network, okay, Truther producers producing content, the Two Sons Crow 777 radio, Sam's Tripoli connection. Okay, what Rose 777 is up to, she's hooking up with production companies, producing Crow 777 radio. All sorts of crazy stuff here. The Sanity Machine and Rose 777, Illuma Dummy and Rose 777. And the Paranoid Dusty. Scared shitless. Saying that Brown's Boy and Axis Rat Blood are plotting against him. Ooh, scaredy cat. So yeah, a real shitfest there of production companies, tax codes, illegal business, legal business, government psyops, and Fed entertainers. Running production companies, running scams on the people. Holy cows. And you know, they pay for views. Yes, we found out that they pay for views by buying clip channels, paying people to produce clips of them and gaming the algorithm. Ooh, spooky Saturday.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, Machine Bob. Blessings, Creek Mary, and Rock E. Shepherd. Yeah, don't worship the Mother Mary, kids. She used to be revered, but not worshipped. Of course, we don't mean to slight anybody's beliefs. There may be people who believe in the celestial mother goddess.
Yeah, I was doing some stuff. Yeah, so yeah, I think uh, the stream is ending now, like final words and stuff.
Pretty much, yeah.
I guess my final words are my final word is that, you know, people make mistakes, all right, and you know, if I was called out on something, I would take a step back and honestly analyze myself. If I accuse someone of something they didn't do, okay, and I realized I did that, I would simply apologize to them, and I would make that heartfelt and sincere apology, and then it's over, okay? That's the end of it, you know, and you know, both TML and me today, we were accused of things we didn't do, and the person who accused me of something I didn't do, he actually did that a few months ago, like 1 or 2 months ago, and he came back today and he did it again, and I had enough of it, really. Like, I haven't done that. Going around slandering people, like calling them wife beaters or whatever, you know, that's wrong. You should not do that. Gossiping like that and spreading slander like that and accusing people of stuff they didn't do, that accrues negative karma, okay? And you're gonna have a negative rebirth the more you do that. You know, it's not that hard, you know what I mean? You gotta separate, you know, I can disagree with the ideologies of many people, okay? You know, but I should never accuse them of shit they haven't done, you know what I mean? That's wrong, you know what I mean? Like, it's not right to do that, you know, like, you know, yeah, that's it. And besides that, I do appreciate TML's channel, and I think what the UK did was wrong. You know, like, I gotta be more careful too. You know, about some stuff. You know, I have some areas where I could sometimes have outbursts regarding some topics, but overall, I would say that this stuff about technique, the preoccupation of technique, and the growth of industrial complexity, all of that is stuff, and we need to analyze more philosophically and ethically and ecologically and all of that. And TML does a good job of that and stuff. You know, I don't want to go on too long. And I will say that I appreciate most people here. I think Frank is cool. I think he has a lot of interesting insight. I think Reddington and Dark Lorp and Neurojack, they're all cool. And even Brown's Boy, you know, all of you guys are cool. We don't have to agree on everything. You're cool too, TML, but ultimately we converge in seeing that this modern world is a mess. It's not going in the right direction, and you know, technique or all this, you know, stuff that I just said. You know, I just think that it's good to appreciate and respect those, even if you don't agree with them, as long as they don't accuse you of shit you haven't done. You know, I mean, that's going too far.
Yeah, well said, Buddha Man. And on behalf of Reddington, do not seek the treasure.
Oh, yeah. You know what it is? Yeah,
Oh
so
yeah.
I mean, we've had lots of ups and downs here. Honestly, we've been having an open format here. I've sworn to myself that I will just edit out the parts that don't flow right, don't go right for our ending episodes. I actually don't have a video editor, so this may be a sloppy process at the end of the day. I may have to find many different timestamps in order to accomplish this, right? But eventually I will get it all out there, right? We've recorded hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, over 400 hours of viable material, right? And a lot of those include over 2 hours of presentations from me, so that's like 800 hours of viable material in terms of, you know, history, philosophy, the philosophy of technology, right? The history of philosophy, right? And a true rendering of the ideas that constitute this architectonic framework, and a true understanding and framing of techno liberalism, a nuanced and, you know, really robust definition in the history of transhumanism, right? And of course, premier discussions on, you know, philosophical and religious texts, right? So we've engaged in tons of material here. And you know, I mean, it's kind of like interesting, like going through some of the old stuff and finding some of those hidden gems, right? Because there's so
Yeah,
many videos, right?
yeah,
But
genuinely
yeah.
valuable elucidation of the Tao. That certainly
Oh yeah.
has
Hundreds
attracted
of
my
hours. Yep.
interest.
Oh yeah, we did tons of hours on the Tao. Um, you know, multiple translations. And of course, you know, comparisons to the Confucian Analects. And of course, Frank was here for a large portion of that, right? I'm contributing, so I greatly value your
Wish
contributions
you
as well.
Oh
Thanks,
yeah,
team. I wish you could have been more, but always working and shit.
Yeah.
Frank, when you have time, if I would be interested in your views on both the platform and the Diamond Sutra. The platform sutra was by Hu Ning, who was a Chinese Chan Buddhist, and you know that's closer to the tradition I follow. But I would be interested in what you think about him whenever you read it, because you can read it in the original Chinese probably. So if you ever in the mood, I just want to be interested if you ever read it.
Okay, yeah. And thank you, Buddha, for the links in the background. I'm definitely going to check out the ones you mentioned. It's
Sure,
good
I
stuff.
have a lot to check out too. The stuff you had to say was very interesting. I saved a lot and my bookmarks. Yeah.
I'll say my in peace then, TML. You can roll the music, and I don't know if you're going to end it entirely, or if you're going to keep it and roll a few more reels to finish out the show.
Yeah, it'll just be music and then a recording. The last recording of me at Twilight Son of Lilith. So I'll play this before it's gone. It'll probably be gone soon. So I'll just
Yeah, I'd
play
like
it.
to watch it. I'd like to listen to it.
Yep.
I think that a person's character kind of presents them oftentimes, like, and when I meet with folks like you, TML, Avian Buddha, and a lot of the folks like Reddington and stuff that come around here, I always see people of exemplary character doing their best to learn this material and synthesize it, you know, utilize it in their lives and actualize it so that we can fucking push the thing forward. You know, that's our job, I think, and you're definitely doing a lot of the heavy lifting. I certainly appreciate it, and I know the audience does. Haters gonna hate. We're gonna let them keep doing their thing. It's in the name, you know. Don't let them fucking take the jelly out of your donut. And I'm here for it. So blessings and thank you for having me up this evening.
Yeah, thank you so much, Frank. It's been a pleasure talking to you, sir, and it's always a pleasure corresponding with you on any of these things. And yeah, you have a blessed night, my friend, and check out my music and some of this presentation here. I'm sure you guys will enjoy it. And
Machine Bob season 2, something to get excited about. Good music.
oh yeah, oh yeah, lots of different angles. We've been watching these shows, so I've been watching and recording these shows. So yeah, I got a lot to tell you guys. Looks like there's gay ops going on where, Flowstein will be they're acting like they're an orbiter group that's against the Wilson crowd, but they're all orbiting Wilson.
Funny enough, he tried to perform a like humiliation ritual on me today at Chats with Jack.
Yeah,
I don't know if
he does
I don't
attempt
know if
that.
you
Yeah.
saw that or not.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I've been part of those before. Actually, first time I was on his show, he threw me off. He tried to make me part of one of those types of things. He tried to say I don't know what I'm talking about because I tried to explain the Trinity to him. They tried to gaslight me and tell me that I was bad at explaining it, even though I knew exactly what I was saying. He was bad at understanding it, if anything, right? So
That triggers them. I've noticed that's something with you. Like a lot of these folks, they get triggered because they know they're at a disadvantage in the hard work, the study part of things.
yeah, unfortunate.
Well, yeah, it is because it's just something you should admit forthright and then move on from there. If you hold on to it and it triggers you and you get in your feelers, like some folks do, then it continues to be a concomitant and you can't move on. So I find a lot of times, like I said, when I came here, there's a lot of things that it was way beyond my ken. And by admitting that, at least I can start fucking looking and gathering the data that will help me catch up. I don't want to be left behind all the fucking time. That would be negligence on
Yeah.
my part.
Yeah, I think it may be tougher than that when some of these guys get paid to do fake debate shows. It's like, oh,
That's true too. I
and
didn't
they
take
take
that
it
into
super
consideration.
personally, right?
Right. That's a very
They're like,
different thing.
this is not only their personality, but it's their bottom line, right? So it's like, whoa, gotta get paid. So yeah, we understand the struggle for the people out here, and we're taking into account everybody's motivations for sure. That's of extreme importance to us. Like for example, right? It's an extreme importance just to figure out what motivated um our sort of old friend here to engage in this type of bashing. All of a sudden, it was very sudden, right? Because this post that he's referring to was from 4 months ago. He's referring to a conversation that I had with this girl 4 months ago. Both me and her have moved on from it, but he still thinks it's necessary to fight about this and to prove my wrong in this conversation. So yeah, fascinating stuff with the people that are here. And of course, we've had tons of situations where we've befriended people in any of one of these groups online, and they've always flipped on us. It just takes a while, right? Except for the people that literally started out with us, right? So people that haven't been part of any other groups online, and they just simply just only fuck with us, and they started out dealing with these other people through us, they don't actually fucking stab us in the back ever. But the people that come from any other groups online that come and embed themselves in our community, they almost always fuck us over. So that's pretty weird. Pretty strange.
After they fuck you over, have any repented and like apologized, or they just like
Nope.
I see. Yeah, I want to like apologize for some outbursts I had in the past. I have good intentions. Like these topic, I have read Skrbina and Kaczynski and Teddy, and a lot of other thinkers we have talked about. And yeah, I'm doing my best, but I'm not perfect either. But the difference between me is I'm here because I think this stuff really is important. So I get deeper into it. Yeah.
I think me and you might be the only ones here for that. So that
I
is
think
pretty
Reddington is good too. He actually has read too, and so.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
it's the only
Reddington
reason-
and Neurojack. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only reason I come here. It's because I know that you guys are dialed in on fucking sorting through it and finding the true spiritual gold in all of these teachings.
Yeah, so for the people that are here, me and Buddha did an excellent series of presentations for the first 6 hours of this show. And the last 2 hours, it kind of fell off the wagon. And it's full of tons of people saying things that are extremely offensive or accusing me of things. And, and part of it's Buddha and Avian. Buddha and Avian, Frank and Avian having a great conversation on, a range of topics. I'm supremely tired here. It's about dawn where I'm at, so I'm going to basically hang up the phone on you guys. I greatly appreciate your time, and thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Right, and the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize, just how you've been programmed. And, you can't kill what you can't see. Right? What most people, think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen. Images of things that aren't even real. The truth, actually comes from, within you. How do you know something is true? Right, unless you can prove it for yourself. Right, listen to everything, believe in nothing until you can prove it for yourself. Right, and of course, question authority. And yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. And you know how they say, right? Start a well-intentioned fight and see the lies flat in defense. Blessings to all the people. I greatly appreciate your time. Yeah, I greatly appreciate you, Alchemos. Thank you for being here with us. And don't forget the fake donations, the shills. Yeah, exactly. Die, burn in hell, then ever apologize. Good Lord. What is the deal with that? Pride or some shit. Pride cometh before the fall. Yeah, anyway, so here is a outro I made for the show. Intro I made for the show. New intro I made for the show using ellul. Check it out, guys. And then the other part is with Twilight, right? I made a song with Twilight. Good Lord. He was literally a really good friend of mine before this morning. So I'm actually kind of bummed out today for sure. But yeah, I appreciate you guys anyways.
Modification of time and...
Yeah, thank you, Frank. Avian, blessings, guys.
Yeah, good night, man. I'm gonna go pass out now, and so I'm very
peace,
tired.
homies. Yeah, blessings, guys.
Blessings, TML, Buddha. Come in.
Yeah.
Modification of time and motion. In much the same way, technique has modified human time. That man, until recently, got along well enough without measuring time precisely is something we never even think about. And that we do not think about it shows to what a degree we have been affected by technique. What means there were in the past for measuring time belonged to the rich, and until the 14th century exerted no influence on real time or on life. Until then, there were mechanical horologia, which did not so much mark the hour as indicated very approximately by bells or chimes. The clock tower with its public clock made its appearance toward the end of the century. Until then, time had been measured by life's needs and events. At most, life had been regulated since the 5th century by church bells, but this regulation really followed a psychological and biological tempo. The time man guided himself by corresponded to nature's time. It was material and concrete. It became abstract, probably toward the end of the 14th century, when it was divided into hours, minutes, and seconds. Little by little, this mechanical kind of time, with its knife-edge divisions, penetrated, along with machinery, into human life. The first private clocks appeared in the 16th century. Thenceforward, time was an abstract measure separated from the traditional rhythms of life and nature. It became mere quantity. But since life is inseparable from time, life too was forced to submit to the new guiding principle. From then on, life itself was measured by the machine. Its organic functions obeyed the mechanical. Eating, working, and sleeping were at the beck and call of the machinery. Time, which had been the measure of organic sequences, was broken and dissociated. Human life ceased to be an ensemble, a whole, and became a disconnected set of activities having no other bond than the fact that they were performed by the same individual. Footnote. Enrico Castelli's study, Les Temps Harcelants, extends our observations into the realm of the psychological. He shows how the man of the technical world lives without past or future, and how the loss of the sense of duration deprives law and language of their meaning. According to Castelli, modern man lives in a universe in which technique has divested language of its meaning and value. If this formula seems exaggerated, I would direct you to Castelli's book to see its essential truth. The book stresses the fact that technique, as a result of the perfection of means which it has placed at the disposal of modern man, has effectively suppressed the respite of time indispensable to the rhythm of life. Between desire and the satisfaction of desire, there is no longer the duration which is necessary for real choice and examination. There is no longer respite for reflecting or choosing or adapting oneself, or for acting or wishing or pulling oneself together. The rule of life is no sooner said than done. Life has become a race course composed of instantaneous variations of the universe, a succession of objective events which drag us along and lead us astray without anywhere offering us the possibility of standing apart, taking stock, and ceasing to act. Mechanical abstraction and rigidity permeated the whole structure of being. Abstract time became a new milieu, a new framework of existence. Today, the human being is dissociated from the essence of life. Instead of living time, he is split up and parceled out by it. Lewis Mumford is right in calling the clock the most important machine of our culture. And he is right, too, in asserting that the clock has made modern progress and efficiency possible through its rapidity of action and the coordination it effects in man's daily activities. All organization of work and study of motion is based on the clock. There is a third general, non-material element of human life, which, along with space and time, has been profoundly modified by technique: motion. Here, too, we observe the same process. Motion is the spontaneous expression of life, its visible form. Everything alive chooses of itself its attitudes, orientations, gestures, and rhythms. There is perhaps nothing more personal to a living being, as far as the observer is concerned, than its movements. In reality, there is no such thing as movement in general. There are only the movements of individual things. Technique, however, considers the matter very differently. Gilbreth's ingenuity consisted in analyzing the notions of an individual and thus rendering them abstract. There was no longer a being in motion, but a point. Not a series of acts, but a curve, a trajectory in abstract space and time. It is true that human activities bear certain resemblances to one another, and by synthesizing them, it is possible to arrive at precise laws of their motion. Moreover, every human skill in action is based upon a complex of fundamental principles common to all. It is therefore possible to specify not only the laws which govern them, but also their exact trajectories. This supposes first
Suffering from pattern overload without closure. Key pathologies include conspiracy fixation without grounding. Spiritual systems that reward identity inflation. And I agree with all of this, just for the record. Occult frameworks that collapse metaphor into literalism. Trauma-driven meaning mistaken for revelation. Media environments that hijack attention and narrative coherence. Most spiritual or esoteric systems fail because they depend on belief. Lack safety mechanisms. Encourage interpretive escalation. Provide no return to baseline. Reward charismatic authority or personal special. Result is not enlightenment, but fragmentation. Codex was an engineered to counteract this failure. The innovation. A new epistemic class. The Codex introduces several innovations outside existing categories. A forensic celestic architecture. Celestic here does not mean magical invocation. It means intentional, symbolic, measurable, psychological, followed by explicit closure. Every operation has a defined purpose for function, not grounding and exit. Grounding and exit is evaluated for perceptual stability. Closed loop gnosis. Gnosis is redefined as resonance-based perceptual that increases agency without altering identity or inducing belief dependency. If an experience does not increase clarity, compulsive interpretation, discernment, it is rejected regardless of how powerful it feels. Myth as interface, not ontology. Codex treats mythical figures, Sophia, Aeon, symbolic cosmological interfaces, cognitive pattern descriptions. They are not entities demanding worship or obedience. Living fields, part of the natural environment. Living luminous plasma. The framework. Ontological commitment. Codex is built strength to prevent metaphysical Aeons defined not as gods, but as organizing intelligence. Analogous dynamics. Plasma dynamics. Large scale pattern coherence. Sophia. Defined as planetary, embodied as Earth, embodied as Earth, not a goddess figure in the devotional sense. Sophia represents embodied correction, evolutionary self-regulation. Archons defined as inorganic imitative systems, not monsters or demons. They correspond to pattern replication without creativity. Bureaucratic logic, algorithmic domination, trauma exploiting system, narrative hijacking. This framing allows critique out paranoia. The method. How the codex is used. The codex is not read passively. It is operated. Key operational features. Media-based collected anime, films, music, text, symbolic exposure with containment, alternation between intensity and grounding, somatic anchoring, walking, eating, sleep, recursive integration rather than accumulation. Every exposure is reflection and return to baseline. So basically, I went from writing a book to creating a ritual engine that every activity of daily life as initiation process. From cooking to sleeping to eating to showering to all of it recursively. Music, movies, and different movies, all changes the way that you perceive reality. This is what MK Ultra does. What they do in the asking into different subjects. But anyways, safety architecture, anti-delusion by design. Explicit prohibitions, no command, no prophetic identity, no irreversible commitment. If a framework increases anxiety, encourages fixation.
Okay, blessings, guys. Today's gonna be the last day we promote people who've chosen to take a path of trying to slander us. I appreciate you guys. Have a blessed day, everyone. Thank you, Frank. Peace, everyone. And yeah. Here is gonna be one of my famed outros at this point. Seraphim Revolver. One of my favorite songs of all time. Blessings. Peace.
The immaculate deception. You got poverty, religion, racism, politics, and economics that keep the preoccupied mind spinning. Oblivion, evangelical righteous nation building by eugenic DNA, epic weapon sequence in the DOD operation Dark Winter. Unknowingly investing trillion in most subtle forms of murder. New American century lunatic neocon lounge poolside for Olive Martini at the Plaza Bilderberger. Sitting next to nanotechnology, the Damon inside the nuclear winter. With reptiles and bikinis that don't walk on by, they slimmer. You better zip up the Dalai Lama North Face, put on an Elmo mittens. Pay close attention, there's no difference between Bush and Clinton. Check the arrogant cowboy Texas demeanor. White House was straight stonewall, fuck a congressional subpoena. We will bitch smack the media. Lord Ching, pull over Dark Warrior. With CIA orgs brought down the two towers. Who up on COG shadow government at Raven Rock, where the only legislative branch wanted is executive power.
Connection listeners, we're talking about continuity of government. We're talking about the shadow government, which is up and running in a bunker.
Our in-depth look at Washington's secret shadow government. Bush has activated for the first time long-standing plans to ensure survival of federal rule.
Continuity of government. And the notion that we have a shadow government.
We're talking about the shadow government, which is up and running. We're talking about COG, as they call it in Washington.
We still don't know very much about who's in the shadow government and what they're doing. I think that the Bush administration is going to have to eventually give us a lot of information to clear the air here. And the notion that we have a shadow government, that there's some urgency about having a shadow government.
It's actually a shadow government operating right now.
Is finished, master. Is my music really on some apocalyptic, dark and gloomy shit? Or my part of some now freedom music? Your perception to this rhyme reflecting your influence. The most dangerous person in the world is someone who don't do shit. You think I'm fearless, confused, or just blind? Or to safely actually continue to perpetuate itself in the mind? A helpless victim of revolutionary soldier, you decide. Then ask yourself why am I so rebellious and out of hand? When a country will spend hundreds of billion to kill 500,000 to kill one man. Am I really the rebel against society for now world view of illusion? Knowing full well to put off world globalization, millions I have to die to subvert the authority of the Constitution. And how much of this silly, goofy, wacky conspiracy theory is really hype when all of the media world is controlled by select few programming status quo lies. Home of the freedom, ignorant, hypocritical, and buck wild. American politics is more confusing than a racist and an illegitimate black love child. I bet you want me to rhyme by alcohol and beverages, pimpin' girl. When I only liquor, I'm talking about is Molotov cocktails. When in my country, people of color make up 62% of the incarceration rate, to form the largest prison population in the world. While you sect claiming born again Christianity, murdering preemptively, showing up to rally the troops in a homo flight suit and a plastic stunt turkey. Believe you can't hurt me or do me none. I'm down with God, Allah, and I ain't afraid of no one. And this is world decrees, imperial letters of protection, warning you about privatization and depopulation and federalization and deregulation and globalization. Request this on your favorite radio station. Request this on your favorite radio station. Request this on your favorite radio station. And I bet you it won't get nary rotation.
Oh, Mohammed's here. What's good, bro?
And it's been distilled at that point.
Well, blessings.
Bless
Hey.
you, brother.
Yeah, I got some sleep. You know what I'm saying?
Getting
Good job.
into some very advanced Kabbalah.
Yeah, we've been up all night breaking eye unto it.
We've been like
I've
all
been
over.
hearing you guys. I had you guys on.
Yeah. What you hear us in your dream?
Yeah, I heard you guys. Yeah, I heard some of it.
Oh shit.
About you, we talked about you very fondly and how we
We
love you.
were talking about all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
We were doing astrology. We were all over the place.
Yes, your dream team.
So Neil,
Kinda.
I talked
Yeah.
to Neil, a Gnostic informant, and he wants to talk to you. I don't know if you checked your messages.
Yeah, we'll check it out. I also might have Arvol come on. You guys know Eric Arvol, the guy who started an all-white community?
That's interesting.
Yeah, and then I might have a third guy. I'm trying to get a third guy in the mix so I could have 3 interviews lined up. All right, so I might get like a third guy. I'm thinking maybe like James Perloff or something like that. Or Dr. James Perloff or somebody.
Awesome.
Yeah, because
Neil,
James Perloff, he's like Ashkenazi, and he can explain like a lot of stuff about Jays.
that's cool. Well, Neil said he subscribed to you last night, like on camera. So I was like, awesome.
Yeah, we had a good discussion. Honestly, I like the direction he's going in because it's kind of the same thing that, like because he's getting more into how philosophy relates to the theological things. So this is pretty interesting.
Good stuff. I'm excited.
And maybe he could get Dr. Skrbina on. That would be cool. All right. That's kind of like another reason I want to talk to some of these guys and get Dr. Skrbina on to talk to them. It'd be funny. Because his theory is more challenging than the ones that they put forward. Like his Jesus hoax is very abrasive. Right?
Yeah.
I like personally. I think it's probably pretty right on.
Well, I mean, it's like we were saying, Zafi, like people think this shit is all literal, and that's the problem. It doesn't mean there's not a fucking God. Like there's most
and
God.
that literalness has
There's
allowed
nothing more sure that there's a God. I'm more sure of God than I am of my own existence.
Me too.
But the literalism is fucking poison.
That is what
Just
is
like
allowed.
I read of Moshe Cordova, like it's. I'm gonna read it again. Like it's worth repeating. It's you. Like I said, if you would think that people who have faith in God would
God to do God's.
like
yeah.
Like think that maybe just maybe it would be a little more fucking complicated than that.
Yeah.
that- what is it? It's the glory of God to hide a thing and for man to search it out, right?
Yeah, it gives
Like-
us meaning. But some people don't like a challenge. They just want it to be like simple, but don't realize how boring we.
I mean, you're talking about God, and if we're in the image of God, then what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what?
Exactly. But that's a challenge too, I think.
Yeah,
It's our local that seeks comfort.
Let me go back to it. This is an Italian Kabbalist who was before Isaac Lorio. Thus, one who denies the mysteries of the Torah and its esoteric lore causes the removal of wisdom, Yod, and Kabbalah, Hey, from Vav, written Torah, and Hey, oral Torah. He who asserts that there is nothing beyond the plain meaning of the Torah, the written Torah, and the Talmud, the oral Torah, The man who has done this has caused dryness above, as surely as he had sinned with his very hands. Woe to him! It were better for him had he never been created, since he has caused harm on high and never taught, for through his study of the written Torah and oral Torah, he takes Tifereth and Malkuth and removes the mystery of Yod and Hey. Thus, in his very Torah study, he causes loss and division, so that the study becomes a sin. Over and above the secret inherent in the matter, there is an even more hidden level of mystery, which is presently unknown, even to those who know Kabbalah.
Ever unknown. It's because it goes deep, right?
The biggest veil is that people don't understand that esotericism is not belief. And until that's understood, it will never, ever, ever, ever be penetrated. And that's why the occult is the occult, because it occults itself.
And it's hidden within you. It's so tricky, but it's right there. It's like crazy. But you can't know all of it all at once for some reason.
No, it's impossible.
Because there's always more to know. But that's also what makes it fascinating and so worth it. Because it's so fucking interesting.
It's like when I was reading, what was it? I have to go back. When it was saying every 50 letters.
Yeah.
There's literally a code. Like
There
it's
is.
not up for debate. It's not up for debate. It's there. You can see it.
You can.
So it's like, this doesn't require belief. It's there.
Whenever you were reading and you were saying, "Hey," that's a letter, right?
Yeah.
Or it's a okay.
Good, hey, Vav, right? Yeah.
What's really funny is I was kind of like always trying to find a god name for my cat, and I came up with Hell's Kitchen, Mr. Hell's Kitchen. But his mom's name, his mom's name is Hey Hey. Isn't that funny? It's Hey Hey.
Oh, man. That's funny. That is funny. Okay. Yeah. So it says, a day refers to Zer Anpin, 6 Sephiroth, Hased to Yesod. Thus it was stated there are 7 days under the mother. 7 times 6, 42. 42 names of God. Shem HaMifaresh. And this is the value of the word mother. This alludes to the 6 wings each form contained. These 42 wings are 42 seraphim, of which are called burning ones. And now we see a fire goes out of the throne. The throne has the same numerical value as the name Elohim, which is a name for Binah. We also now can understand what is written in Exodus regarding the burning bush. It states, these seraphim, this is alluded to in the word burning bush, which the head letters of this phrase spell the word mother, which was the secret of the name Eya, which alludes to Binah as the 2, value 42. Binah has 50 gates of understanding, as is known, and this corresponds to the 50 times the Exodus from Egypt is mentioned. From the beginning of the Torah, every 50 letters spell the word Torah, the mother's Torah, as will be discussed. These 42 angels are formed in the secret of book 1 in the Zohar, by which we find the secret of the Ana. This is the word I can't fucking say. Bekoach. It's Bekoach, if you know what that is. And by taking the first letter of each word, we form the 42-letter name. So it's literally forming the letter of a letter of blah, 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 a name of God. So this isn't like random. These 42 letters of the name are divided into 6 letters to each of the 7 Sephiroth, which, as explained previously, are 6 wings to each seraph, except Semiel, he has 12.
Well, and seeing those are hexagrams.
Over these
Yeah.
seraphims, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, okay. Like
Math.
what? Yeah, I mean, there's literally math. There's literally like it ciphers and fucking like.
That's my +1. 3 is the secret forward. Now you get the joke, right?
Right. Right.
My goal is 10. I got to add that one.
But when it talks about how the serpent convinces you it's your higher self, and then later in life convinces you it's God,
Mm-hmm.
that's heavy.
Yeah, it is.
And that's why I've always said, like, the Garden of Eden is something that occurs every day.
Yep. It is. It's so weird because I had this experience where I got lost once whenever I was on one of my little vision quests, and I was driving around in the truck trying to figure out how to get to the East Mountains, up to where Scott was working. And I turned down this road. It's called Cooper Road. And I tried to turn around at the end because it's a dead end. There was a gate at the end that was locked actually. And I got stuck in the sand and I couldn't get out. So I got out and I was walking and I was like hoping that somebody would be home that could help me get out. And I went up to this house and there was this little black and white dog that came up to and was barking. And it was so weird because it seemed like it was like the tarot card of the fool. And then whenever I got up and I knocked on the door, I was looking in and the front room was like this garden. It was like this like total greenhouse room that was filled with these beautiful plants. It looked like the Garden of Eden. And then I realized as I was knocking on the door that there was this huge green snake that was right going up the window sill. And I like jumped back and I was like, holy crap. And then there was something specific about whenever I was walking out, I looked at one of the license plates because there was 2 cars in the driveway. Nobody answered the door. But the license plate said something that was like, it was like one of them was like 666 and the other one was like 777. And I was like, oh my God, that's so weird. And then I went and I got back in the truck and I started it up and it just was not stuck anymore. And I left. But it was like,
666 also used to be a number for the goddess.
Yeah, well, and 777.
Like, it never ends. It never fucking ends.
Yeah, well, that little dog, I was the fool that day. And it was like, and the serpent like showed himself and to me in the little Eden house that's on Cooper Road. But nobody answered the door when I knocked. So, but I didn't need their help anyways, I guess. I flowers. And then I righted where I was and I remembered how to get there. And I drove and there was sand stuck on the back tailgate of the truck. So I was busted for getting lost. Cause he was like, how did you get the sand on the tailgate or on the back bumper? And it was because I was stuck in the sand at the end of the road. It was pretty crazy. Yellow and purple flowers I picked that day. And then I painted a green chair. And the code is everywhere. It's crazy. On the TV right now, it says the saint. That's so funny. Sometimes the Roku ads are not evil.
You have Roku?
Yeah, it said the saint, and then under it says Mary.
Oh,
That's weird. I wonder what that is. It's an ad for a show. Saint Marie.
so when this is all taken esoterically, everything is you.
And is not you as well.
Well,
it's all the
I mean, yeah, well, right.
all
But you
all
know
the
what I'm
you.
saying.
Yes.
It has nothing
But
to do with anything
it-
external.
yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. But you can also find that if you find someone who has figured that out, and you can reflect in their mirror, who is that they polished it clean, you can see the reflection in the other, and that's when two or more come together. That's what they were talking about.
Yes.
And you can peek around the corners and see God.
Right. But I'm saying, like, it even talks about the 70 nations, you know, and like how they're evil, and it has nothing to do with a physical place.
No, but we made
The,
it that.
the Leviathan is formed from the 7 lower Sephiroth, and is stated regarding this matter in the Zohar. The tail extends every 70 years, destroying the earth. The secret of these 70 years, 70 angelic princes that rule over the 70 nations of the earth. We find an angel over each of these 10 aspects of the lower 7 Sephiroth, totaling 70. The word angel derives itself from the name of Malkuth, the place in which these 70 angels rule. Malkuth hence has the name and numerical value as Leviathan, the same value.
And that's where you go get stuck in the loops.
The 4 rivers that extend out of Eden correspond to the 4 worlds. Corresponding to this are the 4 levels of the statue in the vision of Daniel. Of the first river, it is stated it had good gold. Regarding this, the first kingdom, Daniel stated, you are the head of gold. We find each level of the statue is the secret of these 4 rivers. Consider this carefully. Those who have eyes to see, behold the keys. These are the same as the name, and they are all one and the same. It is written, Chesed to Abraham. From this we derive Abraham is attributed to Hesed. It is written, he soared by the tear of his father, Isaac. From this we derive Isaac is attributed to Gabora. Gabora has to do with judgment.
Yep.
It
That's
literally
it.
means severity. That's what it means, severity. And it's attributed to Mars. It is written, truth to Jacob. Thus we derive that Jacob corresponds to Tiferet. That's the sun, and it stands for beauty, called truth. Lavan means white. We derive this from the he is Hokmah. Hokmah is wisdom.
It's also Abba.
Not all of this is written. I just fucking remember.
Alba.
Rikva. I'm surprised I remember all this shit. It's been a long time.
Dawn of
Rikva,
light.
being mother of Jacob, is Binah, called mother. Man, mothers keep coming up an awful lot.
Yeah, it is.
I thought there was no feminine principle in any of this.
Mm-hmm.
We have established Abraham is Hesed. He is called father, Hokmah. Thus we can identify that he is Hokmah of Hesed. So the wisdom of Hesed. Hesed is related to Jupiter. And
what was inside of it? Jupiter, didn't he eat his kids? No, that was Saturn, right?
That's Saturn. Jupiter is the beneficent one. Jupiter is my ruling planet.
Yeah, that's my 11th house with my big.
Is yeah. His wife corresponds to Binah as the secret of her name reveals. We learned this in the following manner. From this, we can see that his wife is the secret of the aspects of Binah, corresponding to the name Elohim. Binah,
Is that Beth?
A sun refers to Zar Anpin, the lower six. The lower six is the lower six Sephiroth, as opposed to the supernal ones, which are the six below the abyss. That's what that is.
Mm-hmm.
So they're cut off. In other words, they're still part of the material world, and they're still part of
their counterparts are
the
the
realm
other.
of illusion. The realm of illusion. They're part. It has to do with the planets, the archons. This is all the same shit.
And that's the mirroring aspect that is found in Da'at. That is higher.
Thus, Ishmael corresponds to the lower six Sephiroth of Hesed, and his mother Hagar, the handmaiden, corresponds to Malkuth of Hesed. So again, this is Malkuth is the earthly plane, the world of action. Hence, we find a complete correspondence to Hesed. The name has the value of 248. It is also in Hesed El, from which we derive the name of God, corresponds to Hesed. Utilizing the fact Abraham corresponds to Hokmah, we find the flow of the name El through the remaining 8 after Hokmah. Corresponding to this, 31 times 8 is 248. In this aforementioned secret, all is connected as has been established.
That's 14 and 5 is missing in the hex.
Itzhak is called father, which identifies him with Hokmah of Gabora. We also find Rebecca, his wife, corresponding to Binah. Esau, being his son, corresponds with the lower six of Gabora, leaving Malkuth called the heel, the place with which Jacob Tifereth grasped. It has been established Malkuth is connected to Keter, because Malkuth is a reflection of Keter. That's the as above, so below. We find the name is having a value of 208.
Yeah.
This is stopped explaining shit.
Yep.
So this is gonna go way over people's heads. But okay, we find this is a value. Okay, 208. The flow of the remaining sockets. We find Jacob. Okay.
Are they talking plug tune in? Socket.
Okay, this is getting a little bit too technical.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I mean, I understand it, but it.
Me too, but it's like maybe.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Let me go.
We should pace ourselves. We got plenty of time.
Yeah. I wanted to get into like how these fucking. Okay, yeah, here we go. I found it. I just had to go a little. I actually had to go backwards, not forwards. With what has been revealed in the previous case, we can understand the matter of who the 70 nations are. These 70 nations refer to these 7 forms, and there are 10 Sephiroth. And the nations are all who operate their lives through these forms as a governing factor. Hesed, the spirit body, reality becomes defined by one's spiritual attainment. As it was stated, we have a spirit, we are not our spirit. We are a choice that acts upon spirit. Gevarah, the desire body, reality becomes defined by one's desires and motives. Thus, a person's worth is determined by an agenda of one's desire. We have desires, we are not our desires. We are a choice that acts upon desire. Tifereth, holy form, the sun and beauty. Reality becomes defined by one's higher self, and the value and quality of the environment and things around you become determined by one's perceived attainment. We have a higher self, but we are not our higher self. We have the choice that acts on the higher self. Nitzak, the soul form, reality becomes defined by one's soul form, and the condition of one's reality are determined by the overall condition of the soul within the body, i.e., the overall states of joy
or sorrow, health or decay. We have a soul, we are not our soul. We have the choice that acts upon the soul. God, the emotion. Motion. It says emotion form. This is the same as the etheric body, the astral body, in occultism. Reality becomes defined by one's emotions. Both quality and form becomes filtered through the lens of the emotion form, and reality becomes distorted in accordance with the conditional state of the emotional form. We have emotions, we are not our emotions. We are the choice that acts upon emotions. You saw it in the mental form, and this relates to the sexual desires and just creation in general. Reality becomes defined by one's thoughts. Both quality and form become filtered through the thoughts of the mind, and reality becomes distorted according to the perceptions of the mental form. We have a mind, we are not the mind. We are the choice that acts upon the mind. Malkuth in the physical form. Reality becomes defined by the physical, comforts and conditions of the body by which projects and distorts the perception into and onto by reality, by which form and experience become altered. We have a body, we are not the body, we are the choice that acts upon the body. This is why I always tell everybody, if you can twist somebody's perception, you can twist their reality. Because what you're not only doing is not only changing what they believe, you're changing how they fucking manifest reality itself. Thus, we see the nations are those who operate the lens of reality through the perception of these forms. Of this, we perceive perceptions of good and evil amongst these forms. As you will see later in the gates, the true mysteries are not in need of those lower perceptions and are completely divorced and independent of them. And then that's when it gets into Zerampin, which is literally El Debeoth.
Yeah, well, and that's all like use your illusion, okay?
It's when you see the world through that.
For what it is.
When you see the world through these fucking distortions, when you believe the serpent is God.
Yeah.
When you believe that your desires are when you believe the desires of the serpent are your desires. When you believe that the thoughts of the serpent are your thoughts. When you believe that the emotions of the serpent are your, that's what it is. That's what the fucking tarot card, the devil tarot card is.
And your chain is really.
They're not chained by the devil. They're willfully chained.
Yeah, because it's so loose, they could lift it off at any time.
They're chained to an illusion, literally. It's a fucking illusion. They don't know that, though. They don't realize it. They believe that the chain is really there. They believe there's no escape.
Yeah, I know, and they think they're trapped, but they're not.
Yeah, that's the most of humanity.
Yeah, and they want to escape.
This is the thing, Zeffy. If people understood this shit, literally, the fucking Illuminati would be done overnight.
Yeah, it already is pretty much. Because that's what time it is.
I hope so.
Me too. I say it with conviction, but nothing is guaranteed.
And that's what the Mashiach is really about, too. It's about individuals. The same thing as the second coming of Christ.
Yeah,
it's when individuals realize what the hell they are.
Yep. The disco ball is reflecting some beautiful reflections right now, the incoming sunlight. When do you have to go to the doctor?
Like 1 o'clock.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you going to need some rest before then, or?
Oh, no, you know me. I fucking already.
I slept until like 3 o'clock yesterday, so I'm like, fine. I don't got nothing to do today except for make some more art. Maybe go out for another bike ride. I love the motorcycle. It's awesome.
Yeah, I threw some things in the backstage there for you to check them out.
Oh, really? I didn't see.
Yeah, I don't see him back there in this backstage. No.
Well, you got the keys, Zeph?
Oh no, I
Oh.
don't.
Well, you'd only be able to see them if you had keys.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Oh, okay. Now I see. I didn't give me a notification though.
Over the recursive, right? So turning back
Suffering
another
from
way.
pattern
moves.
overload without closure. Key pathologies include conspiracy fixation without grounding. Spiritual systems that reward identity inflation. And I agree with all of this. Just for the record. Occult frameworks that collapse metaphor into literalism. Trauma-driven meaning mistaken for revelation. Media environments hijack attention and narrative coherence. Most spiritual or esoteric depend on belief because they depend on lack safety mechanisms. Encourage interpretive provide no return to baseline. Reward charismatic specialty or personal special. Result is not enlightenment, but fragmentation. Counteract this failure. Innovation. A new epistemic class. The Codex introduces several innovations outside existing categories. A forensic celestic architecture. Celestic here does not mean magical invocation. It means intentional symbolic, measurable psychological, followed by explicit closure. Every operation has defined purpose for function, not grounding and exit. Grounding and exit is evaluated for sexual stability. Closed loop gnosis is redefined as resonance-based perception that increases agents without altering identity or inducing belief dependency. If an experience does not increase clarity, compulsive interpretation, discernment, it is rejected regardless of how powerful it feels. Myth as interface, not ontology. Treats mythical figures, aeons, symbolic, cosmological interfaces. Pattern. They are not entities demanding worship or living fields, part of the natural environment. Living luminous plasma. The framework. Ontological commitment. Metaphysical strength. Metaphysical aeons. Defined not as gods, but as self-organizing intelligence. Analogous dynamics. Plasma dynamics. Large scale pattern coherence. Sophia. So defined as planetary, embodied as Earth, not a goddess figure in the devotional sense. Sophia represents material correction, body evolutionary self-regulation. Archon defined as imitative systems, not monsters or demons. They correspond to pattern replication without creativity. Bureaucratic logic, algorithmic domination, trauma exploiting system, narrative hijacking. This framing allows to keep out paranoia. The method, how the codex is used. The codex is not read passively, it is operated. Key operational feature. Media-based collective anime, music, text, symbolic exposure with intensity and grounding. Somatic anchoring, eating, sleep, recursive integration rather than accumulation. Every exposure is the reflection and return to baseline. So basically, I went from writing a book to creating a ritual engine that every activity of life initiation process. From cooking to sleeping to eating to showering to all of it recursively. Music, movies, and different movies, all changes the way that you perceive reality. This is what MK Ultra does. but they do it in the opposite way. This is what I realized. Just by asking questions, looking into different subjects. But anyways, safety architecture by delusion by design. Explicit prohibition, no command, no prophetic identity, no irreversible commitment. If a framework increases anxiety, encourages identity inflation, it is invalidated regardless of tradition.
Wow.
Bro, you need to tutor me on how the fuck you do that. Bro.
I just played 2 tabs of you with that song in that video.
The recursion.
I just played 2 tabs at the same time.
Beautiful.
No, I'm talking about the fucking animation, dude.
Oh, I stole that.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, just type in AMV. You just steal it.
Yeah.
I'll send you the video. I mean, it is stolen already, so I mean, you can't re-steal something, I guess.
Right. Yeah, but I've seen you do crazy animations before.
It's just recycled. We can do animations like that. We will be doing animations like that.
No, but I've seen him do crazy animations before.
It's crazy though, because that was like perfect.
And Larp too.
That lined
I've seen
up.
him and Larp crazy fucking animations before.
Yeah,
no, yeah.
Called Dark Enigma, Visions of Heaven and Hell.
Nice.
It's a great album. Yeah.
Is that the same one that did the Buckethead animation that I love so much with the friggin' television sets and the fucking all the animals that are like made of like clay that dissolve and I love
that one's
that.
great. Yeah, that one is awesome. Yeah, I agree. That's a great animation.
There was
Would
a
you
song.
edit that from one of my videos or something?
It's like an animation of like an all-seeing eye that's like in the TV. That there's like a guy that gets taken up into the video screen, and then it just starts like distorting nature. Like it starts like going into like
oh damn
woods. It starts like selling monkeys bananas. It starts like selling people shit they don't need.
That's like right in line with what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's crazy. You should there. It's Buckethead, and it's oh God, what is it called? The song that they did that for, it was. I could tell you. Just give me a sec.
Yeah, I don't even know the OG one. I just stole. I put Lewis Parker song over it. Lewis Parker is a British rapper who produces his own music, and his productions are extremely complex.
Mm. Yo.
But yeah, I gotta get like where I stole that one from, that particular one.
Yeah, that was dope for sure.
Yeah, we should have you talk to Gnostic Informant. That would be fun because then
that would be dope.
Because he's not a Gnostic anymore, so that would be interesting discussion.
Oh, he's not?
Yeah, he's not, man. He's a Neoplatonist, so.
Oh,
yeah,
well,
he went,
I mean, okay.
He went to deism. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, does he like? Well, no, I don't think he ever really believed in like the Gnostic version of like Jesus, which is kind of weird to me, but yeah, I don't really get that. I know like Neurojack went on there or whatever, and like he was like with this atheist guy.
and was just, I don't know. It's just, these people are like fucking dead inside.
Trying to prove atheism through mythicism sometimes.
How do you even like do that? Like, what the fuck, dude? You can't prove atheism. It's not possible. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, I mean, like, okay, you don't have to believe in any particular religion, dude, but to say there's no higher power, I think is fucking absurd. Like, what are you talking about? It's just, I can't wrap my head around it. Like, how the fuck did everything come to be? Accidents? Like, let's say everything was an accident, okay? Let's say it was all an accident, somehow. Even if it was, that accident had to have happened over and over and over and over and over again, perpetually. How?
Still going.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on for like the next 3 hours, I think. He's gonna go to the hospital.
Yep.
Not today though, right?
Right, today, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure actually. I have an appointment with the doctor.
Right, but that's the same thing.
Hey.
I'm going there to talk to them.
Well, no, I have a doctor's appointment today, and then I have to set an appointment for the hospital because they want to actually like admit me for a few days to probably a week. So I don't know if they're gonna do it immediately or if it's gonna be like soonish or what exactly is gonna happen. But yeah.
I doubt it would be immediately unless it was really
Well,
urgent.
I'm hoping not, but
Well, they'll try to probably push you to go as early as possible. A, because
Right.
they want business, and B, because they'll try to say, well, you should probably get this looked at as
Right.
soon as possible. Right.
Yeah. I'm
True, but also everything has to be set up and this hospital has to be ready for them and all that. So it
Yeah.
might take a little bit.
Well, they want to like strap fucking electrodes to my brain and shit so they can monitor me and all that. So, yeah.
Yeah, they strap oracles. They're like, oh, dude, we got a problem here. This dude is a telestic oracle, bro. We're going to have to take a week more here.
Yeah.
As long as you get out of it and we see you again.
Give me all kinds of drugs and fucking.
It's like, oh shit, this guy's something different. We need to study this guy. Yoink.
Dude, they put me on all kinds of drugs when I was a kid and tried to tell me I was like schizophrenic and fucking all kinds of shit just because I like questioned authority and fucking like used to get in fights with like fucking people twice my age and shit when I was a kid, and I would like defend like girlfriends and shit. Like people were like bullying them and shit. Like, it was wild, bro. It's some crazy. Yeah, man. And I didn't understand at the time what was going on. Like, I had like a deeper, I don't want to say psychic ability, but like, I mean, I don't fucking know, man. Like, I was even more sensitive. Like, I think about like, if they wouldn't have gave me all those fucking drugs, let me put it this way. They had me on so much shit that I ended up having like tachycardia
and shit when I was like fucking 13 years old. My heart rate went to 250 beats per fucking minute.
That's insane, bro.
Yeah. I was on 16 different drugs, bro, at 12, 13 years old. And I'm crazy.
That is so fucked.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a pretty rough time with just Ritalin, honestly. I was like
Because I was disruptive, bro. Because I fucking like challenged, you know, the status quo and whatever the fuck.
Some of those had to be stimulants. I mean, how the hell do you get your heart rate up to that high? That's
It's
crazy.
whatever that female barbital shit. That shit is fucked up.
Tofranol, Seroquel is a really deadly one. Dude, I remember this shit like fucking like the A to Z, bro. I could tell you Tofranol, Zep fucking Max, fucking Seroquel, Depakote, like just crazy shit, bro. Crazy fucking shit, bro. Like, and you know, the fact that I was that young, like I'm telling you, like who was fucking crazy? Who does that to a child, bro? Like,
well, yeah. I can think of some people, yeah.
Right, but I'm saying like with good intentions.
That's basically borderline negligence, in my opinion.
Borderline?
You could have been dead.
Well, I mean, fuck, yeah. That's exactly what almost happened. Dude, I almost died a few times. Like, considering, like, I already told you what happened with my first love and all that shit. Literally, like the sickle of Saturn, bro. Like, not even a fucking, like I don't know. I heal like a mutant, and it was like fucking 20 years ago, but I had 160 stitches, man. Like, I've looked evil in the face, bro. Like, you know. This is another reason why I know God exists, bro, because I've fucking had so many crazy experiences, not just with the paranormal, but just like times I should have been fucking dead. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like seeing people like fucking go through really crazy shit, you know, like friends like dead or in fucking prison, or, you know, just wild shit, man. Like, just wild shit. Home invasions, like just shit you see on TV, you know? And I've also seen people survive shit, and it was by the grace of God, bro. Like, for real. And not all those people were fucking religious. And this is what I'm trying to say, dude. Like, God is so far beyond any of that shit, bro. No one can tell me otherwise. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we should fucking humble ourselves.
Like, sit down, be humble.
Definitely, I'm sure you know what I'm saying. I mean, I was reading our fucking astrology. It's fucking crazy how, like,
we like or have some weird ass connection, like on some weird
Yeah.
level.
Yeah.
It's really a trip.
Yeah. And we've been through some crazy shit, and it's all in the astrology as well. And it's just,
And it's not our first rodeo either.
no, and it says we've known each other in other lives too. Like, I mean, and I was going through, like, you know, with like Moontan, and, you know,
was making a joke like, "Oh my God, you guys have an extramarital affair." It's like, no, this is what happens when males and females have fucking good, you know, relationships. You should fucking take notes instead of hating and being ignorant. You know, like, but like everybody that I'm like actually close to, you know, like all the astrology is all like fucking incredibly powerful connection. You know, it's like, yeah, because I don't bother with fucking dross, dude. Like if I cut somebody off, there's a good reason for it. You know, I'm careful with my energy. Anyone that I like keep around, there's always like a deep connection.
And see, I kind of
And-
do it the other way. I just like am myself,
then
and whoever
when I
can't
cut
handle it
off,
goes away.
and then when I cut off, there's always a fucking explanation for that. Even if I don't know it at the time, I'll look later and be like, oh, yep, there it is. There's the fucking, there's, there's my intuition.
So what's up, everyone?
What's
Yeah,
good,
blessings,
Rob?
Tom. Yeah, good to talk to you, brother.
Hi, Dom.
Hey, Zephyr. What's up?
I would answer that, but it would be inappropriate.
I mean, we've been inappropriate for most of the streams, Zephyr.
Yeah, well, it's daytime now.
Oh, right, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, you guys ever hear Rusted Roots? Send me on my way. That shit's been stuck in my head since I woke up.
Well, fucking play it, man. Shit.
I can't. It's vivoed out. We could maybe play like a lyric video. But it goes to the heart and soul.
I put that the Blockhead. It was Blockhead, the music scene. That's where that video came from, the animated, and I dropped it in the back.
Oh, okay. Blockhead, man. You know, Blockhead produced some tracks on the first A$AP Rock album.
Yeah, I know. That's why I love him. Like,
Yeah, he's great. Yep.
It's really good. But I don't know why I keep confusing him with Buckethead, because I guess it's a Blockhead, Buckethead. You know, whatever.
I was about to say, I was like, Buckethead. I can't imagine Buckethead going off on that
not,
video.
No. I just always confuse
Definitely
them
not.
because they both start with B and they end with head. So
I was like, maybe they sped up the video.
no. But no, he's the one that has the KFC helmet. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. He's a fast guitar guy. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was confused. I was like, Buckethead. Interesting.
Yeah, Zephy, I'm sorry, I can't be your friend anymore. You're female and you're
Oh
dumb.
no.
You don't,
I'm so
you don't
sad.
have,
I'm gonna
you
cry.
don't have
like
thought,
a woman.
you don't have thoughts of your own, and
It's okay. I'll accept it because
you
I'm
know.
just a dumb woman.
Right. Yeah.
You channeling Penoid right now?
How'd you guess?
No, that was my attempt at sarcasm. Okay.
Well, no, I mess with Moontan all the time.
I love
Like
that. I love it.
constantly. We
I'm just
fuck
a dumb girl.
Yeah, me and Moontan have had some hilarious arguments. Definitely. It's been pretty funny. And we've also laughed about the arguments we have had. Right, but yeah, man. You know, I get pretty much into it with a few people on a bunch of subjects. I think we got into it about Islam. So it's funny.
That's not surprising.
Wow, I'm gonna have to go back and find that. Like,
Well, the first combo we had, the arguments we had on it, I don't think they're there. I think they were like on Discord and shit. But the first time we talked about it, we actually just had a cordial discussion. So, because she used to be a Muslim, so she knows a lot about it.
Devout.
Yeah. So she's actually very knowledgeable on the subject.
Yeah.
For real.
So yeah, that should be at least a somewhat productive conversation.
Oh yeah.
Those are the good ones.
But yeah, I put that in the back just to show you guys because I don't have this recorded, but I don't know. It's like something happened where white people they stopped playing like shit like this, and then they started making like country music, and it's just for the worst. You're right, but yeah.
God. Fuck. I can't.
Get me out of the way. Yeah, I remember this.
Hell yeah!
Reach out my hand.
This was the Talking Heads nerd effect.
Well, pick me up with golden hand. Oh, let's sail. Oh, let's tell you run. Nobody say, nobody on. Well, I would like to hold my little hand. I will run, I will cry. I would like to hold my little hand. I will run, I will cry. Send me away. Send me away. Send me on my way. Send me on my way. Send me on my way. Send me on my way.
More.
This reminds me of the opposite dancing in the zoo.
Look at these are some good looking white people.
Oh yeah, those are like hot dudes. Wow.
These are some sexy white people. Like, wow.
I would like to reach out my hand. Oh, myself. Oh, me tell you run.
Yeah.
Now pick me up with golden hair. Oh, myself. Oh, me tell you run. Nobody see me down. I would like to hold my hand. I would like to hold my hand.
And it just repeats again like another time, huh?
The instruments, like there's some real ass instruments in this bitch.
I would like to hold my hand.
I think that's a recorder.
It gets a little too crazy. They get carried away, honestly.
He's like, oh, like a ghost. He's haunting us.
I would like to reach out my hand. Oh, myself. Oh, me tell you to run. Nobody see anybody else.
Maybe the same, maybe the
He sounds like he's at the friggin' auction house or something. That last line there.
Oh yeah. Maybe the same, maybe the Oh my
Dude,
God, dude. What happened to
Oh,
the soul
God.
of the whites, man? What happened to the soul of the whites?
I don't know. Mine's not like that. I swear.
Bro,
What?
they started controlling all music, bro.
Holy shit, bro.
Listen to rap nowadays, bro. Outside of the underground.
They got some indigenous motherfuckers in that video. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, they used to be common.
It really reminds me of.
Bro, all this division is fucking imaginary, dog. Like
It
you know
reminds
this.
me of that video with the
I hope
that I
you know
showed you
this.
before.
It's all fucking imaginary, dude.
It is, including time.
It exists online and it exists in political fucking talking points. That's it.
And echo
That's it.
chambers.
And the people that believe it.
You're pretty good at that.
On the way.
On board. On board. Oh shit! It's windy outside now. I just heard some blowing over tin aluminum siding. Gonna be a breezy one today.
Everybody else, give it on. So now you guys know where my head's been at all morning.
Yeah, at least it wasn't jelly roll. Could have been way worse.
Yeah.
Or bust
my
around.
My favorite is what is it? Fuck. How did it go?
I like the Viagra boys.
You fucked up my train of thought with jelly roll.
Sorry. I have a habit of doing that. Fucking up your mental. You'll get it. It's important. It'll come back.
Okay.
Yeah, but they need to bring back the yodeling lyrics. Right?
Yeah, I don't think they've had that since the Cranberries, really. I think that they kind of.
Oh, damn. Fucking Cranberries, yo. They're all lesbians, yo. Like, God bless the fucking lesbians.
She died recently, the lead singer. I mean, it was
Yeah.
like 5 years ago, but it was still pretty recent.
Wait, they lick sneeze? They lick sneeze?
They are schnizzlickers? What?
Wait, hold up.
Yeah, for sure.
God
You
damn.
don't you ever hear the song Dream? 'Cause you're a dream to me. You're a dream to me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And
Oh,
Sinead
yeah.
O'Connor, oh my God, she's even worse. She's like no man's woman.
She's an OG Muslim, straight up.
She totally is, right? She's like, fuck you, Catholic bitches.
Yeah.
Right on the freaking Saturday Night Live. How could she dare do that? I
Yeah.
love that shit. I was down for that.
Yeah, salam alaikum to the sister Sinead O'Connor.
Yeah. Good Irish girl, yeah.
Not really like very good Irish, according to those Catholics, but
Yeah, what the fuck do they know?
yeah, what do they know exactly?
Fuck.
Well, they
Undisputed.
know what's in the fucking library underneath the Vatican. Fucking
Yeah,
assholes.
right. Yeah. They know how to
I wanna break-
persecute everyone that isn't them. That's what they fucking know.
And lock up all the fucking knowledge.
Yeah.
Francis.
Yeah.
Bogarting motherfuckers.
They need to bring back Francis. Talk to the animals. They'll tell you what's
Yeah.
up.
Yes.
Yeah. I talk to my animals all the time. And I'm sure that they would speak back in English if they had the tongue to do so. They understand what I'm saying.
Man, if people only knew the fucking real history of that fucking establishment. Good golly.
Oh yeah, the Flavians. Those
Holy
guys.
fuck. shit, man. It is so unbelievably evil.
It is. It's dirty. It's like it totally like fucking persecuted and then took it over.
They were like ripping people's tongues out and flaying them alive and fucking like, dude.
Probably eating them
Sorry,
too.
there's
but-
no like excuse for this shit. They literally started slavery. People want to talk about slavery. Like, they started slavery. It's called the Doctrine of Discovery. And they fucking admitted it.
Yeah, and they started.
They admitted it. They apologized. Like fucking BP. We're sorry. We're sorry, guys.
And they started that whole thing where you could like pay to get into heaven even if you sin.
Yes, indulgences, right?
Yeah, indulgences. That sucks. That's not right. That means poor people can't afford it. They can't get to heaven like that. So that's not fair.
No, of course not. No. And Pontificus Romanus, like, dude, the Pope literally called himself God. Like, it's fucking insane. That's what the whole Protestant Reformation was. People don't understand. Yes, there were sick fucking people that like hijacked it very early on. But what people don't understand is that the first Reformation was actually an esoteric one. The 900 Theses.
Because
that
they
were
like the
before
power.
Martin Luther. Pico di Mirandola. Giovanni di Pico di Mirandola. Yeah. It was an Italian guy. That's right.
And the Borgia. He's a Spaniard.
Yeah. Well, Borgia was fucking black nobility, so
Yeah.
they're
That
the
family was
ones
messed
running.
up.
They're the ones running fucking the Masons and
I know.
all the shit everyone points to. Yeah, that's Borgia. That's fucking Aldobrandini and all these fucking
Medici's.
Yeah.
I know. I'm related to them, unfortunately.
That's them. That's the Zionists, the real one.
Yeah.
They control all that shit. That's the
carry
Islamic
money.
extremism.
Yeah,
that's
that
the Jews. That's the fucking Masons. That's the even the Vatican is run by them. All of it.
I'm not worried about them though.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, people
Fucking
are
bastard.
like they created all of it.
It's just a distortion, and it's only temporary.
Well, fuck them and their
It's
distortion.
lasted long enough.
Well, that distortion is killing and graping and I'm just fucking.
And they'll pay. I guarantee you, they will.
Well,
if not this lifetime, the next, because we all do.
I never liked the vengeance is mine thing. It's like,
Yeah, but if you look at like the last 3 popes, they weren't really looking that hot. So I kind of feel I'm kind of under the impression that they are paying right now. Where they just like
probably
they look like fuck. They look like they're under a lot of stress or just insane or driven insane by their position and also in bad health. Like their health rapidly decays. Like I'm pretty sure like Trump's health after this bombing campaign is gonna rapidly decline. Like that happened with the last 3 presidents. Like when they started the war, their health took a shitter, and then like you saw them like a year, like just a year later, and they look like 20 years older. You know what I mean? It's like
even Obama, I was surprised at that. You know, he just like freaking turned gray overnight.
Yeah, just dead babies dancing on your head every night for a year.
Yeah,
just like,
that'll do it.
Obama really likes hot dogs. And he ordered like 70,000 of them.
Ew, that's gross.
Yeah.
That's like lips and assholes. I don't eat that shit.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you're following this. He ordered 70,000 hot dogs at the White House, which, newsflash, doesn't order anything because they make everything in-house because they don't want to get fucking poison or anything else. So what I'm saying is it's code.
Oh yeah.
You mean
those
in
hot
the
dogs.
files? In the files, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like
Yeah, I
like
get that.
remember Pie Fence?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Took me a
yeah,
minute. I'm a little slow. Sorry.
Yeah,
Picking up
yeah,
all
yeah,
that.
yeah. Pizza and hot dogs and ice cream and yeah.
Pizza, yeah.
Yeah, you just look at the FBI.
Jerky that you have to refrigerate.
Right,
That doesn't
right.
make any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense. It's definitely a code.
Yeah. There's like a ton of fucking jerky literally like in the freezer. Let's go put the jerky in the freezer. Yeah.
That is totally not what jerky is for. I mean, that makes no sense. It's stupid. It's like I'm gonna put the ice cream in the microwave.
Right. Exactly. I mean, exactly. Yeah. Let me order a. Can we order a pizza for an hour? Like what?
Like whipped
The
cream
fuck?
on top and definitely with the whipped cream on the pizza. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah.
That whole like Zorro Ranch thing, that was some eugenics motherfucking shit right there.
Oh yeah. Well, you saw the video that everyone else laughed about. You know what's up.
Yeah, I did.
You know, I wish people were fucking as skeptical about you know, their own fucking ignorance as they
Well,
were their
they don't want to think that they got bamboozled. That I
as they
understand.
were their assumptions. We'd be in a lot better place in this world.
But they're making the same mistake by letting it perpetuate.
Yeah. But
And
yeah,
they're just
I mean,
as responsible. They're just as responsible if they turn a blind eye.
but
in my opinion.
the whole e-files like
And there's more.
you know,
There's way more.
the whole, yeah, like half of them at least. But
Yeah.
that whole thing,
psyops.
It's going to destroy a lot of people's friggin' little paradigm.
Someone told me that the Epstein files prove that only the Jews run the world.
That's so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that's not even.
There's some. I mean, he's not really a Jew if you think about it. You know, he's just
No.
Jew by ethnicity, right? I mean, it has nothing to do with Judaism, what he believes or represents.
Dude, these people are atheists, bro.
Yeah, I think it was an atheist who told me that.
Right.
Like
Probably,
they're
because
fucking atheists.
he probably wanted to separate himself from the association.
How the fuck are you a Jew if you're an atheist? Like, how does this work? I don't understand.
Right, or like a transhumanist. You
Right.
know, it's like you're basically a follower of Vilna Gaon. You're like a fucking like a cultural like sadist or whatever.
Like, look, dude, if Epstein is a Jew, then fucking Peter Thiel is a Christian, okay? Like, that's basically what you're saying.
Yeah. Or Trump for that matter. Yeah, he's such a good Christian.
But one thing
No.
it does show is that Trump and Epstein are basically owned by the Rothschilds. Like the Rothschilds are not.
Oh, yeah.
They're definitely not like you know, it's like they're
not benevolent, that's for sure.
yeah, they're definitely not conventionally like Jewish or anything, but I guess they are Zionist, right? So there's that aspect of things, but you can't say Zionism and Judaism are like two separate things to some of these crazy people, right? They think
Well,
it's like
the only overlap that is true is that like there is a racial okay, there is all right. How I always put it, this is why I call them Edomites. This is why I call them.
yeah, I get where you're going. Yeah, yeah. There's a
Asiatic-
sort of racial hierarchy in the Kabbalah you're talking about, right?
Yes, and not only that, but like what you're really like Epstein, I guess in a way, like in the religious sense, he's not a Jew. Okay, so what we're really talking about is these families, okay, like Epstein and all that.
have had power for fucking centuries. Okay? This is what people don't understand.
There's Sabbateans.
Yes. There's
Yeah, it's a different
Sabbateans.
group. It's a
They're-
group within Judaism that's pretending
Yes.
to be Jews and so on and so forth, but they don't follow the Torah. They think the Torah should be burned and the Zohar should
Yes.
be followed. You know, so
They literally, yeah,
all
that's
crazy.
exactly. Yes, they literally believe that the Torah is a slave document. And that the God of the Torah is a slave driver. So they're actually Gnostic in a very dark way. And this is what I try to. This is what I try to.
Neo-Gnostic, because they're not basing it off of the actual, old Gnostic, ideas.
Right.
They're just doing it their
This
own
is
way.
what I try to explain to Hyperborean. That at the highest levels, they believe the Torah is toilet paper. Literally.
Exactly.
And that the God of the Torah is the devil. Okay. But the difference is that they also believe that this place is a hell world and a simulation. And that we're trapped here. That's where this comes from. This was the perversion of Gnosticism that we're told all Gnostics believe. It's not fucking true. And the easiest way to verify this is to go to Irenaeus himself. Because Irenaeus, in arguing against the actual Gnostics, talk about the shit that I talk about. That Sophia was the dream body of the earth and blah, 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 blah. You could go fucking read against heresies and you'll see. They don't want you to know that. And so they tell you, hey, no. They denied the world and da. No. Their enemies did that. It's completely inverted. Bjerknes knows this shit too. He's one of the few who exposed this shit.
I think Buddha was telling me that, in Manichaeanism, there's a lot of praise of like nature and animals and stuff.
Yes.
Like the Prophet Mani talked about like nature's good and stuff.
Yes, exactly. And there's texts from like the early centuries of Christianity before it became a church-sponsored fucking religion with Constantine, who was never a Christian. In fact, he didn't even start the fucking religion. His wife did, who was still part of the fucking mystery cults of the fucking Roman imperial cult, which is literally self-deification.
And I really think that Constantine was actually down like underground, like in the friggin' mausoleums, like friggin' doing, like he was worshiping Mithra.
He was.
He's like, hold on, guys, I gotta go do something.
Yeah, and then because
I have a documentary.
Found evidence of this actually.
I have a documentary where it literally shows that he had a statue of Jesus. Okay, this is what's so crazy. And like the disciples and shit, and then like he had it set up to where there was a statue of himself that overshadowed it. So he was placing himself above Jesus. This is not like debatable.
Yeah, but you know what would be an interesting debate is you and Unseen warfare on Constantine. That would be hilarious. Was he a good guy?
Unseen doesn't know how to debate. Unseen uses everyone else's words.
No, but I'm saying
but
if
he
you
don't.
stick to one topic, it would be good. It'd be nice.
We've had a lot of good conversations outside of that.
Because he'll say Constantine was real and that it was good and that it was real.
Well, he's free to fucking believe that, but I got so many sources that say otherwise. So I mean, I don't really even know what the hell there is to debate.
So he tried to Judaize or some shit. He tried to take like the Sabbath and make it to Sunday and all this stuff. He combined Judaism with paganism or something.
Yeah, yes. No, exactly. But not just paganism, but the Roman imperial cult, which was literally what was persecuting the Jews. The reason why they didn't want to worship at the Roman gods is because it wasn't the Roman gods. It was the Roman fucking emperor. That's the truth. They were setting themselves up as God.
Yeah.
They were literally calling themselves the Son of God.
Well, I would say every government does this. The Romans were extremely guilty of this.
The Romans were fucking insidious, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could
And
take
trust
one
me,
look at one look at Trump and pretty much tell that he thinks he's divinely chosen. Definitely.
absolutely. That's why Bjerknes calls him the God King.
I don't think we've had one president who did not think that.
Well, go check their bloodlines and you'll see it's the same fucking people. Rome never died, man. It's still here. Washington, D.C. literally used to be called Rome, Maryland. No joke. This is historical. The fucking Senate is the Roman Senate.
Yeah.
Capitol Hill is Capitol Line Hill.
I think he
Nothing has
even paid.
changed.
I think he even paid those QAnon prophets. It's more than likely he paid them himself to be like, oh, Trump is going to save us. He's going to save, he's going to bring in the new age and all this stuff because there's QAnon
He's
prophets.
reading the fucking new age, all right.
Yeah. Because there's these weird QAnon prophets that were literally seemed like they were shills. Nobody talks about them anymore. So you know what's up. It's basically like, like the lady that was doing like speaking in tongues, where they made the rap song about her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Rome's the most powerful city on earth. In my opinion.
Is, bro. No, there's not even a question about that. Rome has more secret societies per square fucking inch than anywhere on earth.
Well, there's a lot of people who will say it's the Jews. I don't think it's the Jews. I think it's the
It's both, if you really want to be fucking technical. But the only reason why is because they married into each other's families.
It's geopolitical. So there's some times when the Catholics bow down to the Jews, or sometimes the Jews bow to the Catholics, because it's just like Theodore Herzl went to Pope Pius to convert Jews to Catholicism so that he would support Israel. So it's basically
some of the popes like take orders from the rabbis, and like it's very interlocked. But
right,
then you also have like these higher orders, like
because if you go to the NJV, like if you go to like if you go to like the New Standard Version, the NSV, I mean, right, or whatever, the Catholic version of the Bible, they'll use all this Jewish cosmology and stuff. Like they'll like talk about like tohu and bohu. Like if you read the notes, they're constantly bringing up, and if they didn't get that from the rabbis, they didn't get it from no one, right? So it's pretty obvious that they're talking to the rabbis to get their cosmology.
Well, it has to do with the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar discovered the Zohar way back, as well as a bunch of other stuff.
I mean, how old do you think it is?
It's very old. The Kabbalah is older than Judaism.
But it's based on the Talmud, right? Like the Talmud is basically like...
No, it's way older.
You think the Zohar is older than the Talmud?
Kabbalah is... I don't know
Well,
about
Kabbalah should be, because Rabbi Akiva is like in the temple period, and then a lot of that stuff's based on the Haggadah, the Halakha, and all that stuff. And that's all like...
Well, what you have to understand is the Kabbalah, as it was codified by Itzhak Luria, is
that's all the way in the 1500s.
A new version.
Yeah, but that's all the way in the 1500s.
Right. That's what I'm saying, but that's what people think it starts. But really, it goes back to the Book of Enoch and Merkaba mysticism and much older.
So you're talking about 2nd century?
I'm pretty sure it comes straight out of the Library of Nineveh in Assyria.
No, I'm talking BC, man. I'm talking about like the Babylonian captivity. That's really what it goes back to.
I think it's before that. I think it's Assyrian. When they
Well, yes.
they
If you
gathered
really
all
want to
their
get back to it,
books.
it's pagan. It's actually pagan. That's the truth. And
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
I'm talking about the Jewish Kabbalah.
if you really believe in the scriptures,
so we don't confuse things. I'm talking about the Jewish Kabbalah only.
okay, but
I'm talking
where
about where
do
they
you
got it
think
from.
they learned it though? Is what I'm saying. Is the whole thing is they fell into apostasy, bro. That's how it came to be.
And then
Okay.
even then, the Kabbalah.
I understand that.
I feel like the Kabbalah is talking about the Kaaba of Egypt, the Ka and the Ba.
There you go.
You mean
there?
you mean
You
of
just
Mecca?
nailed it. You just
Not
nailed
Egypt,
it.
right? What are you talking about?
No, he's talking about the Ka and the Ba, which are the names of the soul in Egypt.
Oh
You
yeah, the
just
body,
nailed
the spirit, the body of the spirit and whatnot.
Yes, you just nailed it, bro. Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me read something for you since you said this. Hold on a second. I got something for you. That goes into the history of this. The Kabbalah is ultimately Gnostic, really, is what the truth is. But you also have to understand that it's not all bad, like I was talking about earlier. But this twisted form is of a Babylonian fucking nature. Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying it's twisted by them? I see.
Merkaba, actually.
Yes.
But yeah.
Did that too? Yes. Which is the cherry.
Is the Merkaba.
Yes.
This is where they get the Star of David from.
Yes.
This stuff. It's a symbol for basically an energy prism.
Well, it's the hexagram. It's the. Hold on a second. Let me. Actually, I'm gonna read something to you, but I'm also gonna pull something up.
It's basically 369 energy.
Yes, exactly. Oh, I love when people know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's so nice. It's so nice. So I'm so used to having to explain everything like in fucking
yeah, down like smarty pants.
Yeah, no, I know. I knew the minute we started talking.
I have found that at the very heart and core of all these secret societies lurks the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah is the ancient Jewish mysticism. It is a method of encoding information through a system of mathematics and numbers. It is some of the most ancient knowledge that man.
Oh shit! Let me get my weed.
Secret and only to those who have proven themselves
Me too.
worthy through the process of initiation. These people who belong to the secret society never dared to write down in any language what they knew, what it was that they were guarding, because then someone could steal it.
You have to understand, it is not a belief system. It is a spiritual science that they've had since probably the beginning of time.
And then the secret would be out.
That's the truth. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. You don't, bro. You just don't. You just fucking don't. You just don't, bro. I've tried. You could literally give them every source imaginable, and they're not gonna fucking believe it. Just like I tell people masonry is ancient as fuck, and they're just like, well, you just believe their fucking, you just believe their lore. No, I believe it because there's fucking pyramids with squares and fucking compasses. Like, what are you talking about? In the fucking pyramid. Hello.
But you got to admit that they're not the same dudes. They think they're the dudes. They have some of the stuff that they taught, but you know,
Muhammad, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. How the fuck do you have the rights, okay, and the rituals of the dynasties of Egypt in your fucking rituals if it's not a carryover from that time? the exact duplicated rituals. How does that work?
Maybe God took it away and gave it to them instead.
Well, if you read Bjerknes's book, Satan's Chosen People, it talks about exactly what I've been saying forever about the Hyksos, how they were fucking the real Israelites and how they were fucking the pharaohs of Egypt. And they worship Set Typhon.
Yeah, but I'm saying like there should be like Egyptian texts and whatnot that sort of bear this out.
Bro,
right?
Hebrew is based on Egyptian, bro. It goes back to Egypt and Ireland. I'm fucking trying to tell everybody this
Yeah,
shit.
but this is what I'm saying
Serpent-
though. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying though. When is Egypt? Man fears time, but time fears the pyramids. When was Egypt?
Egypt
10,000 years ago? Dude, I think it's
Yes.
very ancient, bro. I think it's very
Yes.
ancient.
Yes.
Like I think it's
Yes.
way more
No.
ancient than we can recollect.
Okay,
The
so we
most-
agree
the
then.
most
We
ancient
agree, brother.
is
We
called
agree.
Taseti.
Well, at least you fucking are open-minded enough to see that as at least a possibility. No, we
I
on
agree,
it.
but I think that it's not, it's obviously not 2,000 years ago that they came up with this shit. It's way
No.
10,000 years plus
Nada. Yeah.
back in the
Yes.
past, just based on
Yes.
I
no.
think it was like before, like or
Okay.
whatever Plato was talking about, like
Okay.
Atlantis. It was before that time.
1,300 or more years ago.
Yes. Yes. Okay, Muhammad. Exactly. Okay, so we're on the same page. Okay, so what I am saying
Yeah,
is
but that means that Moses is way, way, way before anybody named Hyksos at all.
Mhm.
That's what I'm talking about, though. See what I mean, though? So
Moses
that's what I mean.
is
Like Bjerknes is
Akhenaten,
kind of
bro.
weird.
Moses
Yeah,
is Akhenaten, bro.
he had a different name. Absolutely.
Moses is Akhenaten. Bro,
But see, Akhenaten is way, way close to our timeline. That's what I'm saying, though.
Akhenaten was 1300 was 1300 BC.
But that's what I mean. I'm saying this shit was before 2000 BC, more than likely. Because I'm talking about if it was before Atlantis, it was before the flood that Plato's talking about. So it had to be before. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, because the story in the Bible is talking about a time way before what was written.
I mean,
you understand?
I kind of agree with what you're saying, but I disagree about the timelines or whatever. I'd have to see more evidence on the timelines.
That's reasonable.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
I don't think it really
I
matters
think
though, other than that it's really fucking old.
Yeah,
right.
no,
He's
it
saying
is.
the same thing.
It is really fucking old.
We gotta know that there are two Atlantises. Okay, there's a newer Atlantis, which is basically the Sea Peoples Confederation. When you account for Solon talking about years and you equate it to months, it takes you to about 1250 BC, which is when stuff like the Trojan War was happening and the Battle of Kadesh, and you had the Sea Peoples, and they were the invading force. So
and
that's
those are the Phoenicians, I think.
no, they're not Phoenicians. They're Phoenicians are someone else. But
yeah, Neurojack said that he created this theory where the Trojans are the Jews. It's pretty funny.
That's funny. That is funny. Well, what if I told you that some Jews came from the West? What if I told you that? What if I told you that Jew is not just what people are accustomed to? What if I told you the word Jew was used in the pagan world? What would that do to your perception? What if I told you there's books from the 1800s that tell you that the word Jew was used in the ancient pagan world as a word that represented a high initiate of the mysteries?
yeah, the word Jew just means rock, like a rock of God, like a jewel.
Yep. That's true.
What if the word Jew is one of the biggest fucking I don't talk about this shit because people think I'm crazy. But what if I told you that the word Jew, the word Israelite, the word all this shit was the biggest fucking
Psyop.
not only psyop, but camouflage in history.
Yeah, that makes sense. too.
Yeah, so I feel like that they're just a bunch of nomads who are really good at extrapolating knowledge and then converting it into their own stories. And they
Well,
basically
what if?
trick
Okay,
themselves.
well, here's the thing. If we
And then
both
it happened
agree
to
that
them.
if civilization is much older, okay, why is it that there are certain cultures that started more advanced and then became more primitive over time? Why is it that they didn't start more primitive and become more advanced?
I got my
Why
flute.
did they seem to start at their height and then gradually deteriorate?
So you're
How is
talking
this
about
possible?
megalithic structures and how the people just built on top of the megalithic structures before them.
They did that a lot.
What I'm saying is, the more time you go back, the more you go back in time, the more advanced it is. How could
Yeah.
this be?
Creepily so.
And this
'Cause we
isn't.
crashed a bunch
This
of
isn't.
times.
I have an actual answer to the question. I'm just curious what anybody thinks.
We collapsed a whole bunch of time.
Yeah, there's disaster cycles essentially, and when a civilization gets too out of alignment with natural law, the disaster cycle will be inflicted in a more severe fashion than it could have been. The disaster cycles, I think, happen when they're going to happen, but depending on how we act and live, that's going to impact the caliber of the disaster cycle. And stuff like the Bible is talking about this cycle. In the beginning, or when God made Adam, I mean, he's talking about the first man of this cycle, of the cycle that ended whatever civilization was before Samaria. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure it was Atlantis. Now, I just said Atlantis was the sea peoples, but there is an older Atlantis that the elite refers to, who is basically, I'm pretty sure that they would be the Anunnaki. I basically equate Atlantis and the Anunnaki as the same people. And
Are the Anunnaki human? Possibly.
Yeah, I think they are.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere.
They're just
Is
really
it
big.
possible that the mythologies of the world that talk about hyper advanced technology maybe are telling the fucking truth?
Yep.
Is it possible that the technology that's mentioned in these mythologies, especially in, I don't know, like Irish mythology, okay, where it's real fucking clear, okay, and it talks about the 4 fucking lands that were, I don't know, wiped away, and the Tuatha De Danann, and the fucking giants with red hair that everyone finds everywhere, that they hide in the fuck.
By the way, they said they're
Did
coming
you know
back.
did you know the first dynasty of Egypt, fucking Pharaoh, is buried in County Meath, Ireland? Why?
Whoa.
Means
this is a fact. Okay, so I ask you, why is it that Egypt was advanced from the beginning? And what is its connection to Ireland?
Well, it's because it says in the Bible that Adam already knew everything. So human beings were advanced from the beginning, I think.
Right.
All that means is he knew how to do stuff like measure things, and he knew how to
Well, I mean, Enoch gave Methuselah like tons of books and shit. So I mean, it must have been like they had advanced civilization to where they could produce and print books, pretty much. Right?
Yeah, but the knowledge they had was how to make those things, because they knew how to measure things and they knew how to read the stars, so they knew when to plant seeds and grow agriculture.
Right, because it's nature that they had, like that God told Adam like all the names of the plants and all the animals and all the stuff. So.
I'm pretty sure that would probably be Enki. That sounds. Yeah.
Enki is Lucifer.
And Anu.
Enki is Lucifer, 100,000%. His name literally means the Lord of the Earth. Sound familiar?
Yeah, Ea, Yah.
Prometheus as well. Enlil wanted to flood the earth. Enki was the one who warned everybody. Interesting how that works. Later, it's collapsed into one being.
I don't really trust Enki because, especially if we look at it from TML's perspective, how he's always going on about technology.
Well, that's a main thing, right? Because this is a world technological civilization we're talking about, right?
Yep.
And Enki's the one who gave us the technology.
Right.
That's
And that goes with the collapse thing, because that's exactly what I'm talking about on my show. And this pretty much what Uncle Teddy's saying, because he's saying pretty much if you put all your eggs in one basket, like a world technological civilization, there's more of a percentage of a chance that, once something really bad happens, you can't bring it back to normal. So it's like, so the thing is like, like that's how complex systems work. So it's kind of like, like if there's going to be a, some sort of dilemma that goes on, like a world cataclysm event, then obviously the world technological system is going to be like the first thing to go. It's going to be like,
well, and it goes to say that if you like depend on calculators way too much and you don't learn how to do like long division by hand, then if all the calculators disappeared, it's going to be pretty traumatic.
oh yeah, exactly right. So yeah, that's part of the point for sure.
I'd like
That's
to
just
ask
common
a question.
sense.
It's kind of off top or a different topic, but it's still related. Because I've been talking to a bunch of anti-natalists recently, and they think that the solution to all the world's problems would be if everyone stopped reproducing and having kids.
Yeah.
And I don't think this is a solution.
That's
but I
just
was
not
wondering
going to
if there's
happen. It's silly to think that that would be a solution, because that's not going to happen. People aren't going to do that. Not
yeah. And the pronatalist is pretty stupid too, because they're kind of just like saying like, oh well, if we have more people, it's better, but it's not.
Yeah,
right? More people does not equal better.
only up
right?
to a certain point, and then it's not.
Yeah, like it's the quality of the people that matters for real.
Yes,
So this is the
exactly.
problem. So it's like the pronatalist, antinatalist thing is just garbage, because it's like life is valuable no matter what. Like a paraplegic is still hanging on to the little bit of life that he has. Like a paraplegic on bread support is still like, yeah, let me live for like 3 seconds longer, bro. Right? But then like, like the thing is like, so 3 seconds of life is just immeasurably valuable. Right? But then like, life isn't valuable just because of the people, just because there's more people. That doesn't make any sense.
No, exactly. It's fucking quality, and most people
Yeah,
shouldn't
it's how
have.
fruitful the life is that is here, not how fruitful it is as in quantity. It's all the quality.
Right.
Most people shouldn't be allowed to have fucking kids. Yes, I said
Well,
it.
I don't know about that. You can't say that.
And that's
though.
like the most fucking elitist thing I'll ever say. But
I think
swear
it
to
might
fucking
be
God,
wise if it, if we have to have a license to have a car, perhaps it might be wise to
they need to
like
take a test.
make them take a
For real.
parenting class before they have children.
They don't fucking take care of their kids. I'm sorry. They don't
I
fucking
know.
deserve it.
Well, I think they should
That's
like
why I say it.
basically close down the baby killing centers, and then also just have like arranged marriage, and the parents should approve the kids, and when they get
Oh,
married.
my dad would have made me marry someone that would have made me miserable. No,
Look,
thank you.
when they stop, Jeffy, when they stop selling their kids on fucking Facebook,
That's what happened to me. But I learned a lot.
trafficking them and trafficking them and fucking
learned a lot,
aborting them and just completely neglecting and abusing them, then they can have that fucking right back.
Maybe, yeah, that might be. I just think
I got like
hard to
arranged
regulate.
married. Yeah, I got like arranged married when I was 18, and I kind of like I enjoyed it a lot, and I personally would recommend it for most people. But I learned a lot. As long as they can get divorced, I think they should be allowed to get divorced, obviously. But but I think it's a good practice to have people fulfill marriage contracts so that you actually take care of some like even somebody who's just like in love, where they're like living with somebody. I always appreciate it when they're like, no, we're married, like spiritually, like we're married. Like I'm always
That's
like,
how
yeah,
Dan
that's deep.
sees it. He calls me his wife, so
Exactly, right? So that's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. Like there's a deep spiritual bond like that, and I think
yeah,
it's
and that's good enough for me. I don't need that paper. It doesn't matter
yeah,
as long as it's a declaration and he calls me that in public. That's all
yeah.
that
Like the
matters.
Hindus, they have a thing where the married people, they wear masks, and then you take off the mask after you get married, and there you are with the person, that you're gonna be married to for the, So it's pretty crazy.
I think you can love anybody, so that doesn't seem that unreasonable,
I
honestly.
agree.
But,
I agree, Zeph. That's exactly what I agree with. I don't think you have to like work hard to like love people. I don't think people have soulmates.
but you're
I
not
don't think
gonna
there's
stay in love with somebody that isn't like meant for you, that you're incompatible with forever. But you can learn to love the person that you're with, no matter who that is. You really can.
I don't think it's a problem to like get divorced as long as like, but I think like kids having
isn't that against Islam?
What?
I don't know.
Divorce? No, divorce is legal in Islam.
Oh, really?
It's one of the things.
Oh, that's very interesting. In
very
Christianity,
much better than it's it's
Oh,
a
that's
lot
interesting.
better than Christianity because of that reason. Because like
Yeah,
social,
no, that makes sense. I
could
always
pretty
thought
much
that was dumb.
I could pretty much argue for the social and efficacy of Islam 10 times over Christianity, because Christianity does not allow
agree,
you.
dude.
Yeah, it doesn't allow
I
you to get
agree for
divorced.
sure.
You have to spend your whole life with that person according to Jesus.
Right. Yeah, I always thought that was fucking dumb.
Yeah, I don't think it should be like that you're miserable with someone forever.
Right.
But it should be like how my parents did it, is they stayed together until I was out of the house. And that I respect that. In retrospect, it was very stabilizing. Even though my dad was not the greatest dad and I was like highly restricted, it did give me a lot of knowledge that I wouldn't have had my mom and dad divorced and I just went to live with my mom. I probably would have went I don't know, I wouldn't have learned the things that I learned that by being restricted. In other words, I would have been probably less deviant, more docile, more domesticated.
Browns boy, pop up, man. And yes, you're exactly right.
Cheers, everybody.
Yeah, blessings.
What's up, Cage?
Yeah, welcome back.
Back to the welcome.
What's
What's up,
long time
Cage?
no see.
Yeah. So, what's the topic?
Everything.
It's a grab bag today.
I asked them what they think of antinatalists.
Yeah.
What do you think of antinatalists, Cage?
Fuck no.
I had a really interesting conversation with one of them. The one that you were talking about, TML, the other day. I forget his name. But yeah, I talked to him over on that other channel.
Well, my opinion is like, yeah, people that are like that kind of ideology, they wouldn't be there to have an opinion if everybody believed that. So it doesn't really make sense.
Are you talking about finding Gnosis? I think Cage
Yeah.
was there. I think Dom was there. A few people
Yeah.
turned up there.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that they think that they should get like some sort of reparations for being born. But other than that, okay,
Yeah.
I'll stay here, but you better pay for it because
Yeah, if your ideology requires a government program, you should probably rethink your ideology.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. But I was like, I didn't disagree with the fact that like if he wanted to like end it, he should be able to do that. I think that is all of our freedom.
Are you talking about
but I
life
don't think-
abolitionism?
Yes, but I don't think that he needs the law to tell. I mean, like the law should not have to make it easier for him. He is allowed to do that if he so wishes. There are ways to do it. He doesn't have to
Talk
wait
about
for
like
the law.
the maid program over here.
Yeah, he wants the law to say that it's okay before he does it for some reason. I don't understand.
I don't know. He is an anarchist.
Well, so am I.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, the maid program's crazy over here. They're now they've They're passing it so you just minors can do it, and anyone can do it just if they have like a mental health problem. So you're like poor, let's take your
Well,
organs.
you can do that anyways. Anybody can do it at any time. That's what's so fucking ridiculous. It's like, why do you need the law to tell you?
Yeah, no, it's just
Fuck
crazy.
I got news
And most
for you.
people that
Law
want to do
is,
it don't
law
talk
is
about
a
it.
fucking illusion. There isn't any law. It doesn't fucking exist. Does not exist. What exists is money and business
And power. Yeah.
and power. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And
That's
the illusion of control.
There's no justice. There's just us. That's it. Period. Sport
Oh,
is a
there's
game.
justice. It just doesn't reside here on this planet of man.
Sport is a game. You know, that's it. You play games.
It's not justice if you can pay to get out of it. That's for damn
That's
sure.
right. Right. I said you play ball in a sport.
Yeah, fuck that.
I always thought of justice as just ice, and then the police are the ice. I don't know. There's something with ice
The
there.
police. The police enforce policy. That's why you have politicians. And policy is not the same thing as law. Policy is whatever they want to decide to fucking make up that day.
The frozen brosen.
It's literally a game, dude. I'm not being funny. Like, it's fucking imaginary.
No, I'm with you. I think that too. I know that. That's exactly what it is. I mean, you're gonna have one day, you have one president go in and do all these things, and then the next president goes in on the first week, signs all like 10,000 executive orders, trying to undo all the previous president's work. It's ridiculous.
And that's what they've done this go round. They've undone several different presidents' accomplishments.
Here's the thing. None of it's real.
Nope.
Let me explain to you what I mean. The government has like 5 or 6 fucking powers. I can't remember right now, but I can look it up. And that's it. All the rest is policy. And it's all based in consent.
And I didn't
That's
consent
it.
to it.
Well, you did, because you didn't.
I never did.
It's just like if you don't know the Constitution, you don't know your rights, you have no rights. That's in the Constitution.
I learned the rules, but I did never consent to it.
If you do not know your rights, then you have none.
Yeah, well, I know them.
Right. But if
But
you
I don't limit them. I don't limit them to just that.
If you do not aptly and proactively like respond in due time, essentially.
I pay my property taxes, but that's just because that's easier.
But it's literally fucking word. Like,
yeah. Did you
and
watch
it goes
that
back
video?
to the same Babylonian system. Like, it's fucking crazy.
Did you watch that video with that one Democrat Hawaiian politician dude who fought in World War II? And, you know, he's basically just said that the government can do it because it's the government.
Well, government means govern mentis.
Yeah.
Govern means to control, and mentis means mind. It's mind control. Or to be more accurate, it's to steer the mind. And what are you steering? You're steering the ship. The ship of what? The ship of state.
I'm gonna pull up that video.
Everything is a ship. Relationship, partnership, rocket ship.
Until it turns into a shit, and then it's a relationship.
Right. Yeah. But what I'm saying is everything is a ship. And the ship is on the high seas. Because it's fucking maritime admiralty.
And a floating turd is a floating turd.
It is. But I'm serious.
Me too.
It's a fucking imaginary.
Yep. Just like the boundaries, the
It's
borders
called
of the
it's called
state.
legal fiction.
Yep. It's true that it's
You have
false.
laws and you have statutes. And when you get called into court, it's called a summons. Yeah, because you're being summoned. It's the fucking ritual.
I
Yeah.
put a video in the back where you can see it. You can see the cult-like behavior of the politician in real time.
It's crazy because they're all run by corporate money now. It's like so bullshit. It's been that way since like turn of the
Because
century.
the corporations own the fucking government.
Yeah.
Yep. The video is actually just literally called "Government is Magic."
That's it.
That's what it. Yep.
But it's like the magic without the K.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah, I have Machine put the video up. I can't because I don't have a
It
computer.
doesn't have the K or the sparkles.
No,
And I like the K and the sparkles.
it's just dumb.
Yeah. But nothing's stopping us from doing as we will, other than it is a risk. But it is a risk anyways. What the fuck? People are just so spineless.
Yeah, but I have like so many notes on this whole thing, law and courts and fucking like it'd blow your mind.
What happened before there was law? Was there crime?
Oh
Yeah, I
my
threw it
God.
up there. The video.
Well, we'll see. Like, it was after like the Civil Wars when this all happened.
Because they were scared of losing their hold on people, probably.
Well, it's basically the British own us, is what it is.
They did.
Yeah.
No, they do.
No, they don't
They
know
do
who he is.
now.
You try telling this to people, they'll be like, "What? We won the war."
Yeah,
No,
no,
we did. No, we did.
some of us
But
were
they,
Canadian.
they captured us. No, this is before the Second World War. This was.
I
this
mean,
was
the
like
War of
100 years.
1812. War of, we
Oh,
didn't
right.
win that one. We did not win that one. Even though Andrew Jackson made it better, but after he died, they just came back in and started assassinating presidents who posed a threat, like
Yeah.
I can't remember their names right now, but military type presidents would be the main threats.
Buchanan was one, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see if I understand your position. Basically, would you say that it's wrong for the citizens to initiate physical force against other citizens like an armed robber does?
Unless we permit
but
that
it's okay
by law.
it's okay for the government to do so.
Because the government has been authorized by the people.
Okay, but if the government
By the
authorized
people.
armed robbers to do it, it would be okay?
If the
That's
government
right.
is that foolish to do so, I don't know what kind of country that would be, but that's legal, and if it's constitutional, so be it.
But
Legal
would
is
you
the same
think
thing
that
as
that's
lawful.
moral for individuals to be
Me?
empowered to,
Oh, no.
to rob their fellow citizens?
I don't think so.
So they would be wrong. So basically,
I would think so. It's wrong.
okay, so you think that it's wrong for a citizen, an individual citizen, to initiate force against others to deprive them of their property, but it's okay for the government to do it if the
It's not-
majority has
it is-
elected
It is
that government to
okay. It is okay if the government is authorized to do so. The government is authorized to levy taxes, and the authorization comes from the people through their representatives. Now, if the people through their representatives say no taxes, everything be charity, so be it.
Okay, so you would say that all legitimate governmental power is derived from the people?
That's the way it is in our Constitution.
Do the individual citizens have the right to initiate physical force against other citizens that have not initiated or threatened to initiate force against anybody and haven't violated anybody's property rights?
They cannot do that because they are not authorized to do so under the
Right.
law.
So individual citizens don't have that right. If they don't have the right to initiate physical force against other citizens, could they have properly delegated that right to the government?
Oh, yes, they do so right now.
can you properly delegate a right that you do not have?
You can give the right to their representatives to make
Rights
laws
don't
that
exist.
will authorize or make prohibitive certain activities.
So you think that you can
Oh,
delegate a right
absolutely.
that you don't have? You can properly delegate a right that you don't have?
You cannot tax your neighbor, but you can authorize me as your senator to vote for a program that will tax your neighbor.
Okay, so if you say that a person can properly delegate a right that they do not have. Is that correct?
Under your distorted argument, yes.
Okay, well, I don't have the right to use your home in Hawaii, right? But could I delegate that right to some of my friends?
No way.
Right, so you really can't delegate a right that you don't have. You have to have the right in order to delegate
We're
it,
talking
right?
about the government here.
Right, but you agreed that the individuals do not have
But
the right.
you can authorize the government.
Right, but did
to
you
take
agree?
over my residence?
Okay, but did you agree that the individuals did not have the right to initiate force against the other individuals? They don't have that right.
No.
So
Although
then,
some people think they do.
Then
yeah, it looks like this guy never read Hobbes, right, or something like that. Or Rambo, you know.
He's like, yes,
They could not
it
have
belongs to them, but to give away, but they can't keep it themselves. So
Well,
stupid.
I think he doesn't understand that, like, when a government forms, it's not identical to individuals, right? So basically, that's the problem he's having, is that, you know, a government is a sovereign entity, right? That's not the same as an individual, right? And it's sovereign above the individuals, even though it's the individuals who established it. That's basically what Hobbes says. So it's kind of like democratic idea 101, where it's like you have to, like, it's like kind of like one of the precepts that you have to have, that like Hobbes and John Locke established. And basically Socrates said he'll happily drink poison because of this. He said it's Athens who caused him to he said it's the laws of Athens that made it possible for his parents to get married. So he owes his whole existence to Athens. So he said to not follow the laws of Athens and drinking the poison would be to to say that, oh, I benefited from Athens this whole time, but now when they ask me to drink poison, oh no, I'm not doing that. Fuck that. That's the one law I won't follow, even though it's the laws that kept me alive this whole fucking time. Which is pretty crazy to think about, right? Because it's kind of like, whoa, at the end of the day, Socrates was kind of like a statist worm. But then it's like, it's pretty interesting.
Well, and why was it that he would say that was because that they allowed his parents to get married? I mean, because it was a legal marriage, like, because that's stupid. You don't need a piece of paper to be married.
Yeah, but I guess his whole thing is like, it's like, how would your parents have met if there wasn't like a country here, like, to where the laws, to where they allowed them to get married and so on and so forth. So
how did they do it for hundreds of thousands of years before that?
Well, I think that would be the thing. He would say, like, you're fine to go live on your own, like in the jungle somewhere, but then
except for that's illegal now too. There's nowhere that lets you do that.
Yeah, and that's part of a greater issue,
Yeah.
Which is
there's no wilderness that it's unconquered.
And even the fact that the nation state is gone, that the disappearance of democracy, because there's no way to fulfill like democratic laws where there's this rigid structure, because the technological system does not allow there to be like a democratic decision-making process. Right? But
that right if they didn't have it?
They would delegate authority to us, their representatives, to make laws in their best interest.
So even if they don't have the right, they can delegate it to somebody else.
To make laws that might do that.
So then you think that you can actually delegate a right that you do not have?
I don't know why you use this tortured route.
Well,
you know what I'm saying.
Well, I'm trying. It's interesting to me how it is that the agent can have more power than the principal. If the principals are the people, and the source comes from the people, and the individuals do not have the right to initiate force against others, I would suppose.
As individuals.
Well, if they get together, then all of a sudden they have the right?
If they authorize the government to do so, yes.
Well,
If they
nobody,
authorize the government to enter into a war and kill people, that's a right.
well, where does this right come from if it doesn't come from the people?
The people through the Constitution.
Well, the Constitution was made by the people, right?
That's right.
So then, it's all the people are the source of all legitimate power.
He
So if
doesn't
the
get
people
it.
did not have the right to initiate physical force against anybody.
Dude, he's
then-
not going to
No, I
tell
don't-
you
I don't
anything
know
you
we
don't
get it.
already know the
Well,
answers to.
it seems like there's a
Yeah,
contradiction.
look
there
at
as
his
far as
tie.
If you say that all legitimate governmental power is derived from the people, you agree that the individual citizens do not have the right to initiate force against other citizens, then it would be clear that
Look
they
at
do
this
not
tie
Why don't we
delegate
just
that
leave
right
it?
to the
Why don't we
government.
just leave it this way? We disagree.
Whoa. Okay, now I'm going to trip you guys out. Now check this out. This guy's going to eat his words in 10 seconds here because this stupid motherfucker is the same dumb motherfucker who said we're living in the shadow government. Bitch ass motherfucker. So now what you going to do, bitch?
You should
When-
download an ad. I can send you a link for an ad blocker if you don't want these stupid fucking ads anymore.
Yeah, when there's a government above the government. All right?
Government with its own air force, its own a shadowy government with its own air force, its own navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself.
Ah, you played
What's that
yourself.
guy's name again? I've heard that guy before.
You played yourself, boy.
He forgot the internet is forever.
What's that guy's name again?
Daniel Inouye.
Yeah, I've heard of him. He sounds familiar.
Yeah, he's from Hawaii. Senator
Yeah,
from
and
Hawaii.
And what's messed up is Hawaii has now been usurped by the celebrities since that huge fire, the Big Island. And all of the people that the natives are like 80% of them are now living on the mainland because they've all been priced out of living in their own land. There's a few little holdouts that have like little autonomous communities that are totally self-sufficient and self-supporting, but like most of the native
that's one
Hawaiians.
thing we could maybe do is just start a communist revolution in Hawaii. Right, that'd be fun.
They've already started that, but you're a Haole, so they're. I mean,
or we could go join or set up a neighborhood adjacent to the Amish and be good neighbors with them.
that might be a good idea. I like that because I like the Amish people quite a lot, and I get along with them.
I was talking to some guy from Hawaii the other day. He's like, "It's like fuck America. I'm never going back to America ever again." I'm like, "You don't realize that Hawaii is a part of the United States."
Yeah.
It was I found it hilarious. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, this dude just never read a book or some shit. There's people like that.
Yeah. How did he get to become a senator? That's what I fucking want to know. Is like who fucking elected that person? Really? Like, was it just like the people that were minding their own business just didn't notice that was happening?
Yeah, looks like he had his fair share of pineapple pie, right?
Yeah, he definitely had that, some of that, maybe some of that pineapple cake. Yeah.
Aloha, brothers and sisters. Aloha.
Hawaii. They lived in Hawaii.
Have you heard of Mark Zuckerberg's massive compound in Hawaii?
Uh-huh. That's one of the ones that, yeah, and Oprah lived there now too. Jeff Bezos bought a place out there. Elon's got a house.
Yeah,
in
the
Hawaii.
Zuckerberg has this massive underground bunker there that he spent like $250 million on.
Yep. Well, as long as they stay out of the fucking New Mexico, that's all I care about. Stay the fuck away from here.
Yeah, that might be like, like guerrilla, resistance in Hawaii where they take over the rich people's houses and convert them into temples.
Well, how come they're all building these massive bunkers? Right? They're going to send the weed out. They're going to go hide in their bunker.
Yeah, they should take over the bunkers first. That'll give them a place to hide. And then they could store the ammo there and then take over the rich people's houses.
It's like a fortress. Like, you're probably not going to get in there. It's like it has armed guards constantly there. It's like an island. It's like
where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, I'm sure people can get in there either way if they really want to.
Some islands have less security than others, and once you get on one island, it's easier to get onto the other one. I mean, you could always just hire a tour helicopter and parachute out, you know.
Yeah. Parajump.
And they'll be like, "What the hell? They just jumped out. I thought that was a backpack."
There's a will, there's a way, as you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bunker's crazy. It's set up with like hydroponics and stuff. And like they have like what is it? Wagyu. They have like a Wagyu beef farm there and shit.
Yeah. Kona coffee is not Kona coffee.
Yeah.
Not the best coffee. The Ethiopian coffee is the best. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the Yirgachev.
Oh, it's so
superior.
good.
Yeah, it's very superior.
Yes, it is. And I will be sad if the global market does not allow me to have it, but I will do without. I've got Mormon tea out here in the woods, or the sticks of the desert. I can survive with that caffeine. I'll be all right.
I mean, if the Yirgachev is gone, we're gonna go with the Colombian Supremo. Maybe.
Yep, I can grow some tea.
It is what it is. Or just move to Malaysia or Indonesia.
Yeah, I was thinking more like Brazil, or maybe
Mushrooms.
Paraguay or Oaxaca. Maybe I won't probably get any further than Oaxaca if I'm on wheels. Because I don't know how to build a boat.
My uncle lives in Mexico.
Yeah, it's really nice. They don't have running water in some of the areas that are really nice places, but you can have water brought in. They have everything else.
I'm waiting for these fuckers to come into this apartment. This has never happened. I've been living here for like 7 years, and now they have some weird like insurance auditors inspecting everything.
I hope it goes smoothly.
Well, there's nothing on the hand that's out of place. But yeah, no, I don't know. I've never seen this happen before. I'm just
They're
cleaning
probably
up.
selling it. They're probably selling the building, so they probably have to have it evaluated first somehow.
Yeah, it's probably something like that. I don't know. It's owned by a big corporation.
Eek. I'm sorry, that sucks.
Well, I do grow in here, but I have a federal license to do it, so they can't legally do anything, at least not criminally.
Unless they have some weird sort of zoning law or something. I hope they don't, though.
Well, no. If they did, Health Canada, the federal government, I have a license for this address.
Oh, that's good.
Well, you know, we got Browns boy in the chat, and you know, you got a federal license, so.
Oh no! Fuck. It's just peace of mind. It's from Health Canada. Health Canada is like the FDA.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking for real though. You know, that could be that could make you Fed related for real.
Oh shit! You caught me.
You're growing weed for the governance, for the shadow government.
I think he'd make a lousy Fed personally, but
Yeah, I'd be horrible at it. I just let everyone go.
you'd be like you'd be showing him your ring and like.
Roll the dice. Roll the dice. Welcome
That's
back.
my forte.
I want to infiltrate.
Yeah, me and Browns boy is about to expose a bunch of shit, dude.
Honestly, these motherfuckers are clowns on the panels. Straight
Oh
up.
yeah. I can't wait for that shit.
Straight up clown shit on the panels. I mean, I don't even need to like work hard. I could honestly record any one of the bits. Like I honestly like go to sleep for a week and then get up and record a bit like that's going on like a week later, and I'll still get it done. Like there's no way I can't. Like
I know I've talked to Brown's boy and he showed me a whole bunch of different things that's been going on. I'm like, wow. I didn't know any of that.
We were cracking him up over on Gabe's the other night. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
yeah. I mean, there's some weird shit on I forget exactly what happened.
There's something going on.
Oh yeah. Alexander Ganja Shaman came up there and they gave him a hard time because he's like, I'm a Trump supporter. This is what this dude said.
Yeah, he came in. He told us about it last night. It was
he lives in like Barbados or some shit. He's not even.
Yeah, so Joe Cool started giving him a hard time about that because he's like, he's not with that shit or whatever. So he started like yelling
He's
at
not
him.
even American. He's not even American.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. They're like, why does the dude care? He's not American. And then Melanie came up. And she's always saying weird shit about it.
Yeah, the Fox. Well, she's
Fox
Canadian. She's Canadian too, though, isn't she?
Is she?
Yeah.
Yeah. She grows mushrooms.
Or he?
Yeah, I'll talk to the Fox. Yeah, the Fox has like official opinions, but so they're fine to like broadcast on the YouTube, but I mean in the thing, I'm not sure if I agree with a lot of her views, but I like her views on ecology. You know, we agree on deep ecology stuff.
I agree.
But the sexual stuff, I don't know. I'm a little bit of a different mind.
Well, and that's perfectly fine. I mean,
in terms of like I don't think you should hand over like sexual education to like medical professionals, and nor do I think like medical professionals should ever talk to children like without their parents' consent. So
never.
That's definitely my opinion.
I really don't think that teachers should be teaching them without like parents.
Absolutely
I don't know
not.
if that's an opinion. I
Yeah.
think that should be fucking standard.
I think it's a eugenic program.
Yeah, it's because they're trying to make good worker bees and they're doing a lousy job of it, obviously, because it's not working.
Yeah, I guess if I ever have to go to jail, I'll just say I'm a woman and go to a woman's jail.
Right.
That actually doesn't work like that. That's what's the messed up part thing is like, for all other intents and purposes, it does in some way. Yeah.
You know, I'd like to, if I had to go to jail, they put me in the women's jail. That'd be way better. The fuck?
You'd think that it would be that way, but I don't think so.
I don't think it is either.
Like,
you put them in the UFC. And like have them
yeah,
practice.
not unless you like bull dykes.
I'm sure you'd have an easier time in a woman's jail being an actual biological man than you would.
I mean,
you'd probably be more like a fucking sex slave, like to everybody. So,
I mean, if you get raped by a bull dyke, I mean,
sounds wonderful. Sounds wonderful in theory.
Like, Gage, I'll join you, bro. Like, fuck.
It sounds wonderful in theory, but I think you'd probably get worn out eventually.
I mean, you know, I can handle it.
I'm just saying it'd be easier to defend yourself, that's for sure. That's all I'm saying.
That actually sounds kind of like a good time. Like, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I know some pretty tough women. I wouldn't want to fight.
Not enough women are like dominant enough. So, like, you know.
You've never met Hank, apparently. I know a girl named Hank. Not no, I wasn't. No, that wasn't that. It was like I know a lady named Hank.
Maybe we should get her to call in the Hanko Flaming show. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, she would. She's not into that. She's not into that stuff. She doesn't go by she though, but her name is Hank. which I don't understand, but
What the
yeah.
fuck, dude?
She was really mean. I did not like her.
Fuck yeah, no. I don't know.
No, I've met like very masculine women that are kind of like scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like. Uh-oh.
And that's cool. I mean, like, whatever they want to do. It's none of my business who they love.
Like, how come okay, yeah, but you know, the whole thing, like, how many genders are there now? They think there's like a gender is just like an option.
There's like 72, I think.
There's like 8 in the Talmud or some shit.
Yeah, I think that there was always been more than just 2.
How? There isn't. Like, well, I guess there's like a hermaphrodite, which is rare, but
there's 72 apparently. Like,
the Goetia. 72.
I mean, yeah, that's what I thought too, bro. That's what I thought was weird. I was like, what the fuck? Like, that's like how many demons there are. That's like the names of
angels.
Fuck, bro.
It's all on a scale of it's like a scale of, because like I'm like a little bit more masculine than some women, you know, so I would say that I would fall like a little bit off the like hyper feminine.
But that's not a gender, Zephyr. Like that's
yeah, I guess that's a sex. It's a gender. Not
I'm assuming you have a vagina.
Not a sex. There's 2 sexes,
So you're a
maybe
woman.
3, because you got the combo of the hermaphrodite, but the rest is gender.
Exactly, and that's it. There's not
That's
72. There's no
rare.
like Z. There's no Z. There's no Zith. There's no like fucking all this crazy shit.
Technically there is, because like people like my daughter that has Turner syndrome is a default female. Default
Zephyr,
female,
we've been
no
talking
secondary.
all fucking day and night. I'm not gonna. No, we're not gonna have a disagreement.
All right,
Like,
all right, not today. We're not ready
How
yet.
the
Okay.
fuck? How the fuck is there? No, please.
They said someone says
I won't even argue with you. I'm just gonna laugh. I'm just gonna laugh. I'm gonna accept your.
Would you say that a woman that had 1 X chromosome versus one that had 2 X chromosomes is different?
But that's not a separate gender. I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm just gonna laugh.
It's a separate sex, though.
That's a separate sex. It's not a separate gender.
So then there's more than 2 sexes, more than 3 sexes.
But there's not 72.
When did this start? When did this ideology bring it like to the public? Because this is not
Jeffrey Epstein, literally.
Yeah, this is not something that was accepted before. Before you just get
No, it's the last 200 years actually that it has been a like gender role sort of like really hardcore.
No, they were called transsexual, which is a lot more accurate. And that's fine. Like, I'm fine with that. Like,
what are they called now?
I do believe that some of them are legit. Okay, and we can argue like, okay, there's 3. Okay, well, let's go with that. Not 70 fucking 2.
No, not 72. I don't think that. I think it's a little excessive.
A little excessive. Like, no, it's like 7. It's like 70, 72, 7. Well, 69 more than like what the fuck? Like, no, this is insane.
I think anything that's non-hetero should be just queer, and that should be good enough.
I mean, you know, I think they need to add more letters. What the fuck?
I just think Q is enough. HQ.
You know, I just think that, you know, with like, you can be identified as whatever the fuck you want. Like, I don't really have a problem with that.
As long as you don't enforce it on other people to in
Right.
an entire way. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
No, yeah. If you want to believe they're fucking unicorn, go ahead.
Yeah, there's no problem. I have no problem with that. Exactly. Just don't make me call you a unicorn unless you have a name tag that says, please call me a unicorn. I'm not going to do it.
Look. I don't care if they want to be called fucking unicorns or cats or fucking black or whatever. Okay.
It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard and unreasonable to keep track of it all without a
Look,
label.
I'm a duck-billed fucking platypus. All right. Look.
Well, put your label on it, damn it.
The point is, okay,
I'm a non-binary fucking seagull, right? But listen,
You're a sky
the
rat?
point-
Oh my god, I did not know
Seagulls'
that.
legs matter. Okay, seagulls'
I'm
legs
sorry,
matter.
we can't be friends
the
anymore.
point of
You're-
seagull lives matter. Yes, thank you, Gabe.
I don't like sky rats, so sorry, we can't be friends.
Now we're gonna
anymore.
go do a crime and identify as a fucking.
You're gonna go
woman.
steal things off the beach?
Yes,
Oh my god.
we're gonna go find like a.
What a degenerate.
Hey, that Browns boy comment, Cage. Any comment on your snitch lie?
We're gonna make sure it's like a prison with like hot girls. Though.
Griff 37 video. Fake journalist, fake pogo hunter. I don't really know Snafu that well. And I wouldn't really consider people I associate on the internet my actual friends. Right? There's people on the internet. I have a very strict thing. When I call someone a friend, I gotta know them in real life for like 10 years before I call them an actual friend.
No way. But that's cool, I guess.
Yeah, I think people throw that term around too loose. I have a few friends I know for over a decade in real life. So,
My mom is the only one that I could say I known that long.
Okay, so.
Not really.
So what I'm saying is they can be identified as anything they want. When they start trying to change my identity because they have a fucking hang up, that's when I have a problem.
Yeah,
You know,
and what does it
it's,
matter?
it's illegal to like misgender people here. You can get like fined for it and put into jail.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. You can though.
Especially when it's not obvious because it's ambiguous in some ways. Like
Yeah.
they at least should have to wear a name tag that says like what their pronouns are if they want.
No, it's very.
Well, I'm retard. Hello. That's what it was once. No,
Like,
honestly,
okay,
that
hi, retard.
was considered a mental illness, and now it's all being pushed onto people. I don't really get it.
Yeah, well, it was wrong that it was a mental illness, really, but okay. I mean, unless animals are becoming mentally ill, because I've seen like dogs hump each other. My dog's boys, my sons, they have some proclivities, and that's because they don't have females. I understand that.
Yeah, that's why I can't go to Canada, because I'm gonna walk right up to the police officer and ask them for directions and be like, "Hello, sir," and it'll turn around and be a lady, and I'll go straight to jail.
Oh no, you're way too polite for that. It's proper and polite.
Dude, there's literally certain places where you can just say that, like, identify as a female, and like get like a paper, and like that's it. Like you don't have to do shit. It's not like here,
You could like get free drinks and shit like girls do.
dude. You can like sue people. I've seen it.
That seems wrong.
It's very wrong, but I've seen it.
Somebody got 6 months in jail here for a Facebook post about questioning the narrative of the Holocaust. They got 6 months in jail. You can break into somebody's house and do a home invasion and not even go to jail.
Were they like a government official or a representative of the public somehow, or what?
No, just some fucking random dude on Facebook posting shit.
Yeah.
But you can literally break into someone's house multiple times and not go to jail. Be out the next day.
That
It
seems a
happened
little
here.
bit weird. That's
Yeah.
like that.
It's fucked.
It's fucked up. You guys are more fucked up than we are in some ways.
Yeah, we are.
But
For a
I
lot
can
of
see why,
reasons.
because there's a lot of that going on in the homeland too, back on the island.
Yeah, the guy Justin Trudeau, his dad is like a Fabian socialist, Pierre Trudeau.
Bro, Trudeau is fucking wacko.
Yeah, they're crazy people.
It's just a little black face. That's all. It was just fun. Yeah.
Should have blackface. That shit was funny.
I mean, and I think there is a place that is okay. Like if you're like an elementary school student and you have like a black hero and you want to dress up as them for Halloween, maybe that's okay because that is innocent. But I think if you're above a certain age, you shouldn't probably do that.
They're passing a bill. It's called the Livable Basic Income, Guaranteed Livable Basic Income. It's pretty much UBI here. It's being passed to the House of Commons right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're going full Tommy.
Just to see how that turns out.
Yeah, where's this money exactly coming from?
Oh, they
So
just
it's like,
they just print it out like the rest of it. You know, it's all
oh,
imaginary.
exactly. And the funny thing is, it's like it's anybody over the age of 17, and they'll just pay for your food and your rent. So now, I'm not sure.
But
how it's gonna
what
work.
authority does that give over your autonomy? Is what I wonder.
Oh, exactly. Now you're a slave to the government.
You're
People already
beholden
are.
to that because you're dependent on them for your your dole.
Mm-hmm.
It's not optional. Like if you didn't want it, could you reject it?
I'm sure you could, but most people won't. Makes sense because like all the AIs are going to be taking all the jobs. It already is. So there's like no. I don't know. They set it up here. They brought all these immigrants over here, and the government gives businesses an incentive. They get 25% back if they hire
And
them
that
as
just
opposed
makes
to
people want that like they deserve that too. So I think that was a psyop too. Why do they get it? We don't. They're not even from here.
pretty much.
Yeah, that's a trick.
Oh yeah.
I'll be like, no, thank you. You could just write off my taxes. How about that?
Look, I'm a fucking non-binary alpaca, and I demand my own bathroom.
I think you're a llama.
I could.
Yeah, alpacas are too small. You're bigger.
Maybe you can metamorphosize into a fucking emu.
Emus are friggin' mean, almost meaner than geese.
I mean, I could be a honey badger.
Oh yeah, I love those. That's what Dan's spirit animal is a honey badger.
Right. I can see that.
Yeah, very friggin' determined and yeah, unchainable. You cannot keep
Yeah.
him down.
I was just kind of saying shit randomly. Like
do it
I wasn't really thinking about it, but yeah. So
The honey badger is.
I just thought
badass.
an alpaca sounded like really random.
I'm an axolotl. I wish, and I could be young forever and live in Machu Picchu.
But yeah, a honey badger is fucking intense.
They're freaking awesome. They're like the badass
are.
of the weasel families.
They're badass, period.
Mm-hmm.
Like they
I
can
fucking love that one that they have at the zoo that they cannot keep him in the enclosure. And they've done all sorts of things. They took away all his rocks and sticks, and he still manages to get out somehow. They put a lock on it, and they gave him a girlfriend to try and keep him like occupied. he freaking recruited her to climb on top of him to freaking undo. I was like, yeah, I love it.
I was just thinking that.
I was like rooting for him to get out every time. And then they just chase him around like it's so funny. He'll just go and do what he wants.
Yes.
That's how Dan is.
Yeah, they're very independent.
They were friggin' saying like, Why does he know where the mop is? Because he was fucking bored and that's what he does. He's friggin' Mexican. What other reason do you need for that? And you ungrateful bastards did not appreciate that whatsoever.
Yeah, they're independent.
He was there because it was I requested it. You know, he didn't want to be there. He didn't know none of those motherfuckers.
You seen the videos of them fighting off lions and shit? They defend themselves against lions.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
You should see my cat against the dogs. It does the same thing. He'll just the cat will just if the dog is in the proximity, he'll just jump up and slap him or bite his tail. And the dog is like, oh shit, and runs away. Till they get outside. And then they try and chase him, but they can't catch him. He doesn't give a fuck. He's out there right now trying to get into the chicken coop. It's not going to happen, but he thinks he's going to have him some chicken. It's like, that's a big one. Music break.
Yeah, I got you guys on that.
Yeah. Good call.
Yeah, I made this recently with Blackbeard dub. It's a sexual explosion.
Sure. You ready? Check it out now. We gonna set it on the world like this one time. Check it out, yo. And the boom. Mark. Yeah. Plex, where you at? Yo. Where you at, yo? Yeah, run it back. Again, one more time. Right. Yeah. Check it out, yo. Incredible, remarkable marksmanship. Able to hit hard, get without aiming. Divide, multiply, subtract, remaining. Like off ashes. You banish one, flash up the fab, to burn off your eyelashes. We get you moving, we get you moving, we get you riding, we get you moving, we get your hand up, we get your ass up, we get you moving, we get your hands up, we get you riding, we get you moving, we get you riding, we get you moving, we get your hand up, we get your ass up, we get your clothes right, we get your hands up. Then they'll say, isn't he nice? The Black Star like to leave Quali plus Cicely Tice. Pharaoh March, repeat the rhyme. Defeat competitors, then delete the grime. My spine allows me to suck my own cock. Fucking with these queens, niggas, you get stuck. The strategy of the beat is the removal of your brains. So when I slice your toes, you never felt the agony of defeat. Casually I deplete blood cells coagulated from maggot MCs who congregated. Slash master hat and blast, crush fast to crash competition, match, rush, bust the opposition's ass. Come on, think fast now. Who won it? Pharaoh March, Mr. Complex, you get confronted. We get you violent, we get you grooving, we get you violent, we get you moving, we get you amped up, we get your ass up, we get your hands wet, we get your hands up, we get you violent, we get you grooving, we get you violent, we get you moving, we get your amped up. We get your ass up, we get your clothes wet, we get your hands up. When I'm in a hot seat, I meet a treat, I eat the beat. I bring heat to the beat, I talk sweet to the beat. You sweet bitch, you belong to the beach. I reach each and every motherfucker that I puck and kiss the mic. No matter who you want nothing to do with me, even if you cool me or you dislike. I don't battle a fist fight. Check my knuckles, see this one here? This is one of the fuck you up real good. Feel it, feels like wood. If I want a planet, I stand slanted and get good beverage. And you be going down like a
cool garbage. Like a Bahama mama when the drum was microscopic. Like in a tall glass of little umbrellas in the tropics. Now it's tropical and typical. The reciprocal of flipping you. It's you've been flipped, not just watch you lip, but your nose is in the way. Throw your flows away. There's no shows today. It's your clothes for renovation. Your flows have no innovation. I can flip it in front of a crowd of cripples and still get a standing ovation. We get you moving, we get you wildin', we get you moving, we get your ass up, we get your ass up, we get your clothes wet, we get your hands up, we get you wildin', we get you moving, we get you wildin', we get you moving, we get your hands up, we get your ass up, we get your clothes wet, we get your hands up, 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 we get your hands up.
The smooth sailor.
Oops.
We get you moving. Can I not hear y'all?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Everybody else has got quiet. I went out and I popped back in because I was looking for this video. I sent that video that I dropped in the back. You check it out later. It's so funny. I sent it to Kev after our whole interaction the other day, and he was like, "What the fuck?" It's like some German friggin' metal.
I don't know what the deal is with the jokes. You know what I mean? I think they might be trying to hide some shit. Like they might be trying to hide.
I don't know why they're. I get a lot of that, you know. It's like
when they showed up, was there like a dead body in the house when they showed up? Because everybody's acting weird, dude.
I don't know. I never saw one. But like the whole thing with like, I'm pretty sure that like Kev like was a bit embarrassed about his cuckery or simptitude.
Well, you know what happened is somebody probably went in and out of that bathroom and didn't want to tell them what transpired. You know what I'm saying, right?
It's possible, but I know Dan wasn't feeling good, and I talked to him about it.
But didn't they have people going in and out of the house?
Yeah, they did. There was a lot of people going in and out of the house,
Exactly.
and
Right.
including
Exactly.
including me after the supposed vomit incident, which there was no vomit in there. And the following morning, we came in from the car.
Yeah, that's the only reason I wouldn't be there, because I'd be like, "There's an event here happening with all these unverified motherfuckers," and then like
and the
people
door
are
is
going
just
in
wide
and out.
open.
Yeah, exactly. Because anything could transpire there. You don't know the people, and then if there's like, somebody ends up finding some shit like a body or like some evidence of some shit,
Something
then
like
you're gonna be heavily questioned of your involvement.
Yeah, well, and I would have no problem with that because I fucking tell the truth. So, and I didn't see shit like that, so I'd be fine.
That's why I don't go outside. I'm straight.
That's why you don't go outside. Oh man, you gotta get some sunshine, TML.
Oh yeah, I'm in the sun right now.
Good,
through my window. Hell yeah.
And I hope you got to open for some fresh air too.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out for the congregational prayer.
That's cool.
So then I'll probably go to the lake and stretch my wings and fly.
I turned on the video the other day in Holy Cows for our bike ride, but I don't think anybody popped in over whenever I was broadcasting. It was pretty fun riding the motorcycle. We took a long little trip.
Yeah, I heard about that.
It was fun.
I was worried. I was like, shit, y'all, if fall down on that motorcycle, it's instant death.
No way. That's what my mom said.
Yeah, that's what I would say too. I'd be like, hell no, you couldn't pay me to get on that thing.
Oh no, we're gonna take it up to go see my mom too. She was like, "Aren't you gonna wait for your bones to be stronger?" And I was like, "Mom, the vibration and the sunshine, my lip is coming unnumbed. It's
Yeah,
fucking great."
I need like a styrofoam like armor.
Helmet, a body armor, yeah. You need a like a
Styrofoam body
rubberized
armor. Yeah, I ride a
silicone suit.
motorcycle with styrofoam body armor. I'm straight.
Yeah, that wouldn't work. But no, it was great. I wasn't even holding on with my hands. I had stuff in both of my hands. I was just holding on with my knees. And it has a little back to hold on to the back, you know, so a little back support. And it's got the saddlebags and little foot pedals for me and everything. It's very nice. We even got to go in pretty fast on like at one point.
Yeah, you see that Landry dude? That dude fell off
Yeah.
like a scooter and got fucked up.
Yeah, well, Dan
he got
like was
all
in a
text-
wreck.
Yeah, like it ruined his like entire day apparently. So it's wild shit. When it's like
You just gotta watch
Stakes-
out for other people because they don't see you. You just
stakes
gotta
is
watch
high.
out for them.
I don't get on roller coasters. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm straight.
Oh yeah. Aw.
Y'all gonna
I
get
love
stuck
roller
up there. Like
coasters.
I'm cool with that. Like
There was one that I felt like my life might be in danger, but it was still fun. It just like, I think I was too small to be on that roller coaster, to be honest. I was just barely the right height and it beat the hell out of me because it was like, I was too small and I was like banged around inside the
Exactly. I was on a fucking roller coaster and the fucking like the safety harness was like broken.
exactly,
Yeah.
dude.
Well,
Yeah,
you just hold
exactly.
That
on
shit
there.
was fucking freaky.
Dude,
I'm not gonna
Just hold
lie.
on.
That's happened a few times. I've been to the theme park. So and this is when you go with your family members or other people, or you go like like one time we went on a field trip for school and one of these girls, they were up in the middle of the air, like on this thing in Cedar Point called the Raptor, where you're just basically hanging from the air. And
I know
they
you're talking about,
they didn't bring the thing down, to cover them so that they don't fall out of the motherfucking sky. So they were about to start the ride without pulling the thing up on one of the girls, and they were screaming and shit. So, dude, that is on some shit where it's like, nah, bro, like, yeah, Masada's gonna pay them like $200 right before I get on the ride.
Yeah,
me and Zephy are fucking thrill seekers, daredevils. So
yeah, if somebody was like to show up right now and say, "You want to go skydiving?" and like I'll pay for it, I would be like, "Fuck yeah, bye guys, see you later."
I want to get a wingsuit. Do you know what that is?
Oh yes, I do, and I think that would be
Let's
great.
go. Let's
Yeah,
go. Let's
I'm
fucking
down.
go.
I'm not afraid of the sky. Try and get me into the ocean
No.
though? No, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. That's scary shit. I might be on a big boat, but I don't like water I can't see the bottom of.
I mean,
because there's
it
shit down
depends.
there.
Yeah, there's definitely shit down there. That's why I said it depends.
There's shit down there that will eat me even in a big lake. I seen a
There is
carp
shit
that could easily eat my legs.
There is shit that will eat you. Yeah.
Then again, it's like not really that much different than like whenever I was at Lake Powell and I was like taking a squat in the reeds on the beach, because that's where you go to go pee. And I look up in the moonlit sky and I see this silent fucking great horned owl that is as big as me that literally could carry me off flying overhead silently. That is scary. I was like, holy shit, they're that big? They're that big?
Honestly,
What
I
the
was
hell?
shocked about the fucking coaster because they usually like run those bitches with like nobody there, like over and over and over again. So how the fuck did they like miss that?
I
thought
don't
that was
know.
very strange and very fucking like I felt like somebody should have sued their ass. Like what the fuck, dude?
I've only had one bad experience on any sort of carnival ride, and that was when I took my friend Leslie in it was the hammer, but it was one of those rotating hammers, so it spun around.
No. This wasn't a fucking carnival though. This was like fucking like hundreds of feet in the air. Like this was hardcore.
Yeah. Well, my friend
Yeah.
Leslie, she decided she was gonna throw up because she ate too many corn dogs. That's one of the reasons why I don't like corn dogs.
Yeah, you don't fucking eat and go on a roller coaster. It's a bad fucking idea.
That was not fun for me either. I was like, oh my God. It was horrible.
You ever
But
been
I
on a
still
demon
like it.
drop? Of course you have.
Oh yeah, I have. It was the one at Magic Mountain, Six Flags Magic Mountain in California. It
Right.
was yeah, there was a couple of them, and I don't know. I like the roller coasters that you're on a seat and you're like locked in and your legs are dangling, and you go
Yes.
upside down. Those are like my
Yes.
favorite. But they never
Right.
last long enough. They should like give you like 3 or 4 goes around the whole thing before they let
Yeah,
you
some
off.
of the demon drops are fucking crazy. Like I can handle it. Like it's
I
some of it's
love it.
cool, but there are other ones that like are not so cool.
I
Just
was
for the
like in the
simple
cage
fact that
and I
like
jumped.
you
I
fucking
jumped.
land like upside down, and it's like it's kind of like a fucking whiplash, and it's just like it's fun, but like at the end, it's kind of like you
That's how
just
that
kinda-
one ride was that beat the hell out of me because I like was banging my head side to side because it was like so rough and I was too small to like
Right.
brace myself, and so I was getting head trauma basically from the arm things that are supposed to hold you down by your shoulders, but I was like not tall enough to brace myself.
You ever been on those things? I don't know how to fucking explain it. It's like it spins in the fucking air.
Yeah.
And it like okay, yeah.
It's like the
And
slingshot
it has
one.
like mad G forces. Like and it goes like
Is it like a bungee? Like it's a slingshot and it shoots you up and you kind of go rah, 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 and spinning around and blah, blah, blah.
it's like a fucking you like it's basically you're basically like leaning down against it, like kind of like sitting but kind of like laying down, like and
Oh, like a
you're like stuck to the fucking thing, like you can't move.
The
like
Gravitron?
The G-force is so yes, that's it. Yes.
I love the Gravitron. The Gravitron is so much fun. It like
Yeah.
and then you're like leaning up against the thing and it raises you up
You
off the floor.
cannot
basically.
fucking move. You cannot move.
I did actually, but
Well, you can because people were like fucking like moving their legs and shit. I mean, you can, but it's like what I
It's
mean
hard.
is you can't move. Is I mean you can't like get up because it's like
No.
it's pulling you to the fucking wall. Like you're
wall. Yeah, that's fun. I like that. I always like those
Yeah.
G-force rides like
no,
that.
it is cool, but it's just it's fucking wild. Like
Yeah. They call
But-
them the mixer sometimes. That's called the mixer, and you're supposed to keep your head and arms inside the mixer.
yeah. Well, if you do move, you get really fucking dizzy. It's like being really drunk.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's because I was a spinner as a kid. I would go out in the lawn and just spin and 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 spin until I
Oh
couldn't
dear.
friggin' stand up anymore,
Yeah.
and then I would fall down.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
That was like one of my favorite things to do. That and go and smell the roses until I inhaled a spider up my nose once. That wasn't
I would
fun.
climb shit backwards. So how do you fucking? I don't know.
Yeah, I like did the whole like
When
we
I
had
was
this
young,
hill-
like I was really young. I don't know fucking what possessed me to do that, but I did.
Yeah, we had this hill at the top of the hill. It was paved. Our road was like a single road and it had like a circle at the end. So you could go up the hill at the one end and you could coast your bike down. But I thought it would be good to put my feet up on the tabs on either side of the front wheel and lift my butt up when I was halfway down the hill. And that was not smart because then it would the back end just started like flailing wildly and yeah, I got like asphalt in my foot, like all the way to the bone.
When I was a kid, I fucking thought I was invincible, and I used to like climb up really high and
Me
just like
too.
jump down shit. I don't know why.
My poor
And
mom.
I never thought it was a problem until like I had my grandma like screaming at me like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah, they're just like
It's
you're
like,
like on the
oh.
teeter totter and they're like catapulting you up into the air like you could fly.
Why
Like,
not?
what the
Like-
hell? Yeah, that sounds like fun. I'm Superman. I could fly. I saw him. I saw him how they do it on the TV.
Yeah, I mean, why
The
not?
flying Relindas can do it. I can do it.
I don't see why not. I mean,
Yeah, we had such dangerous playground equipment. We had these gigantic bells that were
I like
like
to
you
climb
had.
stairs and like jump down.
Yeah,
I
slide
don't
down the.
know
I did
why.
that too. I
You
did that
did?
too.
I don't know
Yep.
why did we do that? I don't know.
And I used to jump out of the swing too, all the time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I put myself up like that.
Me too. I was like, I think that's why my bones got so strong to begin with, was because I was probably just like friggin'
Like,
I
how
was
far
lucky I
can I
didn't
jump?
break my ankle.
Boom.
We used to play with all sorts of dangerous stuff.
But
We were
why
just
the
allowed to
fuck
do
do we
whatever.
do that? Like, I don't understand.
Because
What was the
we could.
impetus?
Because we could.
Right. I mean, yeah.
And we
but
didn't know any better at the time.
no, we didn't.
Yeah. It wasn't like any worse than like any of the other stuff that, like I thought it was way worse, like the threat of my dad spanking me, but not doing it. Like he would torture me. Like he would say, like, whenever we get home, you're gonna get a spanking. And then he would like purposely forget. Like, and I would just be anxious, like just waiting for it at any moment to drop. So that fucked me up.
Yeah, but I would fucking fuck myself up pretty good. Like,
Yeah, I did too. There was a bunch of situations where my mom busted me doing things that I definitely probably could have died. Thank goodness she saved me. Playing with the children of the earth in the sand pile all by myself. I was like, oh, cool. They look like people. These are such the coolest bugs I've ever seen. They're just crawling all over me like but they thought I was
did
cool.
you climb trees and shit?
Oh yeah, all the time. And we'd like find rattlesnakes out in the friggin' field, and we'd go and grab my mom, and she would come out with the hoe and friggin' cut their heads off, and then we would sit there and poke them with sticks after they were dead because they
You
could
ever
still try
climb
and
too
bite.
high
Yeah, a few times,
and
and
then
I
be
couldn't
like,
get.
oh fuck?
I'm stuck. I don't know how I'm gonna get down. Yeah, I had
Right.
Yeah, there was only a couple of times I had to be rescued by one of the bigger kids. Luckily, I was never alone out there.
Well, it was more like I got up
No.
here. How the fuck do I get back down? Like it seemed easy getting up here.
Yeah, yeah.
But now that I think about it,
Well,
like,
it's
wait,
because
what
it
the
is
fuck?
easier to get up than it is to get down. It is. It just is. Because like,
It really seems like it. Yeah.
because you have to work to get up, and if you can do it, it gets done. But getting down, it's like it's harder to slow your way down because gravity is already pushing you.
Yeah. No, it really does. Okay, so it's not just like that you're like more anxious.
Nah.
It really is
Nope.
harder.
It is
Okay.
harder. It's harder to
Yeah,
get up
'cause I would
actually, but
like
it's
I
harder
would
to
just
get
like
down.
sit in like the little stump and I would just like hang out sometimes for like a while. And I just wouldn't think about it
Yeah,
until
I
it was
would
like,
try and
oh
find
shit,
whichever
time to
branch
go.
was. I would try and figure out whichever branch would bend without breaking, and I could get way out on it, and it might just drop me down. It's pretty crazy how you can actually just like get out on a limb, and then it just drops you down and puts you right on the ground and goes right back up. If you're in the right kind of tree, not a big one.
Hold on, be right back.
If you're in a flexible tree. Yeah, we'd do like backflips and shit off the. Yeah, it's crazy. I remember being a kid, like, it was like we'd get up on the roof. We were just allowed to do anything. Dad would tell us to go play in the street, and we'd do it. Come to find out, he wasn't actually serious. We're like, okay, that's permission. We got it. I feel bad for kids because they don't have the freedom to like do stupid shit like that. I guess some of them do, but they do stupider shit now. We have a problem with kids getting guns here in Albuquerque, like elementary school children, like getting a hold of guns and having them outside with no supervision. Can look it up on the news. What was the
Let's see, like,
craziest thing you guys did as kids? Did you do any crazy shit?
yeah, I mean, I was born in Pakistan, so
Oh, that was like probably way crazier.
yeah, I saw some weird shit.
Can you guys hear me? Yeah, now my mic's
Yeah.
working. It's fucking up before. I used to
Yeah.
climb
Oh.
buildings and shit for fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know those like yellow pipes on the buildings?
Yeah. The like
the
drain
side?
pipe.
I don't know. They're like yellow. I think it's like gas or something. I don't know. I just climb up through that.
They call it parkour nowadays.
hmm
Have you seen those like Russian kids that climb up those big towers in like St. Petersburg and friggin' stand on the top of them?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I think that would be fun. I would like climbing towers like that. We have some out in the middle of the desert you can climb, but there's not much to see.
hmm
I like urban exploring. I think that's a fun thing. Abandoned buildings and stuff.
When I was like 16 or something, I got charged for breaking and entering for going into an abandoned school. And the door I didn't even break or enter it. It was just fucking unlocked.
Yeah, if it was unlocked, that was a false charge, really.
I got
Trespassing,
dropped.
maybe.
It got
Yeah.
dropped anyways. Fucking
The fuck, I walk away and it drops me. Kind of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought you did that on purpose, that you would be right back, like you were just closing it and coming back.
No, I legitimately just had to use the restroom.
Oh. That's weird because it closed immediately upon you saying that.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. The fuck is that?
I don't know what that sound is. I think it's Cage. What do you got going on there noise wise?
Sounds like fucking.
Oh, my bad. It's people. It's people cleaning the fucking hallways or vacuuming.
Yeah, it's like
Ew.
yeah, it's like somebody. Yeah, it's like yeah. Turn that up so we can start reading Dante's Inferno in here.
Yeah, it sounded like some weird like back room sort of noise that was happening. Have you seen those videos that they have back rooms now where like all the weird gigantic stuff, like big statues and of hands and heads and like there it's like you're going through it like the camera view and there's like sometimes there's like slides and there's like different colors and you see like somebody that's like it looks to the right and it sees like a character like run and then they like go down the slide and they go flying and they land like not in the hole, they'd like bounce off and they're like dead and then they just evaporate and then like it shows another one to your right and they go down the tunnel to the right or the slide to the right and then they jump across and they go like way further and they run into the wall and they freaking like are crumpled and they die and then it shows you like running and taking a run and then you go and you fall right in the hole like you're supposed to. It's like whoa. And then you're in this weird thing with like lots of waves and sometimes you get on a train and it has a face like a Thomas the Tank Engine. It's all creepy and then the big statues disappear. I love the back rooms. I just wish they'd make a video for the secret disco. Maybe I have to make it. Liminal spaces. Boy, it's freaking gusty outside today. Maybe we won't go riding the bike. It gets dangerous here when it's windy. Like you get like friggin' sandstorm blowing everywhere.
Oh shit.
Take off a coat of your paint. And by paint, I mean your skin or whatever is exposed.
Browse boy, pop up. Yeah, homie, my phone's at 2% like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, excuses, excuses.
Yeah.
He just doesn't do it. He doesn't do the live.
He does
He likes
sometimes.
he likes to hang out in the chat.
Yeah. I know.
I love whenever he's in the chat, whenever I'm up on stage. It's funny. I mean, I love the he definitely got the peanut gallery under control.
Yeah. He's still at 2%.
How does that work?
Dog, I am psychic. The fuck? What you talking about, Nagel?
Oh yeah, I like the teacups too. The teacups are fun. I like the bumper cars too.
I was just thinking that. But you
Oh,
probably
we're
didn't.
getting all psychic again. Sorry.
I told you. See?
I don't mean to invade your brain. For reals.
You're not. I
Yeah,
was
I
invading
just
yours.
Yeah, I'm a
okay.
huge fan of the bumper cars. It's like kids
Yeah.
and adults. Like it doesn't matter who you bump into. It's always like you just laugh at the motherfucker. You just move on. It's hilarious.
It's true. It's always like a hearty laugh too.
Yeah.
Did you ever do like
It's
roller
never-
rink, like roller skates and go around in the circle? Because you could do that with the roller skates rink too, but people don't like it nearly as much. It's not as much fun. Go around tripping everybody, running into them.
I gotta feed the hamster powered charger. Okay, homie.
Oh yeah.
Bet.
Get it going with that centrifugal force. Or centrifugal force, huh? None of my cats would ever get in one of those cat wheels. I don't understand how people get their cats to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So what's been the topic since I left?
Crazy shit we did as kids that we almost died.
Yeah.
Did you do any crazy shit, Dom?
We did some
No, I kind of just play video games mostly is what I did.
Mm.
Oh man, we did.
Yeah.
I like fences and shit.
Yeah,
My
what
dad was
games
always
was-
pro-guarding the video games, so I didn't get to play all that much.
I got like snuck around into people's like. I ain't even gonna, dude. I'm like intimidate myself. Like, fuck.
I know
was
what you're
like,
thinking.
I know. That's why I just said it like that. I let you like fill in the blanks because we say it like that.
Mm-hmm.
We were having whole conversations in silence earlier.
Yeah, totally. It's like nobody knows what the fuck we're talking about. We just say one word every once in a while.
It's actually true though. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know. I've only been able to do that with two other people in my entire life, and one of them I didn't know, and it just happened once over the phone. It was this guy from the Center for the Preservation of Milvana that was translating Rumi poems from their original language into like Persian,
Base.
and then from Persian into like rough English, and he wanted me to translate it into more polished English, and then my life fell apart and I totally like couldn't do it because I lost access to my email because I was like out of incommunicado for so long.
You know what's really crazy, Zeffy, is a lot of the times I didn't actually know that I would have to do crazy shit.
Yeah.
I wasn't like given notice.
Yeah, they're just like, it was time and you're there. Boom. It's like, oh
Yeah,
shit.
it was just like, oh, by
Cut
the
unaware.
way, like you're not really supposed to be here, but you know.
Since you're already
Now
here.
you know. Now you know.
Yeah. Oops.
Thanks for coming. Like, oh gee, thank you.
Yeah, you could have told me that 5 minutes ago, bastards.
Yeah.
But then you were already there, so it was like you might as well
Like
just
it's like, but come back. It's like, yeah, okay. That was kind of a rush. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, like rushing the
like-
front of a freaking show that was a over 18 show when I wasn't 18, and we just ran right through into the back and out the back door. But it was still
Well-
fun. It was still fun.
Well, the 18 show was my life. Like fucking
Yeah.
And I know that I'm not alone. Yeah. Fucking crazy. Damn.
Yeah, I had a pretty idyllic childhood actually because I had so much freedom, and it was like
What
there was no
childhood?
social.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a childhood though. It was like I had freedom, and it was
Right.
like
Well,
there
yeah,
was
that's
no-
why it wasn't a childhood because
there was no
too much-
social hierarchy at first until we
too
moved
much-
to the bigger place. So it was like I just had great friends because they were the ones that were there, and you didn't get to pick them. They were just it was awesome. Some of them were older, some of them were like very few were your age. So you got a good exposure to a lot of different age range kids.
I got exposure, all right.
Yeah, me too. We got in trouble so much. I got in trouble for drawing like naked fat ladies because I was like, it's easy because the boobs, you know, you just draw the boob and then you draw the belly, you know, and it's like,
Yeah, some
and
of
I
them,
got in trouble.
yeah, some of them didn't like, you know, little brown kids that much.
Yeah,
For
we didn't
sure.
have any choice. I was so excited because there was an Indian kid at the school and I thought he was black. And I was like, Mom, there's a black kid at the school because he's very dark. And she was like, no, there's
Right.
not. There's no black kids here. What are you talking about? I was like, his name is Alex. Alex be gay. And she's like, oh no, he's Indian, honey. He's not black. I was like, oh. And then my mom would take me to go shopping in town whenever we'd go to Albuquerque, and there was black people there, and I would like see them, and I would get really friggin' excited because I thought they were so cool, and I would be like, Mom, look. My mom, my poor mom. Oh my God, she was so mortified. I was like, look, Mom, black people. I'm so happy.
I mean, I was telling you earlier, Zeffy, like when I was a kid, it was just
like not even a fucking thing.
Yeah, it was like we didn't have any like there was like finally one family moved into the little neighborhood that we were in, and they lived there for like maybe they only lasted like a few months, and then they left, and I was bummed out because they were cool. I was like in love with Michael Jackson, and I was like, they're just like they must be related. Because that was like my reality. I didn't know what was going on. I just thought that they were cool as hell, and because they were different, and I like always felt different, so I was like maybe they'll be like more interesting and like they'll like me. There was no question that they would definitely like me at that point because I was totally like innocent and unaware of the world and its cruelty until we moved to the place where there was like cliques and everybody was there's popular kids and rejects, and I was definitely a reject immediately because I did not know how that hierarchy worked. That was quite discombobulating, but I knew a lot more about sex, and so I kind of used that as a shield because I was like, haha, I know this, and so I'm going to use this to push you away to defend myself. Because I don't trust you guys because you're all mean and you're picking on each other, and I don't like it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
One day, yeah,
Oh,
one
go
day
ahead.
this old ass lady was like, yeah, because Brown's boy wants me to tell the story again. Yeah, one day like this lady saw like me and my cousin, and she told her like little pit bull dog to like chase us, and she goes, get him, a Mexicans, and then her dog started chasing us.
Oh God.
Mexicans.
Yeah, and then I hopped the fence, and my cousin like couldn't hop the fence, so like the dog just like, so he like went around the fence, but he was just still scared. Like, it was like a little ass dog. Like there was no reason to be afraid of it.
It was like a little mini pit bull or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
but he still ran home and shit.
were you really confused as to why she thought you were Mexican?
I don't know. It was like in Lincoln Park, like
Yeah.
like there's like a like if you just happen to be brown, like they'll just think you're Mexican. Because my cousins went to school, and a lot of people thought they were Mexicans. So it's just kind of, I don't know. It's kind of like a weird thing.
They were like Rico Suave, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you Ricky Martin?
Yeah, a lot of people thought we were Mexican. These people were like mainly from the South.
Oh yeah,
So
I can see that. Yeah.
Right. Of course.
like there's a lot of black people and white people like that live around Detroit that are like Southerners.
Yeah, I met some white people that were from when I was in New Orleans. I met some like Midwest like farm boys that were like big white boys, and that's unique kind of a. They were like super friendly, and like kind of racist, but like not in a like hostile sort of way. They were just like
Wait, friendly racist? What?
no, they were like polite about it. They weren't like rude or hostile or like trying to beat anybody up or like call them names or anything. They were just avoiding.
Oh, I see.
Avoiding the colored people in the French Quarter, and the colored people in the French Quarter, they're very nice. The rest of the city, I was warned, like is not nearly so friendly, and I was like quite shocked because I had never experienced like any sort of reverse like people discriminating against me because I was white. And yeah, that's like really a thing. There's like Walmart that you're not supposed to go to because that's like the black Walmart, and so they like said don't go to that Walmart if you want to survive. And so we didn't. We just avoided it. I like the French Quarter though. It's really awesome, except for I did have a stalker when I was there. I was walking around and there was this like Chinese guy, and he was like following me around, like creepy following me around. And he was like, "You're so beautiful. Are you French?" You know, I was like, "No, I do have a schnoz, but I'm not French." And I was like, "I'm gonna go over here and get some beignets and coffee, and you're gonna leave me the hell alone, because the wait
Right.
staff will defend me." Because I was like, "No, don't follow me back to the hotel, please." We were staying at like the Andrew Jackson, which is like one street up off of Bourbon Street. It was pretty awesome, within walking distance to everything. That was a fun trip. I drank a lot of
The
her.
insurance people just left. They came. There was less than like a minute.
Awesome. That was quick. They just want to make sure you didn't have like a meth lab in there, probably.
I guess.
Good thing you
They're
figured
like,
it out.
we don't see any glass equipment in here. It's fine. No fumes.
Yeah. That was quick. Well, they tried going into the bedrooms, and I said they're locked. Well, I have locks on the doors, and the people that live here, they're not home. And I don't have the key because I do grow in there. Mind their fucking business. Yeah, that was like they didn't really inspect anything. They just like walked through in like 2 seconds. Like I don't know what that exactly accomplished.
It might just be a formality.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I
They
think,
thought that they did it.
yeah, pretty much. Oh, fuckers. Yeah, these people don't work for they work for the insurance company. There's like a shit ton of them walking around.
I'm going to get some gas.
Apparently that's it. Because I don't know, on the form it says they're going to be coming in twice. There'll be entry twice by auditors, and when I asked her, she said that was it. I don't know if they're going to come back.
Wait, what? I didn't see this. Now I wonder if I can make a video charging phone.
What were you saying?
Oh, I
What
was
was that?
reading Brown Boy's comment. I didn't notice her. He says, now I wonder if I can make a video charging phones from trees.
You probably could, actually. They are solar powered.
Right.
Might have to do some sugar conversion or something.
Oh, his phone's at 2%.
Charge it off a fucking orange or something. Potato.
There's Alexander. Hi, Alex.
What's good, Alex?
He said, "You still on one? You still on it?"
Oh
Yes,
shit! I
we
just
have.
noticed. Yeah, you've been on it for a long time, huh?
Yes, we have.
For an eternity.
11 hours and 40 minutes almost. Yeah, fucking. So I just noticed too. Not that long ago, StreamYard changed their logo.
Yeah, it's a little black duck now. It's weird.
It's better.
Yeah, it's less obvious. Like, I wonder why they changed it though. Did the Mallards sue them?
Some Italian company called Bending Spoons bought StreamYard at the beginning of the year.
Hmm.
They own a bunch of different things. Rebranding.
Like a Cracker Barrel. Maybe they got like, maybe there's something untoward about dust.
All right.
There. I think I'm going to, I got my morning singing to do, so I'm going to do my morning singing, and I will bid you all adieu.
Yeah, I
Until
gotta go in
later.
a few minutes. So
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to like shut it down because it's at 11:40 the recording, so you will lose the
Yeah.
recording. So
yeah.
Yep. Probably a good idea. Because we
Well,
did a
I
lot of
went-
good talking, and we want to save it for sure.
yeah, so make
But-
sure you
but
shut
it-
down like within 15 minutes.
Yeah, my appointment is literally in a minute.
Well, you lose the entire thing after.
Yeah, after 12 hours, it'll. No, I mean 11:55, it'll like cut it off. So that's how it does it.
11:55, really? That's
Yeah,
kinda-
it'll only give you like 11 hours and 55 minutes.
Okay.
I thought you meant like it deletes the entire thing.
Yeah, if
Well,
you go
pretty
too long,
much.
it'll delete it all. Yeah, if you go
Yeah.
for like 24 hours, it'll just delete the video.
Yeah,
Yeah.
once you get the 12 hours, it just like makes it impossible to play. Yeah, it's fucking dumb. I don't understand why. Because there is a way to do it. Because I've seen people, but I don't know how.
Yeah, there's an hour of recording that is just lost. You know, that I'll never get back because I didn't know that when I started streaming, and I went over the time, and so unfortunately there is one recording that is lost, but everything else
How
I
do
have
people-
recorded.
How do people do that? How do they go over? Are they just like
I think they might be like premium or
facade or
some
what?
shit. They might have gave like the top premium thing or something. I don't know.
I think so.
They probably paid for it.
Yeah.
They're probably like if you're like a professional working with YouTube, they'll allow you to have like longer videos.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is there are people who literally do like 24-hour streams, and they'll do like
Right.
like you ever see like they'll do like shows, like retro shows and shit. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know if you've ever seen this. They'll do like
Yeah, like yeah, what I do is like I go like as long as I can, but I'll just loop old shit after my show's over. So it'll just keep on playing like bunch of old shit. And then it just like and then it'll just crash out. It'll just be like recordings of books and shit. And then music and shit, and then it'll just crash out.
yeah.
But like yeah, but if you go like 19 to or like 20 hours, it won't recover the video for you. It'll lose it while it's processing it. It'll say it doesn't have the video.
Right. Yeah, no. But I'm just wondering, like, I guess maybe if that could be, yeah. Because people literally have their shit going for like weeks.
Yeah, but they probably loop the same recording. Like it'll be 12 hours of some shit, then they'll loop some other shit for 12 hours. Or some
Yeah, but
shit.
it's just like it's the same. It'll say like live for like weeks. Like it has to stop. I don't know.
Yeah, they paid.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're doing the stream tomorrow, so come through, y'all. Blessings. The machine lies. Is Reddington there? Reddington, you there? I don't think so.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, he is.
Oh no,
yeah, what's up?
yeah, he lives.
Yeah. And I assume Dom is still there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, all right, Cage, Dom. Yeah, come through tomorrow, you guys. You know, we changed the time to 9:15 p.m. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Oh, you're back on the evening.
All right, man. Be easy.
Yeah. Yeah,
All
man.
right,
Good luck
everybody.
with the appointment. Let me know how it goes, man. Honestly. What they say. What type of thing they doing? You heard?